In memory of Professor Gerald Fleming, 1921–2006, historian, linguist, mentor, and friend. Prologue. 1. Looking for a suitable place. 2. Solving the problem of mental decline. 3. Euthanasia actors in the heart of the Reich. 4. The K-File. 5. Christian Worth, a man at the disposal of the Führer. 6. Graveneck, a remote castle in the Swabian Alps. 7. Intellectual justifications. 8. The Hippocratic Oath trampled underfoot. 9. The deadly science. 10. The first transfers. 11. Authorization and delegation. 12. The installation in Graveneck. 13. The Institutional Care Charitable Foundation. 14. Recruit staff. 15. Test and approve the disposal method. 16. The victims were not suffering. 17. The departure of patients for an unknown destination. 18. In the heart of hell, how Graveneck works. 19. The center of Brandenburg. 20. Tiergartenstrasse 4. 21. Whatever cannot be saved will be burned. 22. The C-16 block. 23. The powerlessness of witnesses. 24. Towards the closure of the centers, no one left to gas. 25. Gas God and the world. 26. The center of Hadamar. 27. A licentious atmosphere. 28. Worth, the purification inspector. 29. The reluctance of asylums. 30. Bureaucracy and disinformation in Action T4. 31. PO Box 822, 32. The end of Action T4. 33. The death of an ogre. 34. Final report. Appendices. French ranks and equivalents. Organization of the Führer Chancellery. Organization of Action T4. Organizations serving as cover for Action T4. Action T4 gassing centers. Note on terminology. When we deal with Nazi crimes and those responsible, the terminology used by the criminals themselves, trivialized since the war through repetition, poses a problem. Often, officials used euphemisms intended to disguise or distort the real meaning of certain terms. The Nazis used the word euthanasia, which usually means the act or practice of giving death without pain, particularly to provide relief in cases of chronic and incurable suffering, today called medically assisted death. This is not the meaning of the word in the pages of this book. This is nothing less than murder under the guise of euthanasia. There was nothing merciful about the slow, agonizing death by suffocation in a gas chamber. Rather than euthanasia institution, I therefore preferred to use the expression gassing center, which faithfully transcribes the function of these establishments transformed into assassination centers. The German term, designating the institutions where the mentally ill were interned, Heil-Pflegenstalt, used by the Nazis to hide the gassing centers, is extremely difficult to translate. Heilanstalt may refer to a sanatorium, a clinic, a convalescent or rest home, or more commonly a psychiatric establishment. Pflegenstalt can also refer to a convalescent or rest home, but when the two terms are used together, the word generally refers to an establishment for the mentally and/or physically disabled. This meaning does not convey, here either, the precise meaning of the term used in the context of this book. The treatment inflicted on patients interned in these institutions absolutely does not correspond to the idea we have today of the care provided to such patients. From 1933, German psychiatric establishments also fulfilled prison functions to a large extent. Patients who were imprisoned there by the courts or the police in the general interest were accused of various crimes, including alcoholism, vagrancy, or prostitution. Many of the internees in these establishments were therefore in no way mentally ill. In addition to people classified in the category of feeble-minded, there were also certain people prone to depression, as well as marginalized people seeking refuge because they had never managed to integrate into society or had been rejected by it. Others were intermittently interned patients. Often, pre-war asylums served as refuges for the socially maladjusted as well as asylums for the mentally or physically disabled. In these conditions, the expression public asylum seems appropriate, but risks being perceived as rather pejorative. It is, however, infinitely preferable to the German terms used before the war, Irrenanstalt, establishment for the mentally ill, or Irrenhaus, literally madhouse. In recent years, many German archives have been entrusted to various administrations, which has led to the consolidation, dispersal, or distribution of a large number of them among other archives. During these administrative changes, file numbers changed. It was impossible to keep track of all the new numbers, and the majority of files therefore retain the number they had at the time of my research. Michael Tregenza. Lublin, Poland. Euthanasia Centers in Germany, 1940 to 1945. New York Times. Sunday, October 8, 1933. The Nazis organized the elimination of incurables in order to short their sufferings. Some German religious groups express opposition. Berlin, October 7, 1933. In a detailed memorandum explaining the Nazis' goals regarding the German Penal Code, the Ministry of Justice today announced its intention to authorize doctors to end the suffering of incurable patients. This memorandum, which does not yet have the force of law, provides that it will be possible for doctors to put an end to the torments of incurable patients, upon request, in the interest of humanity worthy of the name. This proposal for legal recognition of euthanasia, an act consisting of giving a peaceful and painless death, poses a certain number of fundamental religious, scientific and legal problems. The Catholic newspaper Germania hastened to observe, the Catholic religion appeals to the conscience of its faithful and enjoins them not to accept this method shortening the suffering of incurable patients tortured by pain. In interested circles, it was expected that a large part of the German population would be unaware of the provisions taken in the field of euthanasia, which suddenly became the subject of lively debates in the Reich. In medical circles, the main opposition concerns the diagnosis of a man's incurability and the determination of the precise moment when his life should end. In the current state of the Ministry of Justice's plans, incurability should be established not only by an attending physician, but also by two approved doctors who would carefully examine the file and the patient. By insisting that euthanasia will only be authorized if the opinion of the approved treating physician is corroborated by two experts, the ministry believes it has guaranteed that no life still useful to the state will be unduly taken away. The question, of a legal nature, of knowing who is authorized to request the application of euthanasia has not yet been definitively resolved. The ministry was content to propose that the patient himself make the request expressly and insistently, or, in the event that the patient is no longer capable of expressing his desire, his loved ones, driven by motivations which do not contravene morality. Prologue. Obersalzberg, Bavaria, January 1, 1939. In the early hours of New Year's Day 1939, an accident occurred that could have changed the course of history. Several Nazi dignitaries nearly lost their lives on a steep, snow-covered mountain road near the magnificent Burghof residence on Obersalzberg overlooking the picturesque mountain village of Berchtesgaden in the Bavarian Alps, south of Munich. Shortly after midnight, having celebrated New Year's Eve at the Burghof in the company of around 30 guests, Hitler and Eva Braun ascended the wide marble staircase of the residence, each retiring to their apartments and leaving the guests to continue the evening without them. Among these were Reichsleiter Martin Bormann, personal secretary to Deputy Führer Rudolf Hess, Reichsleiter Philipp Buller, head of Hitler's chancellery, doctors Karl Brandt and Theodor Morell, Hitler's personal doctors, Albert Bormann, younger brother of the Reichsleiter, one of Hitler's aides, Albert Speer, Hitler's architect, and Jacob Werlein, the chief executive of Daimler-Benz. In this assembly stood out the women whom Hitler liked to invite to tea, notably Frau Helle Buller and Frau Annie Brandt, both endowed with great beauty and charm, as well as Eva Braun's youngest daughter, Marguerite, known as Gretel. The two sisters spent considerable time at the Berghof. In Hitler's entourage, Eva, certainly one of the most famous extras in history, was considered a kid locked in a golden cage and generally ignored as a stupid cow. She referred to the Berghof as the Grand Hotel. His great friend, Dr. Brandt, had drawn a monogram for him with his initials in the shape of a four-leaf clover. Gretel also had her reputation at the Berghof, that of a woman of astonishing moral frivolity, maintaining connections with the SS and the officers of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, the Führer's bodyguard regiment stationed in the neighboring hotel, the Zum Türken 1. The New Year festivities were a private affair for Hitler, an opportunity to reunite with his friends. They met in the large room whose bay window could be retracted to offer views of the impressive panorama of the Bavarian Alps. His most crucial decisions, he claimed, had been made at the Berghof, surrounded by the splendor of the snow-capped peaks. Installed in the sumptuously appointed large room, surrounded by paintings by German, Italian, and Dutch masters, the Führer and his friends had meditated on the victories of the year 1938, the Anschluss of Austria, the Munich agreements, the annexation of the Sudetenland and, 3 weeks earlier, the signing of the non-aggression pact between Germany and France. In May, a British newspaper praised Hitler, much to Hitler's satisfaction, as the man who had succeeded in reaching the highest office in Germany, with a minimum of bloodshed or loss of life, in a country of 68 million people. Austria had been annexed without a single shot being fired. In the evening, Hitler sipped tea, while his guests drank as they pleased, alcohol not being prohibited in the company of the Führer. However, smoking was prohibited in his presence. The absence that evening of the most powerful and influential men in Germany after Hitler, Heinrich Himmler, Reinhard Heydrich, Hermann Göring, and Joseph Goebbels, proved that it was a strictly private evening. The Führer and Eva Braun having retired, Reichsleiter Bormann, accompanied by the chef and the sommelier, generously served champagne and Weiss Wurst. In order not to disturb the Führer, the drunken Reichsleiter had the idea of continuing the festivities at the Kellsteinhaus. Built on the Obersalzberg, well above the Berghof, on the order of Bormann, one of whose passions was architecture, the building represented a pinnacle of the Reichsleiter's architectural achievements. It was given to Hitler on his 50th birthday, April 20, 1939. A 10-kilometer fence surrounded it, along which SS guards from Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler patrolled. By day, the view of the Bavarian Alps, the Schritzkell Valley, the glacial Lake Connecy and, beyond the Austrian border, to Salzburg, some 30 kilometers away to the northeast, was even more spectacular than that of the Berghof 3. Hitler generally avoided going to the Kellsteinhaus, a mountain retreat that he hated because, he said, the altitude did not suit him and always caused him a feeling of tightness in the chest. Bormann and Eva Braun, on the other hand, really enjoyed entertaining at this mountaintop retreat for the prospect of a mountain walk after midnight, in freezing weather, hardly enthused the 30 guests, but no one would have dared to incur the displeasure of the Reichsleiter. Only one refused, General Rudolf Schmondt, Hitler's orderly officer, seconded by the Wehrmacht *I. He knew that Bormann would have no influence on his career. 5. The others resigned themselves to facing the journey on the snow-covered Bergstrasse, a narrow road 6 kilometers long and dotted with 5 tunnels which had been dug into the mountain with explosives. This magnificent mountain road, which twice crossed the northwest slope of Kellstein, included a hairpin bend and a dizzying drop into the valley below. It had only taken 13 months to build this engineering work that was far ahead of its time, without equivalent in the world, but which, at the dawn of New Year's Day 1939, would prove extremely dangerous. The most daring, completely drunk, took their place in a convoy of cars, driven by Bormann at the wheel of his large Mercedes 540K. Both in terms of mechanics and design, it was then the flagship of Mercedes. Behind him, squeezed between the guests on the bench, was SS Hauptsturmführer Heinzling, Hitler's valet for 3 years, who held a large radio set in both hands. We were going to dance at the Kelsteinhaus 6. At the head of the convoy of limousines, Bormann drove down the steep slope of this mountain road at breakneck speed, revving his engine. At his side, his driver, Jacob Glass, told the guests in the back that the Reichsleiter always drove like this. After crossing a viaduct, Bormann, still drunk, misjudged the hairpin turn of the narrow road, and the hydraulic brakes could not prevent the heavy Mercedes from crashing into a snowdrift against the guardrail. Beyond, there was emptiness and a drop of more than 1,000 meters into the dark, into the valley. Only the snow piled up in front of the barrier, and the barrier itself had stopped the vehicle. Somewhat sobered by the incident, the revelers finally arrived in front of the massive bronze doors with lion-shaped handles, set in a superb Untersberg marble portal which closed the entrance to a large tunnel 124 meters long dug into the rock. At the very bottom, in the heart of the mountain, a large elevator with copper uprights, walls decorated with Venetian mirrors and seats covered in green leather, took passengers in less than a minute to the entrance hall of Kelsteinhaus. Soon, however, the revelers' intention to continue the New Year's celebrations faded. To open the heavy doors, the snowdrifts had to be cleared. Before even finishing the work, the revelers were not only sobered, but so tired and numb that all their enthusiasm was gone. 7. Words followed by an asterisk are explained in the glossary at the end of the volume. Chapter 1. Looking. From a suitable place. Alkoven, Austria, summer 1938. The village of Alkoven is located 14 kilometers west of Linz, near a major road, the Nibelungen-Bundesstraße. This connects Efforting, the town of Nibelungen, in the upper Danube region in Austria, to Scharting, on the Bavarian border. The Danube flows 4 kilometers away. In 1938, the village had 42 houses with red roofs, a grocery store, a bakery, and an inn, nestled in the hollow of green hills with meadows cut by woods and copses. At the southern end of the village, on the road leading to Kirchberg-Venning, tall and menacing walls and red-tiled roofs stand out, those of Hartheim Castle. Built at the beginning of the 16th century, this castle was once described as the most important secular monument of the Renaissance in Upper Austria. 8. We can see this remarkable and imposing building from afar. A tower rises at each corner and, above the main portal, a Baroque bell tower, each side of which is decorated with a clock, dominates the west facade. The thick walls surround a vast central courtyard lined with colonnades and balconies on 4 levels. The Gothic gargoyles protrude from the corners of the roof. Built in 1600 by Jacob von Aspen, the castle was acquired by Prince Camillo Heinrich von Starhemberg at the end of the 18th century. In 1889, he donated it. A marble plaque on one of the walls attests to this, on the occasion of the Jubilee of Emperor Francis Joseph I, to make it an asylum for the weak-minded and the demented, taken care of by the Order of St. Vincent de Paul. 9. Subsequently, the castle was called the Institution of Idiots by the inhabitants of the village of Alkoven. The castle retained its functions until the Anschluss, in March 1938, by which Austria was annexed to the Reich. Hartheim Castle then housed 200 seriously mentally ill patients, adults and children, cared for by 20 Sisters of Mercy. 10, helped in the kitchen, laundry and cleaning by around 10 women and young girls from Alkoven. A craftsman supervised the work of men and young people capable of making baskets and brushes. The castle grounds included a farm run by a manager and some agricultural workers from the village. Certain lands belonging to the Hartheim estate were rented to peasants in the region. Prince von Starhemberg, whose family had once owned the house castle in Wartburg ob der Eist, near Pregerten, about 40 kilometers northeast of Linz, was one of the non-Jewish Austrian citizens who fell out with the Nazis. Although he had German nationality, he remained an Austrian patriot. Leader of a far-right movement called Defense of the Fatherland, with unclear allegiances, he advocated either the independence of Austria or a union with the Reich. Not openly anti-Nazi, Prince von Starhemberg nevertheless remained attached to the independence of his homeland. He was therefore stripped of his German nationality 11. Like many of his compatriots, notably the Austrian supporters of Nazism, the prince had expected that he would be able, after the Anschluss, to control the country according to a Nazi ideological orientation consistent with national interests. Such illusions were quickly dispelled. On March 13, 1938, the country was annexed to Germany and proclaimed a province of the German Empire, before being renamed Ostmark. The external signs of Nazi power therefore became omnipresent. 12. In the summer of 1938, a delegation of Gestapo leaders and SS officers traveled from Linz to Alkoven to conduct a thorough inspection of the castle. In all probability, this delegation was led by SS Standartenführer Oberdienstleiter Victor Brack, Director of Office 2, and Reinhold Vorberg, Director of Office 2. Their guide, August I. Gruber, Gauleiter of the Upper Danube, stationed in Linz, described as a slouched individual with a Hitler mustache, controlled the northern regions of Upper and Lower Austria. 13. Stefan Schackermeyer, who since May 1938 had been district inspector in the I. Gruber office in Linz, was also informed of the plans for Hartheim Castle. After the war, Schackermeyer admitted to having maintained a long correspondence with Blankenberg and Vorberg on their subject. The inspection carried out by the delegation was carried out from top to bottom, from the cellar to the attic. Visitors were particularly interested in the number and surface area of the rooms, taking measurements and drawing up an inventory. 14. They also observed that, despite its location in an isolated rural area, communications with Linz by road were good and that the narrow-gauge railway stopped at Alkoven, just over a kilometer from the castle. 15. Dr. Karl Mittermeier, director of Hartheim, was not informed of the purpose of the inspection and heard nothing more from the Nazi authorities in Linz for the next 9 months. He could not then imagine that this institution had been chosen to become the first of 6 killing centers for incurably mentally ill people. Hartheim Castle was selected for 3 reasons. The first was that, in the eyes of the Berlin authorities, the Austrian Nazis were more Nazi than their German counterparts, or, to use the German expression, more papist than the Pope. The second was that euthanasia could be carried out more easily in Austria, now firmly held by fanatical Nazis who were also staunch pillars of the SS. They would therefore carry out murder operations without coming up against the obstacles of the judicial system and the bureaucracy still in place in Germany. 16. The third reason was that euthanasia could be implemented more effectively in recently annexed Austria thanks to the Viennese Racial Hygiene Association. Of Nazi inspiration, it was founded in the capital in 1924, and its activities were financed by the German Counterpart Association, created in Berlin in 1905 by Alfred Ploetz, the father of racial hygiene. During the founding meeting of the association, Dr. Alois Scholz, its future president, described racial hygiene as a set of measures intended to safeguard the genetic heritage of the population. He explained, "It is only if we favor the strong, those who are fit for life, and if we destroy those who are unfit for life, as nature demands, that we will encourage this hygiene useful to the community." 17. Professor Otto Ricci, director of the anthropology department at the University of Vienna and first president of the Viennese Association, took up the same notion more succinctly. Drawing on Nazi ideology, he declared, "Racial hygiene must be the foundation of all domestic policy, and of at least part of foreign policy." 18. Proof of the strong Nazi orientation of the Viennese Association, its members unanimously refused in 1935 a proposal for association with the Motherland Front, the Austrian Fascist Party. They preferred to become the Viennese section of the German Association for Racial Hygiene, whose headquarters were still in Berlin. Barely disguising their political alignment with the German Nazis, the members of the Viennese Association continued to propagate their racist Nazi doctrine, without hindrance, adhering, at least on the surface, to strict scientific rigor. After the Anschluss, the close links between the association and the Nazi Party were openly recognized and proudly displayed, with racial hygiene now an integral part of government policy. The Viennese Racial Hygiene Association grew to cover the entire Austrian territory, and it invited German racial theorists to give lectures in Austria. It is no exaggeration to say that the association, which had led a vigorous campaign for 14 years in favor of eugenics measures, was the precursor of Nazism in Austria. 19. The decision to launch the euthanasia business in Hartheim was postponed until the summer of 1940. This change of heart on the part of the Berlin authorities can be explained, among other things, because the plans to invade Czechoslovakia had become superfluous, and partly because it was decided to begin the murders in Upper Swabia, in Württemberg. It was a mountainous region in southwest Germany, where village idiots were numerous and where euthanasia seemed to be required. From the outset, in addition to obtaining valuable gains for Germany, the Anschluss aimed to acquire strategic territory. In geographical terms, Austria was a decisive springboard in Hitler's war plans. For Hitler, in obsessive quest for Lebensraum, living space for the German people, it represented a bridgehead for the invasion of Eastern and Southern Europe. 20. Once annexed, Austria was divided into 7 administrative districts, the most important of which was Vienna and its surroundings, Greater Vienna. At the time, it had more than 2 million inhabitants and, by area, was the largest city in the Reich. Of the 20 candidates for the prestigious post of Gauleiter of Vienna, 3 were selected: the Gauleiter of Danzig, West Prussia, Albert Forster, the popular Alfred Frauenfeld, of Viennese origin, and Odilo Globoknik, from Kärnten. Globoknik got the job on May 28, 1938, primarily because he was considered a long-time, devout, loyal, and docile Nazi, who had served several prison sentences for his activities for the Nazis and for involvement in terrorist activities. He had no political base in Vienna, but his close and already long-standing relations with the SS of Heinrich Himmler and the SD of Reinhard Heydrich undoubtedly played in favor of his appointment. 21. In July, he was promoted to the rank of SS Oberführer in the team of Reichsführer SS Himmler. He then became one of the Reichsführer's favorites, and was nicknamed Globus. Born in 1904 in Trieste, which then belonged to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Odilo Lothario Globoknik was the product of a mixed marriage, hence his un-Germanic name. 23. Originally, his paternal family was called Globocnig. But in 1825 a priest Slovenized it into Globoknik. 24. Close to Austro-German circles, the family was nevertheless German-speaking, and young Odilo, having grown up in the cosmopolitan city of Trieste, also spoke Italian. In German, his expression was so convoluted and his grammar so approximate that he sometimes became unintelligible. He was also able to express himself in the Austrian dialect, a dialect so obscure that it later served as a secret code during his telephone conversations. Globoknik probably represented the worst the SS had to offer. His reign over Greater Vienna would last barely 7 months. At the end of January 1939, accused of embezzlement, corruption, and large-scale tax evasion, he fell into disgrace. It was the end of one career and the beginning of another. After being demoted, having undergone 3 months of training in the SS Standarte der Führer, then following an internship in the SS Standarte Germania, Globoknik was promoted to the junior rank of SS Rottenführer. Despite his disgrace, he retained the confidence of the Reichsführer SS, who sent him books and maintained correspondence with him. 25. Himmler had plans for major criminal Odilo Globoknik once he served his sentence. From the spring of 1942, he would direct in Lublin, in southeastern Poland, the extermination of Polish Jews under the code name Action Reinhard, carried out in the death camps of Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka. It is noted that, of the 7 Gauleiters then appointed in Austria, 5 were members of the SS. 5 other Austrian Nazis stood by: Hermann Hoffle, Ernst Lurch, Sepp Nemitz, Amon Goth, and Franz Einer. Close to Globoknik, they would play a decisive role in Lublin in 1942 in Action Reinhard. In Klagenfurt, the famous Café Lurch, at 10 Wiener Gasse, belonged to Ernst Lurch's father, Karl 26. It was the favorite meeting place of the Austrian Nazis before the Anschluss, frequented in particular by Odilo Globoknik and Ernst Kaltenbrunner 27. In 1942, in Lublin, Lurch would become Globoknik's right-hand man and best friend. Two Linz police officers in the service of the Gestapo, Franz Stangl and Franz Reichleitner, were to be appointed directors of administration and security at Hartheim Palace. Subsequently, they would command Sobibor and Treblinka. In Germany, the Austrians Irmfried Eberl, from Bregenz, and Gustav Wagner, from Vienna, whose activities in favor of the Nazis had forced them to flee their country in the 1930s, were also called upon to play a considerable role both in the euthanasia and in the extermination of the Jews. Eberl was appointed medical supervisor at two euthanasia centers, and in the summer of 1942 he became the first commander of the Treblinka camp. Wagner served under the orders of Stangl and Reichleitner in Hartheim, before being appointed deputy commander at the Sobibor camp. On December 10, 1938, it was decided in the office of the Gauleiter I Gruber in Linz to dissolve the Upper Austrian Social Association in order to reorganize the Austrian Social Department along Nazi lines. The liquidation process was supervised by Dr. Rudolf Lampl, former president of the association and a member of the Nazi Party only since May. Hartheim Castle, its finances, the surrounding estate and the adjoining farm were entrusted by Lampl to the autonomous administration of the Reichsgau* of the Upper Danube, in Linz, headed by Gauleiter I Gruber 28. Initially, the director, Mittermeier, was left in his post, but soon after, Hermann Hayter, a Nazi official in the Social Affairs Department, took over its management. A total closure of the asylum was planned by the Nazis to ensure better care for patients who would come under state supervision. Patients from Hartheim would be evacuated to make way for patients from the Institute for the Deaf and Mute in Linz 29. The Upper Danube Social Association was finally liquidated on February 17, 1939, and Director Mittermeier was ordered to leave the premises quickly. Hartheim Castle had been requisitioned for a specific purpose, euthanasia 30. Within a week, the boys were taken to the Niedernhard Asylum near Linz, and the girls to Baumgartenhof, a Catholic asylum located in a former monastery near Linz. On March 1, the social services of the Gau of Linz requisitioned rooms in the small asylum of the Schlierbach Foundation, installed in a former Cistercian monastery near Kirchdorf an der Krems, in order to accommodate some of the adult patients from Hartheim 32. In April, work began on the Haus Castle, the former property of the Starhembergs in Wartburg ob der Ist, where it was also planned to relocate patients from Hartheim. Karl Mittermeier, who was still officially director of Hartheim, was put in charge of the work in the three-winged building, located in a large park right next to the road from Pregerten to Mauthausen. During the month of April, Hartheim's patients were gradually moved to Haus Castle and some of the castle's furniture was transported there. On April 14, 20 patients, all men, who had been employed in the brush-making workshop in Hartheim, were transferred to the asylum in Schlierbach 33. Mittermeier's duties as director at Hartheim officially ended on May 1, 1939. The asylum then housed 191 patients, cared for by 17 Sisters of Mercy 34. The castle then ended up in the hands of the social department of the self-administration of the Gau of Linz, which ultimately decided that all Hartheim patients would be housed together. As a result, those already in the Schlierbach asylum were transferred again, this time to the newly renovated Haus Castle, to join their companions who had arrived in April. On August 1, an order was given to the Institute for the Deaf and Mute in Linz to evacuate the premises. All the furniture was taken to Hartheim Castle where it had to be stored in the attic and in a barn. Only a few Hartheim staff were allowed to stay to maintain the castle and its grounds, under the supervision of Aloisa Ehrengruber, the asylum's head nurse. The restructuring of the Upper Austrian Social Association, the seizure of asylums, their property and finances, as well as the movement of patients from one asylum to another took place at the very time when euthanasia of the physically and mentally disabled was being prepared in Germany. In time, this murder enterprise would spread to Austria. Chapter 2. Fix the problem of mental decline. At the time of the Anschluss, German mental asylums were in a critical situation due to the exceptionally high number of mentally ill people, of whom 70,000 to 80,000 were permanently interned. Furthermore, a large number of patients spent stays in hospitals and asylums, earning them the nickname revolving door patients. Some 2,000 doctors and 40,000 nurses were unnecessarily employed serving lost souls interned in specialized establishments and occupying approximately 250,000 beds. The idea that the treatment of the mentally ill was a waste of money was widespread at the time. 36. A doctor working in an asylum presented the situation this way. We have before us in these asylums of mental decay whose number is not negligible, despite all our therapeutic efforts, in addition to the lowest level idiots, patients who, as simple dead weight costing a lot of money, should be eliminated in a painless manner. 37. The cases of mental decline that the Nazis wanted to exterminate were found in large numbers in Christian charity asylums and in provincial asylums. Dr. Ulbrich, director of the large asylum for the abnormal in Magdeburg, described them as sick people who cannot speak or think, cannot be used, must be lifted, transported, and fed. They are dirty and unbearable. They resemble lumps of vegetating flesh whose life consists only of eating, drinking, defecating and sleeping. Hydrocephalians, bird brains, Mongolian, Negroid, Asian types, people with atrophied limbs, hideous fistulas, disgusting tumors, eaten away faces, crazy people, epileptics whose entire life is nothing but a series of crises. 38. These patients were considered dead weight and parasites of society whose proposed elimination was justified by the astronomical cost of keeping them alive at the expense of taxpayers, which was so insistently mentioned. In the case of long-term patients, this cost amounted to around 20,000 Reichsmarks per patient. 39. When these figures were published, serious cuts, officially approved, were made in staff, equipment, and budgets, resulting in an alarming deterioration both in the situation of public psychiatric asylums and in the physical condition of the patients. Cost-cutting measures became so draconian that the bare minimum was allocated to incurable patients. The weakest patients died within a few weeks, the others being left on the verge of death from starvation. 40. A member of the Government Control Commission, Professor Kleist, who carried out inspections in his region once a year, admitted that conditions in the asylums at Eichberg in the Rhine Valley, as well as in Herborn and Wilmünster in Hesse, were rather bad. The patients were malnourished, had no shirts and few clothes, they slept on pallets. The inspector protested against the overstaffing of the administrative teams of these asylums, while the medical and nursing staff were cruelly lacking. He also noted the poor diet, evidenced by the pallor and emaciation of the patients. 41. Reduced to almost total apathy and inertia, the condition of psychopaths worsened, and many schizophrenics fell into a daze. Many were dying. Professor Kleist's report described only part of the horror that reigned in the asylums. Walter Adhoc, pastor of the Wilmünster Asylum, who maintained more regular contact with the establishment, gave a vivid description of the patient's condition. Died one after the other in the wards and suffered constantly from diarrhea. Linen was missing, the beds and mattresses were rotten. As the beds were rotten, those who were dying were placed in bathtubs filled with water. The water was green and full of excrement. They were just skin and bones. Skin and bones. 42. Courses on racial hygiene for Nazi officials and the SS began in state mental asylums where they were shown the worst and most repulsive cases of racial degeneration in order to demonstrate the necessity and legitimacy of state-led euthanasia. 43. After attending one of these courses, an SS officer remarked that we might as well install a machine gun at the entrance to the asylum to get rid of the internees. 44. In the spring of 1938, in Berlin, It had already been decided in the upper echelons of the Nazi Party that a radical solution to the problem of mentally ill people interned in Germany would sooner or later have to be implemented. Asylum directors or regional health officials had already, on numerous occasions, expressed the idea that these patients, considered solely as a financial burden for the state, should be exterminated. The Führer's reluctance to launch such an operation, however, did not prevent certain Nazi officials in the health services or the SS from engaging in their own preparations for the radical solution which, they knew, would come into effect. Since 1933, German public opinion had become aware of the problem of mentally ill people during a propaganda campaign using films, books, brochures, and posters. These showed a mentally ill patient assisted by a nurse in white scrubs and specified that, in an asylum, such a patient cost Rm 5.50 per day, and that a German family with 3 healthy children could live on this sum every day. Among the most shocking posters, one showed a retarded child, with a disproportionate and misshapen head, accompanied by a nurse. Another showed a completely bald infant, clearly suffering from malformations and whose expression was that of a retard. The exorbitant cost of maintaining poorly trained or mentally deficient children compared to normal children was also highlighted. Rm 1,500 for a child blind and deaf from birth, Rm 950 for a mentally ill child but capable of receiving a certain education, and Rm 572 for a child with slow understanding. Only Rm 125 was needed for a normal student. The cost to the taxpayer was repeatedly highlighted. A mentally ill person who spent his entire life in an asylum cost Rm 50,000, and the population was told, "It's your money 45." The cause of euthanasia was defended even more vigorously in press articles reporting the cases of parents who had performed euthanasia on their children and were charged with murder for it. The sentences imposed were as lenient as possible, and Das Schwarzkorps, the SS newspaper, also published articles in favor of these draconian measures, taken by desperate but courageous parents. 46. The younger generation of school children and students were also becoming familiar, not only with the idea of euthanasia, but also with the massacre of civilians. The mathematical problem involving the use of poisonous gas proved frighteningly prescient. According to Dragerwerk of Lübeck 47, when gassing a city, only 50% of the toxic gas evaporated is effective. The atmosphere must be poisoned up to an altitude of 20 meters for a concentration of 45 milligrams per cubic meter. Consequently, A. How much phosgene is needed to poison a city of 50,000 inhabitants living in an area of 4 square kilometers? B. How much phosgene would the population inhale along with the air they breathe in 10 minutes, without protection against the gas? C. Compare this quantity with the quantity of toxic gas used. 48. The propaganda films shown in all German cinemas also had an influence. A scene from Leben ohne Hoffnung showed several men with shaved heads, mentally ill people, huddled together behind a tightly knit fence. The similarity to caged animals in a zoo was deliberate. Another film, Opfer der Vergangenheit, left a lasting impression by pitting mentally ill people against healthy young Germans, and by revealing the idyllic environment in which the patients were treated. The film skillfully used the then unusual technique of direct interviews with patients, in order to highlight their mental confusion, interviews during which the doctor's attitude towards the patients was either aggressive and brusque, or deliberate manipulation. 49. Victim of the Past also introduced the theme of Jewish mental patients and highlighted the ridiculous character of the Jews by filming their typically Jewish gestures. The narrator explained that the Jewish race is particularly represented among the insane, and arrangements are made to care for them as well. It is the healthy German compatriots who have to work to feed them and clean up after themselves. You only need to go to one of our large asylums to see this. 50. The press and public were indeed encouraged to visit local asylums to assess the situation for themselves. Grotesque displays of the worst cases of mental illness and deformities were organized. A journalist from the Daily Münchner Zeitung described for his readers what he had seen. Hallucinated looks in convulsed faces stare at you. Other eyes shine with a feverish brilliance. grotesque, barely human smiles, piercing screams, howls of fear and insane laughter. A few madmen are gathered around a table, near the wall, like a herd of frightened animals. Personal relationships with the outside world seem to be completely broken. Their disorderly movements are pointless. Typical cases of schizophrenia. Hands distorted and clenched in senseless movements. Epileptics in crisis, their bodies shaken by spasms, a room full of insane people bedridden by various illnesses. Often, they are just emaciated skeletons. Others stand in odd positions, mumbling confusedly, as if in a dream. Day and night, they vegetate in a nebulous world. What do time and space mean to them? A hysterical madman hammers on an iron door. Ideas, action, will, everything is scrambled. There is no longer any link between the ideas. 51. Visitors learned that many sick people had to be spoon-fed or even artificially fed, that some had to be strapped into straitjackets to prevent them from harming themselves or others, and that the most seriously ill had to be chained to their beds, with no hope of ever being released. There were idiots incapable, for their entire lives, of communicating, learning to speak or making themselves understood. There were also the blind and the mad. Such serious and desperate cases were only kept alive thanks to the dedication of the nursing staff. 52. In these asylums, however, many internees were far from crazy. As the Munich journalist pointed out, we also witness more pleasant scenes. Rooms in which those who are half-healed devote themselves to their work. They seem perfectly normal. The environment of the asylum, a period of time spent among people like them, it had all had a beneficial effect. These were those who, for the most part, were of a higher level, well-educated, sociable and capable of doing some work. Patients interned in asylums were always given an activity, work being considered necessary therapy. They were employed in the workshops, the asylum grounds, the farms attached to the establishments, according to their capacities, which meant with the performance of a sick person or of limited capacity. 53. The less fortunate, and they were legion, were assigned to difficult work, sometimes so rigorous that it was purely and simply exploitation. 54. But the ability to perform work would become one of the criteria that would allow people to escape the euthanasia program. Many patients could not be considered crazy or treated as a mass of imbeciles, weak-minded and useless, but rather as people who remained childhood, simple and trusting. Others had been committed to asylums by the courts or by the police, in the public interest, for all kinds of crimes, from alcoholism to vagrancy and prostitution. They were marginals, unable to integrate into society, marginalized or ostracized by society because of their antisocial behavior or attitude. The therapies consisted of injecting them with insulin and giving them electroshocks which caused them to have violent convulsions. As for the treatment inflicted on recalcitrant or difficult patients, its physical violence bordered on sadism. The Munich journalist ended his report on a pessimistic note, returning to a freer lifestyle. Many patients relapsed. 55, those who were called revolving door patients. After such public visits to asylums, the younger generation was particularly merciless towards the mentally ill. Many young people were in favor of the extermination of lives unworthy of living. 56 and asked why these unfortunate people were kept alive. 57. The school children themselves felt little pity for the patients they observed in the asylums, describing them in their essays as human ruins with bestial instincts, from which they hoped the nation would soon be rid. 58. Only a minority of people protested, it seems, against the exhibition of the mentally ill, presented as a spectacle like monsters at a fair. An even smaller number even believed that the primitive conditions in which patients were kept generated insane people. 59 echoing the words of the English writer Daniel Defoe in the 17th century. If they are not crazy when they enter these cursed establishments, they quickly become so as a result of the barbaric treatment endured in these places. Is it not enough to go mad to suddenly be beaten, stripped naked, whipped, malnourished, and, what is more, the victim of the worst treatment? To have no reason given for such treatment, to not be accused of any crime, to not have to face any accuser. 60. Hitler himself visited a psychiatric ward, not out of compassion or even curiosity, but for propaganda purposes. He visited an old member of the Nazi Party whom he had known in Munich in the 1920s and who had just been admitted to the psychiatric ward of Schwabinger Hospital, in the northern suburbs of Munich. Schwabing. This district was once animated by the effervescence of the artistic and bohemian life of the city in which Hitler had spent 15 months, in 1913 to 1914, considered to be the happiest and by far the most fulfilling of his life. 61. With its modern equipment which occupied several buildings, this hospital, the largest in Munich, stood comparison with the best American establishments of the time. The old party comrade suffered from confusion and mental degeneration due to arteriosclerosis. In 1945, Dr. Kurt Schneider, director of the hospital, recalled with certain unease a vivid memory of the visit of the Führer and his entourage. I was revolted by the exuberance with which Hitler showed exaggerated solicitude for this patient. In his presence and in front of his own entourage, I felt that there was nothing sincere about her. Hitler seemed extremely confident and displayed this typically German mixture, or rather juxtaposition, of sentimentality and brutality. He displayed an outrageous interest in this mentally ill person, whereas in general he felt neither love, nor compassion, nor anything else for people, especially the sick. He only thought of them in a cold and calculating way. 62. It was indeed so. At the time of this visit, Hitler was already determined to eliminate, at the appropriate time, all patients from the Reich's psychiatric wards. This goal was closely linked to his determination to launch a war for the conquest of Lebensraum for the German people. But what neither the public, nor journalists, nor the Führer saw, and what was not mentioned in official reports, was a hidden army of people who, in the asylums, were deliberately hidden from the public, veterans of the First World War, too hideously disfigured or mutilated to be shown. The Germans had a particular aversion to disfigurement. These patients were confined for life in wards located behind them. In the basements, dangerous madmen were locked away in a safe place behind studded iron doors kept hermetically closed by enormous bolts. 63. They too were never to be seen by the public and could never be released. In 1938, residents of psychiatric asylums had been pushed to the margins of psychiatrists' field of vision, and in many establishments, the head doctors had been replaced by other doctors, members of the SS. Under their rule, the internal regime became even more rigorous. This replacement was carried out on the principle that SS doctors know better than others how to use a syringe. 64. According to Reich statistics on dementia published that year, 23% of mentally ill people interned in specialized institutions in Germany fell into the category of feeble-minded. The largest proportion was that of patients classified under the heading schizophrenics. 65. For these internees, euthanasia was openly considered during national meetings of leading psychiatrists and health officials. We ended up quite naturally accepting the words of an SS officer who spoke during one of these meetings: the solution to the problem of the mentally ill becomes easy if we eliminate these people. 66. For the Nazis, there were two categories of citizens, those who were useful to the state and those who were useless, that is to say, the mentally ill. The latter were in turn divided into two categories under a 1938 law. Individuals whose intellectual level or capacity of will is below average by birth must be held fully responsible for any crime they commit, while people whose mental capacities are temporarily weakened must be treated leniently by the justice system. 67. From then on, the idea that the practice of euthanasia should be part of the legitimate activities of the government gained ground. Professor Hermann Nitsche, director of the Leipzig Dosen Asylum, remembers that Wagner, responsible for health in the region, informed him that the Führer would protect from prosecution any psychiatrist who carried out an assisted death in cases that justified it. The expression assisted death was briefly clarified during a conference organized the previous year in the health department of the Saxony Ministry of the Interior in Leipzig. Officially, there remained a stumbling block to the adoption of concrete measures to introduce euthanasia. Franz Gürtner, Reich Minister of Justice, well disposed towards the Nazis, but only up to a certain point. Minister of Justice in Bavaria in 1924, at the time of Hitler's trial after the failure of the brewery putsch, he ensured that the accused received a light sentence and obtained his early release from the Landsberg fortress. He also persuaded the Bavarian government to legalize the Nazi Party and lifted Hitler's ban on public speaking. This benevolence did not, however, extend to the numerous illegal acts committed by the Nazi state and its various authorities, and Gürtner was categorically opposed to the idea of euthanasia until an adequate law was adopted. 68. Hitler, in whose eyes this type of legal solution had no interest, was in favor of a secret operation carried out during the war. But Gürtner maintained that if Hitler launched the euthanasia enterprise without taking the necessary legal measures, his attitude would undermine the very foundations of the teachings brought to humanity by Christianity. It would be the concretization of Nietzschean ideas. 69. His opinion was presented by the Commission on Criminal Law of the Reich Ministry of Justice, which, in a 1936 report, had already unequivocally established that there can be no question of authorizing the extermination of so-called lives unworthy of living. The Commission concludes its report with this warning. The authority of the moral norm concerning the prohibition of killing must not be weakened by exception clauses applying to victims of serious illnesses or accidents, for simple considerations of opportunism, even if these unfortunate people are no longer linked to society except by their past or by their external appearance. 70. Some members of the medical profession were also extremely wary of resorting to doctors in case euthanasia was systematically organized for extreme cases. Professor Karl Schneider, from the Heidelberg University Clinic, asked a crucial question on this point. Will a doctor be forced to carry out such a death sentence, or will the state take responsibility for forcing the doctor to do so? Or is the state prepared to form a special body responsible for executions? Would mean that a certain group of doctors would have to be in charge. The medical profession would then no longer consist of treating, but of executing. 71. It was strongly recommended that such considerations be diligently brought to the attention of those in charge. If Hitler delayed giving, officially or not, formal instructions concerning euthanasia, it was also due to the firm opposition of the churches, notably the Roman Catholic Church, whose Article 2277 of the Catechism clearly states, whatever the motives and means, direct euthanasia consists of ending the life of disabled, sick or dying people. It is morally unacceptable. Euthanasia is murder. Thus an action or omission which, of itself, or intentionally, causes death in order to eliminate pain is an error of judgment which does not change the nature of this murderous act, always to be proscribed and excluded. In this area, the Nazis waged a constant struggle against what they called excessive Christian compassion for the weak instead of caring for the health of the national body. This Nietzschean-inspired attitude implied the rejection of the Christian principle of charity and the command of the Church to care for incurable people and provide them with medical assistance until their death. This opinion was published in Ziel und Weg, the medical publication of the Nazi Party. 72, and supported by Arthur Gutt, a practicing doctor since 1918 and a Nazi since 1932, whose ambitions were evident. Gutt had taken over as head of the Public Health Department of the Reich Ministry of the Interior. He also held the important position of Director of Population Policy and Health and Heredity Education in Heinrich Himmler's team. He was deeply convinced that the ill-thought-out concept of love of neighbor had to disappear. He believed that it is for the state an imperative duty to grant life and subsistence only to the healthy and hereditarily robust elements of the population in order to guarantee a racially pure and hereditarily healthy people forever. The life of the individual only has meaning in the light of this ultimate objective. 73. During a Nazi Party meeting on euthanasia, Dr. Rudolf Buch, a member of the Nazi Party and, since 1936, chief physician of the Lutheran Asylum at Neuendettelsau in central Franconia, declared, although the Creator certainly imposed disease on humanity, the most serious forms of idiocy and absolutely grotesque disintegration of personality no longer have anything to do with the image of God. The Creator has placed a warning in our hearts, namely, our feeling for the affirmation of life. We must not preserve these simulacra of human form through excessive and therefore false compassion, rather, we must return them to the Creator. 74. In other words, it was necessary to intervene to restore the laws of the Creator, and the natural order had to take precedence over any fallacious sense of compassion. It was the illustration of Friedrich Nietzsche's conviction: in Christianity, neither morality nor religion touches any point of reality. 75. Nietzsche had written, and, admitting that he was even a God of love, what pleasure for him to create suffering men, to suffer at the sight of their continual tortures. 76. According to Nietzsche, these patients would like to be dead, and we must sanctify their will. Let us be careful not to resurrect these dead and damage these living coffins. 77. In Wiesbaden, Landrat * Fritz Bernadotte, a fanatical Nazi in charge of the psychiatric hospitals of the Land * of Hesse, declared bluntly that, if he were a doctor, he would eliminate these patients. He gave the following advice to asylum directors: beat the patients to death, you will be rid of them. 78. Eugen Stadel, head of the health department at the Interior Ministry in Stuttgart, Württemberg, even claimed that the misplaced compassion that prevented the killing of patients in specialized establishments was a Jewish invention. Where the will of God really matters, where it is respected, that is to say in a free nature, there is no pity for the weak or the sick. No sick hare can survive more than a few days, it will certainly be a victim of its enemy and therefore freed from its suffering. In a sense, hares are a 100% healthy community. The sixth commandment, you shall not kill, is certainly not a commandment from God, but a Jewish fabrication. 79. Chapter 3. Actors in Euthanasia. In the heart of the Reich. The Führer Chancellery was the strategic heart of the Third Reich. It was led by SS Obergruppenführer Reichsleiter Philipp Buller, a seasoned Nazi activist, former editor-in-chief of the Volkshisker Beobachter, the organ of the NSDAP. Unknown to the general public in Germany, Buller had developed and transformed Hitler's small private secretariat into a vast bureaucratic system, divided into several bureaus, of which Bureau I was headed by Albert Bormann, younger brother of Reichsleiter Martin Bormann, one of the pillars of the regime. Central Office 2, which was headed by Victor Brack, would become the supreme organizer of extermination operations, from that of the disabled to that of the Jews of Poland. Brack had joined the Nazi Party in 1923. Himmler's driver for 3 years, he had been recruited by Buller, whom he would follow throughout his career. It was Buller in fact who appointed him liaison officer between the Chancellery and the Health Department of the Reich Ministry of the Interior, even though he knew nothing about health economics and even less about medicine. Brack took Werner Blankenberg as his deputy. With him, under the leadership of Buller, these men who had nothing to deal with these questions would find themselves at the heart of what the official terminology of German racial hygiene would soon call the merciful killing given to lives unworthy of being lived. In code terms, the action T4. *. At Christmas 1938, Hitler was the guest of Reichsleiter Bormann and his family at their Bavarian residence above the Berghof on Obersalzberg, and he gave his 8-year-old godson, young Martin Bormann, a box of toy soldiers and a model of an anti-aircraft gun 80. A few days after the private New Year's party organized by Hitler at the Berghof, a party which, it was said, had almost ended tragically for Bormann and the guests on the road to the Kelsteinhaus, the celebrations of January 1, 1939 in Berlin had been postponed until the 12th. This change in calendar made it possible to organize the inauguration of the new Reich Chancellery in Vostrasse, just around the corner from the old Reich Chancellery, installed in the Wilhelmstrasse. Designed in 1934 to be a small office responsible for handling the correspondence and private affairs of the Führer Chancellery, after an initial move to the Lutzow in Berlin, was now a large ministry 81. It was the very heart of the Third Reich. It was a private and secret office, a true sanctuary. The Chancellery was headed by SS Obergruppenführer Reichsleiter Philipp Buller, whom the party file concerning him describes as originally from Munich, Former Nazi fighter, boasting of literary gifts, married to an attractive woman, the insignificant features and the well-fed appearance of a dynamic director of a certain age or of a self-satisfied assistant master. 82. The report mentioned Buller's literary gifts, an allusion to his past as editor-in-chief of the Volkskrieger Beobachter, the official newspaper of the Nazi Party, and to his functions as president of the party office responsible for the protection of Nazi literature, in effect a political literary censorship office. He was also the author of a book aimed at German youth, Kampf um Deutschland, ein Lesebuch für deutsche Jugend, a work dedicated to the Führer and the shaper of the German future. He had also collaborated with Nazi newspapers. 83. At 40, with his good-natured face and horn-rimmed glasses, Buller certainly looked more like an academic than an SS Obergruppenführer and a former head of the Munich police force. However, he only held this latter position for a few weeks, in 1934, before establishing the Führer's chancellery. Although belonging to the Nazi ruling elite, Buller was a dim-wit character and he never achieved the same degree of responsibility as men like Himmler or Bormann. Buller's personal authority was limited to his title, he was content to ratify without discussion, and his finicky bureaucracy in the chancellery abounded in instructions and regulations which he addressed to the staff. A quiet and reserved man, Buller was virtually unknown to the German public, like his position, and would remain so throughout his career. Hitler, however, had boundless confidence in him and considered him a barometer of the reactions and feelings of the population, but the SS Obergruppenführer was well aware of his total dependence on the Führer. By 1938, Buller had developed and transformed Hitler's small private secretariat into a vast bureaucratic system that spanned 2 floors in the new Reich Chancellery. The Führer Chancellery included 5 central offices. Martin Bormann found it particularly humiliating that his younger brother was one of Hitler's assistants and that he was more in favor than him. Albert Bormann, whose character was completely opposed to the aggressiveness of his elder, had quickly made friends in the highest echelons of the Nazi hierarchy. The 2 brothers avoided each other and only communicated when work matters required it. 84. The elder Bormann, who considered the Führer's chancellery irritating and saw it as a competitor to the party chancellery, did his best to limit Buller's areas of responsibility. The rivalry also pitted these offices against the Reich Chancellery, headed since 1933 by Hans-Heinrich Lammers. This 60-year-old man from Lubliniec in Upper Silesia was considered a bureaucrat from the old days, dry and complacent. 85. Responsible for drafting laws and coordinating with relevant Reich ministries, as well as promulgating new laws, he also served as Hitler's personal advisor on legal matters. Lammers was a loyal ally of Bormann and both had the inglorious reputation of being the 2 great pillars of despotism. 86. Aged 39 in 1939, Martin Bormann came from Wegeleben, on the Bode, about 15 kilometers east of Halberstadt in Saxony-Anhalt. He was a man who, like Globoknik in Austria, had been involved in subversive activities and who also had a criminal record. After being released from prison in 1925, Bormann resumed his subversive activities and for a time joined the Front Band, the new name given to the Sturmabteilungen *, the Nazi storm squads, banned after Hitler's abortive coup in Munich the previous year. 87. With Hitler released from Landsberg prison in 1925 and the ban on the Nazi Party and the SA lifted, the Front Band became the SA again. That same year, Bormann joined the reconstituted Nazi Party and was appointed party press manager for the province of Thuringia. The following year he was district party leader and party director. From 1928 to 1929 he was part of the supreme leadership of the SA. Bormann first met Hitler in 1929. A shrewd mind, he soon married Gerda Buch, the 19-year-old daughter of the Nazi Party's Chief Justice. Hitler was his witness. Thus Bormann began his rise to one of the most influential positions in the Third Reich. Over the next 3 years, he organized and directed the Nazi Assistance Fund, a fund officially intended to help the families of members of the assault platoons killed or wounded in the line of duty, that is to say in the beer hall fights waged against the Communists and Social Democrats. This fund was also intended to cover the cost of damage inflicted on property and people by the assault sections. In July 1933, Martin Bormann became number 3 in the Nazi Party, in the staff of Rudolf Hess, deputy to the Führer, with the title of Reichsleiter. His brutal and tyrannical character came to light in 1935. He used his position within the party to strengthen the hold of the Gestapo and the SD over the German population 88, and ordered all party officials to help the SD in its intelligence work for the benefit of the party 89. All Anspat authorities were ordered to hand over to the Gestapo anyone who criticized the party or its institutions, and at the end of 1938, an order emanating from the party chancellery demanded the closest cooperation between its different branches and the Gestapo 90. If Bormann acquired such power, it was, according to his leader Rudolf Hess, simply because he seemed to me to be a man capable of shamelessly jockeying to reach the top and obtain everything he wanted. 91. The most unpopular characters are better remembered. This is certainly the case for Bormann, described in an unflattering manner by Walter Schellenberg, head of the Nazi secret services. He was a short, stocky man with rounded shoulders and a bull's neck. His head was still a little forward and slightly tilted to the side, his face and shifty eyes were those of a boxer advancing towards his opponent. 92. According to Schellenberg, Bormann looked like a pig in a potato field. 93. Others described the Reichsleiter as a sinister and devious character. 94, similar to a mole, preferring to burrow into the dark recesses of party life. 95, a dangerous man. 96. Bormann was considered such not only because he was ruthless, but also because he was very close to Hitler, as close as only Hess, the Führer's deputy, was. He knew how to make himself indispensable, took careful note of everything that was said or happened in the chancelleries, in order to provide the Führer with all the details that he requested. Schellenberg clarified that, for everything relating to Hitler, Bormann was there. He participated in every decision, major or minor. 97. It was no coincidence that Bormann's residence on the Obersalzberg was located above the Berghof. He could thus observe and record the names of all visitors who came to the Führer's Bavarian residence. Despite his unpleasant character and his criminal past, Bormann exercised great influence over the Führer, of whom he became the Eminenzgreis. 98. A harmful influence, generally feared. 99. Around these actors, the rivalry between the chancelleries would soon reach a critical point, crystallized around the authority over the euthanasia enterprise in preparation. At the Führer Chancellery, Central Office 2 was headed by Standartenführer Oberdienstleiter Victor Brack. 100. Over the following year, Central Office 2 would become a secret ministry of death, organizing the Third Reich's extermination operations, first of the mentally and physically handicapped, then of the Jews, in Poland. Aged 35, Brack, with his friendly face and persuasive personality. 101, was from Haaren, a small town located northeast of Aachen in North Rhine-Westphalia. He had met Buller while he was a student, and they had worked together at the Bronze House, the headquarters of the Nazi Party in Munich. Brack joined the Nazi Party in 1923 and, after having been Himmler's driver for 3 years, was recruited by Buller, who made him his deputy. 2 years later, the Führer Chancellery, Hitler's personal office, was created, and Brack followed his superior, who took charge, during the transfer of services from Munich to Berlin. As Buller's assistant, Brack frequently traveled to the party's various German constituencies, in order to gather first-hand information on topics of interest to Buller. In Berlin, Buller first appointed Brack as liaison officer between the Chancellery and the Health Department of the Reich Ministry of the Interior, with the rank of Reichsamtsleiter. His office was located at number 15 Hermann-Göring-Strasse, behind the former Reich Chancellery, in Wilhelmstrasse. This was a textbook example of favoritism, with Brack knowing absolutely nothing about medical matters or health. When in 1939 the Reich Chancellery moved from Lützhauser to the right wing of the new Reich Chancellery in Vostrasse, Buller took Brack with him and appointed him Chief of Personnel and Director of Central Office 2, an exceptional promotion in just 3 years. Brack's office, however, was on a different floor from Buller's 102. Buller had made a good choice because, according to one report, Brack had the reputation of being a man with a sense of initiative, pleasant, sincere and open, constantly busy. 103. According to another official report, Brack was, in his expression and deportment, a pure Nazi, a mature, enthusiastic and hard-working man. Through his initiatives and his constantly positive attitude, Brack a valuable comrade in times of difficulty. 104. Brack's deputy in Central Office 2, Werner Blankenberg, came from Belzig, in the Potsdam-Mittelmark region, 55 kilometers southwest of Berlin. A year younger than Brack, Blankenberg was not an academic like Buller and Brack. He had been a sales representative before working in the Führer's chancellery. An obese and vain individual, Blankenberg spoke with chatter in the Berlin dialect. He had the rank of Oberführer in a unit of the Berlin SA, but he held no position within the Nazi Party. In Central Office 2, he supervised files and files, drafted meeting minutes between Buller and Brack, which were then signed by Buller when Brack had finalized the final version. He also arranged appointments for official visitors to the Chancellery, welcoming them and escorting them to the offices. He was also responsible for managing the Chancellery. 105. These two young Nazi officials would soon be responsible for the daily implementation of the euthanasia enterprise. Then, in the spring of 1942, it was they who gave orders for the extermination of Jews in the Action Reinhard death camps in Poland. By early 1939, the number of mentally ill people in Germany had risen to an alarming 300,000. At the Reich Interior Ministry in Berlin, it was considered that the outbreak of war would require an assessment of people in German society to determine their degree of integration and their potential contributions to the Reich. As a result, all those who did not have the capacity to contribute to the proper functioning of society were incarcerated in asylums. Useless mouths, an expression of Nazi jargon, would have to make do with even smaller food rations. Some people objected, of course, that such a measure would condemn the sick to starve. These objections were dismissed. The state, it was asserted, certainly had the legitimate right, and even the obligation, to require those patients unfit to serve their country to give up their lives for the good of their compatriots. Such a sacrifice would be all the more necessary since, at this crucial time, the subsistence of such patients endangered the entire nation. 106. We did not forget that, during the First World War, more than 140,000 patients died of hunger, disease, and lack of care in asylums. This figure was also explained by overpopulation, which aggravated the spread of contagious diseases. This mortality rate amounted to 30% of the entire population of pre-war asylums. 107. The Reich Ministry of the Interior, however, ignored the fact that the hunger which had raged in the asylums during the Weimar Republic, attributable to scandalous inefficiency, was not only maintained by the Nazis, but deliberately aggravated to the point that, by 1939, it endangered the lives of the patients. 108. In February 1939, Brack contacted Dr. Herbert Linden, the official responsible for Department 4G at the Reich Ministry of the Interior, whose office was at Schadowstrasse 4, near the main ministry building. A small, insignificant figure with gray hair and thick-lensed glasses, Linden walked with a hunched back and spoke in a nasal voice. He came from Pforzheim, in the state of Baden. Having joined the Nazi Party in 1925, he had impeccable credentials. He had qualified as a doctor that same year, but after working in Heidelberg as an intern and at the city's Infectious Diseases Institute, in 1933 he arrived at the Health Department of the Reich Ministry of the Interior in Berlin. From then on, as head of Department 4G, he devoted himself only to management and administration, fulfilling all kinds of functions, among others that of head of Department 4C, that of civil servant in the Department of Demographic and Racial Policy at the Ministry of the Interior, that of director of the Reich Association for the Control of Alcoholism and of the Reich Association for National Food. Ultra-reactionary, he also advocated the castration of homosexuals. 113. By temperament and political ideology, Herbert Linden got along perfectly with Victor Brack, praising the ideal of Nazi youth and their military virtues, of young Nazis who mocked death in order to conquer the world. 114. Chapter 4. The K-File. Nazism was rightly considered as applied biology. 115, and Hitler as the great doctor of the German people. 116, among eugenicists, the latter was seen as the first politician to seriously consider racial hygiene in state policy and advocate a program to raise awareness of these issues. 117. In German public opinion, however, the increasingly aggressive propaganda about the need to solve the problem of mentally ill internees, combined with ideological fanaticism regarding racial hygiene, naturally ends up creating a fear of infirmities, chronic illnesses, and terminal illnesses, among children and adults alike. As a result, throughout 1938 and early 1939, requests were made to Hitler for a merciful death to be granted in certain extreme cases. These requests reached Dr. Hans Heffelmann and his deputy Richard von Hegener, at Central Office 2, another subdivision of the Führer Chancellery responsible for relations with ministries and requests for pardon in cases of death sentences pronounced by the courts. 118. Born in 1906 in Dresden, Heffelmann had been a member of the Nazi Party since 1931. He had a degree in agrarian economics from the universities of Munich and Berlin. A former management consultant to the office of Hitler's deputy, Rudolf Hess, he joined the Führer's Chancellery in 1936 and, the following year, was appointed director of Central Office 119. In the Chancellery, Heffelmann was Brack's right-hand man, a pleasant man, with clear ideas, a good man, who saw himself as a servant of the state rather than a party member. His ideal was order and cleanliness. Hans Heffelmann had a very personal reason for being convinced of the need to grant a painless death to those who asked for it. His mother suffered from brain degeneration, characterized by tremors, deterioration of muscular coordination and a staggering gait, today called Parkinson's disease. When speaking of his mother's illness, Heffelmann used the expression indescribably terminal. Richard von Hegener was from Sensburg, East Prussia, in the Masurian Lake region. A year older than Heffelmann, he had also joined the Nazi Party in 1931. Before working at the Chancellery in 1937, he had made a career in banking and had failed in his attempt to become a businessman. 121. Their work at Central Office 2 consisted in part of sorting the mail addressed to Hitler by the population, distinguishing the problems of the man in the street from those of state or party authorities in an informal or non-bureaucratic manner. 122. According to Heffelmann, some 2,000 letters arrived at his office every day. 123. As a result of the political climate and ideological fanaticism that prevailed at the time in Germany, requests for authorization for euthanasia came either from relatives, from people suffering from chronic or terminal illnesses, or from people who had been horribly mutilated in work accidents. Already studied and discussed in general terms by Dr. Leonardo Conti, Reich State Secretary for Health, Reichsleiter Buller, and Drs. Brandt and Linden, the question of serious malformations and euthanasia was put back on the agenda in March 1939. During this month, numerous requests had reached the Central Office too, coming from people close to seriously mentally ill people and from people who had been seriously injured. Richard von Hegener mentioned two cases in particular, that of a woman who suffered from terminal cancer and that of a foreman in the construction industry, horribly mutilated during a fall into a concrete mixer. 124. The office was constantly in demand. At one point Dr. Heffelmann and I felt obliged to submit a number of these requests to Dr. Brandt, who accompanied Hitler, with a view to knowing the latter's decision on the matter. On this, Dr. Brandt informed me that, after his interview, the latter had decided to accede to the said requests to the extent that the treating doctors had established the incurability of the disease. 125. Von Hegener noted that he and Heffelmann subsequently discovered a pattern in the way the Führer responded to requests for euthanasia. Each of his decisions reinforced the conviction of Brack's team that this was the Führer's will. Like other Nazi officials, they acted within the framework of a system known as following the Führer's direction, which could lead to particular situations, notably when the Führer simply expressed his wish or made prophecies. It was up to Nazi officials to try to fulfill the Führer's wish or actually make the prophecy come true. Their attempts were then blamed or approved by Hitler. 126. Inevitably, an interminable amount of time passed before the decision was made, as probably when Hitler finally initiated euthanasia. Among these requests, some came from parents of newborns or very young children suffering from serious deformities and/or brain malformations. At the beginning of 1939, Central Office 2 received a request concerning a boy born in a small town near Leipzig, which the Führer Chancellery called the K-file. Over the years, the exact circumstances of this case faded in the memories of the officials involved, but a consensus emerged: the child had come into the world blind, with only one leg, without a left forearm, and he also seemed suffered from profound mental deficiency. 127. Convinced Nazis, the parents considered the child as an aberration who had a disastrous psychological impact on the mother. With public opinion hostile to the disabled, parents felt ashamed and embarrassed for having given birth to such an abnormal and deformed child, a true error of nature. 128. This attitude was reinforced by certain articles in the press which warned readers that they must be healthy for the people and for the state, and that only genetically healthy descendants are the guarantors of the strength of the people. 129. In accordance with Nazi ideology, this newborn had to be given a gentle death. The father then consulted Professor Werner Kädel, pediatrician since 1933 at the University Clinic on Oststrasse in Leipzig, asking him to admit his child to the clinic with a view to putting him to sleep. Kädel refused. Such an act was a violation of the law. The parents in File K were not the only ones to make their desperate request to Hitler for their child to be put to sleep painlessly with an injection. Many other parents begged hospitals and staff to provide an assisted death to relieve the suffering of their child suffering from an incurable physical or mental illness. 130. Professor Kädel having refused to intervene in the K-file, the father, perhaps at the instigation of the professor, therefore addressed Hitler. Heffelmann and his colleagues in Central Office 2 considered this an extreme case, likely to influence the Führer, whose love of children was known. He was well aware of the importance of children, in good health, for the future of Germany. He was often photographed in their company and appeared on the covers of magazines surrounded by smiling and admiring young people who had been taught to pray to the Führer, not God, and to devote themselves body and soul to Hitler. In one of these photos, Hitler was smilingly leaning towards a little girl in an apron, holding her by the wrist and appearing, at first glance, to be trying to attract her to him. Looked more closely, the image revealed that he was, in fact, taking her pulse. The caption read, "Adolf Hitler, the doctor of the German nation. The Third Reich only needed healthy children." Heffelmann's office also received hundreds of letters from parents asking Hitler to be their newborn's godfather. On behalf of the Führer, he refused, informing the parents that such a request could only be taken into consideration if the baby was the seventh son or ninth child in the family. 131. This influx of letters clearly showed that the Germans considered their Führer as a father. They were proud to send him photographs of their children, especially the twins. Heffelmann's office was flooded with letters from children and adolescents praising their Führer. 132. This flood of letters addressed to Hitler reached such proportions, 10,000 in 1938 alone, that Martin Bormann and Rudolf Hess, deputy to the Führer, also helped sort them. 133. Heffelmann and his colleagues at Central Office 2 therefore expected that the K-file, that of such an egregious case of severe mental and physical disability, would be likely to prompt Hitler to launch the long-awaited euthanasia enterprise. The request was annotated in red ink, which indicated that it should be submitted to him, but on this question the Führer had to approach the Führer judiciously, avoiding any pressure. Here is what Heffelmann wrote. "I took care of this request because it arrived in my department. Since it was imperative that Hitler make a decision, I forwarded, without comment, to Albert Bormann, Director of Central Office I of the Führer Chancellery. As it was clearly a gesture of mercy that was requested, the support of the Reich Ministry of the Interior and the Reich Ministry of Justice was not necessary, it seemed unwise to involve other authorities. 134. Since Albert Bormann often responded to letters sent by children, addressed to beloved Führer, dear, good Uncle Hitler, or simply Uncle Führer, 135, he seemed ideally suited to show the K-file request to Hitler. Hitler read the request and ordered Dr. Karl Brandt, his accompanying physician, to go to Leipzig to see the child for himself and seek advice from the doctors concerned. Brandt declared, "He ordered me to speak to the doctors who cared for the child to determine if the father's statements were accurate. If this was the case, I had to inform the doctors, on his behalf, that they could proceed with euthanasia. The important point was that, subsequently, the parents should in no way feel guilty about this euthanasia. The parents should not have the impression of being themselves responsible for the death of the child." 136. If euthanasia was desirable, Brandt had to convince the doctors that they would benefit from the Führer's personal protection against possible legal action. Then Reichsleiter Bormann received the order to inform Franz Gürtner, Minister of Justice, of Hitler's decision. 137. At the Leipzig University Clinic, Brandt spoke with Professor Kädel. He announced that, when he joined the clinic staff in 1922, he had encountered what he called stupid monsters among the newborns and toddlers. He also told Brandt that a former director of the clinic had previously simply put an end to the existence of such monsters, out of conviction, although such merciful deaths were illegal. The practice undoubtedly continued, but Kädel could not accept turning a blind eye to an act prohibited by law. Furthermore, in File K, this was not possible because the child was not born in the university clinic. However, in this case, the doctors were of the opinion that there was no justification for keeping such a child alive. It was emphasized that, in maternity wards, in certain circumstances, it was perfectly natural for the doctors themselves to carry out euthanasia in such a case, without it being spoken about again afterwards. No specific instructions were given in this regard. 139. Brandt then authorized euthanasia in the name of the Führer. Only an authorized and responsible doctor could perform it, and this, according to Brandt, so that parents could not hold themselves responsible for the death of their child. 140. Dr. Brandt, out of professional conscience, then went to the child's family to inform them of the decision and reassure them, affirming that they had made the right choice and should not feel guilty. Returning to Berlin, Brandt reported to Hitler that euthanasia was entirely justified in this situation. The latter then authorized Brandt and Buller to practice euthanasia in serious cases, similar to that of File K-141. It is therefore likely that a painless death was inflicted in extreme and isolated cases. In the meantime, Professor Werner Kädel had gone on vacation. Upon his return, he was informed that one of his colleagues, Dr. Kohl, had given the child in File K a lethal injection of luminol, a barbiturate. This had been made during the coffee break of the nurses in the department. 142. In a young child, this excessive dose causes pneumonia, acute syndrome of difficulty breathing, shock, hypoxia and cardiovascular complications which lead to death within a few days. Such was the outcome of this unique case, which would serve as a catalyst for the euthanasia enterprise, directed against the physically and mentally handicapped, first children, then adults. The name of the child in K-file and the exact circumstances of his death are lost to history. The archives of the Leipzig University Clinic on Oststrasse were destroyed during a bombing during the war. 143. Although informed by Brandt of Hitler's decision to authorize euthanasia in this case, Hans Heffelmann later stated that he never saw any written authorization signed by the Führer. This approval may well have been strictly oral. At the same time, Hitler ordered that in future all requests of this kind, which were sometimes transmitted to Wilhelm Frick, Reich Minister of the Interior, or to the Presidential Chancellery, headed by Reich Minister Otto Meissner, be redirected to the Führer Chancellery, the only one authorized to deal with them. Furthermore, all euthanasia requests and decisions should be handled as a secret matter of the Reich. This order officially and for the first time involved Dr. Herbert Linden of Department 4G of the Reich Ministry of the Interior in the euthanasia enterprise. In May 1939, Brandt ordered Heffelmann to form a secret advisory committee, known by the grandiose name of Reichsausschuss zur wissenschaftlichen Erfassung von Erbüende Anlagebedingten Schweren Leiden and abbreviated to Reichsausschuss, Reich Committee. Its very existence was a state secret. 144. The Reich Committee was in fact only an assumed name which concealed the Führer's chancellery, and it could only be reached by a post office box number 101, Berlin W9, at the post office closest to the chancellery. This committee had its headquarters at number 13 Entkirchner Strasse, in Frohnau, a suburb in the north of Berlin. 145. Its primary function was to select potential victims of the euthanasia enterprise. The Kinderaction thus targeted children with serious mental or physical disabilities. The grandiloquence of its name was to give the impression to the members of the medical profession who would later participate in the operation that this committee brought together medical scientific experts. Although he had a degree in agrarian economics, Heffelmann, its president, was far from a medical expert, and his deputy in Central Office too, Richard von Hegener, was a former bank employee. The secret was well kept, both by Heffelmann and by von Hegener, who both signed the correspondence of the Reich Committee under the pseudonym Dr. Klein. 146. Hitler's appointment of Heffelmann as chairman of the committee was supposed to provide the intellectual basis for this particular mission. Heffelmann also affirmed that he considered all this from a purely ethical point of view and that a frank affirmation of the necessity of euthanasia could be considered a feeling of Christian compassion. A Protestant, he had always maintained good relations with the Church, had never had the slightest doubt on the legal level and had always behaved well from a human point of view. 147. Heffelmann's deputy, von Hegener, who controlled the funds for the Reich Committee, observed that, in the Führer Chancellery, it was who took care of the Kinderaction and tried to implement it. The Reich Committee was made up of a small group of doctors who developed the broad outlines of the child euthanasia enterprise. These general ideas were submitted to carefully chosen medical specialists, pediatricians, psychiatrists, and administrators, all advocating euthanasia. Among them was Professor Werner Kadel, a pediatrician at the Leipzig University Clinic, who dealt with the K file. At this stage of the planning and organization of the child euthanasia, no member of the Reich Ministry of Justice was involved, indicating that an extra-legal solution was already being considered. When the decision was made to perform euthanasia on disabled children, it became clear to those in charge of Central Bureau 2 that a similar enterprise, directed against adults interned in public psychiatric asylums, was being prepared. All that was missing was Hitler's authorization. Gerhard Wagner, Reich medical officer, is considered the godfather of euthanasia. 149. It was in front of him that, on September 15, 1935, the last day of the Nazi Party Congress in Nuremberg, while they were watching the military maneuvers at Leopoldane, Hitler had mentioned for the first time that, in the event of war, he would address the thorny subject of euthanasia and its implementation. Hitler was convinced that then certain things could happen that would not be tolerated in peacetime. 150. He saw euthanasia as a kind of pre-selection, prioritizing patients based on the severity of their condition, that would free up much-needed hospital beds for wounded soldiers. Earlier that day, on the streets of Nuremberg, Hitler had been saluted by disabled World War I veterans lined up in their wheelchairs. The fate of veterans would be a subject of discussion during the new war, should they be included in the euthanasia enterprise or not. It was in a speech delivered during the gathering that Wagner attacked the doctrine of inequality which pitted the useless lives of the sick against the lives of the healthy. He insisted on the high cost of care provided to the genetically disabled, highlighting the way in which this care diverted resources that could have benefited healthy elements of the population. For the first time, he cited in public the astronomical cost for the state, that is to say for the taxpayer, of maintaining the mentally and physically handicapped in asylums, psychiatric hospitals, and sanatoriums. And without really mentioning euthanasia, he noted that steps could be taken to reverse this trend. 151. It was also in 1935 that the problem of the social cost of the disabled was addressed in a book by the Nobel Prize winner, the Frenchman Alexis Carrel, a eugenicist with resolutely Nazi ideas. He believed that by following the advice of an elite of intellectuals and strictly implementing a policy of compulsory eugenics, humanity could improve. Carrel, who achieved international renown for his pioneering surgical techniques, wrote in L'Homme, C.E. Stranger 152 that criminals and the insane cost the state enormous sums. This was a fact that society had to face. He asked these questions: why do we preserve the lives of these useless and harmful creatures? And why should society not dispose of criminals and the insane in a more economical manner? Carrel proposed a radical solution: a euthanasia establishment, equipped with appropriate gas, would make it possible to dispose of it in a humane and economical manner. Would the same treatment not be applicable to madmen who have committed criminal acts? 153. That same year, in a novel entitled It Can't Happen Here 154, about the election of a fascist president in the United States, Sinclair Lewis, the first American to receive the Nobel Prize for Literature, mentioned the asphyxiation of 20 Jews by bottled carbon monoxide in the basement of their synagogue. This gas was to be used in the imminent euthanasia undertaking, and, later, during the first gassing experiments of Action Reinhard, in Belzec. Gerhard Wagner, who inspired the creation of the highly politicized League of Nazi Doctors, was convinced of the validity of Point 21 of the Nazi Party program of 1920, according to which the state must improve the health of the nation. He described his duties as ensuring that the people realize the full potential of their race and genetic heritage. Therefore, he encouraged health management more than care, preferring preventive medicine to curative medicine and racial hygiene to individual hygiene. In this regard, the liberal idea that everyone can control their body was denounced as contrary to racial hygiene. Wagner distrusted theoretical medicine and pure science. He therefore favored natural or alternative medicine, subsequently favoring the union of the two. The government allocated funds for homeopathic practitioners and established hospitals practicing homeopathy in Dresden and Stuttgart. Wagner had a visionary and, from an ideological point of view, extremely racist conception of medicine. He was a notorious anti-Semite. On a social and clinical level, he spoke of people's medicine. For him, as for the Nazis, health and illness were political issues of extreme importance. Illness was seen as a symptom of insufficient social discipline and as a lack of dedication to the national community, which had to be pure in body and mind in order to achieve the ultimate goal, becoming the race of lords. The glorification of health and work reached such heights that, in the eyes of the Nazis, there was no greater sin than a lack of hard work. 155 Even the physically robust mentally ill internees were forced to work all day, performing menial tasks in the buildings, on the grounds, and on the surrounding farms. With the slogan "You must be healthy for the people and for the state." With their obsession with youth, health, and work, the Nazis made illness a crime. In accordance with the Führer's habits, vegetarian, non-smoking, and sober, campaigns were launched against smoking in public places and the consumption of alcohol. Abstinence was a Nazi duty, encouraged by Himmler, who also banned members of the SS and police from smoking in uniform. Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring forbade members of the Luftwaffe to smoke. Closely linked to Nazi cancer research, one of the most advanced in the world at the time, the anti-smoking campaign was intimately associated with the ideological racial lexicon of the Nazis. The posters presented smoking as the detestable habit typical of Jews, gypsies, blacks, communists, capitalists, as well as homosexuals, prostitutes and cripples. The war against cancer was also compared to the war waged against Jewish or Bolshevik cancer cells within the nation. 156. In addition to the campaign for healthy food, encouraging the consumption of wholemeal bread and soybeans under the slogan "Watch Your Diet, a Duty." Other information operations were organized in favor of clean air, pure water, or against pesticides, asbestos and even X-ray radios in hospitals. The latter was in line with the general aversion towards hospital medicine, an aversion which was reflected in the non-renewal of equipment, the slowdown in the construction of new premises and increasing pressure to free up beds, another pretext for eliminating useless patients. In this context, the rivalry between homeopaths and doctors was exacerbated. However, questions of racial hygiene remained entrenched in the field of traditional medicine, primarily in the hands of SS doctors. They alone were empowered to decide who was Jewish, gypsy, homosexual or antisocial, who suffered from hereditary mental illness, schizophrenia, or epilepsy. To ward off old apprehensions about declining birth rates, Nazi health officials took measures of positive eugenics. Wagner proclaimed that the nation's stock of ovaries was a national resource and property of the German state. In accordance with the slogan Kinder, Cookie, Kirche, women were therefore encouraged not to work and to stay at home, in order to give birth to more children and increase the German birth rate. Abortion was considered a betrayal. Large, eugenically qualified families of healthy Aryans were given housing in the suburbs, and healthy women of German blood who already had 8 or more children were awarded the German Mother's Gold Cross of Honor. As a result of this policy in favor of the family and against abortion, the birth rate had increased in 1938 to the point of equaling those of Great Britain and France combined. In Wagner's office, euthanasia projects and projects intended to improve the health of the nation through a healthy lifestyle and racial hygiene were therefore being developed in parallel. Murder would become synonymous with healing, with euthanasia considered a radical therapy for the incurable. Such a view was consistent with Hitler's statement that Nazism was not a mystical doctrine, but rather a realistic doctrine of a strictly scientific nature. On the recommendation of Martin Bormann, Leonardo Conti, a more tidy and more bureaucratic-minded person, succeeded Wagner when the latter died in 1939. Aged 39, Conti was born in Lugano, in the canton of Ticino, the only Italian-speaking Swiss canton. His full name, like that of Globoknik, sounded very un-German, Leonardo Ambrogi Giorgio Giovanni Conti. He was the son of a German woman and an Italian-Swiss man. Since 1933, his mother, a woman with a large breast, had been head of midwives in Hitler's Reich 159. Conti, who studied medicine in Germany, was anti-Semitic since his studies. In 1923, he was appointed first military doctor of the SA in Berlin. He was therefore one of the original fighters of the Nazi Party. From 1927, he practiced general medicine. He joined the SS in 1933, embracing the racist ideology they promoted. On the occasion of the Führer's 49th birthday, on April 20, 1938, Conti, an experienced pediatrician, was appointed head of Reich Health. In this capacity he became director of the Central Public Health Office and head of the Reich Physicians. Also a specialist in racial issues, he considered himself a biological soldier of the Reich. He passionately believed that the German race was destined to dominate all inferior races. He too was obsessed with infant mortality and the German birth rate 160. He also shared the rather simplistic idea that German medicine was no longer in the service of humanity, but was a privilege of the Aryan race. A supporter of Gerhard Wagner's holistic medicine, Leonardo Conti issued licenses to all kinds of healers and charlatans 161. One of his first measures was to create a bureau against the dangers of alcohol and tobacco, which undertook a study on tobacco and lung cancer, discovering that heavy smokers were more prone to this pathology 162. Conti, too, would become a healer/killer. Chapter 5. Christian Worth, a man. At the disposal of the Führer. Meanwhile, in April 1939, Brack asked the headquarters of the Reich Kripo, located at Werdersker Market in Berlin, for an experienced Württemberg police official who could take on a special mission for the Führer in that region. There was a need for a mid-level civil servant, with the qualities of a leader, organizational and administrative skills, and capable of acting on his own initiative, without waiting for orders from his superiors. The Berlin Police Headquarters consulted Department 3, Police Affairs at the Ministry of the Interior, Dorotheenstrasse in Stuttgart, which without hesitation recommended Christian Worth, a perfect senior officer and, moreover, a man esteemed by his colleagues. 163. This 54-year-old detective, who worked at the headquarters of the Kriminalpolizei, in the Criminal Investigation Department at Dienststelle 2*, located at 37 Buchsenstrasse in Stuttgart, had the rank of Kriminalinspektor. Worth was in charge of Commissariat 5*, a special department responsible for investigating misdemeanors and serious crimes, including murder. It was the first of its kind to be created in Germany. 164. Worth was from Oberbalzum in the Lofheim region of Upper Swabia, a mountainous region of Württemberg in southwest Germany. He had trained as a carpenter at the Evangelical Vocational School in Lofheim, where he had his first contacts with Jews, the city being home to one of the largest Jewish communities in the state. Subsequently, he was an apprentice carpenter in the company of the Bühler brothers in Oberbalzum, but had to give up this activity because of the chronic asthma from which he had suffered since his early childhood. The inhalation of wood dust had considerably aggravated this respiratory disorder. At the age of 20, he therefore enlisted in the army in Ulm and served for 4 years in Grenadier Regiment 125, reaching the rank of corporal. 165. By 1939 he was married and had 2 sons. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a shaved head, piercing grey eyes and an impeccably trimmed mustache. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, in imitation of his superior, Heinrich Himmler, chief of the German police. His fierce and imperturbable air, his permanent expression of arrogance, his very presence inspired a feeling of apprehension. An atmosphere of fear floated around him, like the powerful aroma of the little cigars he smoked. 166. He hated any display of emotion, especially affection and compassion, although he tried, on occasion, to behave like a harsh father towards his subordinates. His sense of irony was very particular, and he was incapable of forming close personal bonds. Energetic and physically very strong, Worth tolerated no opposition and showed extreme irascibility. 167. He was merciless, implacable, and unyielding. His career, whether in the army, the police, or in politics, is also of certain interest. A police officer for 24 years, he only interrupted his service during the 3 years he spent on the front in Flanders and northern France with the 246th Reserve Infantry Regiment. His military exploits are legendary. His company was part of one of the many battalions of massacres of innocents. We thus designated units of barely trained adolescent soldiers who were paraded, lined up as if on a training ground, facing the rifles and machine guns of the Allies, which caused senseless losses. One day his entire regiment was reduced to 34 men, another time to just 10 men, out of nearly 1,000 soldiers. 168. Miraculously, he was only injured once, shot in the upper part of the right arm, and he was sent to convalesce in Stuttgart. 169. Promoted twice in the field, he was awarded 6 medals and decorations, notably the Iron Cross, first and second class. 170. From the beginning of 1918, he was responsible for security within the Militarpolizei in Stuttgart, in a supply depot of the 119th Reserve Infantry Regiment. He was warmly congratulated the following year for having protected the depot against the revolutionary forces, namely the Spartacists who had tried to seize the weapons and ammunition from the depot. 171. Worth joined Kripo in 1919 in the squad responsible for rapes, robberies, and burglaries. In 1923, he was head of Dienststelle 172, which would remain his headquarters until the fall of 1939. The police suited him perfectly. The peculiarities of the policeman, according to popular belief, coincided perfectly with Worth's personality: authoritarianism, dogmatism, conservatism, distrust, cynicism, hostility and, to a certain extent, racism. In short, character traits that somewhat distinguished the police from the rest of society. 173. During the service, he was a supporter of strong tactics, and in the Kripo centers, the prison cells or even the interrogation center installed in the Silber and Norbert hotels, he had a reputation as an experienced interrogator. He acted with cold brutality, never faulted. It was impossible to argue with him. He ignored those of his subordinates who did not agree with him and was systematically suspicious of any cultured person. The investigation of serious crimes was carried out in teams, to reduce the risk of personal error. To this end, Worth gathered around him a brigade of elite detectives who felt a certain admiration for his tireless energy, his tenacity, his audacity, and his talent for solving difficult cases. Hermann Schaff, Kriminalkommissar and member of the Worth detective squad, made this comment about his superior. He was a criminologist, energetic and methodical. Inflexible in his fight against the criminal underworld, he was also the most hated man in the business. Without self-indulgence, he sacrificed countless nights and Sundays waging his fight against the underworld. He also benefited from the trust of the Kripo in Stuttgart, Württemberg, and well beyond. He was always highly sought after, which earned him a solid reputation. He was called upon to handle all difficult cases because of his extraordinary qualities. 174. Worth perfectly represented the mid-ranking police officers who, at Kripo, combined criminal investigations, interrogations, and office work. He was an outstanding organizer and administrator, who strived to ensure scrupulous order reigned at the Kripo office. 175. His appointment as head of almost the entire police and party organization in Stuttgart and both in the state of Württemberg also worked in Worth's favor, as did the fact of having been sent to Geneva to attend a special Interpol course. 176. These influential positions in the police and in the party led to his being recruited at the end of 1937 by Heydrich's SD. He was appointed to the position, which suited him perfectly, of confidant responsible for reporting on the political attitude and reliability of his police and party members. He played the role of spy, providing information on his police and party comrades. The annual report written by Worth's superiors praised his achievements, and noted, among other things, that he was full of activity, inflexible and intelligent, endowed with remarkable will and great resistance. No particular fault or weakness. Has exceptional abilities in his work, in discipline and administration, including remarkable skills as a criminologist. His exemplary dedication to work arouses emulation, and his achievements in the service, no less exemplary, deserve to be imitated. 177. George Ziegler, Worth's deputy at Kripo in Stuttgart, gave a very succinct portrait of his immediate superior. He was as much a frank and sincere man as he was an energetic and impassive civil servant. He was a soldier from head to toe, and every wish of his superiors became an order for him. 178. Today, we would call Worth a supercop, a police officer interested only in protecting society from crime, willing to use force to combat real crimes like murder, rape, and robbery, while ignoring minor crimes. There is no doubt that he was a professional, if brutal, public servant who believed he was carrying out a difficult and complex job requiring a range of skills and abilities, including the ability to relax or break the rules if he deemed it necessary, in the interests of law and order. He was a convinced follower of authoritarianism, that is to say the legitimacy of those who hold authority and power and exercise it at the expense of individual freedom. In every police force, there are police officers who, backed by excellent reports on their work, allow themselves to go beyond standards, assured that their transgressions will be tolerated. If we consider that one of the most basic needs, one of the primordial sensations of human beings is to feel emotions, a phenomenon foreign to nationality, race, reflection, or judgment, Christian Worth was the ideal man to fulfill the special mission for the Führer. He was completely devoid of conscience or any human emotion, except for anger, an indicator of his psychopathic tendencies. These characteristics go a long way to explaining how he was able to carry out his terrible missions during the war, seemingly without scruples or adverse psychological consequences. It would not be an exaggeration to say that by 1939 Worth was already partially insane. The Stuttgart police president who recommended Criminal Inspector Christian Worth to Berlin for a special mission had chosen a civil servant with impeccable political credentials. In 1921, in Stuttgart, Wirth had joined the first cell of the Nazi Party formed outside of Bavaria 179, but he left it in 1924, when it became too liberal for his taste 180. He joined again in 1931. It was illegal, since civil servants, including members of the police, were not allowed to join political parties. In 1933, when the Weimar Constitution was replaced in Stuttgart by a totalitarian regime under Gauleiter Wilhelm Murr, also Minister of the Interior, Wirth joined the SA with the rank of Untersturmführer 181. However, unlike many police officers who wanted to advance their careers, Wirth did not enroll in the SS until 1936, when Himmler became by decree Reichsführer SS and head of the German police. From then on, the Kripo and the Gestapo merged to become the Sicherheitspolizei*, the security police, under the direction of Reinhard Heydrich, and assumed a dual function, disarming criminals and political enemies from within 182. There was, however, another reason, a personal one, why Wirth was in favor of Nazi racial policies and euthanasia. In the 10 years between the births of their two sons, in 1911 and 1921, he and his wife Maria had lost 2 young children. These children lived just long enough for their births to be recorded. They were probably retarded and or deformed. Such infirmities were common in Upper Swabia. Among Swabian couples, many cases of childless years or long intervals between births were a sign that the doctor or midwife had administered a painless death to newborns with serious malformations or mental deficiencies. Until the outbreak of World War II, the Swabian Alps region was infamous for the high rate of newborns suffering from cretinism and often also malformations. In this region, examples of people disabled from birth, deaf mutes, and village idiots were common. Towards the end of 1939, at the same time as Wirth, 2 other Stuttgart police officers were recruited, Jacob Wager and Hermann Holzscha, both of whom had served in his detective squads and whom he had most likely recommended. Wager, aged 52, from Steinheim in Württemberg, was like Wirth a veteran of the First World War. He joined the police in 1922, the Nazi Party and the SS in 193-3184. Holzscha, another Württemberg resident from Stuttgart, had volunteered for the police in 1926, at the age of 19, and joined the Nazi Party and the SA in 1933. He did not join the SS until 1939. 185 at only 32 years old, significantly younger than Wirth or Wager, he most likely owed his recruitment to the fact that he had been a friend Wirth's staff throughout his police career. 186. Convinced Nazis, Wirth, Holzscha and Wager adhered to the conception of eugenics and racial hygiene that the party proposed. For them, the undertaking of euthanasia was therefore a necessity and they were ready to participate in it. The criminal investigations carried out by Wirth and his detectives at Commissariat 5 were considerably improved by the existence, in Stuttgart, of a specialized department officially under the municipal authorities, but whose cooperation conferred a clear advantage over all other criminal investigation departments in Germany. Wirth and his police colleagues could use the recognized skills of the laboratories of the Chemical Research Institute. Its director, Otto Metzger, was a specialist in toxicology, criminology, firearms, ballistics, and counterfeiting, invaluable expertise for Kripo 187. Since the end of World War I, police forces around the world had become aware of the importance of forensic science as applied to criminal investigations and legal matters. Great technological advances had been made in the fields of ballistics, fingerprints, photography, graphology, the identification of poisons and pathologies, as well as the use of microscopes to solve criminal investigations. Even sketches of suspects and the psychological portrait or behavioral analysis of criminals, far from being innovations of the late 20th century, already existed in a rudimentary form, but were of limited use. The Kripo, however, did not fully appreciate the importance of blood groups until 192-8188. As in many other countries, such progress was viewed with suspicion, suspected of having little to do with the real work of fighting crime and preventing crime. Too few police officers grasped the benefits of forensic science because they instinctively clung to archaic routine methods and rarely bothered to attempt to use the available techniques. Only Otto Metzger and the Kripo police officers in Stuttgart saw the value of forensic science. Subsequently, the institute became the official police forensic laboratory, and its reputation spread far beyond Württemberg. Metzger's assistant, Walter Heiss, was a confident young researcher. He had studied chemistry at the Technical High School in Stuttgart and specialized in food chemistry, a discipline in which he graduated in 1925 with honors. The following year, he was hired as an assistant in the chemistry department of the Research Institute, in the same discipline. As part of his work, he participated in research in forensic laboratories, and subsequently made this his main activity. From 1935, under the auspices of the Württemberg Ministry of the Interior, the forensic laboratories became the leading authority for preventing and combating crime in Germany. SS Gruppenführer Reinhard Heydrich, head of the security police and the SD, who highly valued the Heiss laboratories, promised that in the near future he would install them in the Reich capital and ensure funding for research. Heydrich kept his promise and the laboratories were relocated to the Reich Kripo headquarters in Berlin in the fall of 1938. Heiss had joined the Nazi Party and the SA in 1933. In 1935, at the age of 34, and a year after Metzger's death, he became the director of the forensic laboratories, whose international reputation he ensured under a new name, National Institute of Chemistry, Department of Forensic Chemistry and Criminal Statistics. His specialty was the identification of weapons and instruments used in crimes and their origin, the identification of fibers, blood, and semen analyses, as well as the detection of invisible inks and dating on documents. This research earned him a professorship in 1937. From the summer of 1938, Heiss's assistant was a young 26-year-old chemical engineer, also from Stuttgart, named Albert Gottlob Widmann. He, too, had studied chemistry at the Technical High School in Stuttgart and in Danzig, and, after receiving his diploma, he was employed in Stuttgart as a technical assistant in the Organic Pharmacy Department of the Chemical Research Institute, under the direction of Heiss. A member of the Nazi Party since 1937, he had a reputation for knowing how to solve technical problems. 190. During the few weeks during which, following Hitler's decision on the K-file, Wirth was recommended for a special mission, by May 1939 at the latest, the Reich Committee for Kinderaction had completed its preparatory work regarding mentally impaired and/or physically malformed children aged 0 to 3. But there was no order from Hitler to persevere. In Berlin, it was decided that, once the Führer had given his authorization, the adult euthanasia enterprise would begin not at Hartheim Castle in Austria, but in Baden-Württemberg, and in particular the region of Upper Swabia in Germany, where it was most needed. Several institutions had already been designated as possible murder centers, and Wirth decided to take charge of whichever was chosen. Patients in public, private and religious psychiatric asylums in the Upper Swabian Mountains would be the first victims. The high number of cases of mental deficiency and physical malformations in this region was then explained by centuries of endogamy in small, often isolated communities. It was not known that iodine deficiency in water and soil in these regions disrupted thyroid function. The consequence was endemic goiters, as well as cases of cretinism, deafness and mutism, mental retardation and ataxia. The external physical signs were as follows: characteristic thickening of facial features, stunted stature and enlarged tongue making speech difficult and incomprehensible. Brain damage is irreversible. 191. Chapter 6. Graveneck, an isolated castle. In the Swabian Alps. In February 1939, Victor Brack and Hans Heffelmann, from the Central Office II of the Führer Chancellery, contacted Dr. Herbert Linden, responsible for state mental asylums in the Reich Ministry of the Interior and responsible for issues of heredity and race in the Department of Health. Linden would become the highest-ranking government official to be closely involved in euthanasia, while remaining the least known of all the bureaucrats involved in the enterprise. 192. Although he had no training in psychiatry, his collaboration was necessary in the planning and implementation of the euthanasia enterprise. He willingly agreed to cooperate, his ignorance of psychiatry in no way dampening his enthusiasm and fanatical zeal. According to Brack, Linden was from then on constantly present, whether for the euthanasia operations of children or those of adults. 193, as well as his deputy, Franke, who knew everything that was happening in the department. Ironically, both Linden and Franke had close relatives with severe disabilities that would have doomed them to euthanasia. A member of Linden's family was epileptic, and Franke had a 20-year-old daughter who was affected by polio at an early age. Subsequently, Linden ordered that the names of these relatives be removed from the lists of patients earmarked for euthanasia. 195. The role of the Linden Department, which would become the only authority in the state to participate in euthanasia operations, initially consisted of shuffling official papers. 196. He was tasked with finding an isolated psychiatric asylum in Württemberg where euthanasia could be carried out in secret, away from curiosity. As Württemberg is a very Catholic region, the bishops and their faithful were likely to mount vigorous protests if the murders became known to the public. Linden went to Stuttgart where he obtained assistance from Eugen Stadl, his counterpart at the Württemberg Interior Ministry. Aged 49, Stadl was a veteran of the First World War, after which he joined the Freikorps von Epp. He had joined the Nazi Party in 1923 and received the coveted Gold Party badge from the Old Guard of the Endstab. The Berlin authorities had found the man they needed in him. He could not only identify the appropriate establishment, but also supervise the implementation of eliminations by euthanasia in his region. An anti-Semite infamous in Württemberg for his hate propaganda, Stadl was a fierce supporter of Nazi racial ideology and firmly believed in the necessity of euthanasia. As early as the 1930s, he had declared that the Nazis were the guardians of the supreme temple of our blood. 198 and had cautiously approached the asylum directors in his region about euthanasia. In an interview with Stadl, Linden raised the subject of the thousands of mentally ill people who starved to death in mental asylums during the First World War, emphasizing that such a tragedy could not happen again. Since patients interned in Germany were to be put to death, he had to find an asylum to treat those from all over southern Germany. A small asylum of 40 to 50 beds, which, although isolated, would benefit from good communications by road and railway, would be ideal. Stadl first thought of a public psychiatric asylum, but rejected the idea due to the uncertainty of being able to count on the various levels of the hierarchical chain, and also, and this was more important, because he did not want any link between a public institution and euthanasia, so as not to bring the latter into disrepute. 200. Instead, he proposed using one of the Samaritan Foundation's asylums in the Swabian Alps, a region that would also meet the criteria proposed by Dr. Linden, isolated and easy to monitor. This foundation was a charitable association of the Internal Mission and depended on the Evangelical Church of Württemberg, under the direction of Pastor Nathaniel Fischer, in Stuttgart. 202. Stadl had notably thought of using the Grafeneck Asylum, near Munsingen. Like Hartheim, it was an 18th-century Baroque castle, which had once belonged to the Dukes of Württemberg, whose summer residence it had become. Located on an isolated road, at an altitude of 700 meters, the castle was 60 kilometers south of Stuttgart. It was perched on a rocky promontory overlooking the picturesque Dolderbach Valley, close to the Great Lauter Valley which extends for almost 50 kilometers in the Reutlingen region. Grafeneck, or the House of the Infirm, as it was called in the surrounding area, owned a vast estate and a farm. Built between 1762 and 1772 by Duke Karl Eugen von Württemberg, the castle had been bought and sold several times between the mid-19th century and 1923, when it was acquired by Count von Kaunitz, Minister of Food in the government of Gustav Stresemann during the Weimar Republic. 2 years later, it was sold to Eugen Wauig, owner of the Stuttgart Casino, who in turn handed it over to the Samaritan Foundation in 1928. The following year a home for the physically disabled was opened there. Graveneck was placed under the direction of Dr. Edward Frank. The first article of the founding charter of the Samaritans stipulated that the asylum offered German cripples and physically and mentally handicapped people of Aryan origin a home in a Christian atmosphere. 203 in Stuttgart, Bishop Theophil Wurm, head of the Lutheran Church of Württemberg, described this home as a link in the chain of Christian charity. 204, although this Christian charity was exercised exclusively for the benefit of Aryans. The isolation of the castle, there were only a few villages and hamlets in the surrounding area, made it an ideal location for the secrecy with which the euthanasia center had to be surrounded, and Linden communicated this element to Victor Brack. On May 24, 1939, 3 months after the expropriation of Hartheim Castle, Eugen Stadel and Herbert Linden, accompanied by Otto Moth and Karl Mailander, director of the Württemberg State Social Association, went to Graveneck. Initially an activist in the Zentrum, Moth moved to the Nazi Party in 1933 and, the following year, joined the SA. Responsible for psychiatric affairs in the state of Württemberg since 1936, he wholeheartedly shared the party's doctrine on euthanasia. His contribution would consist of preparing the administration and ensuring the smooth execution of the assassinations. 205. The small group unexpectedly carried out a quick inspection of Graveneck and, just as Mittermeier in Hartheim had not been informed of the reason for the inspection of his establishment, the purpose of Graveneck's visit was not communicated to Edward Frank. The location seemed ideal. On the densely forested heights of the Swabian Alps, the castle was isolated, but accessible by road and a single, narrow railway line. It was a branch line of the Albbahn which started from Reutlingen and ran along the valley below the castle walls to the station at Munsingen, the nearest small town, 5 kilometers to the northeast. It then continued to the terminus, at Skekingen. First owned by the Kingdom of Württemberg, the railway now belonged to the Reichsbahn. From the castle towers, the landscape stretched as far as the eye could see towards the south over the Dold Urbach valley, from Buttenhausen to Lauterbach, towards the Danube. The nearest houses were those in the village of Marbach where the train stopped, and the world-renowned Marbach stud farm, located just 2 kilometers down the valley, but invisible from the castle. The only building that could be seen was an inn, just before the bend leading to the village and the stud farm. Visitors also noticed that the layout of the 3 wings of the castle included large, light rooms, equipped with hot and cold running water, and numerous bathrooms. 206. According to Moth's subsequent report to the Minister of the Interior in Stuttgart, some staff and patients took the opportunity of the inspection to raise grievances. Nurses complained that very few patients were willing to work on the farm, even among those who were able. In turn, the patients emphasized that, since sums were paid to the Samaritan Foundation for their maintenance, they should not be forced to work. Staff added that pocket money given to some patients as well as a special subsidy given by the Reich Ministry of Labor, for which they did little or no work, was wasted. Most of the money was spent at the stud inn at the other end of the valley. Moth therefore recommended stopping these payments. 207. After this quick inspection, Stadel declared that the patients could easily be relocated to other Samaritan Foundation asylums in Obersentheim and Schwabishall in Württemberg. It is unknown what exactly happened that day at Schloss Graveneck between the Nazi officials from Stuttgart and Dr. Frank. The latter had no idea of the terrifying consequences that this inspection would have. Chapter 7. Intellectual Justifications. In the summer of 1939, Hans Heffelmann of Central Office II in the Führer Chancellery studied the texts and history of euthanasia since classical times. He inquired in particular about active, non-voluntary euthanasia, that is to say the murder of patients without their consent, as planned by the Führer Chancellery. 208. Around the same time, Dr. Theo Morell, Hitler's personal physician, he was one of the passengers in Bormann's car when it hit a snowdrift on the Obersalzberg in the early hours of New Year's Day 1939, also dealt with the problem of euthanasia. He too had spent considerable time collecting all existing texts on the subject since 1800, the bulk of the documents having been provided to him by Heffelmann. Obese, bald, Morel was one of the strangest and most repulsive characters in Hitler's entourage. He worked in a very lucrative private medical practice on Kurfürstendamm, the most chic street in Berlin, and became famous for his unconventional holistic alternative medicine treatments, administered to his high society patients, including stage and screen stars and politicians. 209. An inevitable conflict of interests and characters arose between Morel and the doctor who accompanied Hitler, Dr. Karl Brandt. The latter considered Morel a charlatan. But much to his chagrin, in controversies over medical and non-medical issues, Hitler generally sided with Morel. Himmler and Hermann Göring also called Morel a charlatan. Göring also gave him the title of Master Injector of the Reich, because of his propensity to administer injections for almost all illnesses. 210. The first known use of the word euthanasia is found by the Roman historian Suetonius. It comes from the Greek words eu and thanatoses, and means good death or gentle and painless death. In his chronicle The Lives of the 12 Caesars, published between 119 and 122 CE, Suetonius discusses the Emperor Augustus who, when he heard that someone had died quickly and without pain, wished for himself and his family a similar end, using the Greek expression euthanasia. Although Augustus used the word euthanasia, no one actually intervened to hasten death. 211. Heffelmann scoured the literature, from the Stoic and Epicurean philosophers, who believed that euthanasia was an acceptable option once one no longer wanted to live, to Erasmus, including Plato and Aristotle. Those who have an unhealthy body will be allowed to die, wrote Plato, and those who have a soul that is perverse by nature and incorrigible will be put to death. 212. In ancient Greece, mentally ill people were stoned to death when an epidemic was rife. They were first banished from cities, then stoned to death as part of a purification ritual. As for incurable patients, they were administered poison, while in India they were drowned in the Ganges. 214. Infanticide was common in the ancient cultures of Greece, Rome, India, China, and Japan. Thus, in Sparta, it was customary for every newborn male to be examined for signs of infirmity or illness. If any were discovered, euthanasia was carried out. 215. For Hitler, Sparta was the first folkish state. 216. In 1928 he wrote, "The exposure of sick, fragile, and malformed children, in short, their elimination was more reasonable and, in truth, 1,000 times more humane than the cursed dementia of our days which keeps the most pathological cases alive." 217. As for the link he established between euthanasia and war, it was not new. Since ancient times, euthanasia has been practiced on soldiers mortally wounded on the battlefield. Ambroise Paré, surgeon to the kings of France in the 16th century, witnessed a classic case. A pioneer in surgical techniques, particularly in the treatment of wounds, this army surgeon, who surveyed the battlefields for 20 years, reported a case of merciful death which he witnessed in 1536. Entering the city of Metz, which had just been conquered, he encountered 3 mortally wounded soldiers, sitting against the wall. Here is Paré's story. An old soldier came along and asked me if there was any way to cure them. I say no. Suddenly, he approached them and cut their throats gently and without anger. Seeing this great cruelty, I told him that he was a bad man. He replied to me that he prayed to God that, when he was dressed in such a way, that there would be someone who would do the same to him, so that he would not languish miserably. 218. It was not until 1804 that the first book devoted to euthanasia in modern European thought appeared, the treatise on euthanasia by Eugenios Vulgaris, an eminent Greek intellectual and theologian, Bishop of Kherson in Ukraine. It was a remarkable work on early European attitudes toward the good death or gentle death. Vulgaris saw in euthanasia a spiritual preparation and a reconciliation with the dying person rather than a merciful death brought by a doctor, in the sense in which the term evolved during the 19th and 20th centuries. 219. After the publication in 1859 of Charles Darwin's The Origin of Species, intellectuals incorporated Darwinism into their theories. This book gave, in a way, the legitimacy of an exact science to sociology, economics, and especially eugenics, the science of improving the human race through selective procreation. While Darwin had dealt primarily with the plant and animal kingdoms, it was not long before the original concept of a fundamental selection mechanism, natural and fortuitous, was transformed into an intentional, human-engineered selection process. This social Darwinism corresponded to an elitist belief that the rich and powerful were better adapted to the economic and social conditions of a given era than the less fortunate. Social progress depended on the survival of the fittest, while the weakest elements, the sick, were eliminated in order to prevent contagion and degeneration of healthy elements. 220. In Nazi eugenics, selective breeding also included the destruction of weaker genes, because, in Hitler's mind, Darwinism provided the moral justification for infanticide, adult euthanasia and, subsequently, genocide. It allowed him to achieve his goal, the biological perfection of the Aryan race. At the beginning of the 19th century, the discovery of morphine constituted a real revolution and, in 1848, the first case of euthanasia was carried out in the United States with anesthetic ether on a 90-year-old woman. 221. In 1873, in England, Lionel Tollemache, from an aristocratic family and described as an author and rentier, obviously influenced by utilitarianism and social Darwinism, wrote in an article entitled "The New Cure for Incurables," that incurables were useless and burdensome for society. 222. While Tollemache's ideas were largely dismissed as revolutionary, similar notions arose under the influence of the new science of eugenics. After extensive research, however, Heffelman came to the conclusion that active, enforced euthanasia had been generally unacceptable in the Christian West until 1870. The sixth commandment, "Thou shalt not kill," still prevailed. Christianity introduced more respect for beings, reinforcing the Hippocratic oath that all doctors had to take who pledged to do no harm to their patients, and giving everyone the right to live. According to Judeo-Christian and Muslim teachings, God being the sole creator of human life and human life belonging to him, only he, and not man, could decree death. In 1895, Adolf Jost, a German jurist, published Das Recht auf den Tod, a work in which he asserted that the quality of life was sometimes almost zero, so was the value of the life of an incurably ill person. In such cases, control over that person's death must ultimately lie with the social organism, that is, the state. His major argument was biological: the right death constitutes the key to the ability to live, the state must kill in order to ensure the life and health of the social organism. 223. In Germany, where eugenicists compared the state to a human organism, undesirable genes were considered parasites living on the body of the nation, and such parasites had to be eliminated. The same year, Fritz Lenz, a medical geneticist, declared that race was the criterion of value. The state is not there to observe whether the individual receives what is due to him, but to serve the race. Lenz advocated organic socialism and believed that, without vigorous implementation of eugenics, the Aryan race would be doomed to extinction. 224. The emphasis was therefore no longer on the individual and the environment, but on the genetic heritage of society. Accepted and respected scientific knowledge was thus mixed with pseudoscientific research and ideological considerations, which resulted in the conviction that external racial elements, including the physically and mentally handicapped, had to be eliminated from the German nation. Heffelman also drew on the writings of Friedrich Nietzsche, whose ideas and philosophy were often misused by the Nazis. The philosopher was a supporter of voluntary euthanasia, that is to say the right of every lucid individual, in no way justifying the interference of the state, of die proudly when it is no longer possible to live proudly. Death chosen freely, death in due time, with lucidity and with a joyful heart, accomplished in the midst of children and witnesses, while a real farewell is still possible, while the one who leaves us still exists. 225. The problem of the incurably mentally ill, the dead weights and parasites of society in Nazi jargon, whom Nietzsche referred to under the general term sick, was a completely different question for the philosopher. His attitude, in this regard, corresponded exactly to that of the Nazis. The patient is a parasite of society. Having reached a certain state, it is inappropriate to live longer. The obstinacy to vegetate cowardly, slave to doctors and medical practices, after one has lost the meaning of life, the right to life, should lead to profound contempt from society. 226. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, other authors came out in favor of euthanasia, notably the Scottish philosopher David Hume, an economist and historian, considered one of the eminent figures in the history of Western philosophy. Before Nietzsche, Hume vigorously maintained that the right to end one's own life depended solely on the person. Skeptical of religion, he tried to refute theological arguments. Similarly, an English philosopher, Jeremy Bentham, believed that the act of euthanasia would reduce the amount of misery in the world. Euthanasia had to be morally justified. At least that is what this social reformer, a well-known supporter of utilitarianism, stated concisely, summarizing his thoughts with the formula "the end justifies the means." Bentham himself requested euthanasia in his final moments. Following his example, John Stuart Mill, a famous disciple of Bentham, maintained that over himself, over his own body and over his own mind, the individual is sovereign. Whether a person wishes to die quickly rather than slowly and painfully is a strictly personal matter, the state does not have to intervene. 227. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the debate over euthanasia rebounded and gained popularity among some doctors and jurists who proposed that the medical profession be authorized to advocate an assisted death for those who suffered from chronic pain, or who were suffering from a terminal illness or physical, psychological, and intellectual infirmities. At the end of the 19th century, a few voices were raised, and not only in Germany, to advocate euthanasia in the name of racial hygiene. 11 years after the publication of Darwin's book, it was declared, during a medical conference organized in England on the subject of euthanasia, that the anesthetic chloroform should also be used to intentionally end the life of a patient. 228. Many doctors advocated this measure in extreme cases, but only at the patient's request. The ideological foundations of euthanasia were therefore in place well before Hitler came to power. Heffelmann's Bible was a treatise entitled Die Freigabe der Vernichtungslebens Lebens. This decisive work was written by two German professors from Fribourg, the lawyer Karl Binding, retired professor of law, and Alfred Hoche, professor of psychiatry and neuropathology. Binding, the lead author, had retired to Freiburg after a flawless career of 40 years teaching at the universities of Heidelberg, Freiburg, Strasbourg, and Leipzig. He was one of Germany's leading specialists in constitutional law and criminal law. Hoche was a less brilliant character. The two professors were both far-right, and their convictions, concerning the rejection of individual rights and the exaltation of the rights of the national community, appeared very clearly in their writings. The ideas and proposals of Binding and Hoche, carefully argued although complex, were presented in the form of numbered paragraphs as was customary for a philosophical treatise. The authors examined the act of euthanasia not only for the incurably mentally ill, but also for a large proportion of the mentally ill, imbeciles, and retarded or deformed children. They had fundamentally decided to undermine the tradition of the Hippocratic Oath, asserting that the decision to intervene medically should be based on utilitarian considerations. People were valuable only for their usefulness and contribution to society, their quality of life should therefore be the determining factor in medical treatment. According to the categories determined by Binding and Hoche, some people, including children, led lives not worth living, those with terminal illnesses, the physically disabled, and the mentally ill. After the war, Heffelmann admitted that, although he had not understood many of Hoche's remarks on the law, Binding explained the essentials so clearly that a layman like him could understand them. 230. Binding's definition of a life unworthy of living, however, remained vague, although he made it clear that those he considered inferior should be destroyed, even if they could live many years without suffering. This was perfectly consistent with the utilitarian concept of the heavy financial and emotional burden that the inferiors imposed on their loved ones, on society, and on the state. Binding also established a link between war and euthanasia. He asked the reader to imagine a battlefield littered with thousands of corpses of young people and to compare it to the German psychiatric asylums which took care of living but useless internees. It also provided precise guidelines regarding those authorized to grant authorization for a medically assisted death, while emphasizing that the state can never take the initiative of euthanasia. He proposed a system of careful control, the creation of a government commission composed of a lawyer and 2 doctors responsible for studying requests for euthanasia. Unanimity would be required to grant a patient the ultimate relief. 231. Such requests would probably come from loved ones, since people suffering from incurable idiocy would not be able to make them. 232. According to Binding, these merciful deaths would constitute a pure act of healing. The doctor who performs euthanasia would therefore be carrying out a healing work. Both authors, however, explicitly condemned imposed euthanasia, whatever the circumstances. 233. Although this treatise was controversial and its proposal to eliminate unnecessary lives did not enjoy much support in German medical circles, many of the ideas in this detailed and complex work would form the backbone of the Nazi conception of euthanasia imposed by the state and presented as a national economic measure. In particular, Binding and Hoke provided the Nazis with a whole vocabulary, for example life unworthy of living, dead weight, which the latter later took up in harsher terms, useless bread eaters and useless mouths. A large part of the text of these 2 professors with conservative tendencies was used by the Nazis to justify their euthanasia enterprise. In 1921, the year following the publication of Binding and Hoke's treatise, another book appeared that became the classic text for eugenicists advocating racial science, Grundrister Menschlichen Erbelrue und die Rassenhygiene. Published in 2 volumes by the anti-Semitic Munich publisher Julius Friedrich Lehmann, this work signed by 3 authors, Erwin Bauer, Eugen Fischer, and Fritz Lenz, was better known under the name Bauer-Fischer-Lenz. It was the subject of laudatory reviews and became the reference manual on racial hygiene, exerting a considerable influence on the evolution of eugenics and its application, an influence even greater than that of Binding and Hoke. 234. He certainly inspired Hitler, who received a copy of the 2nd edition from the publisher while he was languishing at the Landsberg fortress with Rudolf Hess, after the failure of the beer putsch of 1923. In Mein Kampf, he used several of Bauer-Fischer-Lenz's ideas and, in 1935, the sinister anti-Semitic racial laws, known as the Nuremberg Laws, were introduced. Relied largely on these volumes as scientific justification. 235. A few months later, in 1922, Gerhard Hoffmann, a popular German author, critic of mass culture and interpreter of science, categorically asserted, under the pseudonym Ernst Mann, that misery could only be eradicated from the world by the painless extermination of the destitute. Those who were best able to carry out this enterprise were doctors, the true saviors of humanity, according to Hoffmann. 236. In contrast to the arguments of Binding, Hoke and Hoffmann, Ewald Meltzer, director of the Katharienhof Asylum in Groß-Hennersdorf, Saxony, vehemently contested that the mentally handicapped had lost the last vestiges of their humanity and emphasized on the contrary their capacity and desire to enjoy life. 237. He also opposed the widely held idea that caring for the mentally ill was a waste of time and money, altruism constituting a characteristic specific to humanity. The extremely important points mentioned by Binding and Hoke certainly could not be discussed in a few lines. 238. To satisfy his own curiosity, and hoping to refute the radical ideas about euthanasia put forward by Binding and Hoke, Meltzer sent a questionnaire to all parents of children treated at Katharienhof. He only asked them 4 questions, but the answers shocked him. Far from protecting their child, whatever the seriousness of their infirmity, the vast majority of them, 73%, declared themselves in favor of euthanasia. They would be happy to rid themselves of the burden of a disabled child, and many expressed the desire that a death without suffering be administered to them without their knowledge. It was also clear that many did not want to know that euthanasia had been carried out, preferring to be informed that their child had died of illness. The majority of parents of disabled children consulted by Meltzer therefore turned a blind eye to euthanasia. It then seemed likely that families who had an adult relative in a psychiatric asylum for whom they did not feel any particular attachment would be even more inclined to turn a blind eye to euthanasia. 239. In France, the same year that Meltzer's study appeared, Dr. Émile Forgue published an article in La Revue de Paris entitled Euthanasia 240. He emphasized that the killing of incurable patients was not a legal question. At the same time, the Liege Bar, in Belgium, declared that anyone who puts an incurable patient to death must be pardoned. 241. Heffelmann and Morel also studied the writings of German eugenicists Alfred Ploetz, Wilhelm Schallmayer, Ernst Rudin, Wilhelm Oswald, and many others, as well as the ideas being debated at the time in Britain and the United States. In North America, a powerful eugenics movement campaigned to convince the public that the mentally ill were dangerous social deviants, morally perverted. In the 1920s, still in the United States, Margaret Sanger, founder and longtime president of the Planned Parenthood Association, wrote a book which was a huge success. She warned readers, "We must open our eyes to the cost, colossal to society, of the blind, the deaf and mute and the epileptic." Racist, supporter of eugenic methods of population control, particularly minorities and the disabled, she described the infirm as the dead weight of the refuse of the human race. 242. In Great Britain, with a view to legalizing euthanasia, the Voluntary Euthanasia Society was founded in 1935 by personalities such as the playwright George Bernard Shaw, the philosopher Bertrand Russell and the writer Herbert George Wells. In 1936, however, the House of Lords defeated a bill that would have permitted euthanasia in cases of terminal illness. However, it was known that, in extreme cases, doctors practiced euthanasia at their discretion. Another element could interest Heffelmann. In 1938, in the United States, despite serious obstacles, the Euthanasia Society of America was created with the intention of legalizing voluntary euthanasia. The major obstacle she encountered was the law and the principle, dear to American citizens, of the right to life, liberty, and happiness. After spending much of the summer of 1939 reading documents on euthanasia, Morel wrote a report in which he outlined his thoughts and proposals. He believed that parents of crippled children would not raise major objections to euthanasia, while adhering to the unexpected conclusions of Meltzer's study. Parents would prefer to be told that their child had succumbed to this or that illness. Morel made it clear that, for the euthanasia of both children and adults, it would be preferable to proceed beforehand with a form of compulsory registration of congenitally ill patients, which would make it possible to select patients, rather than leaving it to the discretion of doctors to administer a death without suffering themselves. Just as Binding and Hoke's treatise had reflected the general state of mind in Germany during the troubled period following the First World War, Morel somewhat adapted the crude utilitarianism of the two authors to bring it up to date in Germany in 1939. While presenting the practical nature and economic advantages of euthanasia, he addressed the grim prospect of killing several thousand mentally ill people, without however specifying the exact number, the modalities, or when to inform loved ones. All told, the philosophical basis of Morel's report was a typically Nazi mix of inhumanity, bizarre, supposedly natural or historical facts. The author also rejected any idea of victims' rights as human beings. 243. In doing so, this high society doctor was simply ignoring the principles of the Hippocratic Oath to which all doctors are bound. This report would form the basis of a presentation he made to Hitler on euthanasia. 244. Morel further used this material to draft a bill to consider the elimination of patients in need of permanent care with severe hereditary physical or mental disabilities who, he said, made others shudder and were at the lowest animal level. The question remained, however, whether the killings should be carried out under a legally passed law or surreptitiously, through secret decrees, as Hitler would have liked. Chapter 8. The Hippocratic Oath. Trampled underfoot. Whoever Hitler ultimately appoints to take control of the operation should have his trust and protection. Bormann, the Nazi official closest to Hitler, therefore logically proposed to replace Gerhard Wagner, who had died, Leonardo Conti, newly appointed Secretary of State for Health, within the Reich Ministry of the Interior. Bormann had known Conti since the early days of the Nazi movement and, as the latter was his subordinate, Bormann knew that he could easily manipulate him for his benefit. 246. Another hostility then set in between the chancelleries of the Reich and the party on the one hand, and that of the Führer on the other, Bormann and Hans-Heinrich Lammers uniting against Reichsleiter Philipp Buller. Here we found the classic pattern of a dictator whose entourage is constantly and inexorably dwindling, since he chases away all those who oppose him, as his projects advance. It was a typical example of the total submission demonstrated to the Nazi slogan, "The Führer orders, we obey." 247. This servility resulted in the loss of the most competent men, leaving only the ambitious who understood that, to ensure their success, they had to be the liege men of the Führer. 248. During the summer, no precise date can be put forward due to contradictory testimonies and the amnesia of witnesses, but it was very likely July 18, Hitler chose his plenipotentiaries for the euthanasia enterprise. He summoned Martin Bormann, Hans-Heinrich Lammers, and Leonardo Conti to a meeting at which he appointed the latter as plenipotentiary for euthanasia, almost certainly on Bormann's recommendation, and ordered Lammers to support him. 249. Conti certainly seemed the best choice, given his new appointment, but it placed him in an unusual situation, as he explained at the Nuremberg trials in 1945. "I had 3 superiors, that was the problem. As State Secretary, I reported to the Reich Ministry of the Interior. Dr. Brandt was my professional superior and had the right to give me orders, and in the party, Bormann was authorized to communicate instructions to me." 250. Conti's idea of his position was even more troubling since, as both Reich Medical Director and State Secretary of Health in the Reich Ministry of the Interior, an unusual situation, he was his own boss. However, Hitler's decision had placed Conti before a moral dilemma which Lammers exacerbated. He was not very satisfied with the launch of an enterprise like euthanasia on the simple oral instructions of the Führer. Lammers shared his opinion. Such an arduous project could only be implemented after the adoption of a proper law. This should go through the Lammers chancellery to be officially promulgated in the Reichsgesetzblatt. Neither Conti nor Lammers managed to grasp the idea of the Führer principle, the dictatorship of one man, Adolf Hitler. This is what would subsequently bring about the end of Conti in Hitler's eyes and his virtual banishment from the Nazi circles closest to power. In front of Hitler, there was absolutely no question of expressing the slightest doubt, which, in any case, Conti would not even have attempted for the simple reason that it was the first direct order he received from the Führer and he would never have dared to question it. The first problem facing the planners and organizers of euthanasia was that of selecting and recruiting adequate personnel to initially carry out the child euthanasia enterprise, the Kinderaction. According to Dr. Valentin Faltelhauser, director of the Kaufbeuren Asylum in the Swabian Ostalgau region of Bavaria, psychiatry, as a medical specialty, had never attracted ambitious intellectuals or those who aspired to high salaries. Psychiatrists were considered second-rate doctors. In the medical profession, it was even considered that psychiatry had attracted the dregs of the profession. 251. Recruitment of both doctors and psychiatric nurses was a constant problem, often due to the remoteness of asylums and limited prospects for promotion within an authoritarian professional administration. Continual Nazi propaganda about racial hygiene and eugenics also dissuaded more than one candidate from applying for such employment. Those who worked in public health psychiatric services were seen as failures living in sterile isolation near their patients, officially considered by the state to be superfluous people. 252. To resolve this problem, Buller, Brack, and Linden drew up an initial list of 7 names of eminent psychiatrists and pediatricians, later supplemented to include 2253. At the head was Werner Haidt, a promising young psychiatrist, head of the university clinic in Würzburg in Bavaria, who, on New Year's Day, had obtained the post of professor of psychiatry and neurology. Aged 34 in 1939, Hade was from Forst, on the west bank of the Neisse, near Cottbus in eastern Germany. He was homosexual and reported as such in his file at the SD headquarters in Berlin, which would later lead to his downfall. 254. Werner Hade had succeeded on his own. Between 1920 and 1925, when his father had lost everything due to post-war inflation, he paid for his medical studies at the universities of Berlin, Freiburg, Marburg, Rostock, and finally Würzburg, by working in the docks of Rostock, in the mines and in a glass works. Graduating in 1926, he obtained his specialization in psychiatry and neurology 3 years later. Hade benefited from all kinds of scholarships and earned a modest living by working as an assistant professor at the University of Würzburg. Despite his homosexual tendencies, he married in 1927. He was appointed full-time assistant in 1930 and, in Würzburg, became involved with a circle of wealthy homosexuals, again gratifying his sexual inclinations by sometimes seducing his own students. Hade's name came up often in 1933 in the Eich affair, during which he refused to have SS officer Theodor Eich, victim of the revenge of an influential party figure, committed to a psychiatric asylum as a dangerous psychopath. As a result of this attitude, when Eich was appointed commander of the Dachau concentration camp by Himmler, Hade was given a special mission in the concentration camps, organizing and supervising the evaluation of the psychological and neurological condition, as well as the heredity of the prisoners. At its headquarters on Prinz Albrechtstrasse in Berlin, the Gestapo also called upon his specialist knowledge. This is what Hade specified in his curriculum vitae, under the heading Additional Activities. As for my appointment as a Gestapo expert in Berlin, of course I can only hint at it. These were mainly unusual difficult cases, some of which required enormous amounts of energy and time. 256. Dr. Hade's specialty in the service of the Gestapo concerned medical means of interrogation, designated in Nazi jargon by the expression Verschärft-Vernehmung, a euphemism invented in 1937 to designate torture which did not leave visible marks. In general, Kripo and Gestapo interrogators, career police officers trained in criminal investigation, beyond the routine administration of beatings, did not carry out the torture themselves. Experts like Hade were brought in to inflict more scientific or more medical torture, because the person being interrogated was only of interest to the Gestapo if they provided the desired information. 257. Such methods had nothing to do with the beatings and other physical brutalities used by people like Criminal Inspector Christian Wirth in Stuttgart during routine police interrogations. Hade intervened either to judge what the victims were capable of withstanding, or to administer medical means intended to intensify the suffering. He could still become a torturer himself, in order to achieve the objectives set by the interrogator. 258. Suffering is an integral part of torture and, as the tolerance threshold varies from person to person, each being more or less resistant to certain forms of pain, torture can be adapted to exploit the victim's weak points. Physical techniques included electroshock applied to the most sensitive parts of the body and repetitive transcranial magnetic hyperstimulation, combined with blinding lights. Medical torture consisted of forcibly ingesting or injecting psychotropic drugs and or other chemical substances, notably insulin, apomorphine, and curare, which destabilize, act on the psyche and cause physical pain. The torturers also injected truth serums, either pentothal or emetol sodium. 259. It was while working for the Gestapo and in the concentration camps that Dr. Hade lost sight of the fact that he was dealing with human beings. For him, they were enemies of the state and socially undesirable elements who had no place in society. They were simply interesting specimens for his research and, according to him, the Hippocratic Oath did not apply to such creatures. Buller and Brack were aware of Hade's reputation and his special work for the SS and the Gestapo. He was already known as the concentration camp psychiatrist, and they knew where to find him. Haid seemed to be the ideal candidate to head the psychiatric commission to which they planned to entrust the selection of patients for euthanasia. Brack was responsible for inviting him to Berlin. He knew Himmler well, from the time he served as his driver, and he contacted the SS leadership, based in the former Prinz Albrecht Hotel, who put him in touch with Haid. In the last days of July 1939, a few days before the elimination of the child from the K-file, Buller and Brack held the first of a long series of meetings in a small living room of the Führer's chancellery. Victor Brack and Leonardo Conti chaired it, surrounded by around 15 specialist doctors and directors of certain public psychiatric asylums. They had been invited in order to inform them of the euthanasia undertaking and to select the personnel likely to work in the elimination centers. Among them were Werner Haid, from the University Clinic in Würzburg, Werner Kadel, from the Leipzig University Clinic, Max de Kreinus, director of the psychiatric department of the famous Charite Hospital in Berlin, Ernst Wetzelrer, professor of psychiatry at the University of Berlin and also attached to the Charite Hospital, Hans Heinze of the large asylum in Brandenburg-Gordon, Hermann Pfannmuller, director of the Egelfing-Haar Asylum in Munich-Riem, and Paul Nitsche, director of the Pirna Sonnenstein Asylum near Dresden. In this select society, Nitsche, described as a wonderful and charming man, aged 63, was considered the dean. He was firmly convinced that every illness requires therapy. For incurable diseases, the inevitable therapy had to be radical, elimination through euthanasia. According to him, healing and murder must necessarily go hand in hand in a modern medicine freed from any irrational Christian constraints. He had also gathered extensive documentation on euthanasia throughout the world, and set up a specialized library on this subject, a task in which Ilse Lindner, one of Victor Brack's secretaries at the Central Office II of the Führer Chancellery, had assisted him. The neuroanatomist Max de Kreinus, who attempted to prove the biological basis of schizophrenia and had the reputation of being a courageous and energetic doctor, was undoubtedly the most original member of this assembly. An Austrian from Graz, he was a colonel in the Army Medical Corps and one of Heydrich's SD agents. As such, he spied on his fellow doctors and did not hesitate to denounce them. 262. De Kreinus led a double life. Close friend of Walter Schellenberg, the head of the Nazi secret services, he was personally involved in the secret negotiations led by him in the Netherlands with agents of MI6, the British Secret Services. 263. Buller explained to the audience that the idea of granting a painless death to physically and mentally affected children would also be applied to incurably mentally ill adults, in particular to those whose condition left no hope of improvement, for example incurable schizophrenics, serious cases of idiocy, and hopeless cases of organic psychoses. The euthanasia undertaking was not inspired by any humanitarian considerations. It was entirely pragmatic. It was a question of freeing up beds in asylums in anticipation of soldiers who would be injured in the next war, and of being able to have medical and nursing staff who would be more usefully employed in caring for the wounded. 264. Buller also explained that, for reasons completely unrelated to politics, the Führer had refused to issue a decree on euthanasia. However, in the absence of such a decree, medical and nursing personnel participating in euthanasia would be assured of their protection in the event of possible legal proceedings. 265. Without this promise from the Führer, the participants would collaborate in an illegal act. Professor Paul Nitsche pointed out that as early as 1937 he had participated in a meeting with the head of Reich Health, Gerhard Wagner, on the concise clarification of the concept of assisted death. On this occasion, Wagner assured him that the Führer would protect from prosecution any psychiatrist who administered an assisted death in legitimate cases. 266. In 1960, Haid remembered that, in his speech, Buller had emphasized that the company was not launched lightly. That for several years Hitler had been dealing with this problem and that enormous preparatory work had already been carried out on his orders. Buller raised this point again. Given the need for secrecy, this could not be achieved quickly in the establishments where the patients were interned. He also stated that it had been thought that, for implementation, it would be necessary to set up a system of consultation. 267. Dr. Pfannmuller, an exceptionally brutal individual who referred to newly admitted patients in his psychiatric ward as new pieces of meat, recalled the discussion that began after Buller's speech. In our opinion, the only patients who could benefit from euthanasia were those for whom there was no hope of improvement, for example absolutely incurable schizophrenics, serious cases of idiocy and hopeless cases of organic psychoses. In services for the incurable, there are cases who are completely incapable of caring for themselves and who need permanent professional care in a closed ward. We psychiatrists describe these patients as asocial. 269. The fate of the asocials was sealed by the Nazi principle: relieve those you cannot cure. With the exception of Professor Decrinus, everyone present agreed to participate in the enterprise. This single abstention did not result from moral or ethical considerations. Decrinus simply had too many other professional responsibilities. However, he remained in the living room of the Führer's chancellery until the end of the meeting. 270. The final item on the agenda focused on possible methods for administering a painless death. Brack specified that the method should be quick and painless, odorless, and tasteless. The doctors present thought of massive doses of narcotics. They proposed the most powerful opiate, the analgesic morphine, which acts directly on the nervous system and is known as the most effective remedy for pain relief. Also suggested was the combination of scopolamine morphine. 271, morphine and hydrocyanic acid, morphine acting first on the brain and death being caused by hydrochloric acid, a deadly poison, veronal, a long-acting barbiturate which, administered in high doses, weakens most metabolic processes. 272, and luminal, an anti-epileptic drug. 273. However, all these narcotics risked causing side effects before causing death. There was even talk of curare, a deadly poison with which the Indians of South America coated the ends of their arrows to paralyze the muscles and cause death by paralysis of the respiratory system. To work, it was emphasized, curare had to enter the blood system. Only one substance met Brack's criteria: colorless, odorless, and tasteless. Scopolamine, a sedative used as a pre-anesthetic, could be administered in tablets dissolved in a drink. It was therefore easy to take and the effect was rapid. 274. All of the means mentioned, however, whether tablets or injections, required considerable time to administer to thousands of patients, and Brack rejected them on the spot. The specialists eventually admitted that they knew of no means meeting Brack's requirements, and offered to consult chemists. Haid recommended that Brack interview one of his colleagues, Professor Friedrich Fleury of the University of Würzburg, a renowned expert in toxicology. 275. Conti then presented the doctors to Wilhelm Frick, Reich Minister of Justice, and asked them to choose, among their colleagues and among the employees of their respective establishments, the personnel likely to participate in euthanasia. At the end of the meeting, the ambitious Werner Haid was appointed chief psychiatric consultant for the euthanasia operation. A vain young wolf with a dazzling career, he accepted immediately. The Führer Chancellery was the secret center of power in the Reich, and Haid was attracted by the special atmosphere that surrounded such important confidential work. He was a weak individual, who reveled in devious activities carried out behind closed doors, whether it was about his homosexual inclinations or medical interrogation sessions at Gestapo headquarters. This medical meeting at the Führer's chancellery was a strange event to say the least. The eminent specialists gathered there had taken the Hippocratic Oath, which commits all doctors to consider every human life as sacrosanct, to do everything to cure and to refuse to kill or even harm the sick. This played no role in these discussions. Instead, they quietly debated ways to kill defenseless patients. Extraordinary fact, after the war, Professor Werner Kadel, director of the pediatric department of the Leipzig University Clinic, and who had been in charge of the K-file, clarified that he had never taken oath. He explained that, as a strong supporter of euthanasia for seriously ill children, he could not take Christian objections seriously. 276. Kadel was not an isolated case because, since the Nazi takeover in 1933, German doctors of the younger generation no longer took the oath according to the words of Hippocrates, but according to a formula on the health of the state and the nation. Paradoxically, although Himmler himself considered Hippocrates as a model for his SS doctors, the oath became superfluous when the latter pledged allegiance to Hitler. They thus excluded the mentally ill from all responsibilities linked to the Hippocratic Oath 277. At the doctor's trial at Nuremberg in 1947, a witness described this commitment as a joke of world history 278. If these eminent doctors were able to ignore the Hippocratic Oath, it is because they operated within the Nazi system to which they were devoted. But the latter was devoid of any human value and distorted by the political and scientific conceptions of eugenics at that time, according to which certain beings did not present the slightest interest to society. The system of values which underpins the protection of human life and the dignity of patients, vulnerable beings by definition, was lacking. In Germany, the majority of doctors were members of the Nazi Party. By virtue of the Führer principle, they were therefore only accountable to the party and the state. According to them, medicine had the sole objective of serving the state. 279. The participants in the meeting organized at the Führer Chancellery believed they were contributing to the greater glory of the Third Reich. They were in fact working to subvert psychiatry. They were preparing to transform healers into executioners, which would previously have been ethically unthinkable. For the first time in history, through a series of immoral professional options, psychiatrists planned to systematically kill their own patients. During the summer of 1939, several other meetings on adult euthanasia were organized at the Führer Chancellery. Not only medical specialists were present, but also representatives from various Reich ministries, the Interior, Health, and Justice. Irmgard Rabe, Heffelmann's secretary, described the first meetings in these terms. Doctors demanded the adoption of a law because, while being in favor of euthanasia measures, they knew that they were not compatible with the laws of the time and therefore wanted to legalize the thing while calming their consciences. I know there was a lot of discussion about this subject. 280. According to Victor Brack, an appropriate definition of criminal law could certainly be adapted each time a law on euthanasia was developed and, certainly, become a law. 281. Brack pointed out that at Central Office 2 of the Führer Chancellery, he and his colleagues not only anticipated the promulgation of the law, but lobbied to speed up its adoption. This, however, went against Hitler's wishes. The promulgation of a law legalizing euthanasia would destroy the required secrecy. Also discussed at the meetings was the most accurate and rapid assessment of the extent of the problem of the mentally ill, the location of their internment and the number of those who would be qualified to be part of the euthanasia enterprise among the approximately 300,000 patients, not all of whom were permanently interned, but who nevertheless needed to be counted. During meetings organized by Buller, Dr. Haid, and Professor Nietzsche, as well as a team of administrators, it was decided that, as a first step, registration forms for euthanasiable adults would be sent to all establishments in the Reich, public psychiatric asylums, religious, charitable or private institutions. 282. The forms had to fit on a single page and included details of each asylum, its location, how to get there, as well as the number of patients and the reason for their internment. The most important criterion, however, was not medical. This involved assessing the ability of each patient to work, those who suffered from a serious illness making them unable to carry out any work in their institution, and those who could only carry out menial routine tasks. 283. Dr. Brandt nevertheless insisted on the fact that the criterion of work presented a real medical interest to the extent that, if the patients were capable of working, it was because they were not really sick. 284. On this questionnaire page, a very small space was provided for the diagnosis and another, equally small, space for the type of work each patient was doing or was able to do. Brandt, Haid, and Nietzsche, along with other specialists and administrators, also defined what types of patients should be reported, the most serious cases being imbeciles, mentally deficient patients, neurologically impaired patients, and the incurable. Listed on an instruction sheet that accompanied the form, the main cases to report fell into 4 categories. 1. Mentally ill patients unable to work, or those who could only perform routine menial tasks. 2. Patients who have been interned for at least 5 years. 3. Patients interned as dangerously insane and confined in units under high surveillance. 4. Patients who were not German citizens or of German or similar race. The race and nationality of each patient had to be indicated. These last points were specified in a footnote as follows: Jew, partially Jewish, first or second degree, Negro, mixed race Negro, Gypsy, mixed race Gypsy, etc. 285. The absence of any living parents, the absence of visits and advanced age were also important criteria. 286. The forms were further intended to give the impression that the information collected was necessary for a statistical study carried out for administrative and scientific purposes, with the aim of developing a methodical economic plan for psychiatric establishments. 287. As with similar forms for child euthanasia, statistical studies of this kind were not unusual, and these questions were not expected to arouse suspicion among recipients. In total, more than 200,000 forms and instruction sheets were printed for distribution to Reich establishments. 288. However, it was decided not to carry out any distribution until the Führer himself had given the start of the euthanasia enterprise. Subsequently, a 3-week period would be given to return the forms to the Reich Ministry of the Interior in Berlin, which would ensure that doctors in the institutions would not have time to carry out the medical examination of each of their patients. Despite the words of appeasement expressed during the medical meeting organized in the living room of the Führer's chancellery on the immunity of doctors participating in euthanasia, certain doubts remained. Article 211 of the Penal Code clearly stated, "Whoever intentionally kills a man shall be punished with death for murder if the murder is premeditated." 289. Euthanasia was certainly premeditated murder. Furthermore, according to Article 139, anyone who receives credible information regarding an intention to commit a crime and does not inform, in due time, the authorities or the person whose life is threatened will be punished. At Central Office 2 of the Führer Chancellery, Hans Heffelmann therefore undertook to draw up a draft authorization for euthanasia to which Hitler could put his signature. But this task proved very difficult, as explained by Heffelmann's secretary, a trusted member of the Nazi Party, who sometimes attended the first meetings as a stenographer and typed up Heffelmann's plans. They were rejected one after the other. Here is the testimony of the secretary: after hearing of this refusal, another project had not been signed either, we were all demoralized. There were numerous attempts, however, to my knowledge, it was also at the instigation of Buller, to obtain this signature by resorting to other formulations. 290. But Hitler still seemed unwilling to sign. Behind the scenes, Victor Brack was busy proposing his own version in order to obtain the signature. To this end, he sought the legal expertise of his personal lawyer, Johannes Plager, who seemed to control most of the time what Brack did and provide advice on the legal aspects of euthanasia plans. Plager's opinions, however, were strictly unofficial. Their combined efforts were unsuccessful. In August 1939, a commission of the Reich Ministry of Justice on the reform of the Penal Code sent a bill to the Führer Chancellery which apparently endorsed euthanasia. The jurists who wrote this first text proposed that voluntary euthanasia would no longer be considered a crime and judged as murder, but could be administered by a duly authorized doctor. This proposal was then carefully linked to involuntary euthanasia, that is to say, euthanasia of the mentally ill authorized by the state. Clause 2 of the draft stated, "The life of a person who, due to an incurable mental illness, requires permanent confinement and is unable to lead an independent existence may be prematurely cut short by painless medical measures administered secretly." 291. This project was not signed by the Führer either. Chapter 9. The Deadly Science. By the summer of 1939, despite the advancement of adult euthanasia plans, the hiring of staff and the choice of 2 murder sites, no method of eliminating patients had really been decided. Central Office 2 staff had discussed the issue, but the proposals they made were strange, even unrealistic. Among other things, Heffelman's idea of killing victims in batches in deliberately caused bus and train accidents had been mentioned 292. No thought had been given to how to guarantee the death of all those involved, and one could wonder about the reaction of the German population to such a series of spectacular accidents of which only patients in psychiatric asylums would be victims on the roads and railways of the Reich. Nor had Heffelman thought about the fate of bus and train drivers. Was the Führer's chancellery going to employ, in addition to a team of doctors responsible for executions, drivers chosen to be sent on suicide missions? The macabre task of removing human debris and metal carcasses after accidents also remained problematic. Following the advice of Dr. Hade, Brack consulted Professor Friedrich Fleury, Chair of Pharmacology and Industrial Hygiene at the Bayerische Julius Maximilians Universität in Würzburg. Professor Fleury had long had a reputation as an authority on the use of poison gas as a weapon of war. During the First World War, he had headed a special department at the Institute for Physical Chemistry and Electrochemistry of the Kaiser Wilhelm Gesellschaft in Berlin-Dahlem. Known as Abteilung, this department conducted research for the Prussian War Ministry. With a team of 10 researchers and 15 assistants and laboratory technicians, he had studied the toxicity of certain gases on various animals, rats and mice, monkeys, and even horses, with a view to evaluating the interest in using such gases in chemical warfare, and subsequently to develop antidotes and countermeasures. In 1920, Fleury was appointed professor of pharmacology at the University of Würzburg and, throughout the Weimar Republic, devoted himself to his work. In the 1930s, his team tested 2,000 toxic gases. According to him, only 5 could be used for war, and 2 proved to be quite effective: mustard gas and phosgene, the 2 gases widely used with fatal effect during the First World War. 293. During the summer of 1939, when Brack met him, Professor Fleury was assigned for the duration of the war to the Würzburg Medical Battalion. He informed his visitor from Berlin that only one gas met all the criteria set by Brack: pure carbon monoxide. This, Fleury explained, also had the advantage of being lighter than air and diffusing quickly. More simply, he killed by depriving the blood of oxygen. The victim died from internal asphyxia. 294. Brack thought he had found the ideal way to solve the problem of eliminating a few thousand incurably mentally ill people. Only one institution could confirm this data by carrying out secret tests: the Kriminaltechnik Institute. These were the forensic laboratories of the security police, located on the 4th floor of the Reich Kripo headquarters, between the Bauakademie and the Friedrichswerdersker Church on the Werdersker Market in Berlin. The KTI, formerly the National Chemical Institute in Stuttgart, relocated to the Reich capital in October in accordance with Heydrich's promise, was still headed by Dr. Walter Hess, now Sturmbannführer in the SS. Not only Heydrich but also Himmler had a high opinion of Dr. Hess, whom they described as particularly gifted and unfailingly zealous, a leading researcher in all areas of modern forensic science, and under whose leadership the KTI had gained a leading status and reputation. Since 1938, the KTI had become a prestigious department of the police, and its tasks had considerably expanded and diversified, although Himmler described it evasively as responsible for all forensic investigations and authoritative opinions in physics, chemistry, or areas of natural science. The KTI, which employed more than 1,000 researchers and technicians, had become one of the world's leading forensic institutes, equipped with the most modern technology. Its main tasks were to strengthen the fight against international drug trafficking, prostitution, fraud and smuggling networks. He also managed the improvement and perfection of technical work methods in criminology, including research on firearms and ballistics, the analysis of blood, semen, and other secretions, the identification of tools and instruments used in crimes, and the identification of fibers. There was also a section specializing in detecting forgeries. The KTI also contributed to the training and development of other specialized departments of Kripo. It was the only Reich service specifically charged with such tasks. Its staff constituted a close-knit community, united by their different scientific expertise and by their loyalty to Hesse. The KTI was seen as a neutral institution, not overtly Nazi, and its members considered themselves to be the cream of the crop of scientists and research laboratories. Hesse had brought the KTI to this level of excellence and established his own reputation by joining a radical group that he represented perfectly within the KTI itself and which led him to not accept the ordinary limits of a police investigation. It was by adopting this radical attitude that KTI researchers easily submitted to the general genocidal philosophy of the Nazi dictatorship. Victor Brack consulted Arthur Neb, head of the Reich Kripo, and his deputy, SS Oberführer Kriminalrat Paul Werner. To confirm his choice of a suitable means of disposal, he needed to call on the knowledge of a specialist from the KTI chemistry department. This was the beginning of Neb's close participation in the genocide perpetrated by the Third Reich. A 45-year-old Berliner, Arthur Neb was first and foremost a career policeman, like Wirth, although much more intelligent than the latter, a barely educated Swabian peasant, who had left school at the age of 14 to become an apprentice carpenter. Neb had studied medicine and political economy at the University of Berlin, but had not completed either course. At age 20, during the First World War, he volunteered on the Western Front where he served in the 17th Engineer Battalion, and became an expert in handling explosives. On 2 occasions he was seriously injured by Allied poison gas. Neb was discharged in April 1920 with the rank of Oberleutnant and, a month later, joined the Berlin police as a uniformed representative of the Skupo *296. Under the Weimar Republic, he made a reputation as a criminologist and author of a treatise on criminology and police techniques 297. In 1933 he was appointed director of Department 3 of the Prussian State Secret Police. This organization, precursor of the Gestapo, dealt with high treason and espionage. Neb participated in the criminal investigation into the Reichstag fire and, 2 years later, he became head of the Prussian Kripo 298. In the summer of 1937, Arthur Neb was head of the Reich Kripo, in charge of all detective teams with the title of Reichskriminalpolizei Director and the rank of Oberführer in the SS. On Hitler's 50th birthday, April 20, 1939, Neb was promoted to the rank of SS Gruppenführer. These promotions to positions of influence were deserved since, despite certain character flaws, Neb was an outstanding police officer. Victor Brack having requested help from KTI scientists and technicians, Neb arranged a meeting with Albert Widmann, head of the Department of Forensic Chemistry and Biology specializing in pyrotechnics, explosives and sabotage investigations, as well as toxicology research 299. Widmann was an ambitious and competent scientist who had long had a reputation for solving technical problems. His first assignment at KTI was to conduct a forensic investigation into an accident involving explosives. Already working with the Reichskriminalpolizeiamt in Neb and with Richard von Hegener in the Central Office II of the Führer Chancellery, he had been responsible for obtaining large quantities of veronal, luminol, and morphine, necessary for the Kinderaction. He probably acquired them through the medical service of the Waffen-SS and sent them to von Hegener. In 1960, a former secretary at Central Office II recalled sometimes typing letters addressed to Paul Werner, Neb's deputy. They were delivered by hand. She no longer remembered the content of these letters very well, but believed that they concerned vials of poison 300. Von Hegener, for his part, had a more precise memory and he declared in 1963 that, on several occasions, orders to requisition morphine emanating from these establishments, then them, by telephone, and perhaps also in writing, to Werner, of RKPA 301. In addition to explosives and the acquisition of poison, another specialty was now added to Widmann's repertoire, phtenology, the science of murder 302. It was therefore logical that he was chosen to solve the problem of the organizers of euthanasia. During the meeting, Neb informed Widmann that euthanasia was a settled issue and that the KTI would intervene in an advisory capacity 303. Shortly afterwards, Widmann was summoned to a meeting at the Führer's chancellery where he found Brack, Neb, and Hess. He was provided with details of the euthanasia plans, and his expertise as a chemical engineer was called upon regarding the modalities of the murders 304. During this meeting an improbable conversation took place during which Widmann was asked if the KTI could obtain poison in large quantities. He wanted to know if the poison would be used to kill animals or human beings. The answers were initially negative or evasive, then he was eventually told that it was killing animals in human form 305. Participants then discussed the possibility of using various narcotics, poisons and toxic gases, including hydrocyanic acid, a gas more commonly known as prussic acid and marketed under the name Zyklon B for the purposes of fumigation disinfection 306. The use of manufactured poison gas, however, appears to have been banned by Hitler, who, like Wirth and Neb, had witnessed and been a victim of the effect of gas attacks by the Allies during the First World War. He had witnessed the agony of his comrades, whose purplish faces turned earthy black and whose lips stained with bloody foam, while others writhed in pain on the ground, breathing laboriously, racked by pain so intense that it was impossible for them to speak or even think coherently. Hitler's 16th Bavarian Reserve Regiment suffered severely from Allied gas attacks. A mustard gas attack took place on the night of October 13 to 14, 1918, south of Werwick, near Ypres, which caused Hitler to suffer temporary blindness. After being treated in Flanders, Hitler was evacuated to the military reserve hospital in Pasewalk, a Pomeranian town in northeastern Germany, where he was still convalescing when the armistice was announced. The official history of the 246th Württemberg Reserve Infantry Regiment, that of Wirth, reveals that this regiment suffered less than most others from gas attacks launched by the Allies. Only one of them, on October 6, 1917, had disastrous consequences while the regiment was fighting in Kampfgruppe Moss West, near La Fosse, in northern France. Forced to abandon their trench following an intense artillery barrage, they took refuge away from the machine guns. After being bombarded with phosgene shells, Wirth and other members of his 2nd Company of the 1st Battalion volunteered to run back through the barrage to rescue their surviving comrades in the remains of the devastated trench. The volunteers put on gas masks, almost useless against phosgene, and advanced under heavy artillery fire. Miraculously, they discovered 30 unconscious men whom they brought back to safety. Several members of the expedition were killed during the rescue Operation 308. This remarkably courageous mission, carried out by Wirth and his 2nd Company to save their comrades under enemy fire and victims of a gas attack, was inscribed in golden letters in the Regimental Book of Honor. Christian Wirth was rewarded for his courage. On October 16, he was promoted to Offizier Stellvertreter. During the meeting attended by Neb, Hess, and Widmann, the latter also recommended, like Professor Fleury, the use of carbon monoxide. This gas met all the required criteria. Neb agreed. In the police force, he had seen numerous cases of suicides or accidental deaths from inhalation of CO from vehicle exhaust fumes. He himself had narrowly escaped death, when he fell asleep at the wheel of his car, engine running, in a closed garage 310. Widmann had also known cases of deaths from carbon monoxide poisoning and had recently reconstructed, for detectives from Kripo in Berlin, the suspicious circumstances in which 2 people had died from fumes in a Berlin apartment. Widmann demonstrated that it was an accidental death caused by a defective heating appliance 311. CO in its pure state released by pressure cylinders was therefore considered the most suitable means of killing. The modalities of its application remained to be determined. Brack proposed leaving gas canisters in the asylum wards at night with the valves open, in effect transforming the rooms into gas chambers 312. Too expensive in gas, this method was rejected, but the idea of using gas chambers was born. Neb ordered Widmann to carry out all the necessary experiments and again assured him that he would not be held responsible for any deaths that would ensue and that everything would be enshrined in law. As for Hess and Widmann, they were responsible for solving the technical problems posed by the elimination of the mentally ill. What mattered was not the men themselves, the incurable patients, but finding more humane techniques to kill them. That this was Widman's sole concern is borne out by his response when asked after the war how he could justify the use of poison gas to kill human beings. "But what do you want? It works." Widman was ordered by Neb to cooperate with Brack and keep him informed of the results of his experiments. According to Ilse Linkenbach, a 19-year-old secretary at Brack's central office too, close contact was established through countless telephone calls and extensive correspondence between the Führer Chancellery and the headquarters of the Reich Kripo 314. By hiring his chief chemical engineer to develop a gassing technique that could kill the mentally ill, Hess had ignored his basic objective. He had in fact once declared that the ultimate objective of the KTI and its team was to protect human life by fighting crime and clarifying crimes and offenses using scientific means and knowledge. 315. This was the first step that would draw the KTI into the sinister world of Nazi extermination, at the expense of the Institute's own mission. The playwright Friedrich Dürrenmatt aptly described the work of Albert Widman and the chemistry and biology laboratories at the KTI. "Science has become terrible and research dangerous. Our knowledge is mortal." 316. Widman carried out his first experiments in his laboratory at the KTI using pure carbon monoxide on rats and mice. He calculated that, for humans, when the gas attacks hemoglobin, the protein that gives red blood cells their color, 60% of the hemoglobin must combine with inhaled CO to form carboxyhemoglobin. This resulted in a reduction in the respiratory capacity of the cells to the point that life was no longer possible, the blood no longer providing them with enough oxygen. Death occurred by internal suffocation. In cases of suicide by inhalation of appliance exhaust, blood saturation with carboxyhemoglobin often reaches 70% or more. The mucous membranes and skin then take on a cherry red color, and the autopsy shows that the viscera have the same coloring due to exposure to carbon monoxide, which can persist in the blood for more than 3 weeks. But as soon as the victim is exposed to the open air, the carbon dioxide disappears, generally quickly, from the blood system. 317. In principle, with pure bottled CO released at the desired pressure, victims would gradually be led to death without suffering the unpleasant side effects, nausea and vomiting. Widman presented the results of his experiments to Brack, recommending that pure CO be conveyed through a pipe into a hermetically sealed room. According to him, it was his superior, Arthur Neb, who suggested to Brack that the gas cylinders necessary for the euthanasia enterprise could be supplied by the KTI, which would avoid arousing suspicion as to the involvement of the Führer's chancellery. Brack accepted and issued Widman with authorization to acquire 50 empty gas cylinders, standard model, from the Mannesmann Steel Works in Boos, a subsidiary of the chemical giant IG Farben, of Ludwigshafen. Brack described them as similar to steel oxygen canisters, such as are used in welding, steel canisters like you see everywhere. 319. They were filled with 40 liters of carbon monoxide under pressure by the company Badisk Aniline und Soda Fabrik. As this gas was practically not used in industry, it was not produced in large quantities. The cost of the cylinders was therefore relatively high. A deal was then concluded. The KTI would be given a 15% discount on the normal price of Rm 49.80 per cylinder on the condition of purchasing 60. Widman ordered 100. Each weighed 9 kilos and their contents were enough to kill 300 to 350 people. 320. Filled with gas, the cylinders were delivered to the KTI, where Widman took care of all the paperwork and settled the bill. This process effectively removed any trace of involvement of the Führer Chancellery in the supply of poison gas for mass murder. After the gassing operation began in January 1940, BASF refilled the canisters every 2 months. Although Widman continued to work at KTI, he also carried out other tasks at central office too. He completed the paperwork for the purchase of gas cylinders and the supply of gas, handled the correspondence between the KTI and the Führer Chancellery and, subsequently, used his technical knowledge to train selected personnel in the correct use of carbon monoxide. 321. There is no documentation to prove that Widman was inspired in his work by Nazi racial ideology, or that he was a Nazi fanatic. In fact, he did not join the SS until the end of 1939, with the rank of Untersturmführer. He was drawn to tasks he considered more important to the war effort than fighting crime. He wanted to solve the technical problem presented to him and solve it to the best of his ability, including determining the quickest and most efficient method of killing human beings. Widmann, who could rightly be described as a Nazi mad scientist, continued his murderous task until the end of the war, inventing other, even stranger, methods of extermination. His last mission, in 1945, consisted of producing cyanide capsules with which several Nazi leaders committed suicide. 322. However, in the Führer Chancellery, Karl Brandt was not happy with the idea of using carbon monoxide to kill. He had always considered that the painless death of patients should be administered by medical means, preferably by injection. With this in mind, he had never considered poison gas. He changed his mind when he remembered a personal experience with carbon monoxide poisoning, during which he lost consciousness without feeling anything. He realized that, all in all, this gas would truly be the most humane way of giving a merciful death. As he explained to an American investigator in 1945, this was only an illustration of the great leaps accomplished in medical history. 323. Leonardo Conti, of the Health Department of the Reich Ministry of the Interior, also did not approve of the use of carbon monoxide as a means of killing and discussed it with Victor Brack. The latter, however, explained to him that it was impossible to act otherwise, and that the method was completely painless. 324. Ultimately, the decision to use carbon monoxide appears to have been endorsed by Hitler himself, on the recommendation of Professor Werner Haidt. 325. These first concrete steps towards the application of euthanasia were taken without any official authorization given by Hitler. But the officials involved knew that his agreement to launch the euthanasia business would not take long. Chapter 10. The first transfers. By the summer of 1939, Hitler had reshaped the map of Europe as it had been defined by the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. On the plane to Berlin, which brought him back from Vienna after the Anschluss in March 1938, he made his intentions clear to Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, head of the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht. He placed his hand on a small map of Czechoslovakia from a newspaper, his index finger and thumb encircling Germany and Austria, on either side of Czechoslovakia. Then, with a wink at Keitel, he closed his fingers on the territory in question. In January of the following year, Hitler declared, "Only warmongers think there will be war. I am convinced that there will be a long period of peace." 327. On that date, the reoccupation of the Rhineland, demilitarized in 1936, the annexation of Austria and the Sudetenland in 1938, then of the whole of Czechoslovakia in March of the following year, and finally the annexation of Memel, on the Baltic, had certainly been carried out without recourse to the army, but through provocations on the part of the Nazis. 328. They had been carried out in the style of the War of Flowers. The next objective, Poland, would however trigger the armed conflict desired by Hitler. Himmler confided to Felix Kirsten, his masseur. Believes that it will be very important, for the good of the German people. War makes men stronger and more virile. In any case, a small war, short, easy and victorious. Democracies are rotten. They will immediately be on their knees. Knows very well how far he must go. 329. Effectively. In triggering crises that could have led to the war he aspired to, Hitler had a decisive advantage. He knew in advance everything he needed to know about the attitude and morale prevailing in Prague and London. He constantly received secret information, exchanged by telephone, telex, and telegram between the British and Czech embassies and their foreign offices, information intercepted by Göring's office. Concealed in an Air Ministry building on Wilhelmstrasse, the research office had many effective means of intercepting secret diplomatic communications and then deciphering and evaluating the intelligence gathered. They were transmitted to the Führer, who knew from then on to what extent he could be demanding in his demands. 330. On August 22, about a week after the registration forms for the Kinderaction were printed, Hitler told army commanders that this time he did not want a Blumenkrieg, but a Blitzkrieg. The Second World War was sparked by border provocations, led by Heinrich Müller of the Gestapo and launched on the evening of August 31, 1939 by Reinhard Heydrich's SD agents. The next day, September 1, 1939, the official newspaper of the Nazi Party, the Volkskerr Beobachter, carried the headline, "Polish insurgents cross the German border." In a speech to the Reichstag, Hitler mentioned 3 serious incidents in Upper Silesia and, as a measure of national security, designated his successor in the person of Hermann Göring, appointed President of the Council of Ministers for the Defense of the Reich 331. Apparently, Reichsleiter Martin Bormann still believed at that time that he had a good chance of coming to power. He proudly wrote to Lammers at the Reich Chancellery that he would continue to be part of the Führer's permanent entourage. Bormann believed that once Hitler had given the order to begin the euthanasia enterprise, he would still be able to exert influence over the elimination process. On September 3, at 11:15 a.m., Great Britain declared war on Germany, soon followed by France. That same evening at 9 p.m., 3 special trains left the Stettiner Bahnhof in Berlin. One was the Führer Sonderzug, the Führer's special train, which Hitler called Sonderzug Amerika. The second was the Sonderzug Heinrich for Himmler, the third the Sonderzug Göring. All 3 were heading towards Silesia, then towards Poland 332. Bormann had a mini-chancellery in a carriage of the Führer's special train in order to maintain contact with Hans-Heinrich Lammers at the Reich Chancellery in Berlin and with Ribbentrop, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who was traveling on Himmler's train 333. The trains passed through Silesia, then headed north to Pomerania, with Nazi leaders traveling in motor convoy all the way to the front line to inspect it. On September 19, the Führer Sonderzug finally arrived at Sopot, a seaside resort on the Baltic coast, 10 kilometers west of Danzig. Before Danzig was handed over to the Poles in 1919, in accordance with the Treaty of Versailles which gave Poland access to the Baltic, the vast majority of the inhabitants of this free city were German. It was therefore the subject of another demand from Hitler: the city must return to the Reich. In Sopot, for the first time, Hitler and his team left their mobile field headquarters to settle in the Hotel Casino, on Nordstrasse, in rooms 251, 252 and 253 on the second floor. That day, Hitler and his entourage, including Bormann, Lammers, Conti and Himmler, drove for a few kilometers along the Baltic coast before making a triumphant entry into Danzig. It was a sort of re-edition of the Führer's entry into the other claimed territories, the jubilant crowds of Germans from Danzig along the streets decorated with swastika flags and flowers falling in rain from balconies and windows. On the road from Sopot to Danzig, Poles were forbidden to leave their homes or open windows facing the street, renamed Adolf Hitler Strasse. In the historic Artushof building, Hitler and his entourage were greeted by Albert Forster, Gauleiter of Danzig who, in 1938, had been a leading candidate for the post of Gauleiter of Vienna. It appears that Conti met with Forster's chief health officer, Professor Grossmann, and discussed euthanasia in the Danzig West Prussia region. 3 days later, in fact, the first murders of German mental patients began in asylums located along the Baltic coast. In total, at least 2,000 patients were slaughtered in the Piasnitz forest, about 40 kilometers northwest of Danzig, by a special unit from the city, the SS Wachsturmbahn Immen, commanded by Kurt Immen 335. 2 sections of this same unit were responsible for the security of the Führer during his stay at the Casino Hotel in Sopot and were deployed along the road between the suburbs of Oliva and the center of Danzig 336. In the Reichsgau of Wartheland governed in Posen by Gauleiter Arthur Grieser, a similar execution squad went into action. The SS Sonderkommando Lang, commanded by Herbert Lang and made up of men from the Gestapo and the Posen SD, was given the mission of murdering the mentally ill in the region. But instead of executing his victims, he used gassing trucks, these mobile gas chambers designed by Albert Widmann at the KTI in Berlin. Stored in cylinders attached to the vehicles, the carbon monoxide escaped into the hermetically sealed passenger compartments. It is estimated that 3 vehicles of this type were tested by Sonderkommando Lang, but apparently without much success. The last known use of an experimental vehicle of this type by a Lang unit took place at the Soldau camp in East Prussia, in June 1940-0337. From the Casino Hotel in Zapote, Hitler and Himmler continued to travel on the roads every day with their teams to inspect the troops at different locations on the front. They even flew to Warsaw where they closely observed the bombing of the city. On September 21, according to Leonardo Conti, after an exhilarating visit to the front, Hitler finally made the fateful decision to launch the enterprise of adult euthanasia 338. He summoned Bormann and ministers Lammers and Conti to his hotel room to inform them of his decision. In 1945, Conti remembered this decisive meeting. "I was summoned to the Führer, it was the only time he summoned me. He told me that, because of the war, it was necessary to administer a death without suffering to incurable patients, and gave me the order to do so." 339. Conti would lead the operation with the unfailing support of Lammers. But Conti, who had serious reservations about such a general order, maintained that the idea was scientifically questionable. "I declared that I could only apply it if I could come to the aid of a dying person, for example, I would consider justified for a paralyzed person in the final stages. It would then be a good deed to put an end to such pain. In such cases, I thought it was perfectly legitimate to come to the aid of these beings." 340. Hitler pointed out that it was right to end the worthless lives of the seriously affected mentally ill. He gave the example of patients with serious mental illnesses, who can only be placed on sand or sawdust because they constantly soil themselves, cases in which patients put their own excrement in the mouth as if it were food, and other similar examples. 341. Hitler concluded that he not only believed that ending the useless lives of such creatures was justified, but that it would be beneficial in wartime because such measures would allow certain economies in terms of hospitals, doctors, and nursing staff. However, he refused Conti's proposal to administer euthanasia using massive doses of medication. Conti accepted the mission. He still had the same reservations, but did not dare to bring them up again before the Führer. He nevertheless undertook the preliminary investigations for launching the euthanasia business by consulting Lammers, the only person to whom he dared to confide his doubts about the way the issue was being handled. Lammers, too, was concerned about the lack of law, secret or otherwise, on euthanasia. He knew full well that, under current law, no one had the right to administer a merciful death, not even a doctor in cases of the most painful chronic illness or horrific injury. It was only in the event of imminent death, if the patient himself requested a death without suffering, that a paragraph of the penal code could be invoked as an attenuating circumstance by the doctor who would carry out the euthanasia. According to the law, however, the doctor could not be held responsible for omissions such as not administering the necessary medications to keep the patient alive as long as possible. In similar cases, the legal obligation for the doctor to prolong life at all costs no longer applied. In other cases, for example those of the feeble-minded, the doctor administering euthanasia could only escape legal proceedings after an amendment to the penal code. The order to put thousands of German mentally ill people to death on simple oral instructions, even if it came from the Führer himself, therefore disturbed Conti. Although he was a longtime companion of Nazism, his loyalty did not extend to taking responsibility for the serial murder of German citizens without a written order or clarification of his legal status as leader of the operation. But, for the moment, he preferred not to confide anything to Hitler about his apprehensions. The intriguing Bormann was exultant. After the meeting in Hitler's hotel room, he was heard to comment that, if the business of euthanasia were entrusted to Conti, and therefore to himself as his superior, euthanasia would not be limited only to the incurably mentally ill. 342. This reflection greatly worried Philipp Buller and his subordinates in the Führer Chancellery. Information about this decisive meeting was transmitted by Hans Unger, responsible for press relations, to the office of the head of Reich Medical Services, Hans Heffelmann. The latter communicated them to his superior Victor Brack, who, in turn, informed Buller as well as Karl Brandt, who was closely linked to him. Later that same day, September 21, Conti authorized the sending of the first batch of forms, instruction sheets and explanatory letters prepared the previous month to the 49 asylums in Baden-Württemberg. The instructions particularly emphasized that it was necessary to specify the names of patients in the category benefiting from the best regime, those who were not working even though they would have been able to do so. This was a euphemistic way of selecting physically healthy patients who were useless mouths. The covering letter only mentioned that this information was necessary in order to establish a methodical economic plan for public hospitals and psychiatric asylums, and that, in the diagnosis column, it was necessary to respond as precisely as possible, adding, if possible, a brief description of the condition. The deadline for returning forms was October 15. To speed up the process, the forms could be sent back to Berlin in bundles. Again, as in the Kinderaction, the very early return date excluded any medical examination of the patients. If asylum directors delayed in returning the forms, or even refused to complete them, Conti, he indicated in the covering letter, reserved the right to send a medical commission of inquiry to the establishment 344. In mid-November, identical forms, instruction sheets and covering letters were sent to the state psychiatric asylums in Bavaria. The documents sent were signed by Conti as Secretary of State for Health, a position Bormann had obtained for him. The controversies sparked by Conti and Lammers over the legality of Hitler's oral order resulted in a power struggle between the three chancelleries. Buller and Brack received support from unexpected allies like Hermann Göring, Interior Minister Wilhelm Frick, and Heinrich Himmler, who had not the slightest sympathy for Bormann and, to some extent, feared him. They feared that Conti would be too strongly influenced by Bormann and would benefit from the dubious privilege of being the only member of the Nazi hierarchy to remain loyal to him, a reciprocal loyalty on the part of Bormann 345. Under the influence of this brutal man, Conti was allegedly manipulated and forced to authorize murders at a frenzied pace, and to target populations other than the mentally ill. Göring, Frick and Himmler also feared that individual enthusiastic Gauleiters, with the complicity of Bormann, would also launch all-out euthanasia enterprises in their regions 346. Yet that is exactly what happened. As the elimination enterprise grew, the victims were no longer just the seriously mentally ill or physically disabled, but all the undesirable patients interned in asylums. If the Nazis never made systematic efforts to search the German population for deaf people, who did not live in specialized establishments, but were classified in the category of inferior, the deaf and deaf-mutes in asylums, children and adults, on the other hand became defenseless targets 347. It was probably during the summer of 1939 that Bormann saw in the euthanasia order given by Hitler to Conti an opportunity to extend his power and insinuate himself into the good graces of the Führer by taking the initiative to solve the problem of the Jews of Germany. With the outbreak of war, patients began to be evacuated from public psychiatric asylums in Baden-Württemberg and transferred to Grafeneck Castle. On September 4, 275 patients from the Cork Asylum, near Kell in Baden, epileptics and elderly people, were transferred to the Stetten Asylum, near Stuttgart 348. The next day, patients from the Rosted Asylum in Baden were transferred to the Zwiefelten Asylum, just 20 kilometers south of Grafeneck. The empty asylum buildings were made available to the Wehrmacht, which transformed them into Barracks 349. This was the continuation of an evacuation program which had begun in the summer of 1936 in the Hefele establishment in Schwalmstadt, Hesse, whose patients had been removed from its care. The staff left shortly after and the buildings were used the following year for non-medical purposes 350. The transfers continued in 1937 to smaller Hessian establishments, sanatoriums, and private or church-run nursing homes. The patients, including children, were transferred to larger public asylums in Haina and Murkhausen in northern Hesse. During a transport of patients from the St. Joseph establishment in Unterrath, in the suburbs of Dusseldorf, to the asylum in Herborn, the accompanying doctor was instructed to treat them as little as possible, so that as many as possible die. The transfer was ordered because the costs of maintaining patients were lower in Hesse 352. At a meeting in Kassel, northern Hesse, on October 19, 1937, SS Standartenführer Landeshauptmann Wilhelm Troppel frankly admitted that he had been chosen to solve the asylum problem. Fritz Bernadette, Troppel's deputy, who, according to all those who knew him, was one of the worst propagandists of death of his time, had often repeated that, if it were up to him, he would make these sick people disappear whom he described as a social idiots. 353. At the Emmendingen Asylum, near Freiburg in the neighboring state of Baden-Württemberg, the head doctor, who bluntly declared that it did not matter to him whether his patients live or die, had begun his own campaign to get rid of the sick. He administered lethal injections to unnecessary patients. He boasted of having organized the injections so that the victims died during his hours of duty. He then demanded 5 Rm for each autopsy, which improved his surgical knowledge. 354. In February 1939, Troppel and Bernadette gave a worrying directive to the directors of the asylums under their authority: in the future, the death of patients had to be notified orally to their relatives. The names of the asylums where the patients had died were not to appear in any documents. Mentally ill people thus began to disappear without a trace. The SS magazine Das Schwarzkorps mentioned the work of Wilhelm Troppel. Throughout the Reich, the law of SS Standartenführer Landeshauptmann Troppel of Hesse-Nassau is understood and deserves to be imitated. She concluded somewhat worryingly that, as far as patients were concerned, the legitimate expectation of the state will be met. 355. Asylum directors and staff members reluctant to accept the transfer of their patients, particularly in Catholic establishments, were threatened with arrest. 356. Some managers of asylums managed by the Catholic and Evangelical churches nevertheless tried to resist the transfer of their patients by negotiating with Troppel, which only exacerbated the conflicts. Once again, Das Schwarzkorps came out in favor of Troppel in an article entitled "No More Agreements with Spiritual Slaves," and advocated the most prompt removal of Catholic patients from public psychiatric asylums. Transfers of mentally ill patients continued in the spring of 1938, and in many cases their files were not forwarded, their last place of residence did not appear in the registers of the asylum which had received them. 358. In other cases, patients were treated as delivered goods and the names of some were erased from the public welfare register. 359. We thus lost track of certain patients whose fate remained unknown. These transfers were carried out in accordance with an economic study commissioned by the Oberpräsident of Hesse. The final report mentioned the terrible conditions imposed on the sick and emphasized that they were due to financial difficulties. He concluded that the political and financial conditions attested to the need to transfer patients dependent on public social assistance to private institutions. 360. This was confirmed during a meeting organized at the public psychiatric asylum in Murkhausen. By removing the mentally ill, the feeble-minded, etc., from asylums outside our services and transferring these people to our own asylums, by closing the small, economically expensive asylums and nursing homes, we will be able to use our own asylums economically. We cannot be satisfied with these measures. We must also achieve a perceptible decline in the cost of living in asylums. In this area in particular, there will still be promising prospects for our asylums. 361. For many small establishments, these measures amounted to ruin and only fueled suspicions about the real motivations for mass transfers of patients. The official response to the questions was "it must be so," accompanied by the assurance that the transfers were only necessary for economic reasons and not for any political or other reason. 362. Furthermore, the transfers were ordered and carried out according to the Führer principle, which could neither be countered nor discussed. 363. In Nazi doublespeak, this meant that, through this order, patients, adults, and children, will receive the security they need and the legal obligation of the state will be respected. In many cases, on the contrary, children were removed from health establishments and homes without prior warning and without notification to parents in order to avoid tensions. 364. By July 1938, all the public psychiatric asylums in Hesse were full, and in one of them the beds were even bunk. Great pains were also taken to replace the asylum directors with hardened Nazi officials, including members of the SS who would willingly, even eagerly, obey any order. The case of the Exberg Asylum, in Muldorf am Inn, near Traunstein in Upper Bavaria, perfectly illustrates this attitude. Like so many others, it was located in a former monastery where 248 mentally ill people were cared for by nuns under the direction of a staunch anti-Nazi director named Lunghammer. At the beginning of March 1938, the impending Anschluss, just across the border, served as a pretext for the evacuation of patients from the asylum as a precautionary measure in the event of war. Director Lunghammer was informed that the army needed the buildings. He had in fact spoken openly about the danger of war and had even distributed leaflets on the subject. On March 14, 2 days after the Anschluss, the Exberg Asylum was empty. The sick women had been transferred to an annex in Baxum, near Heldenstein, in the Muldorf region, and the men to another, in Berg, near Schnitzi in the Traunstein region. Due to lack of space in these establishments, some patients were released and entrusted to their loved ones. 2 days later, Schwagerl, the local Kreisleiter, accompanied by other party officials and Gestapo agents, showed up at the Exberg Asylum and accused Lunghammer of engaging in peddling and agitation by distributing his leaflets. He was interrogated in his office for 3 hours, dismissed from his post and taken to Munich for 6 weeks of police custody. In the days following Lunghammer's arrest, a new director was appointed at Exberg, Anton Jobst, decorated with the Order of Blood, the most prestigious of Nazi decorations, awarded primarily to longtime fighters who had marched with Hitler during his abortive putsch of 1923. Obviously, the Nazis never expected that a war would break out as a result of the Anschluss, and the evacuation of the Exberg Asylum for military purposes was only a pretext to oust the anti-Nazi director and install a loyalist in his place. Soon after, all patients transferred to Baxum and Berg were allowed to return to Exberg. Lunghammer was never released from 6 weeks of police custody and died in Dachau in 1940-0366. From the summer of 1939, it was the turn of mentally ill people from establishments under the supervision of the church in Baden-Württemberg to be evacuated, while other institutions were prohibited from accepting other patients. New patients were to be sent to the public asylums of Wiesloch, Ilmenau, both in Baden, and Reichenau, near Constance, in Württemberg. 367. As a result of overcrowding caused by 92 patients at the Fussbach Asylum, near Offenburg, infirm and mentally ill people aged over 15 were housed in a former brewery. 368. In Karlsruhe, Dr. Packheiser, specialist in psychiatric issues at the Baden State Department of Public Health, who had a reputation for being particularly odious, informed Dr. Mockel, director of the Wiesloch Asylum, of the euthanasia plans. He assured him that the business would begin as soon as the war broke out. 369. In August 1939, the transfer of patients began in Saxony to part of the public psychiatric asylum Sonnenstein in Pirna. The asylum was located in a group of buildings built in the park behind Sonnenstein Castle, near Berg and Pirna. It had been requisitioned to make it a reserve military hospital, spread across 6 buildings on the Sonnenstein estate. Part of the estate had previously housed ethnic German refugees arriving from Bessarabia, a region under Romanian sovereignty since 1918. Originally from Württemberg and Prussia, their ancestors had settled there in the 19th century when Bessarabia belonged to the Russian Empire. Another part of the buildings retained its functions as an ordinary psychiatric asylum under the name of Mariaheim. The transfer or release of 200 patients from Pirna Sonnenstein began on October 9, under a decree from Karl Fritsch, Minister of the Interior of Saxony. 371. Only a group of 80 patients and around 22 staff members were relocated to the bank of the Elbe to help with the harvest and maintain the asylum grounds and vegetable garden. In his decree, Fritsch declared that he felt obliged to close Pirna-Sonnenstein, as well as the Kolditz Castle Asylum, for reasons of savings, the two establishments only fulfilling half of their mission in any case. 372. Kolditz Castle, also in Saxony, in southeastern Germany, was a 16th-century building which, like Graveneck, overlooked the small town from the top of its rock. It had been one of the sites considered as part of the euthanasia enterprise, but the project was abandoned. 373. By the end of the year, the patients and the majority of the nursing staff had been evacuated from the Pirna-Sonnenstein Asylum and distributed to other asylums, notably Arnsdorf and Leipzig-Dösen. Only 6 buildings of the complex, a total of 300 beds intended for wounded soldiers, remained under the name Pirna. 374. The rest of the asylum closed its doors on December 31, 193-9375. In August, the transfer of more than 300 patients from the public psychiatric asylum in Hadamar, near Limburger Land, also began. The local health authorities in Wiesbaden gave instructions to vacate at least half of the ward beds in accordance with Orders 376. During August and September, the majority of internees were transferred to other asylums in the region, notably Wiesloch and Herborn, and some asylum buildings were requisitioned, some as a reserve military hospital for wounded German soldiers, others for Polish prisoners of war. Some patients were sent to the Breitnau concentration camp, in an old castle near Kassel. Only around 100 working prisoners remained in Hadamar to ensure a minimum of essential maintenance or to work on the asylum farm in Schnepfenhausen. 377. Examination of a map shows that, with the notable exception of Pirna-Sonnenstein, transfers of mentally ill people took place from asylums in the western part of Germany, closest to the border with France. It was from there, it was expected, that the reprisals for Hitler's warlike provocations would come. The last transfers before the outbreak of war took place to the asylums of Württemberg where Graveneck Castle was located. These transfers stopped in particular at the asylum of the former Benedictine monastery of Zwiefelten, only 15 kilometers south of Graveneck, a halfway point for patients destined for euthanasia in Graveneck. The buildings, considered a model of the Baroque style, filled with ornate chapels, elaborate frescoes, and gilded balustrades, dominated by a mid-18th century high altar, had housed an insane asylum since 1805. During 1939, more than 1,600 patients from various asylums in Baden, Württemberg, Bavaria, and even distant North Rhine-Westphalia were transferred to Zwiefelten in 22 convoys. Many private asylums had been closed during the Plan of Economic Measures 379 still in force. At the beginning of 1940, the wards, corridors and even chapels of Zwiefelten were overflowing with patients, as one doctor described. The long corridors of the old monastery were filled with sick people. They were lying on the floor, lying on pallets or on tables, sitting on chairs, an original mix of old and young, disfigured, completely shaven. 380. These patients had to wait 3 months in these extremely overcrowded conditions, until April 2, 1940, before the first group, which also included children, was taken on their final journey to Graveneck. The invasion of Poland on September 1 caused an unprecedented internal security crisis in the Reich. On September 27, the day the Polish army surrendered, Hitler signed a decree ratifying the creation of a new centralized state body, the Reichssicherheitsamt *, the Central Reich Security Office. However, this name was only used in internal correspondence. SS Obergruppenführer Reinhard Heydrich, its founder, was appointed as its head with the title of head of the security police and security services. But instead of establishing a centralized security body, Heydrich created a monstrous, incoherent bureaucracy, which extended throughout Berlin and was spread across more than 30 buildings. Within it, the staff was overwhelmed by an avalanche of directives, instructions, memoranda, tables, calendars, and statistics. There was no central building, although the Gestapo headquarters at Prinz Albrechtstrasse 8 served as the postal address. Heydrich's office was located nearby, in the Prinz Albrecht Palace at 102 Wilhelmstrasse, SDHQ since 1934. The two buildings were separated by a park. As an internal security measure, pacifists were rounded up and interned, many in asylums, because of their fanatical beliefs, with the prospect of long-term internment. Any possibility of release was refused to them, since they were considered an exceptional threat to state security. 381. Conscientious objectors, whether for religious or political reasons, were also interned in asylums. As was often the case during the First World War, the opinions of German psychiatrists differed regarding these patients. For some, they were fundamentally healthy, but wrong in their conceptions. For the others, with a few exceptions, they suffered from a form of mental disorder which manifested itself in their refusal to enlist in the army and fight for the homeland. 382. In Nazi Germany, pacifists and conscientious objectors were treated as a danger to the population and interned for an indefinite period. On September 30, 3 days after the creation of the RSHA, SS Untersturmführer Christian Wirth was promoted to the rank of SS Obersturmführer in Stuttgart. 383. He was now a member of Bureau V of the RSHA led by SS Oberführer Arthur Neb. 384. The Hesse Forensic Laboratories, which in 1938 moved from Stuttgart to Berlin, became Department D of Office V. 385. That year, toward the end of February, Wirth conducted his final murder investigation. The police in Kempten, in the Swabian district of Allgäu, had arrested a certain Johannes Strassenruther, accused of the murder of a prostitute. Although the police and the Kempten court knew he was guilty, Strassenruther continued to deny and maintain his innocence. The Kempten court sentenced him to death and requested that Wirth, known far beyond Stuttgart as a specialist in difficult cases, examine the case. Through his brutal interrogation methods, which were reputed to yield results, Wirth obtained from the unfortunate Strassenruther not only a signed confession to the murder in question, but also an acknowledgement of the murder of 5 other prostitutes. 386. On February 28, by decree of the Reich Interior Ministry at 6 Königsplatz in Berlin, Wirth was appointed president of the Police Disciplinary Court in Stuttgart, a position he held until June 30, 1940. In March, the Stuttgart police president recommended Wirth to the Württemberg Interior Minister, who promoted him to the rank of Kriminalkommissar. He stressed that such promotions were possible outside the norm, in exceptional cases like that of Wirth. 388. The following month, the Interior Minister wrote to Himmler, the German police chief, attaching a copy of Wirth's file to the police and supporting a promotion. The recommendations were rejected. 389. Wirth had to wait another year to be promoted to the rank of Kriminalkommissar. From March 14, he was part of a team of Kripo officers stationed in Vienna, specially selected to fulfill an unspecified mission related to the political police, which, according to his Kripo comrades in Stuttgart, gave the measure of the confidence placed in him by the high Nazi authorities. He was the only Kripo officer from Stuttgart to be selected for this mission. 390. Given the fact that all Kripo officers were required to perform a minimum service with the Gestapo, it is likely that the service in Vienna was that of a Gestapo officer. In early July, Wirth was one of 12 Kripo officers sent to Slovakia, attached to the staff of Ludka, head of the SIPO and SD in Prague, and charged with planning and setting up Kripo offices in Bohemia and Moravia, a job for which he was well qualified. Another mission was to eradicate all political opposition and gather intelligence from local informants. 391. Wirth found himself stationed in the northern town of Omitz, one of the oldest cities in Moravia, on the Morava River. Since the Middle Ages, this city had been subject to considerable German influences, and its Germanization was more the result of its cosmopolitan environment and its activities as a trading center than of any deliberate intention. The Jewish community of Omitz, which dated from the 11th century, had suffered the racist Nuremberg laws promulgated in 1935. Like their co-religionists in the Reich, the Jews of Auschwitz were gradually deprived of their rights and their property. During the First World War and in the interwar period, serious tensions arose between Czech-speaking and German-speaking inhabitants, the latter sided with the Nazis and, after 1939, the Nazi-leaning city council renamed the city's main square Adolf Hitler Platz. Chapter 11. Authorization and Delegation. The precise chronology of events leading to officially authorizing the euthanasia undertaking is confusing due to conflicting testimonies. It is certain in any case that, on October 5, Hitler made a triumphant entry into Warsaw and attended the parade of his victorious troops. He hardly lingered there, rushing back to Berlin to prepare for his speech the next day at the Reichstag. In this speech, he declared that the Nazi conquest of Poland had been achieved with insignificant losses, 44,000 killed, wounded, and missing. The war in Poland, the nation Hitler had sworn to destroy, was considered by the Nazis to be external. It was waged in parallel with the internal war against the physically and mentally handicapped 393. On October 6, late in the afternoon, after his speech at the Reichstag, Hitler and his entire staff were at the Burghof 394. Leonardo Conti, who returned to Berlin at the beginning of October after going to Danzig, remained uncertain about his legal situation in the euthanasia operation. Again he consulted Lammers, who insisted on obtaining a written order. Franz Gürtner, Reich Minister of Justice, however, assured Conti that an oral order from the Führer was legally binding, and that he had already consulted the ministry's jurists to adopt an attitude accordingly. 395. Conti also discussed the legal aspect with several psychiatrists. 396, which did not convince him either. Having learned of Conti's doubts and his numerous investigations, Hitler lost his temper. If the Führer's word was not enough for the Secretary of State, he would not be entrusted with launching the euthanasia business. It was probably at the instigation of the ambitious Victor Brack that Buller persuaded Hitler, since he considered euthanasia to be a private matter and not a matter of state, to make the Führer Chancellery, his private office, assume responsibility for it. The argument made sense. Administrative control of euthanasia by the Führer Chancellery would ensure that the Party Chancellery, under Bormann, and the Reich Chancellery, under Lammers, both subject to financial controls, would not interfere. This was to comply with Hitler's desire, a non-bureaucratic solution which would preserve the secrecy of the operation. 397. It would not have been possible if a government body had taken charge of it. Too many officials would have been involved, and it would also have required a written order from the Führer, which Hitler was not willing to do. Finally, it would have been just as impossible to preserve secrecy if the affair had been carried out by a well-known party body, such as the Chancellery, under the direction of Rudolf Hess and his deputy Martin Bormann. 398. Hitler's anger towards Conti was such that he did not personally inform him of his change of heart. He only notified Bormann and Lammers that he intended to revoke the oral instructions previously given to the Secretary of State and ordered Bormann to inform the latter accordingly. According to Conti, when Bormann told him of the Führer's decision, he was mortified, particularly because it was the first time Hitler had spoken to him personally and given him an order. This was a rather painful surprise for me. I had already had the feeling that the Führer did not agree with me, and the fact that this mission was taken away from me so brutally proved that he did not trust me. Furthermore, I am convinced that I could have done the best I could, because I considered these things from a purely medical point of view. 399. But this was exactly what Hitler didn't want. The medical procedures proposed by Conti took too long. In addition, they implied an undesirable, even feared, consequence, the influence on the operation of Martin Bormann, to whom Conti was subordinate. Buller and Brack in particular feared that Bormann would interfere in the euthanasia business and extend it far beyond what was originally envisaged. 400. Conti suggested to Buller that he set up commissions to examine each case, a suggestion that Hitler would never forgive, as it was known. With this new disavowal of the Führer, Conti's responsibilities in euthanasia practically ended, but Bormann ensured that the collaboration of his subordinate was necessary, if only sporadically. Despite Conti's insistence on obtaining a meeting with the Führer on the situation and the implementation of euthanasia, it was his right as State Secretary for Health. Hitler still refused to meet him, until 194-4402. In 1945, at Nuremberg, Conti added sadly, "I felt rather unhappy that, throughout these years, despite my requests, the Führer never wanted to see me, and I attributed this refusal to our difference of opinion regarding his proposal. I tried many times to broach the subject with him, but I was never allowed to do so." In all probability, a day or two after Hitler's arrival at the Burghof, on the evening of October 6, Buller, in his Bavarian residence at Brannenburg, near Rosenheim, addressed to the Führer his own project concerning the modalities of euthanasia. The latter telephoned him to accept the project in principle and to inform him that, from now on, he would be responsible for the administrative aspect of the Company 404. To supervise the medical aspect of euthanasia in collaboration with Buller, Hitler could not have made a better choice than Dr. Karl Brandt, a man with a pleasant character and pleasant manners. 405. Brandt joined the Nazi Party in 1932, at the age of 28, for reasons of social conscience. He was then a surgical assistant in Bochum in the Ruhr, where unemployment and social instability posed serious problems. He met Hitler for the first time that year, through his fiancée Annie Reborn, a very beautiful swimming champion. By the time of his marriage to Annie the following year, he had begun to be a permanent presence in Hitler's entourage. The couple were escorting Hitler on a car trip to Bavaria, during which the Führer's aide-de-camp, SA Obergruppenführer Wilhelm Bruckner, was seriously injured in an accident. Brandt gave him first aid, took him to Traunstein Hospital and operated on him. The aide-de-camp suffered fractures to his skull and leg. Hitler then considered it more prudent to have a doctor permanently in his entourage in the event of an accident, serious illness, or an assassination attempt. The following year, Brandt joined the SS with the rank of Untersturmführer. Within a year, Dr. Karl Brandt, a humble assistant surgeon in a provincial hospital, had become the escort doctor of the Führer of the Third Reich. His official title was accompanying doctor. In 1938, he took care of the dying Ernst vom Rath. The German diplomat stationed in Paris had been fatally shot on November 7 by a desperate young Jew, Herschel Greenspan. Despite the care provided, vom Rath died 2 days later, and his death the following night kicked off the Nazi anti-Semitic violence of Kristallnacht across Germany. On a more personal level, Brandt was also in a very privileged situation. Despite his deep Nazi convictions, which almost amounted to religious faith, he was officially neither a state employee nor a party functionary. He belonged to Hitler's close entourage, and as such, handpicked, he had the ear of the Führer and could therefore bypass the government's official bureaucratic channels. 406. It was no coincidence that Hitler took so much pleasure in the company of Helle, Buller's wife, and Annie, Brandt's wife, who were often invited to have tea with the Führer. Hitler had a good reason: both men were unfailingly loyal to him. Buller, as head of the Führer Chancellery, also held a high and influential position, which allowed him to keep Franz Gürtner, the obstructionist Minister of Justice, and the stubborn Hans Heinrich Lammers from the Reich Chancellery. Both would certainly cause complications around the secrecy of the murder enterprise and its legality, if proper law were not enacted. Hitler held Karl Brandt in high esteem, not only as a doctor whose reputation was well established, but also for his exceptional qualities and his aura of elegance and purity. He also had the connections to recruit ideologically sound doctors to advise him on how to organize and administer the merciful deaths. In Hitler's eyes, the team formed by Buller and Brandt was ideal for launching the euthanasia operation. He feared that, entrusted to other more ruthless individuals, the company would spiral out of control, without the slightest administrative or medical consultation being able to be had, and would quickly lose all the secrecy with which it was surrounded. 407. Administrative control by the Führer Chancellery would ensure that neither the party, among other things its SS formations, nor the state, subject to financial controls, were openly involved. Hitler summoned Brandt to the Burghof shortly after his return to Berlin on October 6. In the majestic setting of the Bavarian Alps, where the mountain greenery presents a special softness and sparkling snowfalls crown the forested peaks, Hitler could present himself as a visionary, far removed from government pressures. The peaks of the Wutzmann Range, which overlooks Berchtesgaden, indeed provided a spectacular backdrop suitable for the transmission of dire orders. In 1947, in Nuremberg, Brandt recalled this decisive meeting with the Führer at the Burghof. He told me that, because of a document he had received from Reichsleiter Buller, he wanted to provide a definitive solution to the question of euthanasia. He gave me general instructions on how he viewed the matter, basically, that death was the only relief for the insane who found themselves in such a state that they could no longer consciously take part in life. 408. Hitler informed Brandt that he wanted at least 60% of the permanently interned patients quietly disposed of, gave him general instructions about certain euthanasia requests he had read, and ordered him to contact Buller for further details. Which Brandt did by telephone that same day, he informed Hitler, reporting most of his interview to him. 409. Buller and Brandt, out of respect for protocol, then informed Lammers that they were ready to report to the Führer the start of preparations for euthanasia. However, as an old legalistic bureaucrat, tidy and stubborn, he continued to maintain that, to carry out this enterprise, a legal basis was not only necessary, it was absolutely essential. He then prepared what he considered to be a bill, comprising 3 fundamental criteria. Selection of patients after at least 1 year of clinical observation. The interview with the patient's family and the establishment. The constitution of a commission of doctors and lawyers. Lammer's bill was never shown to Hitler. The content was only communicated to him orally. Buller and Brandt also became aware of it. All 3, however, rejected him on the spot. 410. For them, the planned process dragged on. They needed to get the business off the ground as soon as possible, preferably with minimal bureaucracy and opportunities for interference. Although Hitler hated lawyers, he now knew that he would have to put his signature at the bottom of a written authorization without which many doctors and civil servants would still hesitate or even refuse to participate in euthanasia for fear of possible prosecution. Attorneys general could also raise objections and cause irritating problems because euthanasia was listed in the statute books as a criminal act. A draft authorization was therefore drawn up for the Führer by Professor Max de Kreinus, head of the psychiatry and neurology departments at the Berlin University Clinic. According to Ilse Linkenbach, Brack's secretary, and Hans Heffelmann, the text was discussed and approved by a group of 10 officials, none of whom were doctors. 411. Here is the final draft, typed double-spaced. Reich leader Buller and Dr. Brandt are charged with the responsibility of expanding the scope of certain named doctors so that patients who, in an almost certain eventuality after a most thorough diagnosis, are considered incurable are entitled to a merciful death. 412. Hitler, however, was still not satisfied with this formulation. According to Brandt, he changed the phrase almost certain to so far as human understanding can judge, and ordered it to be retyped and backdated to September 1, the day the war broke out. This order clearly showed Hitler's biologizing vision, of which euthanasia was only one part. 414. Brandt maintained, after the war, that the authorization was given retroactively to indicate that it applied to methods of euthanasia used during the war, but that afterwards it would be formulated in different terms. The final version was dictated by Victor Brack's deputy, Werner Blankenberg, to Ilse Linkenbach, who had typed the earlier versions and who typed these 5 lines again on the Führer's personal stationery. It was entirely consistent with Hitler's idea of the elimination of several thousand incurable patients. It was his personal matter, and not a decision taken as head of state. 417. The original was placed in a safe in the Führer's chancellery and only a copy was shown to the few officials who insisted on seeing a signed order from the Führer on the merciful deaths. Reich Justice Minister Franz Gürtner himself did not receive a copy until almost a year later, on August 27, 1940, presumably in retaliation for his long-standing opposition to euthanasia, and, even then, he was only allowed a photocopy for 18. This writing was not strictly speaking an order to carry out euthanasia. It was only an authorization granted to 2 appointed plenipotentiaries to empower certain doctors to make decisions, positive or negative, for or against euthanasia in individual cases of incurable illness. But the main reasons which governed the planned euthanasia undertaking had little to do with the merciful death of incurable patients. It was above all a question of economic considerations, any patient incapable of carrying out the most humble task having to be put to death. Buller summoned Conti and showed him the document. He was appalled. He could not believe that such a document had been drawn up and signed without his knowledge, without his having been consulted, at least as Secretary of State for Health 419. Brack reassured him, since Buller was head of the Führer's chancellery, the document was in accordance with the Führer's wish by virtue of the principle according to which the will of the Führer is the will of society 420. Society was supposed to profit from euthanasia 421. A very small number of Nazi officials actually saw the document and believed the words of senior officials in the Führer chancellery that Hitler had prepared a law on euthanasia. Even Leonardo Conti, disappointed, believed that the authorization corresponded to the Führer's wish. He was convinced of this by Victor Brack, who told him that the Führer's will was of considerable significance for 22. Still very skeptical, Conti even questioned Franz Gürtner about the legality of the document. The latter reassured him and told him that he had already given instructions in this regard to the lawyers of the Ministry 423. For him, as for many other Nazi officials, the will of the Führer the supreme law of the party 424. And Professor Werner Haidt, already appointed chief psychiatric consultant for the euthanasia enterprise, explained that the will of the Führer, head of state, was effectively an ex cathedra law and that it was accepted as such by everyone involved in euthanasia 425. Karl Brandt further clarified at Nuremberg that, in any case, euthanasia was the policy of the legitimate government of the Third Reich, a policy which itself had the force of law. Under these conditions, the document was therefore accepted as a decree of the Führer 426. This decision was made a personal matter of the Führer, 427 typed on private stationery and accepted as a legal document by the majority of those involved in the euthanasia enterprise, simply because it bore Hitler's signature. Attached to protocol, Lammers, however, had a different opinion. On a legal level, this authorization would have to go through the Reich Chancellery in order to be considered a decree of the Führer. However, Lammers had never seen a legal decree from the Führer stipulating to carry out euthanasia 428. He insisted that this document should have been typed on Hitler's stationery headed the Führer and Reich Chancellor, that is, the head of state, countersigned by Lammers, sealed with the Great Seal of the Reich, and finally published in the official Reich Gazette. Nothing like this had ever been done for 29. According to Victor Brack, if it had been promulgated, the German people, in the intoxication of war, would have accepted even such a law for 30. As a legal document, the authorization was not worth the paper it was written on. It nonetheless constituted the equivalent of a death sentence for thousands of interned mentally ill people. The killing of German citizens was initiated by Hitler's supporters whose word was law, and, in Nazi Germany where the Führerprinzip prevailed and where the will of the Führer took the place of law, it was synonymous with power and proved sufficient. It was only later that the legality of the operation was called into question, both by the judiciary and by the Church. However, the criminal law stipulating that assisted death or euthanasia was a murder punishable by prosecution remained in force and was never modified 431. As for the 2 plenipotentiaries, Buller and Brandt, they rejoiced at the launch of euthanasia, but by then Brandt, in particular, had already lost all sense of right and wrong. By accepting the document signed by Hitler without question, these 2 men, but also the protagonists of Nazism and others who would participate in the operation, committed one of the worst crimes insofar as they scientifically justified the suppression of all independent reflection and freed themselves from all personal responsibility 432. Brandt was not an inherently bad man, rather, he was an idealist who sincerely thought he was helping patients by putting them to death. 433. It was a pleasure for him to receive the order to launch the euthanasia business. He had worked for 15 years at the bedside of the sick. For him, each patient was like a brother and he worried about each sick child as if it were his own. He later declared that he was very aware that, in saying yes to euthanasia, he had acted with the deepest conviction. 434. He was only motivated by truly human feelings and was never animated by other intentions. He had never had any other conviction than that he had to shorten the suffering lives of these creatures. These were terminal cases. This was the very idea of euthanasia, considered from a medical perspective. Known and applicable therapeutic measures could no longer help these patients. It was therefore no longer possible to stop the progression of the disease. Their state was appalling. 435. Brandt also considered that neither these miserable creatures nor their loved ones were able to assess the situation, as he explained. These were not mild cases, but very serious cases. The consent of relatives was hardly sought either, partly because of the secrecy, but also because a person not belonging to the profession is incapable of judging the state of a sick member of his family. Nor can we let a loved one make a decision concerning the life or death of a family member. 436. To support his statements, Brandt suggested that, before passing judgment on such a sensitive subject, anyone should visit a mental asylum and stay there for a few days among the patients. Then, the visitor would only be asked two questions: 1. Would you like to live like this? 2. Would you want one of your loved ones or your children to live like this? He added, I think everyone has enough imagination to turn away with a shudder from these failures of nature. These people live under the influence of cruel imaginative delirium and persecutory manias, partly without being aware of it, and it can certainly be said that if they could, in a moment of lucidity, see their state as it is, they would all be happy to die. The decision whether or not to apply euthanasia to patients therefore fell entirely to the doctors, employed by the state. They were obliged to assume this responsibility. 437. This was not entirely correct, because no doctor was obliged to make a report on his patients and none was ever sanctioned for not having, whatever the reason, mentioned that he was treating physically or mentally handicapped patients. 438. Brandt, a rational, cultured young doctor, belonged to a generation which, since 1933, had desired to design, support and supervise the Nazi policy of extermination, to which they were eventually empowered. He was now formally responsible for implementing and supervising the elimination, but his position was only symbolic. He never exercised real control over euthanasia. His functions were more akin to those of a health services administrator than to those of a chief physician. 439. In Nuremberg, he even denied having a permanent office for the management of euthanasia, a statement confirmed by his driver and his secretary, who testified that he only went once or twice a week to the Führer's chancellery. 440. He also maintained that his mission was exactly as it appeared in the authorization signed by Hitler, namely to authorize doctors to perform euthanasia and then submit reports to the Führer, this in collaboration with Buller. Brandt considered the elimination of the mentally ill to be part of his duties as a public health administrator. In his eyes, he had only fulfilled in passing 441 his mission as the Führer's plenipotentiary for euthanasia, as proven by the fact that he never gave up his functions as a surgeon and continued to operate at the Polyclinic and at the Charite Hospital in Berlin. 442. Subsequently, Brandt also spent most of his time at the Heilanstalten in Potsdam-Mittelmark, a southwest suburb of Berlin. It was a collection of buildings originally opened in 1902 to house a sanatorium. It was later greatly expanded to include a military hospital. Much of Brandt's work, however, was carried out by his principal secretary, Gertrude Beiersdorf, aged 45, who knew everything about him. She worked in the Führer's chancellery and represented Brandt in Berlin. 443. The latter also admitted that, having resolved the question of the medical decision whether or not to proceed with euthanasia, he had not followed the process further, but had entrusted the administrative details of its execution to Reichsleiter Buller. If this were true, the fact that he failed to follow up on the operation for which the Führer had made him personally responsible constituted a serious dereliction of duty. 444. Buller's duties in the euthanasia business, like those of Brandt, did not occupy him constantly. His main task was to deal with political issues at the highest level, to liaise with other party and government bodies which, necessarily, had to be involved in euthanasia. Inevitably, he also had to cooperate with Brandt whenever problems arose. 445. Buller spent much of his time at his estate Brannenburg, in Entbach, about 75 kilometers from Berchtesgaden. He preferred to live and work in the solitude of the large villa that the Führer had given him in 1938. Although geographically isolated, it was equipped with 3 secret telephones connecting Buller to the Burghof, the Führer Chancellery and the Reich Chancellery in Berlin. There was also a large conference room for important meetings. 446. Buller and Brandt delegated the day-to-day planning and organization of the euthanasia business to Victor Brack. Like his subordinates Heffelmann and von Hegener, he did not have the slightest medical knowledge to carry out such a task, and, as he was known among his colleagues for his obsequiousness and lack of strong personal opinions, they were surprised that he agreed. If Brack seized this opportunity to be zealous, it was simply because he saw in it a prospect, for the mediocre paper pusher that he was, of climbing the secret Nazi hierarchy. He, however, maintained a certain reserve about the enterprise and, like Buller, says that they did everything possible to obtain a law, not because the order did not seem sufficiently legal to them, but because they were opposed to this imposed secrecy. 447. In practice, however, he carried out all the daily tasks. The doctors recruited for the company followed his instructions, but these did not extend to medical questions, decided by the hierarchy of doctors and the medical directors of the euthanasia elimination centers. 448. Brack was and remained a simple bureaucrat. However, it was a businessman, a general manager, preferably a lawyer, who was needed to direct the operation. To maintain company secrecy, Brack adopted the pseudonym Jennerwein. 449. Why did he choose the name of George Gurgel Jennerwein, legendary man of the woods of 19th century Bavaria and symbol of revolt against authority? 450. We ignore it. His deputy Blankenberg also adopted a pseudonym to handle euthanasia, Brenner. Buller's first task was to manage the budget initially planned for euthanasia planning. The funds, remember, were taken from Hitler's personal budget. Subsequently, it was Franz Xaver Schwarz, party treasurer in Munich, who provided the main source of financing. 451. The funds used to pay the salaries of the personnel necessary for the euthanasia business were paid into a postal checking account of Karl Brandt. Salaries were set at Rm 460 per month, Rm 390 basic salary, including family allowances, plus Rm 40 food allowance and Rm 30 clothing allowance. 452. Over time, Buller grew tired of the quarrels over jurisdiction and attributions and was content to spend a moment, from time to time, at his office in the Führer's Chancellery. 453. Subsequently, his only major function, in collaboration with Brandt and Victor Brack, was to participate in the Traveling Medical Commission which, from 1941, visited asylums to select patients for euthanasia. It was at the end of January of that year that he, in collaboration with Brandt, gave new guidelines for the selection of veterans of the First World War and senile people. For the first, decorated men should not, in principle, be part of the operation, as for the latter, great restraint was recommended. Senile people should only be included if they are criminal or antisocial individuals. In the case of senile criminals, records must be checked and photocopies prepared. These cases can be judged in a positive sense. Special cases should be addressed to Herr Jennerwein. For all other cases, the criteria must be applied in all their rigor. 454. In the meantime, Reichsleiter Bormann, who had an exceptional memory and possessed the talent to simplify complicated matters, present them concisely and summarize the essential points in a few clear sentences, dealt with the problem of the still dissatisfied Conti 455. He did it so intelligently that his brief report to Hitler implicitly contained a solution. Far from excluding Conti from the euthanasia plans, he should, as Secretary of State for Health, work in consultation with Buller and Brandt 456. Hitler agreed, proving the political influence Bormann had over him. In turn, Buller and Brandt asked Conti to enlist the collaboration of Dr. Herbert Linden. Conti accepted 457. In 1945 he remarked, "Through my associates, I had to collaborate with Reichsleiter Buller, at the request of Buller and Dr. Linden. From time to time, I was kept informed of the progress of the case by Dr. Linden and Brandt, an assistant of Buller 458. Buller ordered that the bodies of the euthanasia victims be cremated. This was simply to avoid having an independent pathologist carry out an autopsy. Any competent specialist would immediately recognize the traces of carbon monoxide poisoning. The official pretext given to the families was to be that the cremation had taken place on the orders of the police to avoid contagion. Graveneck was to be isolated from the outside world and entry prohibited to unauthorized people due to an epidemic. Cremation was still a relatively modern process in 1939, but Berlin being a capital, two companies produced crematorium ovens there, Karl Heinrich Corey and Didier Werke. Founded in 1887, Corey began by specializing in the cremation of animal corpses. It was the more important of the two companies. It had a reputation for producing all types of central heating installations, industrial ovens, waste incinerators, and chimneys, and for subcontracting to Didier. The Führer Chancellery therefore contacted Corey, located at Denwittstrasse 35, not far from the Chancellery. Since Blankenberg oversaw the Chancellery facilities, it was likely he who approached the Corey Company. As it would later supply the crematorium ovens for at least half a dozen Nazi concentration camps, Blankenberg was sincere from the outset. It was a matter of cremating human bodies. A Corey representative explained to him that reducing a body to ashes by cremation meant that the heat decomposed the tissues and bones and that, contrary to popular belief, a body did not truly burn due to lack of sufficient combustible material. Tissue and bone are charred and destroyed, producing a certain amount of heat, but to achieve thermal and chemical decomposition of a body, most of the heat must be supplied by outside energy sources. The Corey Company's crematoriums were powered by coke or oil. Blankenberg explained that he needed ovens that could be transported and installed in a given location. Corey specialized in these types of items. Such ovens consisted of a muffle made of red brick and cement, the interior being covered with refractory bricks. The block was covered on the outside with an iron plate and equipped with a double door on the front for loading the bodies. Under the stove was an ash pan to which two air intake valves necessary for combustion were attached on each side. A removable square section cast iron chimney pipe could be attached to the device. The rate of incineration, it was explained, at a temperature of at least 1000 degrees Celsius, was on average 1 hour for a body weighing around 70 kilos. The other device provided by Corey was a cremation stretcher, also made of an iron plate, which slid on rolling trestles to allow the body to be inserted into the oven 459. A few days later, Blankenberg received the usual confirmation letter from the Corey firm and, in response to the question about the probable daily schedule of the bodies to be cremated, Corey wrote, "Following our discussions regarding the delivery of a simple model incineration plant, we suggest our perfectly suited coke oven, which has so far given full satisfaction. We offer 2 crematorium ovens for the planned building, but we recommend that you study the matter further to ensure that 2 ovens will be sufficient to meet your needs. We guarantee the efficiency of the crematorium ovens, as well as their resistance, the use of the best materials and our impeccable manufacturing 460. As usual, Corey also sent a sketch showing the layout of an efficient installation with enough room for the men responsible for fueling the furnace. The letter ended as follows: "While awaiting your news, we remain at your service. Hey Hitler 461." A first order was placed for 2 transportable Corrie ovens with their accessories, to be delivered to Graveneck Castle, in Württemberg. Other orders were to follow. Corrie agreed to a discount on the second oven. 2 ovens would prove insufficient. Chapter 12. The installation in Graveneck. In Berlin, the appointment of a medical director responsible for euthanasia in the first gassing center at Graveneck Castle was far from simple. The first person approached was Dr. Werner Kirchert. Aged 39, he was an advisor to Reichsarzt SS Ernst Grauitz, himself both chief physician of the SS and director of the German Red Cross. Before the war, Kirchert had been stationed as an SS doctor in the Buchenwald and Dachau concentration camps. It was in the latter camp that he met, in August 1937, Dr. Werner Haidt, who was then engaged in his urgent and important task, carrying out a psychological and neurological evaluation of the prisoners 462. In September 1939, Kirchert, too old to receive an order for active service, was assigned to the University Clinic of the Charité Hospital in Berlin as a medical assistant. During this month, after an interview with Grauitz, he received the order to prepare, based on documents, a study on psychiatric institutions in Germany, in all the Länder, number of patients, beds, reception capacity, etc. According to Grauitz, this task was necessary because the institutions located near the front line in the west had to be evacuated and the detainees transferred further inside the Reich 463. Kirchert was unaware that this operation had been in progress for a long time. Having completed his work, he presented the list to Grauitz, who then telephoned the Führer's chancellery to arrange a meeting between Kirchert and Hans Heffelmann. According to Buller, the latter had been appointed by Hitler to provide the intellectual basis for the implementation of a special mission important to the war effort 464, namely euthanasia. In 1947, Kirchert remembered that, during this meeting, Heffelmann had informed him that the study supposed to facilitate the evacuation was only a pretext. It was carried out with a view to euthanasia of the mentally ill. I had been informed that this was done on the express orders of the Führer and that Reichsleiter Buller was responsible for its execution. Very disturbed by such an order, I consulted Dr. Grauitz, and I had 2 or 3 conversations with Dr. Heffelmann, in which Dr. Haidt also participated. The entire euthanasia enterprise was still in its infancy and a plan was being prepared on how to carry it out. It was to take place in several establishments. Initially, there was talk of 3 establishments in different regions of Germany. Haidt himself intended to visit the psychiatric asylums to select staff and train them for 65. Kirchert was then introduced to Brack, whom he already knew a little, and to Werner Blankenberg. He was warned that their conversation was a state secret and was told again that euthanasia had been legalized by a decree from the Führer. Kirchert mentions here a detail not appearing in the testimony of any other participant. The authorization was also signed by Göring, as president of the Reich Defense Council 466. It was also pointed out to Kirchert that the Russians had acted in the same way in 1914, when they had put mentally ill people to death. An attempt was even made to obtain the documents in question in Moscow 467. Brack offered Kirchert the position of medical director of the first gas euthanasia center, at Graveneck Castle. He asked for time to examine this offer. Although kept secret, Kirchert consulted his father, also a doctor. He also sought the opinion of the SS chief Dr. Grauitz, who vigorously reminded him of the need to preserve absolute secrecy. It was an important position, although not very pleasant, but, as an SS officer, one had to prepare to carry out unpleasant missions which, in any case, would be carried out mainly by requisitioned SS non-commissioned officers. To compensate for the isolation, inconvenience, and worry, every effort would be made to make the position as pleasant as possible, not only by good conditions, radio, provision of books and alcohol, but also by a much higher salary, amounting to Rm 1,200, plus a 13th month. This was double what Kirchert earned at the time in the SS medical service. He asked for additional time to consider the offer 468. At the beginning of October, Kirchert was summoned once again by Heffelmann to the Führer's chancellery. Concerning this second meeting, he remembered in 1967 that Heffelmann seemed absolutely keen to launch the euthanasia business, but had wild ideas about the explanations that could be provided regarding the number of sudden patient deaths, or regarding the cover-up of these serial deaths. He mentioned his crazy idea about bus and railroad accidents. All the objections he raised, such events on public roads and the Reich railway network only affecting mentally ill people were not feasible, were rejected by Heffelmann 469. It was too much for Kirchert. Faced with this radical, eccentric, and unrealistic idea from Heffelmann, he informed him that, in the current state of things, he was not prepared to participate in such an operation 470. Instead, he recommended a colleague, Dr. Schumann, whom he had known since 193-7471. Learning that Kirchert had declined such an offer from the Führer's chancellery, Grautz deemed it prudent to have him leave Berlin as soon as possible and arranged for him to take over the medical services of the Waffen-SS 472. Horst Schumann, the colleague recommended by Kirchert, was an official responsible for health in Halle an der Saale. Aged 33, he had been a member of the Nazi Party and the SA since 1930. He had just enlisted in the Luftwaffe Health and Medical Services. He was summoned by telephone to a meeting with Brack, where he was informed that he had been recommended by Kirchert 473. In turn, Schumann also asked for time to study Brack's offer. Ignoring the secrecy surrounding this affair, he also discussed it with his father, a member of the Nazi Party before 1933, who had always exercised great influence over him and had been at the origin of his joining the Nazi Party and the SA 474. Following these conversations, Schumann accepted the position of medical director of Gravenech, while emphasizing that he was not a psychiatrist 475. At the beginning of October, Herbert Linden from the Health Department of the Reich Interior Ministry once again visited Eugen Stadl at the Württemberg Interior Ministry in Stuttgart. He again noted the alarming rate of deaths of mentally ill people in asylums during the last war. This mortality also affected medical and nursing staff, decimated by contagious diseases. In this period of war, such a situation had to be avoided. It would be more humane to relieve them with a gentle death 476. Stadl agreed, noting that if during the war thousands of young, healthy men were expected to sacrifice themselves for society, the sacrifice of the incurably mentally ill must also be demanded. Stadl even claimed to know that the mentally ill themselves, at least those who retained a certain lucidity, wanted an end to their suffering, in the same way that a painless death is administered to end the suffering of a domestic animal 477. Stadl then proposed to Linden 3 possible locations for the first euthanasia center, particularly mentioning Gravenech Castle. Early in the second week of October 1939, a day or two after Buller and Brandt received written permission from Hitler, 4 Nazi officials traveled on a delegation to the area around Gravenech, Württemberg. They inspected 3 possible sites to serve as disposal centers: Ehrenfels Castle in the Lauterbach Valley, near Gravenech, an establishment installed in a former monastery in Zweifelten, and Gravenech itself. These latter installations, visited in the evening, proved to be the most suitable for their purposes. The delegation of senior officers included SS Standartenführer Victor Brack, Doctors Herbert Linden, Werner Haidt, Eugen Stadl, and Gerhard Bohn, a Berlin lawyer designated as future Director General of the Euthanasia Administration. Like the first inspection in May of the same year, the visit was not announced, and only Brack quickly showed an identity card to Director Eduard Frank. The delegation was mainly interested in the number of rooms and their dimensions, while asking questions about the owner's 478. In the immense grounds of the castle, where there was a farm built in 1905 and its outbuildings, the group showed particular interest in an old high-gabled coach house, located along the access road to the castle, about 200 meters north of the gates. This shed was divided into 3 carriage boxes, each extended by a small room built of plaster bricks. The shed was built in 1913 for Baron von Tessen, Chamberlain of the King of Württemberg, according to plans drawn up by the Zimmermann architectural firm in Reutlingen. On May 6, 1913, the Baron had submitted a building permit application to the commune of Dapfen, near Graafneck, for a coach house with toilets and a bakery equipped with an oven. The toilets and the bakery had to be built from refractory bricks, the rest of the building from wood. For the roof, bricks would be used, and the space between the ceiling and the roof had to remain empty for 79. The work was carried out by the master builder Reiner, from near Dapfen, and by a carpenter called Rapp, from Gemeindingen, near Graafneck. It was a historic building, unique of its kind in Germany 480. The shed could easily be converted into a gas chamber, neighboring rooms would be used for patient reception and offices for medical and nursing staff. Nearby, between the shed and the farm buildings, stood a circular riding school 15 meters in diameter, built by the Baron in 1911. It was only at the end of the inspection, as the visitors were returning to their carriages in the castle courtyard, that the director, Dr. Frank, asked them the purpose of this hasty visit. Higher authority. He was answered, dryly 481, in Nazi Germany, higher authority was not questioned. With the inspection of Graafneck by the delegation from Berlin, the link in the chain of Christian charity that Bishop Worm spoke of in Württemberg was broken. It opened the darkest episode in the history of the castle. In Stuttgart, Gauleiter Wilhelm Mühr, who since the start of the war had also served as Reich Defense Commissioner, and Jonathan Schmidt, Minister of the Interior of Württemberg, were informed of the future functions of Graafneck Castle and took an oath of confidentiality 482. Returning to Berlin on October 9, Brack and Bohn organized a meeting at the Führer Chancellery attended by key party members involved in the euthanasia enterprise, including Linden of the Health Department of the Reich Ministry of the Interior. Eugen Stadel was not present. They discussed the progress made in the planning and organization of the euthanasia enterprise, as well as the modalities of its implementation. Victor Brack presented a mathematical formula for calculating the number of potential victims, a ratio which, when applied to the total population of the Reich, gave the figure of 65,000 to 75,000 victims for 83. Linden reported that day, and over the next 2 days, information forms and a covering letter from his department were sent to all 49 psychiatric institutions in Württemberg, according to a list provided by Stadel in Stuttgart. The asylums had until November 1 to draw up a list of their staff, provide budgetary details and register all their patients, with particular reference to those whose illness rendered them incapable of anything other than performing mechanical tasks, namely peeling vegetables and making cardboard boxes 485. As agreed, patients interned for more than 5 years were also to be included on the lists, regardless of their illness or ability to work, as were foreign nationals and racial aliens. As such questionnaires were sent to them from time to time for statistical purposes, the majority of doctors did not have the slightest idea of the real objective, a census of candidates for death. At first, the forms were completed in a casual manner, and the time allowed for completing and returning them did not allow for examination of interned patients. Some were suspicious, believing that the term work capacity meant that those who could still be employed could be removed from asylums to perform tasks within the war economy. As a result, they often exaggerated the degree of patients' physical or mental incapacity, thereby unwittingly condemning them to death. The forms and the accompanying letter were signed by State Secretary for Health Leonardo Conti, although, according to protocol, it was Herbert Linden, responsible for all psychiatric establishments in the Reich, who had this prerogative. It was Reichsleiter Bormann who, as Conti's superior and guardian, had succeeded in imposing the decision to have the documents signed by his sole protégé. Brack believed that there were probably up to 100,000 mentally ill people who would meet the criteria for euthanasia, and that preparations should be made immediately for the elimination of at least 65,000 of them. 487 But other officials considered Brack's estimates far too low. Professor Heinrich Wilhelm Kratz, director of the Institute for the Preservation of Race and Genetic Heritage at the University of Gießen, and director of the Office for Racial Policy in the Hesse-Nassau region, estimated that this number could be as high as 1 million. On October 11, Pastor Nathaniel Fisher, director of the Samariter Stiftung, which ran Graveneck Castle, and Richard Alber, president of the Munsingen Regional Council near Graveneck since 1938, were summoned by Eugen Stadl to the Ministry of the Interior on Dorotheenstrasse in Stuttgart. It was indeed a summons, a direct order, corresponding to the usual style of Stadl, firmly convinced of the validity of the principle according to which superiors give orders, subordinates obey. And it was common knowledge in Württemberg that any discussion with Stadl was useless. 489. Eugen Stadl informed Fischer and Alber that Graveneck was one of the special institutions in which people carrying dangerous contagious diseases had to be isolated. The castle was going to be expropriated for a period of 4 to 6 months. 490. The premises had to be evacuated within 3 days. Temporary accommodation for the patients was planned not in Obersentheim and Schwabis Hall, as had originally been suggested, but in the Root Asylum, a former Catholic convent in the town of Zwiefelten, 14 kilometers south of Graveneck. 491. Once informed, Director Frank could not understand why patients from a Protestant home would be relocated to a Catholic establishment. Perhaps it was an effect of Stadl's twisted humor. In the afternoon, Fischer and Frank drove to Zwiefelten to visit their patient's new home, while in Munsingen Councillor Alber carried out the necessary arrangements for the transfer. For Alber, who, like Fischer and Frank, did not know the real reason for the expropriation, the affair made no sense. Alber was anti-Nazi and did not feel inclined to accept Stadl's orders without good reason. Such secrecy made the situation unusual. 492. The next day, October 12, Stadl sent a letter stamped confidential to Alber, officially ordering him to evacuate Graveneck Castle. It was to be emptied of patients and staff by the evening of October 14 at the latest, with the exception, for the moment, of the farm staff. The keys must be handed over to you in person. All facilities belonging to the establishment and food must be left on site. 493. The same day, the packaging and storage were taken care of by women from the German Red Cross from Munsingen and men from the neighboring village of Dapfen. Chief Steward Karl Storz gave permission to store part of the castle's contents in a few rooms in the Stud Inn. He also provides 2 horse-drawn carts and carters for the move. Early the next morning, a convoy of 6 trucks from the Noerpel Moving Company in Ulm arrived in Graveneck. The last load was delivered that same evening to the Root Asylum in Zwiefelten. 494. The day before the date imposed by Stadl, Dr. Frank, his team, and the 110 patients left the establishment for Zwiefelten, in a convoy of 4 buses, several vans, and furniture trucks. By a strange quirk of fate, this hasty departure saved the lives of these patients. Due to bureaucratic negligence, their names were omitted from the death lists drawn up in Berlin with the help of Professor Haidt. 495. Despite Stadl's secret order, Councillor Alber, who hated the Nazis and Stadl in particular, removed everything that could be removed from the castle, including the brand new kitchen equipment. Even the vegetables from the garden were uprooted and stored in large bags. Nothing that could be more or less used was left to the new Nazi owners. 496. Graveneck Castle was officially handed over to the Reich Defense Commissioner of the State of Württemberg on October 15, 497. 2 days later, 5 more mysterious visitors, 4 men and a woman, arrived at the abandoned Graveneck Castle, but the complete lack of cooking facilities forced them to report at the Stud Inn on the other side of the valley. Councillor Alber, who had brought the group to the inn, informed the Eisenschmidt couple, tenants of the inn since 1931, that these guests would be staying for a certain time and that they would have to feed them until a kitchen is installed in the castle. 498. This group of visitors was led by Brack and Haidt, accompanied by Gerhard Bohn. The woman was Bohn's secretary. The last member was Reinhold Vorberg, also employed in the Führer Chancellery, who would be responsible for organizing the transport to Graveneck of patients on the death list. 499. At the inn, they filled out the police forms as required by law, and Frau Eisenschmidt entered the information in her register. After the war, she spoke of this group of visitors in these terms. Their spokesperson was a certain Herr Brack, who wrote on the form that he was a management consultant. He led me into the next room and explained to me that Graafneck was going to become a hospital for patients with contagious diseases. I replied that that was all I needed, as if a nursing home in Graafneck hadn't been enough. He replied that I would not have to suffer any financial loss, we would have to accommodate the people who came to Graafneck. He was testing my reaction, so to speak, to such a hospital. Obviously, I suspected nothing at all. 500. It was later that the Eisenschmidts understood that not only had their hosts signed the police register and the guest book under false names, but that Brack, under the pseudonym Herr Jennerwein, had lied about the reason for their visit. The prolonged stay of these strangers, who, in the evening, stayed among themselves at the inn, naturally aroused the curiosity of the inhabitants of the surrounding villages who frequented the establishment. One of the regulars said of the mysterious visitors, "They ate and spent the night. They kept to themselves and were busy at the castle during the day. What they were doing there was a total mystery." 501. Tales and rumors circulated widely among the villagers of Marbach, Dapfen, and Gematingen. Graafneck was going to become a hospital for seriously injured Luftwaffe pilots, or else it was a special clandestine home for veterans of the last war whose injuries and mutilations were too horrible for the population to see, to the point that they were given up for long dead. Finally, it was rumored that the SS would soon arrive. 502. No one could have guessed how premonitory these assumptions were. The events of the following months would leave Graafneck with the bad reputation that still follows it today. 503. Had she known the truth, the local population would not have believed her, because the mission of these strangers was to draw up plans in Graafneck to build to order the first installation intended to exterminate human beings with toxic gas, and this on an industrial scale. On October 30, Dr. Frank, former director of Graafneck, returned to the castle. He had received orders to officially hand over the farm and the estate to his new Nazi masters. 504. Richard Alber, unhappy with the cavalier manner in which he and his colleagues had been treated without being given any valid reason to leave Graafneck and expel the patients at such short notice, telephoned Bohn in Berlin. In vain. He then sent a confidential letter by registered mail to the Württemberg Ministry of Propaganda in Kronprinzesstrasse in Stuttgart, declaring that, after an exhausting interview with Bohn, he intended to publish a communiqué in the Albatte, the local newspaper of Munsingen. He denounced the requisition of the former home for the needs of the defense of the Reich and considered that it should be used to accommodate seriously ill people from the evacuated territories of the East. He ended by reiterating his request for an interview with Stadel. 505. Alber was advised by the Ministry of Propaganda that this publication would be extremely injudicious. In Berlin, Victor Brack contacted Professor Paul Hermann Nietzsche, director of the asylum in Leipzig-Dosen, and invited him to a meeting at the Führer Chancellery. The Leipzig-Dosen Asylum, a large complex of buildings nestled in heavily wooded green spaces in a southwest suburb of Leipzig, was well known for its open-door system and therapeutic optimism. Aged 63, Nietzsche himself had a reputation as a reform-minded psychiatrist, a pioneer in the use of various forms of modern therapies, including work therapy, and new methods of counseling. With his colleagues, he worked on the development of new drugs that could be used in psychiatry. In 1934, he had also paved the way for the introduction in Germany of electroconvulsive therapy and insulin shocks, as possible treatments for mental illnesses, notably schizophrenia. Leipzig-Dosen was a good example of the tension between contemporary therapeutic optimism and the failure of medicine to cure patients with mental illness. Nietzsche was also known for his positions in favor of racial hygiene, as well as euthanasia. He believed that euthanasia had already been applied secretly, left to the discretion of certain asylum directors since the Nazi takeover in 1933. He once remarked to a colleague, Dr. George Andreas, "It would be wonderful to get rid of the dead weight in asylums and nursing homes. Finally, we will be able to apply work therapy." 506. To other colleagues he explained his attitude towards psychiatric research and euthanasia in more abstruse terms. As a general rule, outsiders have not been able to appreciate the fundamental service rendered by psychiatry, particularly when its scientific discoveries have revealed the seriousness of the danger posed by degeneration. Psychiatry has thus encouraged us to perceive the danger and the need for defense, therefore providing us with the basis for effective countermeasures. For Professor Nietzsche, euthanasia was the crowning achievement of a career in psychiatry open to reform. It was simply the ideal therapy. But, despite his enthusiasm for this practice, he refused for the moment to get personally involved in the killing. Chapter 13. The Charitable Foundation. Institutional Care. In early autumn 1939, the bureaucratic procedure for the selection, transportation, and disposal of victims had not yet been planned in detail. While it was thought that 100,000 mentally ill people in the Reich could be euthanized, such large numbers of people could not simply disappear without raising questions. The murder could therefore only be covered up by creating several secret departments, headed by fervent Nazis, specialists in both the medical and administrative fields. It was necessary to choose men convinced of the necessity of euthanasia and who would ensure the registration, psychiatric evaluation, and transfer of patients, firstly to Graveneck. The Director General had to be a lawyer capable of managing such a bureaucracy of death, and also dealing with insurance companies, the judiciary, and social services in liaison with victims. The ideal person to create and organize the euthanasia bureaucracy was found. This was Gerhard Bohn, who had accompanied Brack on the inspection of Graveneck Castle in May and participated in some preliminary meetings. At 37, Bohn, a lawyer in Cologne, served as an investigating judge. He also chaired several legal associations, notably the Association of Defense Lawyers, within the Federation of Nazi Lawyers. Furthermore, he headed Section I of the Political Legal Department of the Nazi Party dealing with citizens' rights. As such, he had built his reputation by defending the SA during their trials. A career civil servant, he joined the Nazi Party and the SA for a time from 1930. During this decade, he was an administrative judge in Berlin on behalf of a government company. Described as a very proper and very conscientious Prussian civil servant 507, a typical example of a bureaucrat scrupulous down to details, he was inclined to legal precision and good administrative order. A member of the SS since 1935 with the rank of Obersturmführer, Gerhard Bohn had perfect credentials 508. However, the correct behavior and honesty he expected from his staff, which would soon deteriorate to an alarming degree, ultimately led to his downfall. Bohn's first task was to hide from the population that such a murderous enterprise was going to take place, and above all to conceal the fact that the Führer's chancellery had any connection with the euthanasia enterprise, not to mention the execution order that emanated from it. There could not be the slightest indication that the chancellery was involved in the murder of German citizens, even those suffering from serious mental illness. Bohn, to cover not only the chancellery, but also the entire murder enterprise, set up a veritable network of administrative camouflage, deception, and disinformation, which took the form of fictitious departments with resounding scientific titles or charitable works. There is no doubt that Criminal Inspector Christian Wirth, also noted for his organizational and administrative skills, assisted Bohn in setting up the administration and bureaucracy of euthanasia. In the fall of 1939, he left Stuttgart to undertake a special mission in Berlin for which he had been designated in the spring. Previously, he had an interview with SS Oberführer Kriminalrat Paul Werner, Arthur Neb's deputy at the RKPA in Berlin, about his role in the preparation and implementation of the euthanasia enterprise 509. After this interview, Wirth was attached to Brack's staff, that is to say Central Office 2 of the Führer Chancellery, where, according to Richard von Hegener and Ilse Linkenbach, he was often seen in police uniform in the company of Brack and Blankenberg 510. Wirth's superiors at the police presidium and at the Kripo headquarters in Stuttgart had little contact with him from then on, except to pay him his monthly salary and note him for his advancement and promotions in the hierarchy. Wirth never returned to his former police duties in Stuttgart and only returned rarely, on leave. During his visits, when his former deputy George Ziegler or other police colleagues asked him what he was doing, he replied that they should not ask him questions because it was a state secret that he could not discuss. 511. The choice of Wirth for this job was based on good reasons: his methodical and punctilious spirit in administrative matters, his reliability, and his ability to take initiatives without constantly referring to higher authorities and without waiting for orders. Subsequently, he would carry out his new duties on his own territory in Upper Swabia, as head of security at Grafeneck Castle, only around 50 kilometers from his hometown of Oberbalzim. His tough, impassive, merciless character and his taste for iron discipline guaranteed that no psychological considerations would hinder the effectiveness of this unpleasant task. To cover the central office too of the Führer Chancellery, Bohn invented the Gemeinheitsstiftung für Anstaltspflege 512, a seemingly innocuous name. Subsequently, it was only about Die Stiftung. This, which existed only on its letterhead and which became the controlling body for all the offices and sections of this constantly growing bureaucracy of death, dealt with the government authorities involved in the elimination enterprise. 513. An administration department, also headed by Bohn, in effect a disinformation office, was created to coordinate efforts to cover up the ongoing euthanasia. 514. It was a question of misleading the relatives of the victims, the various public social services that looked after patients in asylums and, in many cases, paid for their care and support, finally the insurance companies, which would not fail to file claims when the death of a patient was known. During the establishment of these departments, Ilse Linkenbach, Brack's secretary, ensured correspondence between the latter and Bohn. 515. The medical aspect of euthanasia was handled by the Reichsarbeitsgemeinschaft Heil- und Pflegeanstalten, under the legal and administrative leadership of Bohn, with Professor Werner Hade serving as chief consultant psychiatrist and director of the medical office. The RAG was nothing more than the front organization covering the entire euthanasia enterprise. As such, he maintained correspondence with government authorities, public health officials, asylums, hospitals, and sanatoriums. Subsequently, he also took care of patients' parents for registration, assessment, and selection for euthanasia. Contact with this administration could only be made via a post office box number 262, in Saarlandstrasse, Berlin W9, not far from the Führer's Chancellery. 516. The RAG recruited psychiatrists and other medical specialists to assess the mental state of patients in accordance with information forms sent to asylums by Department 4G in Linden of the Reich Ministry of the Interior. From the fall of 1939, Brandt, Buller, Linden and Dr. Grawitz, chief physician of the SS, proceeded to choose the doctors for the euthanasia enterprise. The selection criteria were as follows: having a good professional reputation, being fervent Nazis and, therefore, supporters of eugenics and convinced advocates of euthanasia. In addition, a team of reliable young doctors had to carry out the first evaluation of more than 200,000 information forms. They were recruited on recommendation and through a network of personal contacts. When information on a particular doctor was insufficient, the Führer Chancellery asked local party offices or the Gestapo to provide confidential information. Thus, very few recommended doctors chose not to cooperate in the euthanasia enterprise. 517. Even medical students, some of whom had not yet graduated, were recruited to process the forms. It was explained to them that they were needed for a war against the enemies of the Reich and Nazism, requiring the synthesis of the Boot and the Book. 518. More than 40 doctors were chosen and presented to Dr. Karl Brandt, medical director of the operation. We read to them, sometimes even showed them, the authorization given by Hitler to Brandt and Buller, while explaining to them that there was no official law yet because Hitler wanted to avoid providing ammunition for enemy propaganda. However, care was taken to specify that the Führer's authorization was equivalent to a law and that doctors participating in euthanasia would benefit from immunity against any action brought against them. 519. Practitioners were recruited between November 1939 and July 1941, either in groups of 4 or 5, or individually. Dr. Ernst Baumhart of the Barbara Hospital in Halle an der Saale was the first to be summoned to the Führer's chancellery and to take an oath of confidentiality on November 1. He had only been licensed to practice medicine 2 months earlier. It was perhaps Horst Schumann, considered for the position of medical director at Graafneck, who recommended Baumhart to Brack. Aged 29, Baumhart had been a member of the SA since 1934 and of the Nazi Party since 1937. Despite such credentials, it was considered necessary not to invite the young doctor to join the foundation, but to enlist him, an inexperienced doctor, for an emergency wartime mission. His newly obtained diploma would be of no use in Graafneck, where his medical functions would be very limited. Brack wanted to avoid repeating the episode of Dr. Kirchert, who had declined the offer, and Dr. Schumann was still studying the employment offer. He ended up accepting and took an oath of confidentiality on January 1, 1940. The next 4 doctors were summoned on November 17, 1939, followed by 5 other doctors on February 18, 1940. 520 some played a dual role, first in processing the forms, then as experts making the final decision on the life or death of the patients. Others worked within the framework of the Kinderaction, under the direction of Hans Heffelmann of the Central Office II in the Führer Chancellery. Still others were medical directors or assistant medical directors in gassing centers. What is tragic is that none of these doctors needed a law to participate in this euthanasia enterprise. None of them seriously hesitated to participate in such an enterprise. Without having been forced in any way, they themselves drew up the rules determining whether a particular patient should live or die. Their participation was entirely voluntary and unconditional. Some later not only chose to observe their patients during the gassing, but actively participated in the killing. Very few selected doctors questioned the attitude of the churches towards the enterprise of euthanasia, in particular the Catholic Church. Blankenberg warned Catholics that under no circumstances should they confess to a priest about the events they were going to participate in. To reassure them, he assured them that discussions were underway with the 2 churches, discussions which had not yet been concluded. As for the Evangelical Church, an agreement was expected in the near future. On the Catholic side, we were not there yet. Discussions were underway with a senior official, but no agreement was reached on the procedural issue. The Catholic Church, in the event that it gave its agreement, wanted to have the possibility of administering the last sacraments to the mentally ill who were to be put to death. 521. Buller and Brandt explained to the doctors that it was of primary importance not to get rid of those who were mentally dead, but of all those who were incapable of productive work in the asylums. 522. A doctor remembered other words added by Victor Brack. Demanded that in case of doubt a patient be recorded with a yes, meaning that he should be put to death. These measures were motivated by the words, especially now during the war, when so many healthy people are losing their lives, the mentally ill are of little importance, because they are of no use to society and, given the poor food situation, must at least be excluded from the food sector. 523. One of the psychiatrists put it even more bluntly, saying that it should not be permitted, for economic reasons, to overload our asylums with living corpses. Such an idea was intolerable to him. 524. These declarations from the leaders of the euthanasia company clearly showed that the killing did not consist of a humanitarian death without suffering of the mentally ill. It was not euthanasia in the true sense of the term. The whole enterprise consisted of the deliberate murder of everyone who was a burden on society, a murder carried out for financial reasons. However, far from seeing themselves as murderers, the doctors who attended the meetings considered their participation in euthanasia as an integral part of the exercise of their profession. It was explained to them that they were to be the masters of the new Nazi form of therapy. My duty was not to shorten the lives of these mentally ill people, My duty was to act as a medical expert. 525. They took an oath of confidentiality, either individually or in groups, by shaking hands. Some, it seems, received written contracts, others not. 526. Once returned by the asylum directors, the 200,000 forms were distributed in bundles and analyzed by the 48 doctors who registered the potential candidates for euthanasia. The evaluation of the forms was paid on a piece rate basis. The more questionnaires the psychiatrist processed, the more his remuneration increased. 527. In accordance with resolutions adopted during the planning meetings, the experts' decisions were indicated on the forms by a red plus sign for death, or a blue sign which meant the patient would live, with the question mark indicating that no decision had been made. 528. Selection was based exclusively on the patient's ability or inability to work, regardless of their mental health, and included those who had no relatives and did not receive any visits. They were needed by no one and would be missed by no one. They were simply a burden on the state's social system. Physically disabled people such as the blind, the deaf, and mute, and epileptics who, in medical terms, could not be considered incurably mentally ill, were also included on the death lists. In fact, many of the convicts were physically healthy, orderly, and conscious, and not mentally ill. They simply did not correspond to the Nazi ideal of perfection to be part of the Lord race. The doctors recruited to examine the forms, however, did not act out of calculation or insensitivity, but rather out of therapeutic idealism, a strong desire to cure by killing, in the interest of healthy members of society, animated them. Euthanasia, in their eyes, was the perfect cure. The question posed before the war by Professor Karl Schneider of the Heidelberg University Clinic, who wanted to know whether a special body of execution doctors would be created to carry out euthanasia, was finally answered. Through their healing work, the selected specialists became appointed state executors. The sending, receiving and photocopying of the 200,000 forms were entrusted to a few employees of Central Office 2, Meeman and Heck, later joined by Fritz Rosinski. As the pace of work accelerated, 4 more people were hired to help them. 529. This office also controlled the Foundation file. Once the forms were sent to the Führer Chancellery via Department 4G in Linden at the Reich Ministry of the Interior, each questionnaire was registered and stamped with a number. From then on, patients ceased to be considered human beings and became nothing more than numbers. Fritz Rosinski, clerical clerk, described the process followed for the forms. We made 5 photocopies, 3 were sent to the 3 experts. In general, we grouped them in bundles of 100 before sending them to the experts. After a certain time, these 3 photocopies were returned to us either with a plus sign, or with a sign, or a question mark, and the signature of the expert. If the psychiatric experts entered a question mark, this meant that these documents had to be returned and resubmitted 6 months later. 530. It was better to include too many patients, rather than too few, in order to reduce the number of unnecessary mouths. 531. Initially, the other 2 photocopies were kept in the Foundation files in the Führer Chancellery. 532. Carried out in 2 daily periods, from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. and from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. 533, the photocopying work was supervised by Franz Rum. Rum, who had joined the Nazi Party in 1933, belonged to the same section as Richard von Hegener, who recommended him to Brack for a job at the Foundation. He was an unemployed restaurant waiter, aged 50, who wore a monocle and had worked in France, England, and Germany. After the First World War, in addition to his duties as a waiter, he had other jobs, as a night porter on trains, and had owned a bar and a laundry. After the outbreak of war in September 1939, the Berlin-Skinneberg nightclub where he had been a waiter, the Insel, closed. 534. Brack agreed to hire him. After training at Siemens in the operation of photocopying machines, Rum joined the Central Office 2 of the Führer Chancellery, to reproduce the forms upon their arrival. 535. In less than 18 months, Franz Rum supervised the photocopying of 1,500,000 forms. Neither the first expert, Dr. Herbert Linden, nor the psychiatrists consulted, Werner Haidt and Paul Nietzsche, who later made the final decisions, saw a single patient. All decisions were made on the basis of often rare, sometimes deliberately erroneous, information contained in the forms. It is difficult to imagine that initially just 3 men, Linden alone, then Haidt and Nietzsche together, decided, in their free time, the ultimate fate of several thousand patients, this activity being added to their ordinary medical duties. Subsequently, other doctors were recruited to carry out the counting. In its scale and pace, the process of registering thousands of mentally ill people, reduced to numbers on a list, became a meaningless enterprise. One doctor even claimed that the entire recording process was only a convenience for the consciences of accomplices who had doubts. 536. Once designated for disposal, patients were to be transferred to Graveneck. For this purpose, Bohn established the Gemeinheit Krankentransport. To begin with, 3 buses were rented by Richard von Hegener from the Reich Post Office. These regulatory postal vehicles, red in color, had postal registration plates and displayed the symbols of the eagle and the swastika. 537. They offered seating for 30 passengers. The Reich Postmaster General provided von Hegener with a certificate establishing that the vehicles specified on the document were to receive preferential treatment in any Reich Post repair shop in Germany. 538. This was to avoid any difficulty resulting from the fact that the vehicles would be driven not by post office officials, but by drivers hired by the Führer Chancellery. The certificate was stamped von Hegener Special Team. 539. In fact, the drivers were SS drivers who worked in concentration camps and had been requisitioned for the euthanasia business. On November 7, 1939, Professor Nietzsche, who had already refused to prepare the gas centers for euthanasia, was summoned to the Führer's Chancellery, where he had a talk with Brack on ways to kill the mentally ill. If some of those responsible had already opted for carbon monoxide, as it had been tested and recommended by Widman at the KTI, another group, mainly doctors, advocated killing with narcotics. Buller and Brandt belonged to the latter group. Brack then ordered Nietzsche to carry out experiments with appropriate narcotics in his asylum. The Leipzig-Dosen Asylum became the setting in which Nietzsche, assisted by 2 doctors, carried out experiments on 60 patients. Initially, they received daily injections of 0.3 g of luminol. The dose was increased each day until they were so weak that they contracted various illnesses and died. 541. The massive doses went unnoticed because luminol was routinely administered as a tranquilizer. This method of murder, called the luminol system, was commonly used in asylums and during Kinderaction from the fall of 194-1542. George Renaud, aged 32, had been Nietzsche's assistant since his graduation in 1933. He participated in these murderous experiments. Shortly after the outbreak of war, Nietzsche asked him what he thought about euthanasia. A convinced Nazi since 1930, Renaud gave the only answer he knew: the Führer. What the Führer said will be done. 543. The war ended Renaud's plans to open his own practice, and he followed his mentor into the euthanasia business. At the end of February 1940, Nietzsche was appointed assistant to Professor Werner Haidt, becoming one of 2 psychiatric experts to rule on the ultimate fate of patients based on the information and recommendations on the forms. 544. In May 1940, Dr. George Renaud was appointed Deputy Medical Director of the Gassing Euthanasia Center at Hartheim Castle. 545. In November, 2 other officials, Reinhold Vorberg and Hermann Schweninger, were hired at the Charitable Foundation as General Directors of the GKRAT. Vorberg, Director of the Department for Affairs Concerning the Armed Forces, SD, Police, and Churches in Central Office 2 in the Führer Chancellery, was appointed Director of the GKRAT. Following the example of his superiors, Brack and Blankenberg, he also took a pseudonym, that of Hinterthal, when dealing with transport matters. Before joining the Chancellery, he had had a checkered career as a businessman in Germany and abroad, and, like many of his colleagues, had joined the Nazi Party very early on, from 192-9546. Although Brack's first cousin and third deputy at Central Office II, under the orders of Blankenberg and Heffelmann, Vorburg did not benefit from any preferential treatment in the Führer's chancellery and did not attend any of the preparatory meetings. In fact, just before the outbreak of war, he was drafted into the army and spent several weeks in Poland with the Engineer Battalion. His military service was interrupted at the beginning of October and he returned to the Führer's chancellery just in time to take part in the last excursion to Grafeneck Castle 547. Buller, seduced by Vorburg's feverish agitation in matters of management and his spirit of initiative, told him about the euthanasia business and suggested that he manage the Gekrat company. Vorburg accepted without hesitation. Later, however, he admitted to his cousin Victor Brack not having completely understood why it was so urgent to take care of madmen in times of war. 548. Thanks to this new job, his salary increased and a monthly bonus of Rm 200, exempt from taxes, was paid to him. 549. It was actually a position of responsibility. Vorburg received the names of the patients designated for extermination, communicated to the asylums the list to be transferred and collected the amount of the costs incurred. He also had to speak regularly with Brack, Blankenberg, Bohn, and Dr. Hade, take care of the logistics of patient transport, correspond with the asylums about the number of patients transported by the Gekrat, as well as ensure the availability of buses. He also oversaw minor but necessary details, such as checking the general mechanical condition of the buses and distributing fuel ration cards to drivers. 550. Vorburg must have had a strong personality. One of the Central Office II switchboard operators once remarked that, when he was with Brack, they seemed to be the highest-ranking people in the Führer's chancellery, everyone else seemed insignificant next to them. When he entered an office, one had the impression that it was God himself who appeared. 551. Thanks to Victor Brack's recommendation, Hermann Schweninger became general director of Gekrat. The two had known each other since they were 16, and Schweninger had stagnated in his career since then. Schweninger, like Eugen Stadl in Stuttgart, was a veteran of the Freikorps von Epp, one of several right-wing paramilitary units that had fought in the streets of Munich during the brief Bavarian Soviet Republic of 1918 to 1919, and he had participated in the massacres of several hundred communists and socialists. But Schweninger aspired to become a director. However, he had never managed to be anything other than the representative of various directors, before becoming a tourist guide and truck driver. 552. At the Führer's chancellery, Brack showed Schweninger some scenes filmed in a psychiatric asylum which appeared to the latter like a collection of aberrations. Brack offered him the position of spokesperson for the Gekrat, with the assurance that he could in the future realize his dream of making a film explaining the need for euthanasia. But for the moment, Schweninger was to be assigned to Grafeneck for the new year, as head of transport, responsible for rounding up patients and taking them, in Gekrat buses, to the gassing center. He would have an official car. On November 18, Bohn legally registered Gekrat as a charity in the company register at the Berlin-Charlottenburg Municipal Court. The names of Vorburg and Schweninger were listed as general directors. It was a clever ploy to avoid paying the real company's corporate income tax. 4 days later, on November 23, the order was given for the first transfer of patients from the Württemberg asylums, and identical instructions were given 5 days later for the transfer of patients from the Baden asylums, making a total of 40 asylums. Shortly after, other orders concerned the asylums of the state of Bavaria. 554. In Foundation jargon, they were called delivery asylums. The first lists of patient names were sent to the delivery asylums, along with the number of patients to be transported on Gekrat buses on the dates indicated. No mention of Grafeneck, it was only specified that, by order of the Reich Defense Commissioner, a certain number of patients were to be taken by the Gekrat to another asylum. A list in triplicate was attached, as well as an additional list of patients because some could be missing. The records and history of each patient were to be handed over to the Gekrat transport chief, Vorburg, along with personal effects, cash, and valuables belonging to the patients. This data had to appear on the property information sheets. These were attached to the forms. The data also had to be entered in duplicate on separate lists. The letters ended with the formula, Herr Vorberg will visit you the day before to discuss the details with you. 555. The modalities of action during the daily arrival of patients at Graafneck were developed by Bohn, in collaboration with Brack and Dr. Werner Hade, probably with the help of SS Obersturmführer Kriminalinspektor Wirth. Obviously, the latter also intervened in the development of bureaucratic procedures. Chapter 14. Recruit Staff. Buller and Himmler had agreed to the SS secretly cooperating with the euthanasia enterprise's medical personnel, but Himmler did not want the public to link his elite troops to mass murder, even if the Führer approved of them. The SS who participated would therefore be in civilian clothes. At the beginning of November 1939, 10 SS non-commissioned officers from the Totenkopf division stationed in the concentration camps were requisitioned to serve in the euthanasia business. They belonged to the divisions Brandenburg, Thuringen, and Oberbayern. The men requisitioned were Joseph Sepp Oberhauser, Werner Dubois, Lorenz Hacco Hackenhold and Siegfried Gretschus, Kurt Franz, Fritz Ehrmann and Herbert Floss, Gottfried Friedel Schwarz and Johann Johnny Niemann. With the exception of Floss, they would all later form the core of the SS garrison at the Belzec death camp in Poland, under the leadership of Christian Wirth. Oberhauser, Hackenhold, Dubois and Gretschus reported to the SS administration in Oranienburg, where they were informed that they would be assigned to a special mission for which they would be transferred to the SS Leibstandarte * Adolf Hitler Division, the Führer's elite bodyguard regiment. According to the person responsible for their transfer, drivers were needed at the Führer Chancellery in Berlin. Dubois emphasized that they had not been given a choice, it was an order. Anyone who has been a soldier knows that it is impossible, particularly for non-commissioned officers, to refuse to obey a posting order. 560. The 10 men left their respective regiments to go to Berlin. Arriving at the new Reich Chancellery, they were escorted by Blankenberg to Central Office 2. There they met Brack, who, in turn, undertook to introduce several Nazi dignitaries to them. According to Oberhauser and Franz, there were, among others, Gerhard Bohn, Doctors Leonardo Conti and Karl Brandt, as well as other eminent people, perhaps 10 or 12, who, according to Franz, were perhaps also doctors. Blankenberg was the only one in uniform, an SA Standartenführer uniform. It was during this meeting that Oberhauser, Dubois, Hackenhold, and Gretschus met for the first time the other SS NCOs requisitioned from Dachau and Buchenwald. They too were unaware of the nature of their new mission, they only knew that they were going to work for a new department responsible for the evacuation of hospitals located near the front. It was only in the offices of the Führer's Chancellery that they learned from Blankenberg that they had been selected to participate in the secret euthanasia enterprise. After the war, Franz, Dubois, and Oberhauser recalled this meeting. Blankenberg told us that we were going to be sent to a euthanasia center. Supporting examples, he explained how millions of Reichsmarks were spent on the mentally ill, that doctors and nurses were mobilized to care for them, while this money and personnel were essential elsewhere. We were told that, because of the war, the establishments where the mentally ill were interned had to become military hospitals, and that, in any case, the hospitals located near the front were going to be evacuated, that the incurably mentally ill would be killed, would be entitled to a merciful death. Gas chambers would be built in which the victims would be gassed, then cremated. We would help with this task. But, in any case, we would have nothing to do with the murders. We were going to have to cremate the bodies. He did not ask us if we agreed with our new assignment. He only ordered us to participate. 561. To argue the case for euthanasia, Brack showed them a film made by SS men in asylums, depicting the most tragic cases of mental illness and the most abominable examples of physical deformity. According to Kurt Franz, the patients shown on the screen could barely be called human, images of horribly mutilated or disfigured patients, babies without arms or legs, a demented person constantly banging his head against a wall and, almost constantly, screams resembling the cries of animals. Franz found the film so shocking that he had to look away. 562 The overrepresentation of the Jewish race in the serious cases described there was highlighted in the commentary, which also explained that healthy Germans had to work hard to feed and bathe them. Oberhauser specified that the film was intended to prepare them well to accomplish their mission. 563. He succeeded. Everyone agreed that euthanasia was necessary. Then, each SS non-commissioned officer was sworn to secrecy and signed a document that none of them had the opportunity to read but which, Blankenberg told them, forever forced them to silence. Violation of secrecy would lead to terrible consequences. This threat made them understand that they had crossed a point of no return. 564. Now they were all members of the Institutional Care Charitable Foundation and would remain so for the duration of the war. During the meetings organized until then on the euthanasia enterprise and its victims, only the fate of the incurably mentally ill had been openly discussed, based on the principle that these worn-out rags were not in a position to judge their condition. All patients unable to work, regardless of their mental state, it was also emphasized, were to be put to death. Ultimately, the incurably mentally ill constituted only a minority of those sentenced to death and gassed. It is unknown why and by whom these 10 non-commissioned officers had precisely been chosen, although there was no shortage of manpower in the camps of Neuengamme, Flossenburg, and Mauthausen. During this euthanasia enterprise, 3 members of this group would distinguish themselves and, as a result, be appointed in 1942 to positions of responsibility in the death camps in Poland. Joseph Oberhauser, 24 years old, a former agricultural worker from Munich and SS for 4 years, became Christian Wirth's right-hand man, and his traveling companion, Gottfried Schwarz, 26, a former brewer from Fürth, Bavaria, stationed at Dachau since 1934, became deputy commander of the Belzec camp, and Lorenz Hackenholt, 25, a former mason from Gelsenkirchen in the Ruhr, member of the SS Brandenburg Regiment in Oranienburg since 1937, was transferred the following year to the Sachsenhausen Motor Vehicle Depot to join Dubois and Gretschus. 565. Hackenholt became the gas chamber expert for the 3 action Reinhard camps, Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka. Oberhauser was the only one to have been on active service at the start of the war in 1939. When it broke out, he was transferred to the elite Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler Regiment in Danzig and participated in the Polish campaign as part of Marshal Walter von Reichenau's 10th Army, with the rank of SS Untersturmführer. Oberhauser returned to service at Sachsenhausen in October 193-9566. The harshness of his character made Schwarz seem like the tenor of the group. He had spent many years in Dachau where an atmosphere of hatred prevailed that was not found in the other camps. There were few old-timers from Dachau at the start of the war. 567. While we do not know why these particular men were chosen, or by whom, we know why only non-commissioned officers from the SS Totenkopf division were requisitioned. The candidates for the 3 regiments of the division were, for the most part, from the middle and lower classes, from small towns and lacking the slightest education. In this respect, the Totenkopf division was unique in the SS, on a social level. It was felt that such men could be more easily molded to the needs of the SS. The Totenkopf division was the only SS formation offering equal opportunities to all volunteers seeking rapid promotion to officer ranks. Candidates were chosen for their physique, their racial purity, their ideological convictions, and for their volunteerism. Having only been accepted after a whole series of tests added to their prestige. It also earned them the respect of their officers, fostered their blind obedience, and strengthened their sense of duty, their loyalty, and their willingness to serve in the division. They were steeped in Nazi ideology. They were taught that they were not only fighters, but also political soldiers of the Führer. He had assigned them the difficult function of guardians against the enemies of the Reich because, for his part, he considered them an elite. Only the Totenkopf division was capable of defending the Reich against treason, espionage, sabotage, defamation, rape, and murder. 568. The entire training period was based on toughness, iron discipline, camaraderie, and elitism. The slightest infraction of SS rules was severely, sometimes brutally, punished. Those who did not adapt, those who were disobedient or incompetent, were transferred to the Allgemeine SS, the police, or other unpleasant assignment in the concentration camp system. Many officers of the SS Totenkopf division who had been punished were demoted or transferred before the outbreak of war, and eventually found themselves stationed during the war at Auschwitz-Birkenau. Those who held their ground found themselves in a division different from any other SS formation and had to swear allegiance to Hitler until death. The first criterion for the SS of the Totenkopf division was loyalty to the Führer and absolute obedience. Every order had to be carried out, not only to the letter, but also in its spirit. Even when there were objections, in most cases the answer was you still have to run it. The orders were sacred. 570. We constantly hammered home to them that the concept of absolute, unconditional obedience was essential for the ideological success of Nazism. Each SS man in the Totenkopf division was prepared to blindly carry out the slightest order from his superior or the Führer, regardless of the magnitude of the sacrifices required. Disobedience could result in banishment to a disciplinary SS battalion or internment in the concentration camp of which they were guards. And the prisoners did not fail to take revenge on any SS who had the misfortune of finding themselves on the wrong side of the barbed wire. Werner Dubois emphasized this phenomenon. I belonged to an SS unit that guarded the concentration camps, and I knew perfectly well the meaning of being sent to a concentration camp. As a member of the SS Totenkopf division, my refusal to obey would have led me to a concentration camp, more precisely to the Sondereinheitenochensturm where, by all accounts, I would have been liquidated. 571. Under constant and intense psychological pressure that reinforced their dependence on one another, these SS were also united by an unparalleled sense of egalitarianism and camaraderie. 572. They constituted the reserve of SS cadres on whom the Führer could trust without restriction. The SS Totenkopf division was, within the entire SS, the most fanatical force, unique in its kind, a sort of super elite of unfailing reliability, devoid of any morality or humanity. Himmler once remarked about the Totenkopf units, "I know that many people in Germany are now disgusted when they see these black uniforms. We know the reason and we don't expect many people to like us." As Hitler viewed the euthanasia enterprise as his personal rather than a state affair, the SS non-commissioned officers were transferred to the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, commanded by SS Obergruppenführer Joseph Sepp Dietrich, one of the Führer's closest men. The Leibstandarte was considered an elite within the elite, a unit exclusively devoted to the person of the Führer. After the meeting at the Führer Chancellery, the group of non-commissioned officers was approached by Hermann Schweninger, who made an appointment to meet them the next day with a view to buying them civilian clothes. Then they spent the night in an inn in Hallesches Ufer, on the bank of the Landwehr Canal, a few streets from the Führer's Chancellery, who paid the bill. 574. The next day, the non-commissioned officers received civilian clothing, also paid for by Schweninger, still on the account of the Führer Chancellery. They were allowed to keep their SS pay and their pistol. 575. Then, in a bus driven by SS Scharführer Hackenholt, the non-commissioned officers went to Bayreuth where they spent the night before taking the road to Grafeneck Castle. The final leg of the journey was along icy and snow-covered roads winding through the wild landscapes of the Swabian Alps, peaks and valleys disappearing into the freezing fog that enveloped the region and would persist for several weeks. 576. The involvement of the SS was subsequently criticized by some doctors. Although it was clear that the majority of doctors were in favor of the idea of euthanasia as a relief of suffering for the incurably mentally ill, some remained critical of this enterprise which they believed to be the product of Himmler's entourage. There was also a certain resentment at the authorization of euthanasia given by the state under the pretext that it represented the people, while not everyone accepted this policy. In the opinion of many doctors, Euthanasia should be a purely medical question. 577. During the last 2 weeks of November, the 10 SS non-commissioned officers were busy at Graveneck Castle. SS non-commissioned officer Werner Dubois was responsible for gathering and delivering construction materials, beds for staff and other necessary equipment. 578. At the same time, the transformation of the former coach house in Graveneck into a gassing plant, in accordance with the plans drawn up by Dr. Werner Hade, was carried out under the supervision of SS non-commissioned officer Swartz, Oberhauser, and Hackenholt, assisted by around 15 workers recruited by the Munsingen Labor Office from the neighboring villages of Dapfen, Dottingen, Gemadingen, and Stingebroen. 579. They believed they were hired to build something related to a hospital for contagious diseases, the same lie as that of Victor Brack to the owners of the stud in 580. A barbed wire fence was erected around the castle grounds and, in addition to the pre-war signs warning drivers to drive carefully, other, more alarming announcements were added. Anyone passing by was warned that this was a security zone due to an epidemic and that anyone attempting to advance further would be shot without warning. A large wooden gate and a gatehouse equipped with a telephone were built at the main entrance to the estate, on the valley side. 581. The gassing installations were established on special land, on either side of the alley leading to the castle. First of all, a long wooden barracks measuring 68 by 7 meters were erected to serve as a changing room for the victims. Inside, it was divided into several rooms, the largest of which resembled a 100-bed hospital ward. The other rooms housed the offices of the medical and nursing staff, as well as a room reserved for examining patients upon their arrival. 582. On the other side of the alley, behind 3 large chestnut trees, the old coach house was converted into a gas chamber. Built of plaster bricks and wooden planks, the shed had a gabled tile roof. It was entered through 2 double wooden doors. The interior was divided into 3, at each end, 2 small rooms measuring 6 by 3 meters, and, in the middle, 3 coach boxes. 583. The room on the right was enlarged to serve as changing rooms adjoining the gas chambers. Rows of hooks were fixed above wooden benches installed along the walls. In the central part of the shed, the wooden partitions which demarcated the carriage locations were knocked down to convert the space into 2 gas chambers, each measuring 6 by 4 meters. The floor was covered with gratings and, again, wooden benches were placed along the walls and chairs placed in the center. An opening was made in the back wall to install 2 electric fans and a hole was drilled in the dividing wall between the left gas chamber and the small room to the left of the shed where the gas cylinders were stored. A skylight was opened in the wall to observe the gassings. To enter the rooms, you had to pass through the 2 imposing wooden doors facing the driveway of the castle. 584. Outside, a few meters away, under the 3 old chestnut trees, a shed was built to house the 2 transportable crematorium ovens purchased from the Corey firm. Although, for convenience, the shed was built close to the coach house, this location later proved to be a serious mistake because patients arriving on Gkrat buses often had to walk through the stinking clouds of smoke that escaped from the chimneys of the crematoriums. Patients who left the reception barracks to head towards the coach shed found themselves right in front of the gassing shed. 585. Near it, in the direction of the castle, stretched the old riding school. Built of wood before the First World War, it measured 15 meters in diameter. This is where the blackened and charred human bones were going to be crushed with mallets. On the other side of the hangar, a windowless wooden garage was built to accommodate the 3 Gkrat buses, as well as a 5-ton truck and 2 automobiles. 586. A 3-meter-high plank fence, topped with barbed wire, surrounded the entire extermination zone. One could only enter it by passing through the 2 gates located on the driveway of the castle. The construction work was carried out in the worst conditions, the winter of 1939 to 1940 being exceptionally harsh, with heavy snowfall, negative temperatures, and blizzards. This weather would last in the Swabian Alps until mid-March. Nevertheless, the conscientious Leonardo Conti, who did not wish to be left out of the euthanasia business and who was undoubtedly also curious, went to Graveneck while the installations of the extermination complex were still under construction. 587. Officially, Graveneck was renamed Public Hospital for Contagious Diseases. This is what Victor Brack had previously declared to the Eisenschmidt at the Stud-Inn and to the local workforce. More in keeping with the ideology of the Nazis and their penchant for pseudo-scientific titles, Graveneck could have been more aptly called Center for Therapeutic Genetics 588. Once the installations were completed, SS non-commissioned officers Oberhauser, Schwartz, and Hackenhold were transferred to the former disused prison requisitioned by Adolf Kaufmann in the town of Brandenburg, 50 kilometers west of Berlin. There too, they carried out renovation work and converted the complex into a second extermination center. In November, Brack and Blankenberg spent several days visiting asylums in Berlin and, further north, in Mecklenburg, to select psychiatric nurses for Graveneck, and in particular to find someone who could lead this team. All of these people had to be experienced, longtime members of the Nazi Party and therefore wholeheartedly adhere to racial policies. As in the Kinder action, which had started on a trial basis at the beginning of the autumn, no young nurses were recruited, for fear that their lack of experience would pose psychological problems when they were confronted with the reality of euthanasia centers. At the start of the war, several police officers were assigned to serve as drivers for certain members of the three chancelleries. Emil Ludwig was appointed driver of Reichsleiter Bormann, and Konrad Geng attached to Brack and Blankenberg. The latter two, accompanied by Geng, first went to the famous Berlin Book Asylum, integrated into a vast complex of buildings in a northeastern suburb of the capital. This asylum was part of the no less famous Charite Hospital. Designed as a neuropsychiatric clinic, Berlin Book actually brought together several hospitals and clinics, and its capacity was more than 5,000 patients. It was then the largest and most modern psychiatric hospital in Europe. For more than 100 years, the Book Asylum was one of the centers of health services and medical research. In the 1930s, the foundations of molecular genetics had been partly laid there. Oscar Voigt, the director, and his wife were two pioneers in brain research carried out in a section of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, founded in 1930 precisely within the Berlin Book complex. The Book Neuropsychiatric Clinic on Wittenberger Strasse, to which Brack and Blankenberg visited, had opened its doors in 1905 to replace the old neurological department which had existed since 1898. In 1947, in Nuremberg, Brack found it difficult to describe what he had seen in the asylum, but kept a vivid memory of certain terrible scenes, the likes of which he had never seen and which had marked him for life. I saw a woman, about 38 or 40 years old, wearing a thick, rough shirt, sitting in a sort of cage on some wood shavings. She showed her teeth at people who approached her. She was completely incapable of communicating. She took her food like an animal. She handled her excrement shamelessly. She was constantly obscene, unable to speak and, a nurse told me, had been in this state for 18 or 19 years. In the children's ward, Brack witnessed something even more shocking. I live a child. It was a little girl aged 3 or 4. It was just a torso, with no arms or legs. She had a large head with red, inflamed albino eyes. And, at that age, she was not able to say a single word. It was a terrible sight, just a body with a big head, and it was impossible for a human being to evolve from this creature. It was the first time that Brack and Blankenberg faced the reality of insane and deformed people. The experience convinced them even more of the absolute necessity of a merciful death which according to them, for such patients, represented deliverance. Among the nursing staff expected to work at Graveneck, a woman from Berlin Book, Pauline Neisler, particularly stood out. Aged 39, she was a Volksdeutsche from Ukraine, an ethnic German whose family had emigrated from Odessa. She had become a seamstress in Duisburg, in the west of the Ruhr, near Dusseldorf. Like so many others, due to the depression, she had changed careers to become a psychiatric nurse out of necessity and, from 1934, had been employed in several asylums in the city run by Catholics. A party member since 1937, she worked in the public asylum in Berlin Book. After the war, Nurse Neisler remembered that euthanasia had been a topic of discussion at the clinic as early as 1932, when she listened to a lecture given by a Dr. Shellward, on the attempts of international psychiatrists to get rid of lives unworthy of living through euthanasia. Shellward was not particularly in favor of it, but still considered questions of practicability and management, while waiting for it to become the subject of Law 591. At the beginning of the 1930s, such an attitude towards euthanasia was found in Sanitätswort, the professional journal of the Berlin Medical Professionals Union. From 1940, Pauline Neisler would acquire a reputation as a death nurse in several euthanasia establishments. Brack and Blankenberg then went to the Wittnauer Asylum in the Berlin suburb of Reinickendorf, near Tegel Airport. The establishment consisted of 10 patient pavilions, administrative buildings, and outbuildings. The complex had been established as a municipal asylum around the same time as Berlin Book. Berliners gave anyone with a mental deficiency the derogatory name Wittnauer 592. The last asylum visited in Berlin was the Wohlgarten establishment, founded in 1893, also an asylum for the insane and epileptics. At each of these locations, Brack and Blankenberg examined the files of the nursing staff, paying particular attention to those who were members of the Nazi Party and requesting recommendations from the directors. 593. 1 or 2 days later, still led by Konrad Gang, Brack and Blankenberg went to the large asylum in the city of Neustrelitz, capital of the Grand Duchy of Mecklenburg-Strelitz. It was nestled between two small lakes, the Zierker Sea and the Glambecker Sea, about an hour's drive north of Berlin. There too, they sifted through personnel files to find candidates for Graveneck. Probably the next day, Gang took them to the asylum in Neuruppin, capital of the Ostprignitz-Ruppin region in the state of Brandenburg, northwest of Berlin. It was, again, a large establishment with nearly 2,000 beds. A garrison town, Neuruppin had long had the reputation of being the most Prussian of Prussian towns. Until the promulgation of the Nuremberg laws in 1935, it was the center of Jewish life in the region. 594. Known as the Domjuk Asylum, this facility was built just north of the city in 1902, near Lake Domjuksee. It was in Neuruppin that Brack and Blankenberg found the ideal person to lead the nursing team in Graveneck, Heinrich Gley. Aged 38, from the small town of Rodlin, in Mecklenburg, he was the only one to have a solid military background and to have joined the Nazi Party in 1934. He was also one of the first members of the Allgemeine SS formed that year. With his 10 years of experience in the asylum, his background in the army and the SS and his tall stature, he had the qualities required for a management position. Of the 30 or 40 nurses spotted by Brack and Blankenberg during their visits, Gley was the only one to be informed almost immediately of what was going on. He recalled it in 1962. Towards the middle of November 1939, the head physician of the asylum, Dr. Schmidt, told me that 2 gentlemen from the Führer Chancellery in Berlin had presented themselves to him with special identity cards. These gentlemen had consulted the nurses' personal files. Dr. Schmidt wanted to know if I already knew about it. He specified that I could certainly expect to be summoned. 595. Brack and Blankenberg did not expect to encounter difficulties with the staff they had carefully selected because they knew full well that not only was obedience a value shared by all in Germany, but also that nurses were trained to obey head nurses who, in turn, obeyed doctors' orders. Furthermore, nurses often depended on the good relationships they had with doctors. 596. The invitations to attend the Berlin meeting on January 4, 1940 were sent just before Christmas to the group of nurses selected by Brack and Blankenberg during their visits to the asylums. 597. The summons specified that the recipients would be sent to work outside the Berlin region for a few months and that they would therefore have to bring with them enough winter clothing for 4 weeks. 598. At the end of November 1939, the bureaucracy of death put in place by Bonn had taken on such proportions that there was not enough space in the Führer's chancellery for personnel and equipment. The issue of secrecy also now necessitated the transfer of all of the Foundation's technical work to another location. All of the following activities had to be moved to offices outside the Führer's chancellery: photocopying of forms, compilation of the file and medical files of patients, control of transport by the Gekrat, acquisition of equipment for Graveneck, purchase of new furniture for the castle and payment of the salaries of employees of the Foundation. 599. Bone had to look for new offices for the staff in the vicinity of the chancellery. These were to guarantee the anonymity of employees. He found exactly what he needed on the top floor of a building on Potsdamer Platz, a block from Vostrasse, within easy walking distance of the Führer Chancellery. He could not have found a better location to guarantee the complete anonymity of the personnel of the new secret department, which they already called among themselves simply the Foundation. Since the Roaring Twenties, Potsdamer Platz has been the center of Berlin's social life. It was also the busiest crossroads in all of Europe. 6 major roads converged there, proudly displaying the continent's first traffic lights, controlled manually from a tower that stood in the center. The streets were lined with all kinds of department stores, luxury hotels, chic boutiques, fine restaurants, brasseries, and outdoor cafes. The Kempinski Haus Vaterland, with its Disneyland Avant la Lettre which transported visitors to exotic countries, was a unique attraction of its kind. Travelers from the neighboring stations of Potsdamer, Anhalter, and Schulzischer came to swell the perpetual movement of the crowd. Potsdamer Platz was the German equivalent of Times Square in New York and Piccadilly Circus in London. The Foundation's new premises consisted of 4 offices on the top floor of the Columbus House, an 8-story concrete and glass office building that had opened on the southeast corner of 600 Square. Before the Nazis launched the anti-smoking campaign, a gigantic billboard extolling the merits of Magnum cigarettes covered the entire facade of the building, with the exception of the 8th floor 601. The architect, Erich Mendelsohn, renowned for his modernist approach, his construction methods and his interior lighting, had designed a building with ample, clean lines, filled with light. But the interior layout met the Foundation's needs for confidentiality, thanks to its movable partitions which, according to Mendelsohn, allowed absolute discretion on each floor. On the ground floor there was a department store and numerous boutiques, including a branch of F.W. Woolworth, a world-famous chain. Outside, pedestrians were protected from the harsh weather by long canopies above the windows. At the left corner of the building, an entrance to an underground garage, near a pharmacy, gave additional access to the building, and the elevators in the basement provided discreet access to all floors. Among the crowds thronging Potsdamer Platz, Foundation personnel entering and leaving the building remained completely anonymous, and in the entrance hall, no plaque revealed the true nature of the activities on the 8th floor. All correspondence with the Foundation had to be sent to a post office box, number 262, Berlin W9602, an additional guarantee of secrecy. It was the box close to the one used by the RAG, at the post office located on Saarlandstrasse, opposite Potsdamer Platz. Over the next 16 months, the offices at Potsdamer Platz served as headquarters for the Foundation, which received all orders regarding euthanasia from Central Office 2. Only the permanent chancellery team involved in the euthanasia enterprise remained in the offices on Vostrasse. Reinhold Vorberg's Gekrat occupied one of the offices in the Columbus House, another housed the personnel department, managed by Friedrich Friedelhaus, who was later assisted by Arnold Urels. House hired many Foundation employees after their interview with Brack, as well as staff who would go to work at Graveneck, and then other teams that would eventually number up to 300 people to manage other gassing centers in the Reich. The personal files of SS non-commissioned officers and employed doctors, however, were not kept in the personnel department, but in Central Office 2. Their names only appeared on the Foundation's Personnel Register 603. House also ensured that all staff signed a pledge to secrecy forever, as violation of this pledge could result in incarceration in a concentration camp or the death penalty. The signed oaths were kept in the personal file of each employee 604. Towards the end of December, an administration specialist joined the Foundation, Gerhard Simon, 35 years old, originally from Jessen in the Schweidnitz region, in Lower Silesia. A member of the SA since 1931, an experienced businessman and administration specialist, he had worked in the 1930s as an auditor at Lufthansa in Berlin and as director of personnel matters. Towards the end of 1939, he applied for a job at the Reich Ministry of the Interior, but was not hired. He was directed to the foundation, located in the Columbus House, where he took an oath of confidentiality and began setting up the administration of Grafeneck 605. Subsequently, on December 28, 1939, Dr. Werner Hade was appointed professor of psychiatry at the University of Würzburg and officially designated as chief physician and psychiatric consultant to the euthanasia team. For his part, Herbert Linden, head of Department 4G at the Reich Ministry of the Interior, assisted by his deputy Regierungsrat Franke, was entrusted with a special mission for the Führer. In January, Gustav Adolf Kaufmann, another old comrade of Brack from the early days of the Nazi movement in Munich in 1922, which led him to join the Nazi cause, was recruited to the foundation. His brother Reinhold had already been hired by Brack in the Führer's Chancellery 606. Kaufmann was a 37-year-old electrician, born in Przemysl in the former Austro-Hungarian Empire, just 60 kilometers southwest of the future Belzec site. Since 1937, with the rank of SA Obersturmführer, he had held a post of inspector in Stettin, on the Baltic, in Pomerania, under the control of Gauleiter Franz Schwedkoberg. At the start of the war, Kaufmann was drafted into the Navy. Brack recruited him during his leave in Berlin and appointed him head of the Foundation's inspection, first to find and requisition public mental asylums likely to be used as gassing centers, then to ensure the installation of murder equipment, finally to assume responsibility for their maintenance, their proper functioning and the interests of the staff. Thanks to his experience in the inspection of the Pomeranian Gau, Kaufmann was entrusted with the management of a special account, opened in the name of the foundation at the Berliner Bank, on Potsdamer Platz. Willi Schneider, hired since December to manage the foundation's financial affairs, was formerly employed by the office of Reich Treasurer Franz Xaver Schwarz in Munich, which opened it. Schneider was responsible for the financial aspects of euthanasia management, including payment of salaries, purchase of supplies and equipment, expenses, etc. 607. Kaufmann was undoubtedly a good-looking man, as other responsibilities were entrusted to him, maintaining the foundation's good relations with Grafeneck and the other gassing centers subsequently created, as well as with the ministries and local party branches, but also ensure the comfort of staff in the gassing centers. To this end, he specially acquired a hotel in the Reich-Romer Hinterberge Mountains in the Salzkammergut region of Upper Austria as a rest home for staff. This hotel, Haus Schoberstein, was located just a few minutes from the summit of Mount Schoberstein, 1,278 meters above sea level, in the southeast of the Ittersee. It overlooked the town of Weissenbach. The terrace offered an impressive panorama of the lake which, towards the north, stretched for 20 kilometers between two walls of rocks and steep cliffs which, in places, fell steeply into the waters of the Ittersee. Elsewhere on the shore stretched vast, lush meadows where countless picturesque villages and hamlets were nestled. The Ittersee was a popular place of relaxation for residents of Salzburg, Linz, and Vienna, but the isolation of the Haus Schoberstein Hotel guaranteed discretion for foundation staff. It was an ideal resting place for employees of the Columbus House and those of the future gas centers of the Reich. Kaufmann appointed his mother manager of the hotel, and she, in turn, hired Friedel House Mother 608. Ironically, not only the area of the new Reich Chancellery, but also the Columbus House and Haus Schoberstein, all linked to Nazi extermination enterprises, were closely linked to Jews. Erich Mendelssohn, the architect of the Columbus House, was Jewish. Haus Schoberstein had previously belonged to a Jewish painter and engraver, Max Liebermann, former president of the Prussian Academy of Fine Arts forced to resign by the Nazis in 1933. Like all other Jews and degenerate and immoral artists, his work was banned. He died in 1935, at the age of 88. His widow committed suicide in 1942, before being deported to a death camp 611. At Christmas time, Hitler, accompanied by Bormann, made another trip to the Führersonderzug, this time to visit soldiers in France. On this train, they celebrated New Year's Eve in traditional style, with Christmas trees, dining by candlelight, paradoxically celebrating the birth of the founder of Christianity, himself from the people that Bormann had sworn to destroy. The mention of Christmas celebration appears 3 times in the notebook that Bormann never parted with. The last of these 3 occurrences concerns a trip made to join Himmler in Bad Ems, near Koblenz, with the SS Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler where, on the orders of the Reichsführer SS, a Christmas party was organized 6/12. However, several members of the SS Totenkopf division stationed in Breslau narrowly missed seeing their Christmas celebrations spoiled. These steward sergeants responsible for supplying and providing food for the soldiers had to report to their commandantur. In groups of 3, they were given an oral exam on food management. SS Oberskarführer Hans Gerzig and 2 others passed the test and were ordered to report to the Columbus House on Potsdamer Platz, Berlin. There, on December 23, they were given food and money for transportation costs to Graveneck, which they had never heard of 6/13. The next day, Christmas Eve, at noon, they received permission to spend a few days with their family. Signed by an SS Standartenführer, most likely Victor Brack, they ordered them to be at Graveneck on December 27, which meant that they would have to leave Berlin on the evening of December 26. On the appointed day, at 4:30 p.m., they arrived at the castle, but, according to Gerzig, no one welcomed them. All doors, however, were open. Around 7 p.m., the estate director and Oberhauser arrived, in civilian clothes, at the castle. During the conversation, they told us that we were absolutely not expected, but that since we were there, we just had to stay. We presented ourselves, according to orders, to the administrator of the castle. These gentlemen gave us no other orders, no instructions or explanations concerning our future functions 6/14. The 3 non-commissioned officers spent the next 10 days alone in the castle, doing nothing, but the administrator, SS Obersturmführer Reder Grossmann, took charge of them. At that time, they had no idea what Oberhauser and the other SS non-commissioned officers did every day within the castle grounds. It was only several days after their arrival in Graveneck that SS Scharführer Gottfried Schwarz returned from a long leave 6/15. Gerzig and his 2 comrades were then tasked with organizing the kitchen and replacing the equipment removed by Director Frank during the evacuation of the castle. They received help from SS non-commissioned officer Kurt Franz, a civilian restaurant cook, who would become a cook for the Buchenwald camp commandantur after participating in the construction of the extermination complex. On January 1, 1940, Gerhard Simon was sent from the Columbus House to Graveneck with orders to cooperate with Jacob Wager of the Stuttgart police, a friend of Wirth, and to assist him in the administrative services of the castle. At the same time, Brack, accompanied by Dr. Horst Schumann, traveled to Saxony to choose a suitable location for the creation of a third gassing center in this region, as well as in Thuringia and Prussian Silesia. Their first choice fell on Hubertsburg, an enormous castle built around 1720, which, like Graveneck, had been used for royal hunts and was already famous in German history. Located in the village of Wormsdorf, halfway between Leipzig and Dresden, this castle was a perfect example of Baroque architecture in Saxony, with a main building overlooking formal gardens lined with gravel paths, green spaces, and woods. On February 15, 1763, the end of the 7 Years' War was signed there, in which all the great European powers took part and which had caused unprecedented human losses. The Treaty of Hubertsburg brought Prussia to the forefront of European powers. Then, in 1813, the castle was used as a psychiatric asylum, In 1858 it was known as one of 5 asylums in Germany devoted entirely or in part to the treatment of cretins 616. According to Dr. Schumann, Brack quickly toured the asylum, spoke very little, and the project aborted 617. He considered that too much development would be necessary to transform the estate into a gassing center. Another castle, a fortress, was on the list, Sonnenstein, in Pirna, on the Elbe, near Dresden. Recalled to Berlin for the meeting with nurses summoned to the Columbus House with a view to hiring them for Graveneck Castle, Brack ordered Kaufmann to inspect the asylum and assess whether the premises could be used as a gassing center. The latter sent Berlin a very favorable report on the project, accompanied by plans to convert certain buildings located in the park behind the fort into extermination premises. Brack confirmed this choice with the Saxony Ministry of the Interior in Dresden. Dr. Schumann was not informed of this decision and only learned of it during a meeting with Brack, Blankenberg, Bohn, and Heffelmann. During this meeting, the plans of the buildings inspected were presented. The rooms reserved for accommodation were already planned, as well as a room intended for the examination of patients by doctors. The gas chamber would be located in the cellar of Block C16 where 2 crematorium ovens were to be built into the wall 618. The plans were discussed at length. Schumann was asked for his opinion, then sent to Professor Nietzsche. However, work at Pirna Sonnenstein would not begin until the beginning of April. On January 4, nursing staff handpicked by Brack and Blankenberg arrived at the offices of the Columbus House. There they met Bohn, Brack, and Blankenberg, as well as several men in civilian clothes wearing swastikas on the lapels of their jackets 619. The exact number of nurses varies from 20 to 60 depending on the witnesses, but nurse Pauline Neisler from the Berlin Book Asylum provides a precise and probably accurate figure, 32,620. Heinrich Unverha, a nurse at the Neuruppin Asylum, missed the meeting organized by Victor Brack at the Columbus House. He was at home when the summons from the Rural District President's Council in Neuruppin arrived in mid-December. Sick, he contacted the Charitable Foundation for Institutional Care in Berlin and was ordered to report to the Columbus House when he was cured. During the meeting, Blankenberg gave a speech in which he pointed out that, as nurses, the idea must have already crossed their minds to alleviate the suffering of the incurably mentally ill. The euthanasia enterprise was explained, and those present were assured that they would not be personally involved in the actual act of elimination, but would only look after the welfare of the patients during their transfer from the asylums to the euthanasia center, and until the moment of death. He added that those who did not feel up to the task could withdraw and that they would not suffer any consequences. Bohn, Brack, and Blankenberg left, giving the nurses half an hour of reflection 622. When they returned, no one had chosen to leave. Blankenberg had everyone sign confidentiality undertakings stipulating that the signatory was well aware that all activities relating to their future employment must remain strictly confidential, even to ministries and party offices. The oath was to be taken unconditionally, and the information given, like future events, considered state secrets. Betraying such secrets, even inadvertently, would be punishable by death. This commitment was binding without time limit, even if employment by the Foundation ended 623. The entire euthanasia enterprise depended on silence, imposed by tyranny and fear. Throughout their mission, sworn personnel would be reminded of this obligation of silence. It was made clear to the employees that the slightest criticism of the elimination operation was tantamount to suicide, since any allusion to the subject in front of a person outside the service or the slightest opposition would result in incarceration in a concentration camp, that is to say death. Moreover, the death penalty could be imposed immediately, depending on the seriousness of the revelations. The nurses, both men and women, didn't really need convincing. For years, they had devoted themselves to caring for schizophrenics, manic depressives, epileptics, the feeble-minded and patients suffering from progressive paralysis. Every day they took care of difficult patients who resisted all instruction, or patients incapable of understanding an order, let alone obeying it, or even more serious cases, which had no contact with the world, which could cause terrible frustrations. All these experiences inevitably gave rise to resentment and aggression on the part of the staff. Verbal and physical abuse was commonplace, as were various forms of therapeutic practices. This could be shock therapy. The patient was lifted by the arms and legs by 4 nurses' aides, then dropped to the floor, or long immersions in cold baths, or even so-called bundling therapy. The patient was so tightly wrapped in a sheet that it was impossible for him to move, and, with the heat of the body, the temperature of the sheets increased to such an extent that the patient screamed in pain and fury. 624. There was little or no difference between such therapies. They were purely and simply senseless and sadistic mistreatment. The most recalcitrant and difficult patients were locked up without water or food, for more or less long periods, in bunkers, unheated, damp, and vermin-infested isolation cells. Isolation cells were also used to incarcerate dangerous madmen. 625. In Nazi Germany, we returned, in terms of treatment of the mentally ill, to the coercive methods recommended by the philosopher Celsus in the 2nd century. The latter advised the following method for mentally ill people who disobeyed. As soon as his actions or his words attest to his unreason, it is necessary to tame him by using fasting, chains and punishments, then force him to be attentive, to exercise his memory on certain subjects and to remember them. Fear thus gradually forces him to realize his actions. 626. In many ways, the painful routine of pre-war asylums had desensitized psychiatric nurses, both male and female, and accustomed many of their members to the suffering of patients. Such harshness was almost a necessary condition for working in the asylums. In fact, there was no other way to become a psychiatric nurse. Many had taken up this profession during the Great Depression, simply to ensure a regular salary and benefit from a certain education, based on repetition and reprimands. The quality of this training varied, but always included the implicit idea that it was imperative to obey orders without discussion and to submit to the medical profession under penalty of dismissal. 627. The invitation to nurses to participate in euthanasia therefore did not surprise them. As for their political reliability, there was no doubt, as evidenced by the examination of their personal files. They had accepted euthanasia, not only as a humane measure, but also because it corresponded to Nazi ideology. And professionally, nurses had long been accustomed to following orders. In addition, this profession depended on the German Red Cross, led by Dr. Ernst Grawitz, chief physician of the SS, who meekly cooperated with the Nazi state. This meeting therefore brought together a tightly closed circle of nurses, within which questioning orders was not only discouraged, but could even prove extremely dangerous. The personnel, who now believed they were acting in accordance with a decree from the Führer. 628, were threatened with reporting to the Gestapo if they did not carry out the orders. After the meeting at the Columbus House, the psychiatric nurses were taken in 2 buses, via Bayreuth, to Graveneck Castle, where they arrived 2 days later. There they joined the group of SS non-commissioned officers. Around this time, the administrative team, office staff, police, and SS officers responsible for patrols and the security cordon around the estate also arrived. Grafenek's pre-war guard was drafted for emergency wartime duty and ordered by Friedel Haus, the Foundation's chief of staff, to join the nurses as a nurse's aide. He refused, stating that he wanted nothing to do with these things. His enlistment was therefore cancelled and he returned to his previous job at the Berlin Electricity Company. A meeting was held in the castle refectory, during which the various tasks and rules of conduct were explained by the newly appointed medical director Dr. Horst Schumann, his deputy Dr. Ernst Baumhart, the SS Obersturmführer Karl Ritter Grossmann, the administration director, and the police officer Jacob Wager. 630. Franz Fromm, a 40-year-old Pomeranian, was appointed chief nurse, with Heinrich Gley as his deputy. The nurses were placed under the supervision of Maria Appinger. Nurses would be responsible for gathering the patients selected from the various asylums and accompanying them to Graveneck in the 3 Gekrat buses, under the direction of Reinhold Vorberg and Hermann Schweninger, who would lead the convoy in a private car. Back in Graveneck, the nurses would help the patients undress and take them to the doctors for an examination in the barracks opposite the old coach house. The rest of the procedure would be left to the doctors and SS. Everyone was warned that only doctors and SS men had the right to enter the fenced area planned for the Extermination 631. Over the next 2 weeks, staff arriving at Graveneck were held at the castle with little to do except cleaning, maintenance, and other preparatory work before the arrival of the first convoy of patients. 632. Chapter 15. Test and approve. The method of elimination. After the successful carbon monoxide gassing experiments carried out by Widmann of the KTI in Berlin on small animals, the Nazis still had to overcome the obstacle of Western traditions opposed to mass murder by gas poisoning of their fellow citizens, even if they were mentally ill. The appalling effects of gas on the Western Front during the First World War had left a vivid memory of science in the service of inhumanity, and it had to be erased by carrying out experiments on the vilest form of subhumans known to the Nazis, Polish mental patients. Experiments were carried out in the town of Posen, capital of the Reichsgau of Wartheland, a former territory of Western Poland recently annexed to the Reich. This region, which, as an annexed territory, escaped the laws in force in Germany, would constitute a testing ground to test the most effective way of gassing the mentally ill on an industrial scale. Carried out in Germany, such experiments could have led to those responsible being indicted for murder. On September 12, 1939, Einsatzgruppe 6, commanded by SS Brigade Führer Erich Naumann, arrived in Posen. It was one of 6 mobile extermination units made up of officers and men from the SD and the police, responsible for fighting elements hostile to the Reich and Germany in enemy countries, behind the front units. While the majority of Naumann's men were taking part in Project Tannenberg, the arrest and execution of the Polish intelligentsia, priests, landowners and civil servants, Gauleiter Arthur Gries of Posen ordered Naumann's chief of staff, SS Untersturmführer Herbert Lang, to form a unit to carry out another special mission. Originally from Menzlen in the province of Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania, Lang was 30 years old. Although he had failed his exams, he granted himself the title of lawyer. A member of the Nazi Party and the SA since 1932, he joined the SS and the Kripo the following year and, in 1938, was promoted to the rank of SS Untersturmführer. He was assigned to Einsatzgruppe 6 under the command of Naumann in August 1939. Unlike the other Einsatzgruppen, Naumann's unit was not tasked with following an army group into Poland on September 1, but remained an independent special unit, directly under the orders of the RSHA in Berlin. In Posen, Lang chose 150 men, 15 officers from the SIPO and the others from the SKUPO, the ordinary uniformed police, soon called SS Sonderkommando Lang. Their orders were to create a concentration camp in the city and, based on events that were soon to take place, the chosen site was also intended to serve as an experimental euthanasia center for the Wartheland Reichsgau. Lang chose an old Prussian fort on Polska Avenue, in a western suburb of Posen, just over 4 kilometers from the city center. Between the wars, this building was used by the army as a supply depot. Known until 1902 as Fort 7 and, since then, as Fort Column, it was the best preserved of the 18 forts built around the city between 1876 and 1880 to defend the country against the Russian Empire, whose border was only 60 kilometers to the east. This ring of fortresses made Posen the most modern Prussian fortified city and, until the beginning of the 20th century, constituted the most important defensive system in Europe. After taking care of the renovation work and organizing a commandantur, a kitchen, a refectory, dormitories for the SS and other secondary rooms, Lang installed the members of Einsatzkommando 6 and his own SS Sonderkommando Lang in the fort, then supervised the entry of the first Polish political prisoners. Then, on October 10, he took command of the fort, which the filthy conditions in which the prisoners were kept would make infamous. Fort Columbus in fact became the main detention center of the Reichsgau of Posen, as well as a training school for Gestapo officials who followed courses there for 3 or 4 weeks on interrogation method 633. The first victims of the extermination experiments came from psychiatric establishments in the region, one located in Posen, the other in Tresckow, a small town 10 kilometers to the north, occupied by the Wehrmacht in mid-September. The Department of Self-Government took charge of the Tresckow asylum and a Nazi doctor was appointed there, who demanded a list of all patients, prohibited any release of patients and informed staff that the establishment would be closed and that the internees would be evacuated to another asylum. In the first week of October 1939, SS Untersturmführer Lang had a few holes drilled in the bottom of the double iron doors of one of the dungeons in the inner courtyard of Fort Columbus and applied a rubber seal. Outside, he placed carbon monoxide canisters 634. On October 15, the day after the departure of Director Frank and his 110 patients from Graveneck Castle, an Opel Blitz truck covered with a black tarpaulin entered the inner courtyard of Fort Column. Under the guard of SS Sonderkommando Lang, the occupants, 27 mentally ill patients, all men, from the psychiatric ward of the Posen Clinic on Grobla Street 635, got out of the vehicle and were pushed into the dungeon, the double doors of which were slammed behind them and locked. In the darkness and stench of the windowless dungeon, with walls oozing with damp, the terrified victims waited, while one end of the rubber hoses was attached to the gas canisters outside and the other inserted through holes in the doors. The valves on the gas cylinders were opened to let gas into the dungeon for about half an hour. When the doors were opened to ventilate the improvised gas chamber, we could see in the darkness the bodies intertwined in grotesque positions. They had been asphyxiated by pure carbon monoxide. The 27 victims were removed by Polish prisoners and loaded into a truck which left the fort for an unknown direction. The next gassing experiment, carried out on patients at the Tresckow Asylum, seems to have been more successful. Adam Gardinsky, a Polish prisoner in the fort, witnessed this. They closed the iron doors and introduced gas from the cylinders. 8 minutes later the prisoners were ordered to come help. I myself was called twice to evacuate the bodies and load them on a truck. The first time, around 50 bodies were piled up, among them were the bodies of an 8-year-old child, a woman, and elderly people. The second time, I could not finish loading because, from the shock, I fainted 636. It is known that, after each gassing, the vehicles transported the bodies to the southwest of the Netze forest, one of the largest forests in Poland. Near the village of Oborniki, about 25 kilometers north of Posen, and near the railway line leading to Rogozno, other prisoners from Fort Columbus buried the bodies in a mass grave dug in a clearing. 637. It is unclear whether SS Untersturmführer Lang himself came up with the idea of using an improvised gas chamber or, and more likely, whether he had been informed of Widman's experiments at the KTI and was tasked with testing his theory. The experiments carried out at Fort Column, however, were not considered a practical solution for eliminating a large number of people, as the cellar was spacious, the supply of gas cylinders would have been too large. At the KTI in Berlin, Widman therefore improved his original idea by suggesting transporting carbon monoxide from vehicle exhaust pipes into the Fort Column cellar. Lang therefore repeated the gassing experiment with another group of 75 patients from the Tresckow Asylum. Both the latter and the staff now knew that the word evacuation meant murder. Tragic scenes then occurred and the SS resorted to violence to force the victims into the trucks. The most anxious and agitated received tranquilizer injections. Dressed in old clothes torn for the trip, they were taken to the cave of Fort Columbus. One end of the rubber pipes was connected to the exhaust pipes of the Opel Blitz trucks parked outside, the other being inserted into the holes in the dungeon doors. The gaps between the rubber pipes and the holes drilled in the doors were blocked with clay. The engine started and ran for 30 minutes. The cellar doors were then opened to allow ventilation before the bodies were removed. 638. This experiment in mass murder, considered more successful and less costly than canisters of pure carbon monoxide, was repeated several times to murder Polish mentally ill people, as well as a large number of disabled people from asylums in the Posen region. The latest victims were not only mentally ill people, but also prostitutes and gypsies arrested in Posen, and even children from a home in Ljungwitz. Large numbers of physically disabled people were also gassed at Fort Columbus. The buildings of the Tresckow Asylum, now empty, served as barracks for the SS. Towards the end of October and the beginning of November, the gassing stopped at Fort Columbus, most likely because it was then the largest Gestapo detention and interrogation center in the region, and the regular commission of murders of the mentally ill could no longer remain secret. 640. The obstacle of Western tradition had been overcome and removed. From then on, the Nazis no longer felt any obstacle to developing this form of mass murder. Industrialized murder was born. 641. Just after Christmas 1939, Victor Brack hired another chemist at the Foundation on the recommendation of Widman from the KTI, with whom he would work in close cooperation. Aged 39, with a pockmarked face, August Becker, whose hair earned him the nickname Red Becker, had completed his doctorate at the University of Gießen in Hesse before being hired as an assistant. Unlike Widman, he was a convinced Nazi who had joined the party in 1930, the SS a year later, and who, from February to April 1934, had been employed part-time by the Gestapo office in Gießen, while he was still at university. In 1935, Becker joined the SS Standarte Germania as SS Oberskarführer and remained in its ranks until early 1938. When he left the Germania regiment, he was transferred to Bureau 3 of the SD, the intelligence section of the SS under the direction of Heinz Jost. The latter, who had also studied in Gießen at the time when Becker worked there for the Gestapo, was chief of police. The transfer of Becker was perhaps done at the instigation of Jost. In Office 3, Becker was promoted to the rank of SS Untersturmführer in 1938 and headed a department on Bernerstrasse, Berlin-Grunewald, specializing in invisible inks and photocopying. At the beginning of 1939, he held a position as a chemist in a laboratory located at number 26 Bergstrasse, a small street perpendicular to Oranienbergerstrasse SSE 642. With the creation of the RSHA, on September 27, Bureau 2 of the SD became Bureau 6 of the RSHA, where Becker worked in Bureau 6. As he was employed by the RSHA, he was temporarily loaned to Brack by Himmler. In 1961, Becker said of his recruitment by Victor Brack, "Between Christmas 1939 and New Year 1940, I received a telephone call from Brack, who ordered me to report to the Führer's chancellery. He informed me without witnesses that the incurably mentally ill were going to be put to death. He did not specify the method that would be used. He asked me to introduce myself to Dr. Widman, from whom I would learn the details. Above all, he told me that he had already carried out experiments on animals and had come to the conclusion that the use of carbon monoxide was the safest method." 644. In these roles, however, Becker was never subordinate to Widman. He worked cooperatively with him as a member of the Foundation staff, in an office on the top floor of the Columbus House. Subsequently, Becker eclipsed his accomplice. He took over the delivery and handling of the gas canisters, while Widman generally remained in the background as an office man, handling orders for the gas canisters and paying the bills. The orders, written by Victor Brack, were delivered to Becker in sealed envelopes. Dr. Widman forwarded the written requests to Brack. He then gave them to me, and I received the ordered canisters from Ludwigshafen. I was then responsible for transporting these canisters. Officially, these were delivered to the KTI of the RKPA by the company BASF, in Ludwigshafen. 645. In reality, of course, the KTI did not need them, and they were handed over by Becker to Graveneck and, subsequently, to other gassing centers established throughout the Reich. Becker also attached the gauges and valves to the carboys, the latter with their reverse threads for safety reasons, and stuck the labels identifying them as belonging to Generwein und Brenner, pseudonyms of Brack and Blankenberg. 646. In reality, Becker was the liaison between the Führer Chancellery, the Foundation, and the KTI in Berlin, and BASF in Ludwigshafen. In November 1939, Adolf Kaufmann of the Foundation Inspectorate was given an urgent task, to find a location that could serve as a second gassing center. In addition to the Reich capital, it was to cover Brandenburg, Saxony and Schleswig-Holstein, as well as Brunswick, Mecklenburg, Anhalt, and Hamburg 647. Kaufmann was instructed to choose premises easily accessible from Berlin, because in the near future it was planned to carry out experiments on elimination methods in front of a high-ranking audience. Although the group led by Widmann and Brack had already decided that carbon monoxide was the most effective method, others, mainly from the medical community, favored narcotics. 648 Only experiments carried out in the presence of Buller, Brandt, Conti, and other invited doctors would settle the question. Kaufmann discovered an ideal location in the town of Brandenburg an der Havel, 70 kilometers west of Berlin, on the main railway line between the capital and Magdeburg. Crossed by the Havel, this town, the oldest in the state of Brandenburg, was renowned for steel rolling, for automobiles manufactured by Brenna Berwerke and for the production of bicycles, prams and tin toys by Ernst Paul Lehmann. At 90C Neuendorfer Strasse, near the city center, Kaufmann acquired an abandoned prison. Built in 1790 as a home for the destitute, the building was enlarged in 1820, transformed into a prison and used as such until 1929, when a modern prison was built in the western suburbs of Brandenburg-Gordon, on the other bank of the Havel. Since the end of the summer of 1939, the first special children's service, under the direction of Professor Heinz Heinz, had been operating there as part of the Kinderaktion in Brandenburg-Gordon, under the supervision of Hans Heffelmann of the Central Office II of the Führer Chancellery. The old prison consisted of a central block of 4-story cells and several outbuildings, including, in a corner of the courtyard, a 1-story building called the barn, connected to the main block by other 1-story buildings. This barn could ideally be converted into a gas chamber, and the old boiler room, nearby, with its massive chimney, could perfectly house the crematorium oven supplied by Corrie. The Foundation's offices and accommodation could be installed in the main block of cells after renovation and conversion. 649. At the end of November 1939, once the installations in Graveneck were completed, non-commissioned officers Oberhauser, Schwartz, and Hackenhold were transferred to Brandenburg to carry out renovation work and make it the second extermination center. Kaufmann himself supervised the construction site. 650. On January 10, 1940, Wirth arrived at the prison to regain control of Grafenech's NCO group. According to SS Oberscharführer Oberhauser, in the main block of the prison, they took down the walls to enlarge the cells, made room, and renovated other rooms. 651. This simply means that the old cells and other rooms of the prison were converted into offices, storage rooms, laundry rooms, kitchens, dining halls and staff quarters. The gas chamber was built in the garage. It was entered through a new door in the side wall, from a recently constructed wooden garage attached to the building. It measured 3 meters by 5, and was 3 meters high. It was all tiled, to resemble a shower room. Shower heads were not attached to the ceiling until much later. The original door was removed and replaced with a steel air raid shelter door, which was advertised as gas and splinter-proof. Its seal was insured by rubber, and at head height there was a small skylight with safety glass 6 mm thick. The door, made of a single steel plate 4 mm thick, was installed by Oberhauser and his SS colleagues from Graveneck in an iron frame which they had fixed to the original doorway with 8 large bolts. The door could be closed by bolts, one at the top and the other at the bottom of the door on the inside, both of which could be closed simultaneously by a simple lever located on the outside. 652. In the room, wooden gratings were placed on the floor and benches arranged along the walls. A team of workers from the RSHA in Berlin also installed a perforated gas pipe measuring 25 mm in diameter, under the benches, exactly as in the old coach house in Graveneck. The main gas pipe ran through the wall to a small adjoining room where the cylinders were hidden behind a wooden partition. An electric fan was installed on the exterior wall of the gas chamber to expel the deadly fumes after each gassing 653. The 2 oil-fired crematoriums ordered from the quarry company were delivered in a strange way. The driver of the truck and trailer who showed up at the main gate of the prison was described by Widman as an old gentleman, short, stocky, dressed in a black frock coat, as if he were going to a funeral. 654. The ovens were installed in a room next to the gas chamber, their metal chimneys connected to the existing brick chimney. A morgue and a dissection room were also set up. It was in this last room that the brains of certain victims were going to be removed in order to be used for medical research, notably at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in Berlin and at the University of Heidelberg. In Brandenburg, Wirth also set up a special civil registry office in the main prison building. Identical offices would also be created in the other gassing centers, supervised by police officers responsible for ensuring the smooth running of the administrative procedure concerning the victims, misleading and disinforming with a view to covering up the mass murder in the gas chambers. Like Wirth, the police officers requisitioned for the euthanasia business were all from the middle classes and veterans of the First World War, therefore too old for service at the front. However, they were still very dynamic and very capable, and their attachment to the foundation as administrators seemed logical. Within the euthanasia elimination centers, they received a higher rank in the SKUPO than that of the police commissioner so that their activities could not be questioned by the local police. This arrangement was accepted by Himmler. In Graveneck, the ambitious Hermann Holzscha went even further, he gave himself an even higher rank than the one he had been given, in order to avoid questions from the police chief of Munsingen. 655. The police signed false death certificates under various pseudonyms. The dates of death were also falsified, often postdated by several days or even weeks. Each death was recorded in 2 death registers, one containing the exact facts, the other information sent to the deceased's relatives. A copy was also sent to the Civil Registry Office for births, marriages, and deaths. The place of burial or the place where the ashes of the deceased had been scattered by relatives appeared in an urn register. 656. The police also ran an office where letters of condolence were written for the victims' relatives. With the worst cynicism, these letters expressed regrets for the death of the patient and informed the recipients that the body had been cremated immediately, on the orders of the police to avoid contagion. These letters of condolence were also signed with the pseudonyms of the police officers. Another group of SS non-commissioned officers were requisitioned in Brandenburg from among soldiers still in training, who had been wounded or who had fallen ill and were serving in convalescent companies. In early January 1940, some were sent to the Sachsenhausen concentration camp, north of Berlin, while others were ordered to report to the Columbus House. There, their details were entered, they were sworn to secrecy, then Bohn gave them a lecture on the mentally ill, their maintenance and care, the enormous sums of money spent on this by the state, when the army desperately needed nursing staff, as well as the premises occupied by asylums. Bohn also assured the non-commissioned officers that there was a Führer decree, a secret decree which authorized the killing for humanitarian reasons of incurably mentally ill people. Once they had taken the oath and been initiated into state secrecy, these SS men had passed a point of no return. Anyone who expressed a wish not to participate would be detained in the public interest, that is, sent to a concentration camp. Unlike the SS non-commissioned officers requisitioned at Graveneck, the men from Brandenburg wore police uniforms before being assigned to the old prison. 657. A second, smaller group of SS was requisitioned at a training camp in Brunn, Czechoslovakia, and in turn taken to Brandenburg prison. Nothing was revealed to them about their new assignment. They too were informed of Bohn's euthanasia undertaking at the Columbus House, then they returned to the Brandenburg prison, where they met Polizeihauptmann Wirth. He explained to them their tasks, those of disinfection and cremation agents, guards at the prison gate and telephone operators. Absolutely no one was allowed to enter the premises without a signed order from Himmler. Inquisitive attorneys general and members of the Kripo, in particular, were not to enter and, if necessary, they had to be shown a note from the headquarters of the Reich Kripo in Berlin, with a police stamp and an illegible signature. Any unauthorized person who managed to enter the enclosure was to be shot without warning. 658. According to SS Oberscharführer Oberhauser, if someone appeared at the gate with proper authorization, was not allowed to see anything at the establishment unaccompanied. If, however, someone showed up, the guards had to take them to the head doctor. The latter then had to telephone Berlin and ask if the visit was in order, and what exactly had been said to the visitor, before authorizing him to enter the facilities. 659. Oberhauser did not recall anyone being seen lurking around the prison. The rare visitors only came to see Dr. Eberl. Brandenburg prison was to be the site of a series of experiments on the mentally ill, in the presence of the highest officials of the euthanasia enterprise, with a view to testing methods of elimination. In mid-January, Victor Brack, accompanied by Widmann and Becker, went there to check whether the preparations for the experiments had been completed. They discovered that the gas chamber was ready, but that neither the gas nor the patients had arrived. 660. Becker contacted BASF in Ludwigshafen and received the first gas cylinders. At the same time, 30 mentally ill people, all men, were taken to the prison. Shortly thereafter, 14 Nazi officials and medical specialists from Berlin arrived in an official limousine convoy at the Brandenburg prison to witness the first elimination experiments. In this group were Philipp Buller and Victor Brack, Karl Brandt, Werner Haidt and several doctors, including Irmfried Eberl, Ernst Baumhart and Aquilin Ulrich, who would later be assigned to the gassing centers. Eberl had already accepted the position of medical director of Brandenburg and Baumhart that of deputy medical director of Greifneck. Aged 30 at the time, Dr. Eberl would become the most important doctor in this group. Born in Bregenz in Austria, he had studied medicine in Innsbruck and, in 1931, joined the Austrian Nazi Party, and shortly after, in Innsbruck, the assault troops SA Motorsturm I and SA Sturm 14, also banned. These memberships led to the withdrawal of his authorization to practice medicine by the Austrian authorities and, like many other Nazis in Austria who had lost their jobs because of their illegal activities, he moved to Germany to pursue his medical career. 661. In 1942, Dr. Eberl would be the only doctor from the euthanasia company to accept the position of commander of an Action Reinhard death camp, that of Treblinka, in Poland. In order to satisfy the curiosity of the doctors present, half a dozen patients were chosen from the group of 30 and received injections of different substances, including scopolamine morphine, curare and a mixture of hydrocyanic acid and morphine. 662. According to Professor Haidt, Drs. Brandt and Conti administered the substances, a symbolic act since Hitler had personally entrusted them with the euthanasia business. The results, however, were disappointing. The victims did not die quickly enough. The injections had to be repeated. 663. Then the gassing experiments began, supervised by the two chemists Widmann and Becker. Barely conscious, the patients who had been injected were laid out on the benches in the gas chamber and joined by 10 other victims, completely naked, who quietly entered the room. It is not clear who carried out the gassing of these patients. After the war, Widmann and Becker accused each other. Witnesses declared that it was Widmann. After all, it was his idea, and he had conducted the first carbon monoxide experiments at the KTI premises. After the gas cylinder valves were opened, the visitors to Berlin took turns looking through the glass of the skylight. 665. In the hallway, Widmann explained to them. The gas that enters is completely odorless and deprives patients first of their ability to judge, then of their consciousness. Without pain or struggle, and without the patients even knowing, deliverance from death occurs. The tortured faces and deformities of the unfortunate suffering from incurable mental illnesses are softened into the rest and peace of a gentle death which ultimately brings the salvation of deliverance. 666. The gas was introduced into the experimental chamber for around 20 seconds. The victims seemed to relax and doze off, then some fell off the benches. After a minute, none of them gave any sign of life, but, for greater safety, the gas was introduced for another 5 minutes. The room was then ventilated. The bodies were removed from the room by Grafin XSS team, then examined by doctors in the corridor, before being taken on trolleys to be cremated in the nearby ovens. This first carbon monoxide gassing experiment was considered a success by Victor Brack. Then Buller and Conti endorsed gassing as the only acceptable method of killing patients in the euthanasia business. They also emphasized that death must be administered by the responsible doctors. 667. Widman then explained to doctors Irmfried Eberl and Ernst Baumhart the technique of adjusting the valves and regulating the gas supply according to the gauges attached to the cylinders. After this gassing demonstration, the dignitaries returned to Berlin. Only Dr. Eberl remained behind to continue the experiments on the patients. During the return trip to Berlin, Brack apparently offered Dr. Aquilin Ulrich a position of responsibility in the center of Brandenburg. He refused. The next day, more gassing demonstrations were carried out. Dr. Eberl was the first to try, supervised by Becker, but he opened the valve too quickly and, as the gas escaped, it hissed. Fearing that the noise would alarm the victims, Becker stepped forward and demonstrated how to open the valve slowly and release the gas smoothly. The killing of the mentally ill continued without further incident. This experience was observed by Polizei Hauptmann Wirth, a practical and methodical spirit who, despite the order from the Berlin dignitaries that only doctors should carry out gassings, himself gassed the rest of the group, i.e. 14 patients. 668. During these experiments, Wirth seems to have had the idea of attaching shower heads to the ceiling of the gas chamber to make the death room look like a shower room. The idea was adopted in all the elimination centers, and also, later, in the death camps. In the cremation room, at the end of the corridor, SS non-commissioned officers Oberhauser, Hackenholt, and Dubois had their first experience of the macabre work of cremating bodies in which, very probably, Wirth also participated. He was the type of official who not only wanted to know everything, but never ordered his subordinates to do anything that he would not do himself. In the fortnight that followed, Wirth, already noted for his talents as an administrator and organizer, developed the administrative procedure for elimination by euthanasia in the prison. Fritz Hirsche, a 57-year-old police officer from Piansk in Silesia, assisted him. At the beginning of February 1940, Wirth handed over to Hirsche the management of the Special Civil Registry Office in Brandenburg, as well as responsibility for the security of the installation. 669. Chapter 16. The victims did not suffer. In mid-January, a decisive element of the extermination machine was still missing in Graveneck. The crematorium ovens ordered from the Heinrich Corey firm in Berlin had not arrived. The 6.5-ton truck, escorted by a private car, which was transporting them, had become stuck in a snowdrift outside the village of Ennebieren, around 15 kilometers northeast of its destination. 670. It is unclear why the tractor-trailer was on this isolated, winding road in the middle of a blizzard. We can assume that, lost due to poor visibility due to freezing fog, the driver had taken the wrong direction in Munsingen and that, once on this road which skirted the perimeter to the south of the prohibited military zone, he no longer knew where to go. He had to continue for around 10 kilometers in the wrong direction, until the truck and its trailer found themselves stuck in the snowdrifts near Ennebieren. The men on board the truck went to the mayor and the police and produced the safe conduct signed by Göring, Minister of the Reich Defense Committee, stipulating that the bearer was authorized to demand support and assistance. The members of this team asked for help to free the vehicle, while being convinced that, in such weather conditions, it would be hopeless. 671. After the war, the mayor testified. When I managed to convince the men that it would be hopeless, they telephoned the commander of the Munsingen barracks. They asked for Department 3. They were promised a tow truck which never arrived. They had to stay a day and a half in Ennebieren. These men acted very mysteriously and did not tell anyone where they came from, their destination or the purpose of their trip. 672. To cover the last kilometers to Ennebieren, The trailer truck and the car accompanying it were followed by a driver from the village of Breithulen, who was unable to overtake the convoy. He was intrigued that a convoy carrying such an obviously heavy load would take such a narrow road, and when he saw the accident and the drivers leaving the vehicles, he looked under the tarpaulins. By a strange coincidence, he knew about incineration furnaces and immediately identified the load on the trailer truck 673. When the Wehrmacht tow truck finally arrived, the vehicles were pulled out of the snowdrift, put back on the road and towed to Munsingen, then to Graafneck. The military driver claimed to have no idea what he was transporting to Graafneck. Arriving at the foot of the winding and steep driveway, the truck and trailer were taken in charge by SS Scharführer Lorenz Hackenholt. It proved impossible, however, to carry such a load up the snow-covered driveway. That night, all the castle staff had to help haul the truck and trailer up the hill to the newly built incineration barracks in the extermination compound. It took all night to complete the work in the snow, in freezing weather 674. On January 15, Heinrich Unverha, from the Neuruppin Asylum, who was absent from the nursing staff meeting on January 4 in Berlin, presented himself at the Foundation's offices at the Columbus House. It was explained to me that I would have a job as a nurse and that, following the imminent campaign against France, the mentally ill in the asylums in the most exposed western regions of the Reich would be brought to the interior. I was made to swear an oath of confidentiality and ordered to go to the psychiatric asylum in Graafneck in Württemberg. Someone, Unverha no longer remembers who, explained to him that Graafneck was a reception clinic. He therefore did not have the slightest idea of the real work for which he was going to be misused. 676. By the time he arrived at the castle on January 17, the extermination and incineration facilities were in place, ready to operate. 677. In Graafneck, Unverha presented himself to Dr. Schumann, who reminded him of his oath of confidentiality and ordered him to find his room and unpack his bags. In the evening, he introduced me to the other staff members in the dining room, taking the opportunity to once again mention the oath of confidentiality attached to this job. He declared that, if we violated this oath, we would experience the same fate as the SS who disappeared after having made a certain remark about Graafneck. 678. This threat of the sudden disappearance of an SS man would be repeated constantly in Graafneck, but no one ever discovered his identity or what had really happened to him, whether he had been sent to a concentration camp or executed. After being introduced by Schumann, Unverha reunited with his colleagues from the Neuruppin Asylum who had been conscripted just before Christmas by Brack and Blankenberg for an emergency wartime mission. Kurt Arndt, Fritz Konrad, and Ernst Zierk. In 1942 all would serve in the Action Reinhard death camps in SS uniform, Unverha and Zierk in Belzec, Arndt in Treblinka and Konrad in Sobibor. When the gassing experiments in the Brandenburg prison ended in mid-January, Becker took a few gas canisters to Graafneck to show the medical directors, Doctors Horst Schumann and Ernst Baumhart, the method of releasing the gas. In the meantime, the so-called delivery asylums where patients had been selected for euthanasia received notice that, on that day, the charitable patient transport company, Gekrat, would be coming to collect a number of sick people. They would have to be prepared to travel, their names had to be written on adhesive tape fixed between their shoulder blades to prevent curious or agitated patients from trying to remove them, and sedatives administered to the most nervous. 679. Siblings should not be sent in the same convoy to avoid parents receiving two death notices at the same time, which would have immediately aroused suspicion. The notifications came from the Reich Committee in Berlin, which forwarded them to Department 4G of Herbert Linden in the Reich Ministry of the Interior, who, in turn, forwarded them to the Interior Ministries of Baden, Württemberg, and Bavaria. The last ones received by the asylums had been sent by the local health services. The first notification was sent by the health services of the Bavarian Ministry of the Interior in Munich to the large public psychiatric asylum in Egelfing-Haar, located in the easternmost suburbs of the city, near Munich Airport and the former village of Riem, in the district of Truding-Riem. The health department of the Württemberg Interior Ministry in Stuttgart also sent notifications to the public psychiatric asylum in Weinsberg and to the asylums run by the churches, Evangelical in Pfingstweid and Catholic in Rottenmünster. On January 18, 1940, the first batch of 40 victims was taken on Gekrat buses from the large Egelfing-Haar asylum to Munich-Rhein, about 160 kilometers east of Gravenegg. This was the first of many such convoys, which continued regularly until the end of the year. Each time, the convoys were driven by a private automobile for those responsible for transport, Reinhold Vorberg, from the Führer's chancellery, or Hermann Schweninger, both dressed in civilian clothes. They carried with them double the lists of patients intended to be gassed at Gravenegg 680. 2 staff members were assigned to each bus. The men were looked after by nurses, the women by nurses, all wearing civilian clothes under their white coats. Patients who were violent or unable to sit up without help were strapped to seats with leather belts. On the buses, straitjackets were already provided, and the nurses, armed with pistols hidden under their coats, had handcuffs at their disposal. The drivers were separated from the passenger compartment by a partition. Bedridden patients were transported in a special ambulance-like bus, with removable stretchers 681. Transporting patients became an enviable task because the accompanying nurses were the only members of Grafeneg's staff allowed to leave the castle, the others were held as if in a prison and could not leave the enclosure 682. The convoy to Egelfing-Haar was supervised by Dr. Horst Schumann himself and Reinhold Vorberg, who had arrived the day before to settle the formalities and ensure the rapid loading of the buses, signed the asylum slip. The patient's acknowledgement of receipt mentioned a special decision of the Health Department of the Bavarian Ministry of Health in Munich, dated January 8, 1940. The letter specified that those responsible for paying the fees must be informed that further payments will not be made at this time, that is to say until the relatives have received notification of admission by the asylum after the transfer. This decision soon turned out to be a serious error, which was then corrected. Payments were demanded from the families until the falsified date of death, as decided by the police officer in charge of the Special Civil Status Office in Gravenegg. When the convoy arrived at the asylum, the patients were already ready for the journey. The patients selected for euthanasia waited quietly, their pitiful packages, boxes and suitcases tied with strings. They had no idea of the real reason for this trip and had probably received no information from their director, the odious Dr. Wilhelm Pfannenstiel, who deliberately sent his patients to their deaths. They waited, perfectly calm and relaxed, for the nursing staff in white coats, who had arrived in the red buses, to give them instructions. According to a Gekrat driver, the asylum staff took the patients to the buses. Then we took over, helping those who couldn't climb on their own. The other patients climbed up without being helped 684. The convoy did not return to Gravenegg until January 20, 2 days after its arrival in Egelfing-Haar. It can be assumed that bad weather delayed the departure. As soon as they arrived at the castle, the patients were taken off the buses into the fenced area provided for the extermination and made to undress in the barracks opposite the carriage house. After a superficial medical examination, intended only to verify their identity, they were led down the driveway of the castle dressed entirely in old military greatcoats, barefoot in the snow, to the room located to the right of the gas chamber, in the shed. Their greatcoats were hung on hooks attached to the wall and the patients were taken outside, completely naked, in freezing weather, to the gas chambers where they sat on benches along the walls or on chairs 685. The first gassing was carried out by Dr. Schumann, supervised by Becker. But he made the same mistake as Eberl at Brandenburg. He opened the valves too quickly and too widely and the gas could be heard hissing in the rooms. Becker moved forward to reduce the flow of gas and avoid panic among the victims 686. According to witnesses who looked through the skylight of the rooms, the patients, sitting quietly, noticed nothing. A few minutes later, some began to fall from the benches. 20 minutes passed before the last victim succumbed. Returning from Brandenburg, SS Oberskarführer Joseph Oberhauser witnessed this first gassing. From what I could observe, the victims did not suffer, they fell suddenly and remained lying motionless. The doctor in charge of the killing and a chemist who was present explained to us that the death was completely painless. It was the only evening I witnessed such a killing. I am convinced that this was the first time that the gas chamber was used. 687. The fans having been activated to expel the gas, Dr. Schumann, who had put on a mask, opened the double doors. The dead were lying in all positions, some were still seated on chairs and benches, others lying on the ground. The doors were left open for 10 or 15 minutes before the SS team entered to remove the bodies and take them to the nearby hangar intended for cremation. 688. The second convoy left Graveneck Castle on January 26 for the asylum of Weinsberg, a small town renowned for its wine, located 5 kilometers northeast of Heilbronn and about a 2-hour drive from the castle. The weekly report of the asylum administration, submitted to the health department of the Ministry of the Interior in Dorotheenstrasse in Stuttgart, mentioned the transfer of patients almost as if it had been added. It only reported that, in addition, 48 patients had been taken by the charitable patient transport company. These 48 women were gassed the very afternoon of their arrival in Graveneck. These two gassings of patients, from Egelfinghar and from Weinsberg, were used to test the procedures used before, during and after the deaths of the victims. Then, for 5 days, there was no convoy. Chapter 17. The departure of patients for an unknown destination. On February 1, the Gekrat resumed transporting patients. She presented herself at the Evangelical Asylum in Pfingstweid, in the northern Oppau suburb of Ludwigshafen, about 80 kilometers south of Graveneck. Founded in 1867, this asylum for men specialized in the treatment of epileptics. It only took one bus to transport this small group of 13 patients selected in alphabetical order. 689. 2 days later, it was the turn of the Catholic asylum in Rottenmünster, managed by the nuns of Untermarchtal. Located 45 kilometers northwest of Graveneck, in a group of buildings with white walls and red tile roofs, surrounded by trees, this 13th-century Cistercian monastery had served as an asylum since 1898. 46 patients were taken in 2 buses, 15 of them were considered working sick people. 690. The supposedly strict rule of only selecting patients unable to work was ignored from the 5th transfer. In many cases, asylum staff, who received no information from the drivers or accompanying nurses about the destination of the Gekrat buses, accepted this situation as a wartime necessity. But Dr. Lichtenberger, director of the Erzberg Asylum in the Bavarian district of Swabia, insisted on an answer. The driver remained inflexible, repeating that he had the duty to remain silent. Lichtenberger then refused to send his patients to an unknown destination. Head nurse Reinhildis witnessed the scene. When he got no response from the transport manager, he became angry and agitated, pacing back and forth like a caged lion. He was only told that the new asylum would inform his relatives. 691. The families who had just learned of the death of their loved ones for special reasons quickly made it known to the directors of Pfingstweid and Rottenmünster who, for their part, received notification of the deaths from Graveneck. According to Rottenmünster's chief physician, reports were of deaths caused by infectious or external diseases, although the patients were physically healthy when they left on the Gekrat buses. Having located the mysterious Graveneck, the administrative head of Pfingstweid went to Munsingen. There he learned from the locals that apparently mentally ill people were systematically eliminated at the nearby castle. He reported this to his superior, Dr. Walter Gmelin, who was chief psychiatrist at Pfingstweid, but above all consultant to the Department of Health in Friedrichshafen. In this capacity, he was also employed by Reinhard Heydrich's SDSV man, just as Christian Wirth had been in Stuttgart. Dr. Gmelin sent 4 confidential reports on euthanasia, not to Heydrich, but to his superior, Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler. He underlined the great anxiety which gripped the population, the fear that the eliminations would extend to the elderly, tuberculosis patients and other similar cases. He ended his letter by expressing the opinion that the population will only tolerate euthanasia for patients whose lives are totally devoid of value, and for those who have no spiritual life. A declaration of principle should be published on this subject. 692. Dr. Wrede, director of Rottenmünster, went to see Eugen Stadel at the Württemberg Ministry of the Interior in Stuttgart. But as might be expected, he did not get a satisfactory explanation of what was happening at Graveneck. He then spoke to Benedikt Kruse, president of the Charity Association in Fribourg. Although a priest, Kruse was also a fervent Nazi. He proudly wore the Iron Cross of the First World War on his cassock and greeted the director of Rottenmünster with the Nazi salute, accompanied by Heil Hitler. Of course, this meeting was also unsuccessful. The director of the Stetten Asylum, south of Stuttgart, met with Eugen Stadel to prevent the transfer of his patients. In no way intimidated by Stadel's authoritarian attitude, he threatened to oppose their transfer by Gekrat personnel, and to use his weapon if necessary. Strangely, when we know the firmness of Stadel, the Nazi official took no disciplinary measures against the director who, ultimately, was powerless to prevent the transfer of his patients. Stadel's superior, Otto Moth, the archetypal devoted Nazi official, also refused to get involved in patient transfers, a decision endorsed by the state. In response to appeals made to him by various asylum directors, he resorted to the argument of the Führer principle, according to which one lived in an authoritarian state and one had to obey the orders given without questioning their legitimacy. According to Stadel, however, his superior had the authority to release certain patients if they did not meet the criteria for euthanasia, or to exempt those who were capable of working. 693. On February 4, Christian Wirth arrived in Graveneck in the uniform of a police captain. 694. As long as his duties in the euthanasia company lasted, he exclusively wore a police uniform and never parted with his pistol, a Walther PPK. He set up his quarters on the first floor of the left wing of the castle, where the Special Civil Status Office was also located, which came under his authority at the same time as the security system. 695. He was introduced to the staff as the new head of the guard unit, replacing Jacob Wager, his colleague from the Stuttgart detective teams who had been transferred to the castle offices. No one dared to oppose Wirth, whose versatile temperament was soon known and who, very quickly, as usual, took charge, thanks to his activities, of almost the entire administration of Graveneck Castle. 697. SS Scharführer Werner Dubois, a former guard at the Sachsenhausen concentration camp, who was not noted for his humanity, reported that, even at that time, Wirth shouted, screamed and bullied everyone. 698. He became responsible for maintaining the secrecy surrounding what was happening at Graveneck, overseeing the smooth running of the elimination process and meticulously compiling all official documents. He also ensured that a strict distribution of tasks was respected, as he had previously planned in Brandenburg with Fritz Hirsche. SS non-commissioned officers drove buses to pick up and drop off patients who were to be gassed. 2 nurses, men or women, escorted the patients on each bus. The nursing staff supervised the undressing of the patients. The SS non-commissioned officers opened the doors of the gas chamber and turned on the fans. SS non-commissioned officers removed the bodies from the gas chamber and cremated them. Senior Kripo officers wrote and signed false death certificates. Office staff wrote letters of condolence sent to the relatives of the deceased. SS and police patrolled the area as security guards. This system would soon be adopted, with minor changes, at Brandenburg Prison and 4 other gassing centers. Over time, however, this strict division of labor was largely abandoned. As soon as Wirth arrived in Graveneck at the beginning of February 1940, a convoy of 3 red Gekrat buses left every day, except Sundays, mainly to collect patients from the psychiatric asylums of Reichenau, Weisenau, Wiesloch, Winnenden, and Zweifelten. On the 6th, 2 buses returned to the Munich asylum at Egelfinghaar to take 47 patients. The convoy was led by Hermann Schweninger, who signed the receipt. 699. During the first transfers, patients willingly boarded GKRAT buses because they were told that they were going on excursions in the bright red buses. Those who did not leave felt left behind. 700. At the Zwiefalten Asylum, Dr. Alphonse Stegeman, director of the establishment, a convinced Nazi and supporter of euthanasia, told patients that they were going to another asylum where it was much more beautiful and the food was better. 701. Grafenek's staff were initially well received in most asylums, as information about the real purpose of the patient transfer took some time to spread. Like Dr. Lichtenberger in Erzberg, the asylum staff who asked the drivers and accompanying nurses what was happening to all these patients received no straight answers. They were therefore unable to enlighten the relatives who visited the sick and discovered that they were no longer there. No one knew where they were. 702. However, at first, asylum staff and patients' relatives, although suspicious, did not make any tragic interpretation of these transfers. Evasive responses or silence from the convoy leader, nurses, and drivers continued to be accepted as wartime imperatives. During the bus rides to Gravenec, the patients had no suspicions and, according to a nurse, they sang, the patients sang folk songs really well. 703. During one of these trips, a tire blew, a patient offered to help the SS driver in civilian clothes change at 704. In Stuttgart, Nathaniel Fischer, president of the Samaritan Foundation and former head of Gravenec, learned that a patient from the Weinsberg Asylum who was due to be released had been taken to Gravenec where he had died mysteriously on February 9. Obviously the cause of death was wrong. It was 2 weeks after his transfer from Weinsberg, and the information came from the first set of death certificates and letters of condolence sent to the victims' families by the Special Civil Registry Office in Gravenec. Inevitably, the arrival of the buses in Gravenec, followed shortly after by the appearance of clouds of smoke above the trees of the castle, aroused curiosity and suspicion among the inhabitants of Marbach and the surrounding area. It was already known in the surrounding area that 2 enormous ovens had been stuck in a snowdrift on the edge of Ennebieren before being delivered to the castle. The stench of smoke, which bothered the inhabitants of Munsingen and the neighboring towns of Dapfen and Gematingen, was perceptible in Stingebron, almost 8 kilometers away. 705. Among the inhabitants who frequented the stud inn, at the other end of the Dold Urbach Valley, it was rumored that mentally ill people were killed in Gravenec and their bodies cremated. Or, as a simple countryman, a devout Catholic, put it, in Gravenec, people are transformed into angels and their bodies burn. 706. But we had no certainty. The Burgermeister of Dapfen tried to observe, from a wooded slope, what was happening in the estate, but the fence around the place from which the smoke rose was too high. He did not dare to approach any closer because of the police and SS on patrol, some of whom were accompanied by dogs. 707. A day or 2 after their arrival in Gravenec, the buses left the castle, loaded with bundles of clothing, towards an unknown destination. This back and forth only amplified the mystery and the suspicions. The return of clothing and shoes to the asylums from which the patients had been brought was officially referred to as special Reichspost shipments and caused consternation in the establishments, as the bags and bundles of clothing were often simply left in the yard. In Germany, psychiatrists had always been suspected of locking people up, that is, of making them disappear by incarcerating them behind the walls of asylums. From now on, they were no longer only suspected of locking them up, it was proven that they were killing them. 708. One day, in the Zwiefalten Asylum, while the GKRAT buses were still parked in the establishment and Schweninger, the head of transport, was speaking with the director, an asylum official managed to enter one of the vehicles left unattended. He suspected the patients were either drugged or killed on the buses. But he found no proof. Another time, a nurse was ordered by the director of the same asylum, Dr. Valentin Faltelhauser, to administer injections and tablets to some patients before they boarded the buses to Gravenec. The nurse refused, believing that these doses would be fatal. 709. At the Cork Epileptic Asylum near Kell, rumors circulated that various experiments were being carried out on the patients taken in the red buses. 710. Patients at the Reichenau Asylum, which served the rural region of Konstanz in the far south of Württemberg, also spoke of such an experience. According to them, the patients were killed by an electric current sent into the bathtub while they were taking a bath. Pastor Nathaniel Fischer in Stuttgart wrote to a colleague in Münsingen that it was regrettable that the patients were put to death and burned in Graveneck. This letter was evidently read by someone else who informed Stadl of its contents. Fischer was summoned to the Interior Ministry where Stadl asked him why he had claimed that people were being cremated in Graveneck. This was a serious breach of secrecy, and Stadl was tempted to telephone the Gestapo to ensure that the pastor would eat cold soup that afternoon. 7/11, an obvious allusion to internment in a concentration camp. Fischer emphasized that he did not write that people were cremated, but that patients were killed and their bodies burned, which meant that the bodies were not cremated decently, but burned like trash. Stadl reprimanded Fischer, telling him that he had no idea what was going on in Graveneck. He declared that the German people would be grateful for what was happening there. A large number of epidemics threatened Germany because of the Polish campaign, and facilities like those at Graveneck were a blessing to the German nation. Without being intimidated, Fischer showed Stadl the false document concerning the patient from the Weinsberg Asylum, sent by the Special Civil Registry Office in Graveneck. He claimed that he knew full well that it was a fake. Stadl turned white as a sheet, forbade Fischer from mentioning Graveneck's name again and tried to make him sign an oath of confidentiality. Fischer refused. Despite his anger, Stadl knew his demands were absurd. In Stuttgart, Max Egrich, public prosecutor of Württemberg, who had been in on Graveneck's secret and had taken an oath before Stadl to remain silent, was questioned by his mother and by his neighbors who wanted to know more about Graveneck, in particular about what was smoking over there. There was no doubt that they knew about cremations and knew more than he did. In Egrich's own words, Graveneck was an extremely delicate subject requiring the greatest discretion and tact, which, through completely inappropriate treatment, had very quickly become known to the population, which was completely contrary to the instructions communicated to me by Stadl. 712. An angry senior official, father of a schizophrenic interned in a Württemberg asylum, was courageous enough to take the risk not only of writing to the Reich Minister of Justice in Berlin, but of threatening him. He demanded that he check the lists of patients drawn up 2 months earlier, compare them with the number of those who remained in asylums and inquire about the fate of the others. His letter ended with the following threat. For 7 years now, this band of murderers has profaned the name of Germany. If my son is murdered, alas, I will ensure that these crimes are published in the foreign press. The SS can deny it, as they always do. I will ask that the prosecutor prosecute. The senior official refused to give his name or that of the asylum where his son was interned. Otherwise, I won't stay alive long, either, he wrote. In a late and absurd attempt to calm anxiety in the asylums, Doctors Schumann and Baumhart sometimes accompanied the convoy driver and tried to reassure the staff by affirming that the center's teams were loved by their new patients and that good humor reigned at Graveneck. 714. On February 14, in Stuttgart, just 17 days after the first gassing test in Graveneck, Stadl was forced to summon leading psychiatrists and asylum directors to the Interior Ministry. Those who attended this meeting came from the asylums of Rottenmünster, Schussenried, Weisenau, Weinsberg, Winnenthal and Zweifelden, asylums whose patients were being transferred to Graveneck. They were summoned individually to Stadl's office. The last two, Dr. Westcott from Weisenau and Dr. Gotz from Schussenried, were called together, but, quite unexpectedly, Stadl did not even mention Graveneck's name. Instead, he explained the killing technique, the experiments attempted with barbiturates, specifying that carbon monoxide had finally been chosen to kill the patients, so that they fall into sleep, unsuspecting. 715. Far from quashing the rumors, however, the information that poison gas was being used in Graveneck to kill people only fueled new ones. As the army had testing grounds near the castle, it was rumored that it was experimenting on certain patients with toxic gases with a view to using them as combat gas in chemical warfare. 716. Easily recognizable by their windows painted with colored bands or obscured by Venetian blinds or thick curtains. 717. The red buses transporting the pitiful passengers to Graveneck Castle were soon called the Sky Buses, the Crime Buses, or simply the Corpse Buses. 718. When traveling on the valley road between the village of Marbach and the castle, the railway employees of the narrow gauge Albon took off their caps and observed silence, their heads bowed, as if a funeral procession was passing. 719. Some asylum directors who knew the truth about Graveneck, notably Dr. Wilhelm Mockel from Wiesloch, faced the horror of the murders in their own way. After the war he declared, "I never wanted to hear about what we were doing in Graveneck, it made me nauseous. Afterwards, I could no longer hold it. Each time a convoy had to leave in the evening, I left the asylum at midday and did not return until the next day." 720. In the more distant Graveneck asylums, the destination of the buses was still unknown, although the regular disappearance of so many patients aroused suspicion. The numbers fixed by adhesive tape on the backs of the patients and the disinterest of the leader of the convoy in the names of the sick, only the numbers on his lists caught his attention, only fueled suspicion. Even more alarming was the handing over of the clothes of patients who had just left, without the slightest explanation. Slowly, the news spread, further and further. It began to be said that the Gekrat convoys were heading towards Graveneck Castle in the Dold Urbach Valley, near Munsingen. But the families who ventured into the Swabian Alps in search of their loved ones discovered nothing. Arriving near the castle, they were stopped by the SS who were patrolling the area. Others, who tried to approach Graveneck through the woods and meadows, were also turned back by SS and police patrols. A teacher from Weisenau who managed to break the security cordon and enter the domain did not reappear. It was later learned, in Marbach and the surrounding area, that he had been killed. 721, information given by members of Grafenek's staff who, in the evening, frequented the stud-inn, in order to discourage other curious people. The intruder had been shot on the orders of Polizei Hauptmann Wirth, head of security, and, given his propensity to do the dirty work, it is very likely that Wirth himself had shot him. Between February 26 and March 4, a medical commission from the Foundation selected the most seriously ill patients from the Bedburg-Hau Asylum. The official reason was that space had to be freed up for a German Naval Reserve hospital. This argument was entirely plausible since, 2 months later, on May 10, 1940, Germany invaded the Netherlands. Bedburg-Hau was located just 23 kilometers south of Nijmegen in the Netherlands, and just 10 kilometers from the nearest border crossing at Grunewald. The establishment, which opened its doors in 1912, was then the 8th public psychiatric asylum in the Rhineland. At the time, other establishments in the region were crowded. With its 36 buildings, it had 2,000 beds. Among the patients, the separation was complete not only between men and women, but between the various categories of mental illness. The incurably insane, the dangerously insane, the calm and the restless patients, those who required constant attention and control, as well as the physically disabled were divided into different wards. In 1926, the asylum had 2,600 beds and, 2 years later, an isolation wing was opened for patients suffering from contagious diseases, including leprosy. The medical commission sent to Bedburg-Hau was headed by Professor Werner Hade, assisted by Dr. Ernst Baumhart, from Graveneck, and Dr. Irmfried Eberl, from Brandenburg. A total of 1,632 patients were selected for euthanasia, around 400 went directly to Graveneck, the rest were sent either to Brandenburg to be gassed or to Zwiefalten to await transfer to Graveneck. As there was a shortage of office staff to handle the files of this large group of patients, a secretary from Central Office 3, Ilse Lindner, was recruited. In Bedburg-Hau, she completed paperwork for patient file 722. The sick were transferred to Graveneck in an ordinary 10-car passenger train, specially reserved from the Reichsbahn by the Gekrat. Dr. Baumhart supervised the approximately 25 nurses who were to accompany the 400 patients on the train. Ilse Lindner was in charge of the patients in a train car. The journey took 36 hours and the convoy arrived in Marbach on March 8 around 8 a.m., during a violent snowstorm. Access to the station had been prohibited by the plainclothes staff of Graafneck. The villagers were chased away, whose curiosity pushed them to brave the bad weather and who were intrigued by the early morning arrival of such a convoy, despite the storm. 7:23. The train was directed towards the goods unloading platform. There, the patients got off and were directed to 10 trucks, a Gekrat bus and an ambulance for patients unable to move around on their own. There were several cases of leprosy, easily identifiable because the patients were wrapped in white sheets. First we took care of the lepers. They were not gassed, because it was believed that they would contaminate the gas chamber. They were shot down by Wirth and SS non-commissioned officer Gottfried Swartz, who used their service weapon, AP-08724. The other patients were not treated according to the usual procedure. There were too many of them and the snowstorm hampered the procedure. They were housed in the so-called hospital ward of the reception barracks while waiting for their turn to go, via the Castle Alley, to the old coach house. They were gassed in groups of around 60 over the next 7 days. The last group was not gassed until March 15, as evidenced by the notes taken by Dr. Baumhart, who signed his pseudonym Dr. Jaeger. March 8. A nice 66-year-old patient. Coped with the trip well. Very happy. He only seems tired from the journey. After longer interviews, obvious delusions revealed. J. March 9. Patient has adapted well, is calm and serene. Often said that the food here is better than in Bedburg. How? Frequently subject to hallucinations. J. The last mention was made 6 days later. March 15. 4:30 a.m. The night nurse woke the undersigned to tell him that the patient wanted to get out of bed, probably to go to the toilet. But, with a low groan, he fell back onto his pillow and died. The undersigned could only note the death. Dr. Jaeger. March 15. Death from cardiac arrest. Dr. Jaeger 725. It is unclear why Dr. Baumhart wrote these notes daily since the patient was going to be gassed anyway. Perhaps he only wanted, out of conscience, to act like a doctor. Dr. Schumann was unhappy with the arrival of such a large convoy and wrote to Victor Brack. He emphasized that not only had this convoy attracted the attention of the inhabitants of Marbach, but also that such an unexpected number of patients had constituted a problem that was difficult to overcome. 726. Only one other convoy of the same size arrived in Graafneck. These were 300 children from the Emmendingen Asylum, near Freiburg, whose parents had been duped by health department officials. The latter had made them believe that their children had been transferred to another asylum in order to receive the most modern therapy. These formulas were the same as that of the correspondence exchanged between Graafneck and Emmendingen, mentioning therapy and treatment. The children were not gassed but, after being taken to the hospital ward, were given lethal injections. The children of another convoy, although less important, were gassed in the old coach house, as Dr. Schumann explained. It was a simple and leisurely procedure. The children sat there calmly, they didn't know what was happening. About a minute later the gas began to take effect, with the first children showing signs of fatigue. One after the other, they leaned their heads forward, then fell off the benches. In fact, it wasn't any more difficult than that. Compared to many other death struggles I have witnessed, it was rather simple. 727. It is not known exactly how many children aged 6 to 13, identified by Foundation staff as idiot children, were murdered in Graafneck. At the beginning of spring 1940, the Gekrat buses were repainted grey and their windows opaqued, not to avoid being recognized or to camouflage their purpose. The population could in any case easily identify them thanks to the window curtains, but as an anti-aircraft security measure. 728. Their new color, close to the gray of the Waffen-SS uniforms, as well as the eagle and swastika which still adorned their sides earned the vehicles the name SS elimination buses. Until then, patients transferred from delivery asylums had been treated relatively well by GKRAT staff. But now that the truth had come out and everyone knew the extent of the massacres perpetrated in Graveneck, the attitude of the patients, as well as the medical and nursing staff in the asylums, changed completely towards the convoy leader and his team. The behavior of the conveyors deteriorated to the point that the nurses were suspected of being SS in civilian clothes. 729. Not only were the SS and convoy nurses armed, but, at the Eichberg Asylum, near Heidelberg, the head doctor was feared by both his patients and the staff for his habit of drawing his pistol. 730. The leader of the convoy, the SS nurses and drivers, who no longer hid the fact that their job was to lead the selected patients to death, adopted an increasingly harsh attitude. The cynicism and inhumanity they displayed shocked the staff in all the asylums where the patients were taken not like human beings, but like cattle. 731. The convoy leader always insisted that each bus be completely full. If his first list was not enough, he came out with a second which often contained the names of patients not doomed to death. He said that if he didn't return to Graveneck with his full load of patients, the trip would be a waste. On several occasions, asylum staff refused to take the patients to the buses and Graveneck's men had to do it themselves. 732, often resorting to violence to force the struggling and screaming victims onto the SS buses. 733. The most violent were handcuffed or straight-jacketed. At first, according to a GKRAT driver, the buses did not stop on the way back to Graveneck. The patients received no provisions, and the driver assumed they had been given something to eat in the delivery asylums. 734. After the longest journeys, however, the buses often stopped at the stud inn at the end of the Dold Urbach Valley. The patients remained locked in the cars in the parking area, while the drivers and nursing staff ate in the inn. 735. Chapter 18. In the Heart of Hell. The Operation. By Graveneck. The transfer of patients to Graveneck became regular at the beginning of February. The buses picked up the victims from the asylums in Baden and Württemberg. 736 and brought them back to the castle. As soon as they arrived in the Graveneck area, the GKRAT buses passed through the first gate of the fence surrounding the extermination perimeter and parked in front of the reception barracks. The leader of the convoy, Vorberg or Schweninger, entered the barracks and handed over the stack of patient files to Doctors Schumann and Baumhart, each seated at their desk. The patients were taken off the buses, then directed to the undressing room of the barracks where they had to get naked. Nurses helped those who could not undress themselves. There was no separation between men and women. Once naked, the patients were taken to the doctor's office. This is where the task of the accompanying nursing staff ended. 737. The patients paraded one by one in front of the doctors and underwent a pseudo-medical examination which, for each group of 60 patients, the equivalent of 2 full buses, lasted approximately 2 hours, or less than 2 minutes for each one. 738. Neither Dr. Schumann nor Dr. Baumhart had any training in psychiatry, they were therefore in no way qualified to assess the psychological state of the patients who passed before them. The sole purpose of this examination was to confirm the identity of each patient and to determine a plausible cause of death that could appear on the false certificates. These causes could also be gleaned from the patient's medical file, based on their sex, age, and physical condition and associated with a list of 61 causes of death, drawn up for doctors in an abbreviated compendium of experts. 739. Scarring, such as that resulting from an appendectomy, precluded the inclusion of acute appendicitis as the cause of death. If this pseudo-medical examination was of such importance, it was only to medically legitimize the mass elimination that would follow. It also probably served to appease the consciences of doctors who were going to murder patients by opening the gas valves. Usually the victims waited patiently. They were used to being examined by doctors in white coats with stethoscopes around their necks. They were part of the routine in their asylum. 740. Any patient showing signs of hyperactivity or agitation, or simply too alert or too curious, received what was called a protective injection, that is to say a tranquilizer injection of 0.50 to 1 milliliter of morphine 741. Each patient whose gold crowns could be collected was marked with a cross on their back, then the entire group was taken to an adjoining room to be photographed, sitting, standing, front and profile. These photographs had a dual purpose, psychological and scientific, as Victor Brack explained. Buller demanded that the elimination be not only painless, but also imperceptible. This is why photographs of patients, which played a real role as a diversion, were taken before they entered the room, and only for scientific purposes 742. The photographs completed the patient files and were used to illustrate cases of mental and physical degeneration. They were later collected in Berlin, catalogued and used for scientific research 743. During the first transfers, doctors and nurses at Graveneck became alarmed at the number of patients who, in their opinion, should not have been euthanized. On the buses, the nurses were able to notice certain patients, who attracted their attention with their liveliness and the intelligence of their questions. They informed the doctors. Furthermore, according to a nurse, we could say that around 25% of them were still in good physical condition, clean and sociable, despite their mental illness 744. Pauline Neisler's testimony continues as follows. I saw, for example, that in these cases Dr. Baumhart only put down his ink pen and then, in anger, took the road to the Ministry of the Interior in Stuttgart. However, the next day he continued as before. Dr. Baumhart never commented on the situation, so I have not the slightest idea of what was being said or decided in Stuttgart. We, the nursing staff, were still stunned when, the next day, the gassings continued without the slightest explanation from Dr. Baumhart 745. In fact, at the Ministry of the Interior, Stadl was hardly a man with whom one could argue or who could be made to listen to reason, and Dr. Baumhart received the unequivocal order to continue his work. However, we know that he sometimes ignored Stadl's orders and refused patients. He happened to send 8 patients back to the Hub Asylum in Buhl, Baden. In a covering letter dated February 20, he asked the director, Dr. Jerk, to try, if possible, to select the most serious cases, and patients who no longer have family or do not receive visitors 746. Another example of an asylum chief physician not fully devoting himself to careful selection of patients for euthanasia was Dr. Mockel of Weisloch, near Heidelberg. His mind was occupied with other subjects, notably horticulture. His office was filled with diagrams showing the progress of horticulture in general, and fruit growing in particular. In asylum gardens, in particular, he had a passion for a certain variety of plum. He regularly contributed to horticultural magazines and wrote articles in the Psychologisch-Neurologische Wochenschrift on the wonderful pastime of horticulture for the mentally ill 747. For Dr. Mockel, horticultural therapy and killing therapy went hand in hand, but growing his plums took priority. At the end of the medical examination, the naked patients were wrapped in old military greatcoats and led through the castle driveway, barefoot in the snow, to the room to the right of the gas chamber, in the carriage house. Coats were hung on the hooks on the wall, and the patients were again led outside, completely naked in the freezing air, and then into the gas chamber. After the war, Nurse Neisler emphasized that, before dying, patients were treated well by the nursing staff and nothing was denied to them. Some made requests, for example, that the Lord welcome them. A patient asked to be transformed into smoke 748. Dr. Schumann replied that his wish would be granted 749. In the gas chamber, patients sat on benches along the walls or on chairs. Those who found themselves in a state of unconsciousness or semi-consciousness following the tranquilizer injections were transported to the gas chambers and laid on the benches or on the floor, and the doors were locked by one of the SS non-commissioned officers. One of the nurses involved in all stages of the killing process was Heinrich Unverha, who was one-eyed. He admitted, after the war, to having accompanied the patients on the Gekrat buses, giving tranquilizer injections when necessary, to having taken the patients to the gas chamber and, finally, to turning on the ventilators after the gassing 7:50. Upon his arrival in Graveneck, Polisi Houtmanworth witnessed all the gassing operations. Before shower heads were installed on the ceilings of the gas chambers, according to his instructions, he explained to the victims that they had to breathe deeply because they were entering inhalation rooms. The killing itself was carried out by Chief Doctors Schumann and Baumhart. According to Widman and Becker, the gassing experts, the odorless and colorless carbon monoxide introduced into Grafenek's death chambers would quietly render victims unconscious within 2 or 3 minutes without pain or struggle. In theory. But many of the patients were completely lucid, and as the first victims began to fall unconscious from the benches, those who were still lucid became angry and agitated. Death was neither gentle nor painless, as many observers who looked through the peephole testified. After the war, one of the nurses remarked, "It was a horrible sight to see the patients collapse one by one and fall on top of each other. I will never forget this spectacle." 751. A nurse who sometimes cleaned after gassing said the rooms were usually soiled with feces and vomit. It is rare for a person to die peacefully if, out of fright, they have lost their pants. 752. Even one of the SS non-commissioned officers who observed the gassings commented, "It was obvious that this killing was murder. From my Christian upbringing, it was clear that no man had the right to kill these incurable patients. For me, it was simply an assassination." 753. In the early days, some victims did not die from inhaling the gas, and when they were dragged out of the chamber, the fresh air and snow revived them. They were shot in the head by Worth, the man of dirty work. 754. After the gassing, on Worth's orders, a non-commissioned officer turned on the fans in the back walls to expel the gas from the chambers, and the doctor in charge of the gassing, wearing a mask, opened the chamber doors. These were then left open for 10 to 15 minutes. But Worth soon ordered that the doors be opened by SS non-commissioned officers without gas masks. They were to hold their breath while opening the doors and leave as quickly as possible. 755. Once the rooms were ventilated, the SS team would enter to remove the bodies and take them to the shed for cremation, then the rooms would be cleaned by nursing staff, including women. The entire process, from the arrival of buses full of patients to the evacuation of the gas chambers, was supposed to take no more than 2 hours. The bodies previously marked with an X on the back were carried or dragged to the nearby armory where SS non-commissioned officers armed with pliers removed the dental gold. This gold was taken to the special civil registry office of the castle where a secretary collected it in cardboard boxes. When there was a sufficient quantity, it was sent by special courier to the Columbus House where, after being melted down, it was partly reused and offered to the foundation staff for their own free dental care. 756. The other bodies were piled up outside the cremation shed while inside SS NCOs Oberhauser and Swartz supervised the cremation, assisted by Hackenhold and Dubois. The bodies were introduced into the ovens on special iron stretchers on metal wheels, like in a baking oven. 757. Even the most hardened and callous SS non-commissioned officers found the macabre task of removing bodies from the gas chambers and sending them into the flames of the ovens to be painful and nerve-wracking work. 758. Especially the first time, when they saw the hair and facial skin light up and melt as the bodies were pushed into the flames. After the war, SS Scharführer Werner Dubois declared that the sight shocked him so much that he vomited and was ill for more than a week. Technically, removing the bodies proved much more difficult than killing by gas. According to the instructions provided by Corey, only 1 or 2 bodies should be cremated at a time and the ovens should be allowed to cool after each cremation. But these rules did not apply in Graveneck, where too many bodies had to be disposed of as quickly as possible. They were therefore cremated 5 by 5 in each of the ovens, which operated 24 hours a day under the supervision of SS non-commissioned officers who took turns every 12 hours. 760. They quickly learned that the bodies of deformed victims, generally larger than those of emaciated mentally ill people, burned better than lean ones and required less fuel. 761. The SS received a gratuity for their work, Rm30 per month in addition to their monthly bonus of Rm200762. During their macabre labor, alcohol was provided at will. When a civil registrar from Main Office 2 discovered that the SS in Graveneck were cramming as many bodies as possible into the crematoriums in order to obtain more bonuses, he complained to Dr. Karl Brandt. The latter promised with a smile to put things in order, but did nothing. Friedel Haus, head of the Foundation's personnel office, heard of the complaint and attempted to silence the official by trumping up an accusation against him. This accusation was dropped, but Haus warned him that he had better keep quiet and carry out his work as he was ordered, otherwise 763. Shortly after the start of the gassings in Graveneck, the first practical problems arose. As the rate of killings increased, it was not possible to burn everything in time. The bodies had to be piled up in the large vaulted cellar of the castle, originally an 18th century chapel 764. The continuous cremations heated the metal of the chimneys of the quarry ovens to incandescence, risking setting fire to the wooden roof of the shed, which had to be hastily removed 765. The pieces of charred human bones that fell through the oven grates were regularly scooped up with shovels, put in bags and taken to the nearby riding school. There, the remains and ashes were dumped on the ground and the bone fragments were reduced to small pieces with a hammer by one of the SS non-commissioned officers. Wirth referred to the SS who emptied the gas chambers and burned the bodies as disinfectors and incinerators 766. The butcher from Munsingen, who then frequented the estate's farm, continued to go there, even during the gassings. One day he looked through a crack in the fence and observed the patients being taken into the old coach house. It was only as he left that he noticed to his horror that he was walking on charred human bones and ashes. The ashes were poured into ordinary urns, of the type provided by municipal crematoriums, ready to be handed over to loved ones. Of course, since the bodies were never cremated one by one, families did not receive the real ashes of their loved one. As an SS non-commissioned officer put it bluntly, when the family asked for an urn, we sent one filled with any dirt. The names of each gassed victim were laboriously engraved, letter by letter, with a stamping machine, on metal identification plates with protruding edges, then attached to the urns. A metal factory in Lunen, in North Rhine 768, supplied them blank. This tedious work was entrusted to a few SS non-commissioned officers, the stampers, who took turns every 8 hours. On average, each of them engraved and attached around 20 plagues per day 769. In a tragic irony of history, Professor Alfred Hoke, co-author in 1920 of The Liberalization of the Destruction of a Life Not Worth Living, received one of these urns by mistake. Shortly after, he met by chance on the train from Baden-Baden Dr. Victor Maves, director of the Emmendingen Asylum, near Freiburg im Breisgau. Hoke spoke to him about the urn and, according to Dr. Maves, made him understand unambiguously that he vigorously condemned the measures. Appalled by the perverted interpretation that Nazi doctors made of his ideas on euthanasia, Alfred Hoke ended up committing suicide in 194-3770. Once the victims had been eliminated, the work of the Special Civil Registry Office began, on the first floor of the castle, under the supervision of Wirth. Hermann Holzscha, head clerk and colleague of Wirth at Kripo in Stuttgart, described the bureaucratic process as follows. About 3 or 4 days after the gassing, the Special Civil Registry Office received, handed over by the doctors, the so-called deceased files. These consisted of the personal file of each patient, entrusted by the asylum at the time of transfer, and the death certificates signed by the doctor, with the actual date of death and the cause of death. Documents for each patient were kept in a separate file. I communicated the death certificates to the Special Civil Status Office. There, the data was entered into 2 death registers, with 3 copies of each death certificate, for employees of the Special Civil Registry Office, for the place of birth and for relatives 771. During the first weeks, deaths were recorded by consecutive numbers in the death registers, which turned out to be an error. Bohn, the Foundation's general director in Berlin, was in a Württemberg registry office processing copies of Grafenek's forged death certificates when he noticed that the high number of deaths in a place called Weiler, Grafenek's alias, was intriguing one of the registry officers. Bohn then ordered that, in the future, the special civil registry office in Grafenek cease this method of counting, that a death register be closed from time to time, and that a new one be opened, not starting with 1, but with a higher number, chosen at random. This would prevent death registers opened in different locations from starting with 1, which would immediately arouse suspicion. 772. Every day, the Foundation offices in Berlin telephoned the special civil registry office in Grafenek. It was necessary to discuss various subjects and resolve bureaucratic problems, questions concerning the property of murdered patients, investigations and complaints from relatives, cessation of payment of pensions by families, investigations by the tax authorities, civil registry offices and district courts. 773. 10 or 14 days after the death, the relatives of the murdered victims were sent a copy of the false death certificate and a letter of condolence, simply informing the recipients that the patient in question had died completely unexpectedly, from this or that illness. The last paragraph explained that the body was immediately cremated. As a measure adopted in time of war, on the orders of the municipal police authorities, under paragraph 22 of the Decree on the Fight Against Contagious Diseases, proceeded immediately to the incineration and disinfection of the effects, in order to avoid the spread of a contagious disease. 774. If the family wished, an urn containing the ashes of the deceased would be sent to them free of charge or sent to a cemetery of their choice to be buried there for a period of 20 years. In this case, an official letter of confirmation from the administration of the cemetery where the burial should take place was necessary within 14 days. 775. If such a request had not been received within this deadline, the urn would be buried elsewhere. 776. Many families, however, were convinced that the bodies had been cremated without delay so that no nearby pathologist could carry out an autopsy. They believed that an autopsy would have immediately revealed that a new toxic gas was being used to kill the patients. At first, no ballot registers were kept in Grafenek. Subsequently, when such a register was opened, the patients who had been gassed were registered according to the order of the medical records. The destination of each urn was also noted, returned to loved ones, sent to a cemetery or entrusted to the Grafenek administration. Many unclaimed urns were buried in the nearest cemetery, that of the village of Dapfen, others in 2 mass graves dug at the end of the castle driveway. All the documents were signed by Doctors Schumann or Baumhart, as well as by the police, under pseudonyms, Holzescha using that of Dr. Lem, because he did not wish to tarnish his beautiful German name. 777. Gerhard Simon, Holzescha's deputy in the Special Civil Registry Office, actually adopted 3 pseudonyms, Polizei Hotmankiel for sending the ballot boxes, Dr. Ott for sending the letters of condolence, and Dr. Zorn for all other matters, including internal correspondence. 778. Perhaps policeman Holzescha did not want to tarnish his name, but the main reason for using pseudonyms was to avoid difficulties in case someone among the friends of a Foundation staff member was put to death. In this case, the parents of the deceased would certainly contact the concerned doctor or police officer, asking for details about the death. However, given the oath of confidentiality, such information could not be given under penalty of death. The secretaries each wrote 20 letters per day at most. 779, which corresponded to the number of identification plates on the ballot boxes produced. But the letters also raised questions among the population: what epidemic was hitting Grafenek, how long had it been going on, and who was responsible for Grafenek? The ballot boxes were not sent from the Munsingen post office. In such a small town, such a mass of mailings would not have failed to attract attention and give free rein to other speculations and rumors. They were carried by a Foundation courier who sent them from various post offices in towns in southern Württemberg, including offices in Stuttgart. Despite efforts to keep the causes of death and the number of victims secret, the bureaucratic process had the serious flaw of returning the victims' clothing to the original asylums. To preserve secrecy, it would have made much more sense to burn the clothes along with the bodies, which would have left no trace. Heinrich Unverha checked the clothes of gassed victims to see if they belonged to men from a state mental asylum. Nurse Hedwig Michael was checking the women's clothes. Each item was checked in the clothing list to ensure everything was complete, then packaged with the number of each patient, that of the deceased list provided by the Gekrat driver. Here is Unverha's testimony. Finally, all the clothes were packed into bags bearing the name of the patient's home asylum, and delivered as soon as the opportunity arose. It was the same procedure for clothing belonging to patients. In this case, the packages were stored in a storage room in the castle and, upon request, mailed to the family. The clothes were kept for about a month after notification of the death to relatives, but after this period, if no complaint was made, they were sent to the NSV, and a note reporting this was inserted in the patient's file 780. One after the other, the relatives also began to receive the pitiful objects of the deceased patients, carefully listed: a pair of glasses, a tie, a washcloth, a small wallet, 2 handkerchiefs, etc. 781. Because of the secrecy surrounding Grafenek's activity, the entire staff was first consigned. No one could leave the castle grounds without authorization from Wirth or Dr. Schumann. Authorizations were only granted for a specific and imperative purpose. 782. In the castle itself, the staff lived in cramped conditions, 4, 5, even 8 people per room, which left no privacy. 783. Such living conditions, as psychologists have proven, can have a harmful impact. Either the constant presence of others leads to hyperstimulation, the simple perception of an excess of social contact risking, in itself, being a source of stress, or the negative effects of overcrowding are attenuated by the feeling of a loss of control over the immediate environment. Even in the long corridors, on each floor of the castle, it was difficult to avoid people you did not want to meet, and the unpredictable nature of the encounters caused disturbances and made contact difficult, which further accentuated the effects of crowding in the rooms. The loss of individual control, combined with the stress of daily work, made life in Grafenek unpleasant. 784. There was also the constant problem of the stench of burning bodies and the foul clouds of black smoke floating everywhere. Even inside the castle, staff members, when leaving the rooms, held a handkerchief to their face. 785. In Marbach, at the other end of the Dold Urbach Valley, the terrible stench made the horses at the stud rear up in terror. In Munsingen, 5 kilometers further, we could still feel it. 786. Security Chief Worth's order to remain confined produced great discontent and protests among staff members. Finally, they were allowed to frequent the stud inn, run by the Eisenschmieds, at the other end of the valley. The owners had been kept in the secret of the castle, because it was obvious that once drunk, in the company of the villagers, the employees would let details of their work slip. This is exactly what happened. SS Oberskarführer Oberhauser boasted at the bar that he had burned 20,000 bodies. 787, and SS Scharführer Hackenholt joked that the local peasants must have had good harvests with all the fertilizer graciously poured into their fields. 788. The incinerators also pointed out that the chestnut trees located near the shed, thus smoked and covered with human fat, should yield an exceptional harvest. 789. The beautiful patriotic speeches that Schumann, Baumhart, and Wirth frequently gave to encourage the staff and remind them of the need to carry out this work did not improve the difficult conditions of life in Grafenek and did little to dispel doubts. They were constantly reminded of the Führer's words that mentally or physically weak individuals who were unworthy of life could not be allowed to perpetuate their misfortune in the bodies of their children. The Third Reich had the duty to implement a gigantic educational program which, one day, would be recognized as a work even greater than the most victorious wars of our era. During these communications, economic statistics also played an important role, and everything was done to convince the audience that the type of transfers carried out in Grafenek were as humane as possible for the victims. Staff were constantly reminded of the oath of confidentiality they had taken and the terrible punishment if they violated it. Fine words and threats were one thing, the horrific reality of murder and incineration was another. Leave every 2 months to return to his family, an additional month of salary per year and Christmas bonuses seemed rather poor compensation for the unpleasant living and working conditions. For some members of the team who were having difficulty carrying out their tasks, Worth recommended increasing alcohol rations. 791. According to a doctor who went to Grave Neck, the staff received wine and beer by the truckload directly from Berlin. 792. In the evening, the cafeteria managed by Hans Gertzig did good business and became the common room where employees could meet after work. The men played cards and drank all evening. According to a nurse, drunkenness was a characteristic of Grave Neck, as was the total absence of spirit of camaraderie. 793. It did not take long for Dr. Baumhart to object to the regularity of excessive drinking. He tried to put an end to it, as a nurse recalled. When Dr. Baumhart saw everyone's enthusiasm for alcohol, he overstepped his duties and banned alcohol. Having learned of this, the male staff demonstrated in a comical way, the men danced the conga throughout the castle and in the courtyard. 794. This conga was led by SS Hauptscharführer Gottfried Schwarz, disguised as Caesar using a fake Roman toga. Dr. Baumhart relented and the alcohol supply was resumed. But this was only the beginning of a problem that would spread to future gassing centers. The remorse usually aroused by participation in mass elimination seemed to be entirely absent among many members of Grafenek's staff. They apparently felt no emotion or tension. In most cases the events of the day were simply drowned out by alcohol. Some members of the foundation, however, tried to leave Grave Neck. One of the first was the nurse Heinrich Unverha, who pleaded his case to Dr. Schumann. He wanted, he claimed, to be a soldier. It was totally absurd. Being one-eyed, he did not have the slightest chance of being enlisted in the army. Schumann explained to him in very clear terms what awaited him if his request reached Berlin. 795. Shortly after, Victor Brack arrived in Grave Neck. He had, it seems, heard of Unverha's request and, with scathing words, stifled all hope in the latter. He declared to the one-eyed nurse, "You must fulfill your duty like any soldier at the front. There is no alternative, it will be like this until death." 796. Two of the disinfectors and incinerators, SS Hauptscharführer Schwarz and SS Oberscharführer Oberhauser, also declared that they wanted to leave their macabre work in the incineration shed. They were probably drunk when they spoke to Dr. Baumhart. Schwarz bluntly told him, "You, Hitler scoundrel, do your own shitty job. I'm stopping." Oberhauser claimed to have participated in the diatribe against the doctor. Dr. Baumhart telephoned Brack to report this lamentable confrontation and the refusal to work of the two non-commissioned officers. The next morning, on Brack's orders, they were sent to Berlin by train. At the Vossstrasse Chancellery, they told Brack that they wanted to be transferred to the fighting troops because, for human reasons, it was no longer possible for them to continue with the euthanasia business. They also asked Brack to send a report to their commander, SS Obergruppenführer Joseph Sepp Dietrich, head of Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, whom they knew to be close to the Führer. Brack refused and repeated the same threat as at Unverha. He added that the SS must perform their duty wherever they are assigned. If he refused, he would immediately have Schwarz and Oberhauser sent to a concentration camp. 797. They knew full well that the camp prisoners showed no mercy towards the condemned SS. SS Oberscharführer Werner Dubois, for his part, had oppositional intentions regarding his work in Grave Neck. Without entering into open conflict, he expressed reservations. "I agreed with euthanasia and believed that for the victims it was better to die. When faced with reality, it seemed abominable. As part of the euthanasia business, I had deaths before my eyes for the first time. Although I was in favor of euthanasia in principle, I nevertheless believed that we should find a more humane way of killing, for example, by an injection." 798. The nurses seemed to cope better with their work than the SS non-commissioned officers, but they did not have to deal with the corpses or cremate them. They too were shocked by their first experiences in Graveneck and did not accept the secrecy or the lies. Very quickly, the pace of the eliminations got on their nerves, but, after all these years of arduous work as psychiatric nurses, they too were convinced that death was a deliverance for the victims. 799. In the first weeks in Graveneck, with the exception of the GKRAT drivers and the accompanying nursing staff, only one person was allowed to leave the castle each day, Hans-Heinz Schutt, 38 years old, Deputy Director of Administration. He had worked in various departments of the Nazi Party and in the SS administration, where his last functions led him to organize the mobilization of his SS unit to invade Poland. 800. Too old for active service, he received orders in the fall of 1939 to report to the Columbus House and, without the slightest explanation, was requisitioned for the charitable foundation. From Berlin he was sent to Graveneck aboard a truck driven by SS Oberskarführer Werner Dubois, who delivered heating appliances to the castle. In Graveneck, Schutt was informed of the euthanasia enterprise which was to begin in the new year and appointed Deputy Director of Administration. His duties included welcoming the 60 staff members expected at the beginning of January, their maintenance, and managing the payment of their salaries. 801. He also had to post the so-called letters of condolence and the packages containing the urns of ashes. At 8 a.m., after breakfast in the refectory, Schutt began his daily tour by collecting milk cans from the Graveneck farm, which he then had to transport in the post van to the Munsingen dairy. He then had a snack in one of the bars in Munsingen, then he sent the letters and a few ballot boxes from the post office. He spent the rest of the morning running errands, armed with shopping lists given to him by the staff. Once these tasks were completed, he returned to Graveneck to distribute the requested products and have lunch in the refectory. 802. The shops and businesses of Munsingen, the bakery, the butcher's shop, the pharmacy, the shoe repair shop, the grocery stores, etc., thus benefited from the presence of the staff in Graveneck, who soon became part of the town's economy. The garage also did good business by ensuring the maintenance and repair of GKRAT buses and other vehicles used. In the afternoon, Schutt would travel to towns in the region, Reutlingen, Tübingen, Ulm, and Stuttgart, to post the urns of ashes, as well as to purchase items that could not be found in Munsingen. He returned to Graveneck in the evening and, after dinner, retired to his office to review the day's bills. If he had time left, he would go back to the dining hall, play cards, and drink beer. On Sunday morning, Schutt had to deliver the milk to the dairy in Munsingen, before visiting friends he had made in the region or, weather permitting, going skiing around Graveneck. Sunday afternoons were spent either in his room listening to the radio, reading, or playing chess with a colleague, or downstairs in the refectory drinking a glass of beer and chatting. 803. In the first 3 months in Graveneck, between January and April 1940, 1,239 patients were murdered and cremated under the supervision of Polizeihauptmann Christian Wirth. SS Oberskarführer Werner Dubois said about him, "From that time on, he was shouting and screaming at us and threatening us." 804. Wirth had imposed himself from the start and had subjected Graveneck to his ruthless character and implacable regime. For SS Oberskarführer Joseph Oberhauser, he was a fanatical Nazi and an inflexible superior who did not tolerate the slightest opposition and who demanded blind obedience. 805. Within weeks, his brutality would escalate to the point where every member of the Foundation under his command feared and hated him. The highlight of Wirth's early days in Graveneck was undoubtedly the visit of the highest-ranking official in the Department of Health at the Ministry of the Interior in Berlin, Dr. Herbert Linden. He was accompanied by Otto Moth, Ludwig Sprauer, and Eugen Stadel from the Württemberg Interior Ministry in Stuttgart. During their visit, they witnessed the gassing of 40 women in the old shed. None of these patients undergoes the usual pseudo-medical examination. Dr. Schumann was heard to remark, "These delinquents have already been sufficiently examined." 806. The visitors took turns looking through the peephole at the naked victim seated inside, Moth claimed that he heard one of the women shout, "We are all going to die." 8:07. The small group then watched as the bodies were removed from the gas chamber and dragged to the cremation barracks. One of them warned that cremation produced abundant smoke, which dissuaded them from inspecting the cremation barracks too closely. Worth left Graveneck at the beginning of the second week of April and, on the 16th of the month, arrived at Hartheim Castle in the village of Alkoven in Upper Austria to set up another euthanasia center. Shortly afterwards, Dr. Horst Schumann, who had no training in psychiatry, also left Graveneck and was replaced by Dr. Gunther Henneck, aged only 27, from Halle an der Saale. Since Schumann was from the same city and had worked in the municipal health department, it was perhaps he who recommended Henneck to Victor Brack. Henneck took office in Graveneck on April 25, using the pseudonym Dr. Fleck to sign false death certificates. In June 1940, Hauptmann Christian Worth attended a course at the Security Police and SD School in Berlin-Charlottenburg, commanded by SS Sturmbannführer Erwin Schultz. The police officers selected to attend the courses were mostly civil servants, but all had a police outlook and had been chosen to carry out special tasks for the Führer, tasks requiring toughness and iron will. They were receptive to further indoctrination given by RSHA officers in Berlin, who instilled in them the ideas and techniques of Heinrich Müller, head of the Gestapo 809. On June 28, 1940, Worth took an exam for promotion to Kriminalkommissar 810 and, after a trial period, received his promotion on March 21, 1941, backdated to January 1. The official notification, signed by Reinhard Heydrich, bore the remark, "The Führer grants personal protection to Worth 811. 12 days before Worth passed his police examination, a false death certificate was prepared at the Special Registry Office in Graveneck for a patient who had died there on June 16. This certificate would cause unprecedented problems for the authorities in Graveneck and Stuttgart. The cause of death listed was cerebral apoplexy, loss of consciousness following hemorrhage caused by a ruptured blood vessel in the brain. Pressure on the brain led to death. The doctor who signed the certificate was Dr. Keller, that is to say Dr. Horst Schumann. This certificate would provoke an exceptional investigation carried out by the Health Department of the Württemberg Ministry of the Interior in Stuttgart. The victim was a farmer from Meckenburen-Taitnang, a small town near the northern shore of Lake Constance, near Friedrichshafen. Following a fractured skull caused by a fall, he was hospitalized in the Weisenau Asylum, near Ravensburg in Württemberg, at the expense of the Farmers' Union, which also supported his family during his hospitalization. He was then transferred to Graveneck, because it was believed that he would never recover from the brain damage caused by the internal bleeding. Strangely, although the cause of death was consistent with the circumstances of the accident, Dr. Keller stated that it had nothing to do with the fractured skull, which was true, since the farmer had been gassed. Dr. Keller's opinion was transmitted to the Farmers' Union, which immediately stopped payments to the victim's family. The case was brought before an official from the Health Department at the Ministry of the Interior in Stuttgart, who knew perfectly well the meaning of a death certificate from Graveneck, and asked the ministry to shift the funds paid to the victim's family to another budget. Obviously, Eugen Stadel and Otto Moth refused. Several months later, the official received the case file. He was surprised to see that it was clearly written that the death had actually occurred as a result of the accident. Something was wrong, and the only way to clarify the blatant contradiction was to question Dr. Keller in Graveneck. The official obtained the address of Dr. Keller, but was told over the phone, "You won't get anywhere, at best you will get a note stating that Dr. Keller is dead or killed on active duty." The official insisted on having an interview with Moth, during which he asked him bluntly what was going on. Moth replied that there was no Dr. Keller and that there had never been one. He clearly told him to keep this information to himself and ordered him to drop the subject. 812. The parents of the murdered patients who, like the Stuttgart health official, insisted on contacting Dr. Keller were also told that he had been transferred to active duty and was no longer part of the staff, or that he had been killed at the front. 813. On June 19, just 3 days after Dr. Keller issued the problematic death certificate, and almost 5 months after the first gassing tests carried out at Graveneck, Wilhelm Frick, Reich Minister of the Interior, and Franz Gürtner, Reich Minister of Justice, received a copy of a letter denouncing the events at Graveneck. This letter was written by Theophil Wurm, Protestant Bishop of Württemberg, who condemned the murders perpetrated at the castle and demanded an immediate end to mass murder 814. When there was no response, the bishop wrote again to Frick and Gürtner on September 5, asking whether the Führer was aware of what was happening and whether he approved of it. There was no response either 815. In such cases, unless the matter became public, officials chose to ignore such correspondence and let it disappear into the bureaucratic maze. During July, the Stuttgart public prosecutor and the president of the court wrote reports on the unrest caused by the rumors surrounding Graveneck in the neighboring villages of Dapfen, Gemadingen, and Stingebroen. The proximity of the military training area, located near Munsingen, encouraged the persistent rumor that new toxic gases were being tested on patients before being used on the battlefield 816. Even more disturbing was the latest rumor that soldiers seriously wounded in the fighting in Poland and France were also being put to death at the castle. How could we think that everything was normal when so many patients kept arriving, never to reappear, and when it was obvious that they could not all be accommodated at the castle? What epidemic prevented people from visiting or approaching the castle 817? The ever-increasing number of death notices reaching the inheritance office from the Special Civil Registry Office in Graveneck also caused concern. It seemed to prove that the rumors about the mass murder at the castle were true. The state prosecutor in Stuttgart then asked the Reich Minister of Justice in Berlin whether the Gestapo would be appointed to investigate the merits of the accusations of crime committed in Graveneck 819. On July 22, Annelie Widmann, a psychiatric nurse at the Wiesloch Asylum, 13 kilometers south of Heidelberg in the Rhine Valley, attempted to enter the castle. Since the transfer of her patients to Graveneck 5 months earlier, she had suffered from depression and insomnia, and thought that a visit to the castle, to see for herself what was happening, would put her mind at ease. Without telling anyone about her plan, she took the train to Stuttgart, then to Marbach. When she asked the villagers about the direction of the castle, they looked at her strangely. She approached the high fence and noticed that the entrance gate was guarded by an armed policeman. Becoming frightened, she ran away across the fields into the valley below the castle, crying her eyes out. She eventually arrived at the stud farm where she was asked what she wanted. Hearing the story of her expedition, the farm employee warned her not to try to go there or tell anyone that she had tried. In one of the buildings, another employee told him that Graveneck's patients loved so much that they would never want to leave. In the meantime, the first employee of the farm had telephoned the castle and, very quickly, 2 SS men appeared, each with a dog. After questioning Nurse Widmann and ensuring that she had seen nothing in Graveneck, they telephoned Dr. Wilhelm Mockel, director of the Wiesloch Asylum, to confirm her story. Then they released her. The nurse convinced herself that she owed her life to Dr. Mockel. If he had not spoken in her favor, she was convinced that she would have been taken to Graveneck where she too would have disappeared 820. His good fortune was that, at that time, Wirth was no longer in charge of security. If he had been there, the outcome could have been very different. During the summer months in Graveneck, on Sundays, Dr. Baumhart took the castle staff to the open-air swimming pool in Munsingen. This was another concession, because a decree of November 1939 prohibited access. All swimming pools in Germany, public or private, must be dedicated to the breeding of edible fish. Anyone who continues to use them for swimming will face sanctions 821. The summer months also led to what could be called gas tourism. Visitors became more frequent at the castle, asylum directors, members of the staff of the Columbus House in Berlin, and even Nazi dignitaries. Many of them brought their wives or girlfriends, and stayed at the Stud Inn, which was thriving. Among the regulars was Dr. Alphonse Stegemann, director of the nearby Zweifelten Asylum, who, although married, always came accompanied by his mistress. They spent their evenings at the castle bar, enjoying the friends' evenings organized by the staff to entertain themselves by displaying their musical or theatrical talent, while drinking heavily. 822. Stegeman's unbridled sexuality cost him his position as director at Zwiefelten. The Nazi party officials in Stuttgart, having learned of this scandalous affair which had become public, quickly dismissed him. He was replaced by Dr. Martha Fausser, a member of the Regional Racial Policy Office of the Nazi Women's Association in Munsingen. Dr. Otto Gutkunst, director of the Wienertal Asylum in Winnenden, located northeast of Stuttgart and also located in an old castle, one day accompanied some of his patients to Graafneck, in a Gekrat bus, in the company of Dr. Baumhart. Founded in 1823, the Wienertal Asylum, one of the first evangelical establishments, originally specializing in the care of abandoned children, was one of the best known in the region. During the trip to Graafneck, Baumhart invited Dr. Gutkunst to take a look at the facilities and see how it worked. Gutkunst agreed on the condition that a bus would take him back to Wienertal. He explained that he wanted to see what happened to his patients, out of pure professional interest. I was naturally interested in knowing what was going on up there. I couldn't imagine how so many people could be killed. The doctor showed me a barracks with beds that had probably never been used. They had all just been made, the gas chamber with pretend shower heads and the crematorium ovens. I also saw in a neighboring room a huge pile of ashes with pieces of bones. If I remember correctly, an employee was smashing them into pieces with a hammer. 823. He immediately realized that the urns of ashes sent to loved ones could under no circumstances contain the ashes of this or that person. Consequently, once he returned to Wienertal, he explained to the priest of the asylum that he should no longer say "I return your ashes to the ashes," but "I return these ashes to the ashes." 824. For the Graafneck staff, the most prestigious moment was the visit, in the summer of 1940, of the highest dignitaries in charge of the euthanasia enterprise, Reichsleiter Philipp Buller and Dr. Karl Brandt. They witnessed a gassing and cremation. After such a spectacle, they could in no way suppose, in the tranquility of their office in Berlin, that the patients were put to death out of compassion. This visit was celebrated that evening, as usual, in the castle refectory. Chapter 19. The center of Brandenburg. The former prison on Neuendorfer Strasse in Brandenburg, transformed at the same time as Graafneck, was the only one of the Foundation's 6 gassing centers that had never been a public psychiatric asylum. On the main gate, a plaque announced that the building now housed a Technisch-Untersuchungsanstalt, a name very close to the former Stuttgart Chemical Research Institute, where Widmann had begun his career as a chemical engineer. This name was probably suggested by Widmann, who was present at the prison when the gassing and cremation facilities were being set up. However, the letterhead of the stationery indicated Public Hospital and Nursing Home Brandenburg, and entry to the premises was prohibited to unauthorized personnel. 825. During the first gassings, in February 1940, 495 patients were put to death. 826. Among the first victims, some were brought to the prison not in Gekrat buses, but in the police vans of the infamous Berlin HQ on Alexanderplatz. 827. When they took office, Bohn told the SS requisition to guard the center that there would be criminals among the victims. 828. In this regard, Brandenburg fulfilled a task that neither Graafneck nor any gassing center took on, the putting to death of dangerous madmen whose condition had been judged by the courts to exclude these criminals from ordinary criminal sanctions. These were sex offenders, aggressive paranoiacs, paranoid schizophrenics, and the most serious cases, psychopaths. The latter represented a danger to the public, because their lack of control over their latent aggressiveness could lead them to violent acts. Such offenders were indifferent to the consequences of their actions. 829. So they were transferred from the highly guarded asylum wards to the center of Brandenburg in police salad baskets. When they arrived, they were taken to the gas chamber either strapped into straitjackets or given heavy doses of sedatives, sometimes both. Despite these measures, it was said that at night one could often hear howling coming from the prison. Other patients interned in state mental asylums were included on death lists for political reasons, usually for wanting to kill Hitler or one of the Nazi leaders under the influence of alleged voices. Brandenburg also specialized in killing the paralyzed, the physically disabled and those with congenital diseases. To a large extent, the same procedure was followed as in Graveneck, with some improvements. Gekrat buses dropped off victims in a specially constructed garage near Block 2, these were then introduced through a new door into the reception room and, from there, into the cloakroom. The whole process was faster than in Graveneck because pseudo-medical examinations were done, which Dr. Eberl considered a waste of time. Instead of the old military greatcoats that were given to patients in Graveneck, the victims, after undressing, received white coats in Brandenburg. Patients were led through a corridor to a small room adjoining the shower room. Whenever possible, subterfuge was used rather than force to persuade the victim to enter the gas chamber, also called the inhalation room 830. Some mentally ill people whose cases were not serious, interned in public psychiatric asylums by court decision, refused to enter the room. Worth persuaded them by telling them that they would receive new clothes or by promising something else of that nature. Sometimes, however, brutal force was used, particularly when patients refused tranquilizer injections 832. With its tiled floor and walls and shower heads attached to the ceiling, the gas chamber was a marked improvement compared to the old Graveneck coach house. At first the gas valve was operated by the medical director, Dr. Eberl, but he soon entrusted this work to an SS man. Once the gassing was complete, the bodies were loaded onto hospital stretchers which were rolled to the cremation room, located further down the corridor. In an autopsy room, brains were removed from some bodies and stored in numbered glass jars filled with formaldehyde. Then, the special civil registry office took care of false death certificates, letters of condolence and the distribution of ballot boxes. In addition to the usual, almost stereotypical, reasons for death recorded on the false certificates, one of the most ingenious causes given in Brandenburg was that the patient had died of acute schizophrenic overexcitement, a disorder which included hallucinations 833. From the spring of 1940, Dr. Eberl was assisted by two young doctors, Aquilin Ulrich and Heinrich Bunk, aged only 26 and former university friends. Both were initially interested in theology, notably Ulrich, a devout Catholic with strong nationalist inclinations. He had studied theology for a year in Munich before turning to medicine. Their itineraries had other similarities, both had joined the Nazi Student Association, had voluntarily enlisted in the army and were members of the Nazi Party, Bunk since 1936 and Ulrich since 1937, the year in which they met at the medical faculty of Freiburg. During their studies in Fribourg, they had read the treatise of Binding and Hockey and talked about euthanasia. The subject interested them, especially Ulrich, whose younger sister, born with a serious illness, had died before her first birthday. He had already discussed this sensitive subject with his father, who said he was relieved that the child had died at a young age 834. In 1938, Ulrich attended lectures given by Werner Haidt at the psychiatric department of the University of Würzburg on patients with serious mental illnesses. During these lectures, Haidt presented to his students cases whose physical appearance and the apparent uselessness of any treatment had struck Ulrich. He had also been very impressed by Haidt's personality and knowledge. During the summer of 1938, Ulrich led an exploration mission of anthropology students to Bessarabia. The report he wrote on this scientific research won first prize in a national competition, earning him a brief moment of fame when a photograph of him shaking hands with Hitler appeared in the German press. Both Ulrich and Bunk's medical studies were interrupted by the outbreak of war and their enlistment as assistant medical officers. Within weeks, both were licensed to practice medicine under secret emergency regulations. Ulrich was unhappy with his tedious and underpaid army job in Bad Kissingen, and, while on leave in March 1940, expressed his grievances to a longtime friend, then a section president in the Nazi Student Association. The latter, who knew that Werner Haidt was looking for young doctors for a special medical mission, advised him to submit his application 835. Ulrich met Haidt who, without going into details, explained the secret euthanasia operation that had already been underway for almost 2 months. Ulrich believed that he would be hired into a special mental asylum and that it was up to him whether he accepted or not. He was extremely flattered by Haidt's confidence in him and his enthusiasm for euthanasia, and even more impressed by the fact that he was going to work for the Führer's chancellery. He accepted, and Haidt asked him if he knew of any other doctors for this mission. Ulrich mentioned his friend from the University of Freiburg, Dr. Heinrich Bunk, who was also in the army. 2 weeks later, Ulrich received orders to report to the Führer's chancellery in Vostrasse. At Central Office 2, Hans Heffelmann provided him with details of the euthanasia operation and even showed him a copy of Hitler's authorization to Buller and Brandt. The salary offered was attractive, up to Rm 100 more per month than his salary. Heffelmann then introduced Ulrich to Werner Blankenberg, who took him to visit his workplace and meet his new boss, Dr. Irmfried Eberl. When he entered the old Brandenburg prison instead of the mental asylum he expected, Ulrich was surprised. He had been told about the methods of killing with carbon monoxide and, although no gassing was carried out that day, he already felt uneasy about the business he was about to embark on. But he lacked the courage to mention these scruples and tried to convince himself that putting the mentally ill to death was a painful duty and a bitter necessity. He compared it to the army. It would be the same as the execution of a soldier condemned to death by a court-martial 836. By order of the Führer Chancellery, his military service was suspended and, at the beginning of April 1940, Ulrich was appointed deputy to Dr. Eberl in Brandenburg prison. Under the pseudonym Dr. Schmidt, he organized the arrival of the Gekrat convoys, supervising the entire process, from arrival and gassing, together with Dr. Eberl and Polizei Hauptmann Wirth, to the cremation of the bodies. Before attaching shower heads to the ceiling of the gas chamber, Wirth, it seems, used the same words to patients that he had previously used at Graveneck. He told them to breathe deeply as if they were about to enter an inhalation room. It was the opening of the gas valves that Dr. Ulrich found humanly unbearable 837. After taking care of these practicalities, Ulrich went about his office work, signing and delivering the false death certificates and letters of condolence. He claimed after the war that deep down he never felt comfortable performing these tasks in Brandenburg. Recommended to Professor Haidt by Ulrich, Dr. Heinrich Bunk was summoned to the Führer Chancellery in the summer of 1940. There he met Haidt and his colleague, as well as Professor Paul Nitsche and Werner Blankenberg. Haidt launched into a long speech on the advances in medical science and the recently discovered benefits of therapeutic medicine, enabling the effective treatment and cure of many diseases. He went on to say that, unfortunately, in the field of psychiatry, such achievements were impossible. There were many patients whose illnesses defied treatment and who, in the final stages of their mental illness, lost all contact with the outside world and no longer had the slightest perception of their own existence. For patients in such a state, death was equivalent to deliverance 839. Haidt then presented to Bunk what he called the old humanitarian question of euthanasia, mentioning the debates and controversies during the Weimar Republic, and in particular the Treaty of Binding and Hoche. Haidt concluded that, although these numerous debates did not result in any concrete measures, the granting of a merciful death was now possible thanks to an authorization given by the Führer. The killing was carried out by carbon monoxide, a method that Haidt described as medically impeccable and bringing death quickly, within seconds, without the patients noticing anything or putting up the slightest struggle 840. After this long introduction, Haidt asked Bunk if he would like to participate in this enterprise. The latter, like his colleague Ulrich, was flattered to be judged worthy of secret work and collaboration with such a dynamic team and for the Führer's chancellery. However, he had certain reservations. First, His specialty was gynecology and he had only obtained his license to practice medicine under secret emergency regulations. Secondly, he lacked experience and knew nothing about psychiatry. These scruples were dismissed by Haidt. As far as he was concerned, Bunk had been highly recommended by Dr. Ulrich and was well qualified to join a team of strong personality doctors. No knowledge of psychiatry was necessary, since patients were selected by qualified psychiatrists. Bunk's request to be allowed to consult his medical superior, a psychiatrist, and his friend Dr. Ulrich, was denied. He had to make his decision alone. It was not a difficult choice: return to the tedious routine of army life or cooperate with experienced specialists, certainly the best way to promote one's career. 841. In return for his participation, Professor Haidt agreed to help Bunk in his career. Dr. Bunk's military service was suspended. He also thought he had been assigned to a special psychiatric asylum where euthanasia was carried out on an individual basis on certain patients. When he was confronted with the reality of Brandenburg prison, he was shocked, but his personal objections were not strong enough for him to attempt evasion. Under the pseudonym Dr. Reaper, he convinced himself that the gassings were being carried out rightly, although his task depressed him. One might think that the gassing of small children must have been particularly difficult for the young Dr. Bunk, but the following episode indicates that this was not the case. One day, a large convoy of 4 Gekrat buses loaded with children from the Erzspringe asylum near Stendal in Saxony-Anhalt arrived at the prison. Among them was Elvira Hempel, aged 8, interned for 2 years at Erzspringe, not because she was mentally ill, but because she came from a broken home, from a criminal family. It was noted in Elvira Hempel's file that she had been very useful in household chores at the Erzspringe asylum, and since she, and 2 other girls, were obviously not mentally ill, she was spared by Dr. Bunk. After spending a few days in a cell in the main prison block, during which the 3 children were allowed to play in the prison yard, they were taken to a school in Brandenburg-Gordon, and Elvira was eventually returned to her mother. When they arrived, she was still part of the convoy and witnessed this scene. The children were brought into the room adjoining the gas chamber, where Dr. Bunk and 3 nurses were waiting for them. At the other end of the room, the iron door opened into the gas chamber. The children were ordered to undress and place their clothes and shoes in separate piles. Then grabbed the smallest one, tore off his clothes, lifted him by the arms and put him next to the table. I turned my head in that direction, towards the iron door, and towards the pile of clothes. Stood up, held the child by the arm, then turned, took 2 or 3 steps. The room was really small, and this child wanted to run, move his legs, but he couldn't do it. So she opened the iron door and threw the child into the gas chamber. 843. There is no indication in this testimony that Dr. Bunk in any way opposed the sadistic treatment of these children, or attempted to intervene. Despite his alleged scruples about the way euthanasia was carried out, he made no attempt to leave Brandenburg over the next 6 months. His monthly salary of Rm 400 per month, twice his previous salary in the army, must have encouraged him to stay. It was noted in Brandenburg that, although the town had its own crematorium for disposing of bodies, Neuendorfer Strasse had its own exit. 844. In Brandenburg as in Grafeneck the problem of the oven chimney arose. A shorter brick chimney, already in place, had replaced the metal one provided by the quarry company and, as too many bodies were cremated at the same time, high flames spouted from it, visible from afar. On cloudy days, the unpleasant smell of burning flesh, bones and hair spread over the city. 845 and clumps of singed hair often floated in the streets of Brandenburg. In the houses near the prison, the windows and window sills became covered with a thin layer of human fat. The population complained to the municipal authorities and, in the summer of 1940, the crematorium was moved out of town. The new location was a secluded farmyard, rented by the foundation, on the edge of the forest, near the village of Patterdam, about 5 kilometers southeast of the city. The 2 portable ovens were placed on trailers in the courtyard surrounded by a high fence. This rudimentary installation operated permanently under the supervision of 3 SS men. Every morning at 5 a.m., SS Oberskarführer Werner Dubois brought around 50 bodies from the Brandenburg prison in a van rented from the Reich Post Office. The bodies were placed in wooden boxes lined with zinc. Sometimes, 3 bodies were piled up per crate. After unloading the van in Patterdam, Dubois also helped with the cremation 846. In 1940, Polizei Haute Manworth visited Brandenburg prison from time to indoctrinate the staff on the necessity of euthanasia. Chapter 20. Tiergartenstrasse 4. By the spring of 1940, the Foundation staff had grown considerably, and the 4 offices in the Columbus House, as well as the additional offices acquired in Kanonierstrasse and Wilhelmstrasse, were no longer sufficient. By the end of the year, the total number of employees in Berlin and the gassing centers, medical and nursing staff, SS non-commissioned officers, police officers, civilian administrators, and drivers, reached 500 people, of whom 100 were listed in a secret telephone directory reserved for the Berlin offices. It was necessary to install 4 other gassing centers and recruit or requisition additional personnel. It became urgent to create a new central headquarters. Adolf Kaufmann found suitable premises in Tiergartenstrasse, not far from the Brandenburg Gate. Before the war, the Tiergarten was, in winter and summer, a favorite place for Berliners to relax and enjoy almost wild nature, with countless lakes and superb groves of trees. Although central, the new headquarters, at the southeast corner of the park, was therefore quite isolated. It was one of several villas surrounded by parkland along Tiergartenstrasse, built towards the end of the 19th century, a time when the city's economic boom encouraged wealthy citizens to settle in the outskirts. Over the years, many embassies had been established in these large villas. 848. Located at number 4, the villa chosen by Kaufmann had once belonged to George Liebermann, brother of the painter Max Liebermann, the man whom the Nazis had forced to resign as president of the Prussian Academy of Fine Arts after their takeover in 1933. This secluded villa, confiscated from George Liebermann before the war, had been Aryanized and had for a time housed the headquarters of a troop unit storming of Berlin. Kaufmann took possession and set up the new offices of the foundation there, and his address, Tiergartenstrasse No. 4, would provide the code name of the euthanasia company, Action T4849. The villa needed to be renovated and converted into offices. A project manager from Berlin was chosen for this purpose, Erwin Lambert. Aged 31, this member of the Nazi Party was recruited in the spring of 1940. The foundation had already tried to hire Lambert a few months earlier, but he had declined the offer of this lucrative job, stating that he was satisfied with his work and that, in any case, he did not want to leave his seriously ill mother alone at home. This time he was unable to refuse, and in the offices of the Columbus House he was made to take an oath to keep his mission secret. He was told nothing about euthanasia or the exact nature of his future work. 850. Lambert was appointed foreman of a team of workers who carried out the necessary work in the villa. Subsequently, he supervised similar work at the Foundation Hotel Haus Schoberstein on the Iter See in Austria, which had once belonged to Max Liebermann. The new offices of the foundation were ready at the beginning of April 1940, and the various departments cramped in the Columbus House were transferred there. A room was allocated to the Gekrat. It was occupied by Fritz Kraus, a former Nazi fighter from SA Standarte 3 in Berlin, recruited by Werner Blankenberg to join Reinhold Vorberg and Hermann Schweninger. Kraus's job consisted of drawing up lists of victims who had to be collected from the various asylums. 851. That same month, Vorberg's name was removed from the commercial register of the Berlin Charlottenburg court. From then on, Schweninger appeared to be solely responsible for the Gekrat. As soon as the foundation was established in the Tiergarten premises, care was taken to ensure that the employees of the villa had no contact with the team at the Führer Chancellery. Only the leaders of the euthanasia company met her during meetings, either at Villa T4 or at the central office. 852, Blankenberg in particular often met the Action T4 staff in his office in the Chancellery or in Tiergartenstrasse SSE 853. In the spring and summer of 1940, 3 more citizens joined the foundation, Heinrich Barbleu, Erich Fuchs, and Erich Bauer. Aged 40, the Austrian Heinrich Barbleu, a plumber by profession, was to be the strangest character among the staff recruited by the foundation. He was then transferred to the death camps in Poland. Most of his superiors and colleagues remembered him as a primary man who drank a lot. 854. Having become a plumber in 1924, Barbleu set up his own business. Then, as he stated, he became interested in water and gas installations. In 1938, Barbleu joined the Nazi Party and, until his arrival at the foundation in the spring of 1940, was employed in Austria by a nitrogen factory installing pipes. 855. His interest in water and gas installations would lead him in 1940 into the macabre world of the Nazi gas chambers. Erich Fuchs, 38, from Berlin, had studied engine mechanics after school and for 9 years, from 1919 to 1928, worked as a mechanic and driver. In 1928 he took a specialist driver's license and for the next 5 years worked as driver for the Berlin publishing house Ullstein. The same year, he joined the Sozialistische Partei Deutschland, the German Socialist Party. 856. The Jewish-owned Ullstein company was closed by the Nazis in 1933 and Fuchs lost his job. He found another at the League of Freethinkers. Under the influence of his father, Fuchs had long been a member of the Freethinkers who, on a philosophical level, believed that convictions should be formed on the basis of science and logic, without letting feelings, authority, tradition, or any other dogma interfere. These atheist beliefs brought them into direct opposition to the Nazis in the late 1920s and early 1930s. After the latter took power in 1933, the League of Freethinkers was banned and a movement against atheists was launched. Hitler announced that he had declared war on this group and would suppress it. The open and very frank hostility of the Freethinkers contrasted with the complex and often contradictory attitude of the Nazis towards the traditional Christian faith. 857. Fuchs was doing his job as driver of the Commissioner of the League of Freethinkers in SA uniform. He claimed to have been ordered by the League leader to wear this uniform, and there is no reason to doubt the veracity of this assertion. From 1935 to 1939, Fuchs was the driver of the Nazi Social Association and, when war broke out, was enlisted in the Luftfahrthandelsgesellschaft in Berlin, an organization which in fact covered Hermann Göring's air ministry in Wilhelmstrasse. Also too old for active service, Fuchs then worked as a driver in various companies, then in a brewery in Berlin, until his transfer to the foundation in the summer of 1940. He was going to be sent to the gassing center in Brandenburg where he would be the personal driver of Dr. Eberl. 858 and where he would bring provisions to the SS personnel responsible for cremation at the Paterdam farm. 859. In Belzec he laid the pipes in the gas chambers and attached the shower heads to the ceilings, and in Sobibor he helped install the gassing devices and test them. Erich Hermann Bauer, 40, a truck driver from Berlin, had joined the SS in 1933, just as he was starting his new job as a tram driver. According to his testimony, he only joined the SA at the insistence of his new employers, before becoming a member of the Nazi Party. 860. He and Fuchs had known each other before the Nazi takeover. When Fuchs was a freethinker. 861. In 1933 they became comrades in the SA, in which, according to Fuchs, Bauer was a fanatical Nazi. He worked on the Berlin trams for the next 7 years until the foundation recruited him, first as a truck driver, then as a driver for the medical boards of psychiatrists responsible for selecting patients for euthanasia. He drove his passengers from asylum to asylum in a Renault nicknamed Impatience, one of 5 or 6 cars the foundation had. Erich Bauer was the chief driver. During visits to the headquarters of the Reich Kripo, on the Werdersker market, he remembers seeing gas canisters in a corridor. 863. 2 years later, Bauer would achieve sad notoriety at the Sobibor death camp in Poland, as the gas master in charge of the gas chambers. the vehicles were placed under the responsibility of Joseph Kalblug. This former valet, whose services represented a real luxury during the Great Depression, ended up being hired by the Berlin Electricity Company, then as head of purchasing for the National Sozialistische Fliegerkorps 864. He learned from a colleague that the Führer Chancellery was looking for staff and, after an interview, was hired by Werner Blankenberg. Friedel Haus, head of the personnel office, explained his duties to Kalblug and gave him the usual speech on the necessity of euthanasia and its implementation secretly ordered by the Führer 865. Kalblug was first assigned to the register of the Columbus House, and soon in charge of the private cars reserved for the use of the Foundation's executives. He had to take care of the distribution of everyone's journeys, the maintenance and repair of vehicles, and had to work only in Berlin 866. In 1942 to 1943, Kalblug was employed as a courier between Villa T4 in Berlin and the Action Reinhard death camps. Chapter 21. Everything that cannot not be saved will be burned. Between April 1940 and January 1941, 4 other gassing centers were created, in which, according to Victor Brack, no special gas chambers were built. An existing room in the establishment was transformed into a gas chamber. It was made airtight with special doors and windows, then fitted with a few meters of perforated gas pipes. Outside this room there was a cylinder, a pressurized cylinder, with all the necessary equipment, instruments, pressure gauge, etc. 867. In each of the gassing centers, new special civil registry offices were created to issue false death notices and certificates, letters of condolence and to send urns of ashes. Staff had to be hired for these offices. The men chosen were all police officers, including friends Wirth had made before the war in the Stuttgart police detective teams, Gottlieb Hering and Franz Reichleitner of the Linz Police, Austria, and Franz Stangl of the Linz Gestapo. All were beyond the age of active service at the front, but were still very capable, loyal, and fit men. At the end of 1940, Gottlieb Hering was recalled from a special mission to Gotenhafen where, for a year, he had been responsible for the resettlement of Germans from the Baltic 868. His reassignment to Wirth in the euthanasia business was most likely an initiative of the latter. Hering probably wanted to promote his career, given his questionable political past during the Weimar Republic. He had been accused by Nazi leaders of being a Nazi eater, referring to his unbridled enthusiasm for breaking up Nazi party meetings and arresting its members. His reputation and career were saved in 1934 by the intervention of Wirth and other Stuttgart police officers 869. In the euthanasia business, Hering's subordinates considered him a grumpy old policeman. It was criminal rat Paul Werner, deputy of Arthur Neb, head of the Reich Kripo, at Kripo headquarters, who questioned these police officers. Franz Stangl, the only one to survive the war, testified. Stangl received a signed order from Himmler according to which he was to be transferred to the Charitable Foundation for Institutional Care and report to Werner at the headquarters of the Reich Kripo. He had, it seems, already vaguely heard of this organization called Action T4, but did not know what it was about 870. What he knew he certainly owed to allusions made by his Gestapo comrades to Action T4 and its links with Hartheim Castle. In Berlin, Werner told Stangl the usual version of a law being passed by which the putting to sleep of all mentally ill people would be legalized. He continued to lie, maintaining that the law could not be made public for fear of hostile political propaganda from abroad. He further explained that putting people to sleep was already practiced in Graveneck and Brandenburg after a medical examination of patients. As the business was a state secret, ordinary authorities were not aware of these things. Stangl's work was described as follows. Monitor police activities, ensure that death cases are correctly recorded and that property of the deceased is sent to the family by the facility. However, he should resolve any difficulties that arise 871. When Stangl attempted to refuse the appointment, Werner assured him that he would not have to deal with the actual killing, but only with matters of law and order. Furthermore, Being selected for the job was proof of the extraordinary confidence placed in him. 872 Stangl eventually agreed. Like Herring, he had an anti-Nazi past. He too had acted vigorously against the Nazis in Austria before the Anschluss, and he was decorated for it, which put him on the Nazi blacklist. Stangl claimed that his past had been used by the Nazis to manipulate him and that he had been forced to join the euthanasia business in order to keep his police job and hope for advancement. He then went to Tiergartenstrasse 4, where Victor Brack asked him whether he preferred to work in Hadamar, Sonnenstein, or Hartheim. He chose the latter, to be near his family, and Brack made him swear an oath of confidentiality. 873. Franz Stangl seems to have been a weak, gentle man, consumed with ambition. Despite his alleged hesitations in accepting his appointment, he occupied an important position in Hartheim, under the orders of Christian Wirth. And he would go on to become commander of 2 Action Reinhard death camps, also supervised by Wirth. After the war, however, Werner not only began to deny having had any involvement in the transfer of police officers to the euthanasia business, but he even denied having ever heard the name of Christian Wirth. 874. During another interrogation, however, he carefully chose his words to discuss these appointments and his participation. I was informed of the euthanasia program as part of my duties. I remember that men belonging to the police were placed at the disposal of this company. In this regard, I still remember the name Wirth. I remember in particular that the police officers were assigned to tasks at the Civil Status Office and to issue the death certificates which accumulated during this operation. 875. Although the police officers' mission mainly concerned office work, most did not refuse to personally participate or observe the gassings. They were therefore complacent participants who believed that this special mission would improve their prospects for promotion, which otherwise only came after lengthy investigations. Among the benefits of the job were proximity to home and family, as well as tax-free pay increases for participating in a secret mission. None of these police officers were requisitioned or in any way forced to cooperate with the euthanasia. They were all recruited as reliable party members, convinced of the validity of Nazi racial ideology, and as experienced criminal investigators, tough men who, although accustomed to following orders, also knew how to act on their own. In this regard, they could introduce any innovation they deemed appropriate to speed up the killing process and ensure its smooth and uninterrupted progress. The first of 4 new gassing centers was established in May 1940 at Hartheim, the 16th-century castle in the village of Alkoven, near Linz in Upper Austria, requisitioned in February 1939 and leased by Kaufmann to Section IVG of the Health Department of the Reich Ministry of the Interior for a period of 5 years, until 1945-876. Hartheim would cover Austria in his together, as well as some asylums in southern Bavaria and Saxony. 877. At the beginning of April 1940, the castle was completely emptied and made available to the Foundation. 878. On April 1, Dr. Rudolf Lohnauer, 32, director of the Niedernhard Asylum near Linz, was appointed medical director of Hartheim. Born in Linz, he had impeccable Nazi credentials, having joined the Austrian Nazi Party and the SS before the Anschluss. He was appointed director of Niedernhard immediately after the Anschluss. Lohnauer was chosen primarily because he was a close friend of Victor Brack and, since 1938, had been responsible for heredity issues in the Upper Danube region. Many of the doctors from this association would join the team of specialists led by Werner Haidt and Paul Nitsche. 879. Only a week after his appointment at Hartheim, Lohnauer also became one of the leading specialists in the evaluation of intelligence forms. Despite these occupations, he was also the chief psychiatrist of the neurological department of the Linz General Hospital and continued to practice psychiatry privately. He kept his apartment at the Niedernhard Asylum where he often preferred to spend the night. 880. Lohnauer was joined 2 months later by Dr. George Renaud, who became his assistant. Renaud, a 33-year-old Alsatian from Strasbourg, began his career in 1933 as an assistant doctor at the Leipzig Dosen Asylum in Saxony. He had been personally hired by Reichsleiter Buller during a meeting of 60 doctors, all loyal members of the Nazi Party, organized on April 19 at the Führer's Chancellery. The purpose of this meeting was to recruit medical personnel and specialists to evaluate the enormous quantity of forms with which Professors Haidt and Nietzsche had been overwhelmed. Renault had been impressed by the presence of so many eminent doctors, notably Haidt, and the senior officials of the Führer's Chancellery, Buller and Brack. Haidt informed him that mentally ill people were being killed by carbon monoxide and specified that only doctors were allowed to operate the gassing device. Renault then made the following remark: "I didn't study medicine to open a gas valve." 881. He did not understand why so many doctors were not psychiatrists. In particular, the recruitment of a gynecologist in the euthanasia business for mentally ill people was inexplicable for him. Even the first doctors in charge of the Graveneck Experimental Gassing Center, Schumann and Baumhart, had no training in psychiatry. He soon discovered the reason: many were friends of employees of the Führer's Chancellery and, in any case, no specialization was necessary to follow the instructions of the experts, Haidt and Nietzsche. 882. Just before his transfer to Hartheim, Renault was sent to the Niedernhard Asylum, a sinister and lightless building, from where he left on June 6, 1940 for Hartheim. He was warmly welcomed there by Dr. Lonauer. The two doctors got along well from the start. They were the same age, within 5 months, to the point of being familiar with each other and, for Renault, calling Rudolf Lonauer by his diminutive Rolf. 883. At the beginning of April, after completing work at the villa on Tiergartenstrasse, Erwin Lambert received orders to report to the Hotel Drei Kronen in Linz, where, among others, he met Wirth. Then the group went to Hartheim. Lambert's main job was to convert this or that room into a gas chamber. After the war, he described his activities in rather abstruse terms: to structurally modify or reconstruct institutions so that the buildings thus modified are suitable for their use. 884. At Hartheim Castle, he met Adolf Kaufmann, who was given Herr Director and who launched the first works. 885. This first group of workers included Vinzenz Nohel from Linz and Joseph Vollaster from Vorarlberg, the only Austrians in the incinerator group. Nohel, a 38-year-old former mechanic, paralyzed on the right side after a skull fracture a few years earlier and having lost all sensation in his right arm, was often unemployed, undoubtedly because of his handicap. When he worked, he barely earned Rm 100 a month and found it difficult to feed his wife and 4 children. He hoped that his brother, SA Brigadeführer in Linz, would find him a job. 886. Vollaster came from the small alpine village of Silbertal in the Vorarlberg region, a picturesque winter sports resort. After leaving school, he had been a farm boy, tending cows in the nearby pastures. A die-hard nationalist, he joined the Nazi Party and the SA in 1933, and distinguished himself by placing a swastika flag on the church tower. After the failed Nazi putsch in Austria the following year, Vollaster fled to Germany, where he joined a paramilitary organization of Austrian Nazis and worked on the construction of a highway. Having become a German citizen and now aged around 30, he joined the SS and returned to Austria in 1938, after the Anschluss. 887. In March 1940, Nohel's brother met Adolf Kaufmann from the Action T4 Inspectorate in Linz, who was looking for workers to carry out construction and renovation work at Hartheim Castle. Nohel and Vollaster, among others, were introduced to Kaufmann, who hired them, offering them a much higher salary than their previous remuneration: Rm 170 basic salary, Rm 50 family separation bonus, Rm 50 special bonus and Rm 50 silence price. They were also fed and housed. 888. Relations were soon established between Hartheim Castle and the Mauthausen concentration camp, commanded by SS Hauptsturmführer Franz Zierase. The latter had been built in 1938 near the Wiener Graben quarries, 14 kilometers southeast of Hartheim, and, when work began on the castle, SS Hauptscharführer Wetschei, site manager at Mauthausen, was recruited to participate in the installation of the extermination devices. 889. Above all, a large sign was placed at the entrance, warning the curious that access to the castle was prohibited due to epidemics, the same ploy as at Graveneck. Then a plank fence 3 meters high was erected along the colonnades on the north side of the courtyard, up to the height of the balcony and the windows of the first floor. It was intended to hide the view of the extermination and cremation facilities from patients who entered the courtyard through the main west entrance, just opposite where the gas chamber was to be located. 890. Erwin Lambert's first mission was to convert a room on the ground floor of the east wing into a gas chamber. His team of workers removed the original wooden door opening into the patient reception room, widened the opening and installed a steel bomb shelter door with a peephole. A second door, opposite, was replaced in the same way. It led to an adjoining morgue. 891. A third wooden door leading to the courtyard was left in place, but the opening was walled up from the inside. Another peephole was inserted into the bricks, which allowed, by opening the door from the outside, to observe the interior. 892. Measuring 6.60 meters by 4.20 meters and a height of 3 meters, this gas chamber was the largest in the Action T4. The wooden floor was subsequently cemented, and Lambert covered the floor and walls, up to a height of 1.70 meters, with red tiles, which earned the gas chamber the name Red Room. 893. The upper part of the walls and the ceiling were painted white lacquer. This room could hold 150 people. After the war, Lambert denied knowing from the start that this room was intended to be used as a gas chamber. He only learned of it later, when he returned to the castle to carry out other work. 894. The gas canisters were stored in a small room located between the morgue and the gas chamber, to which they were connected by a rubber hose attached to the end of a 2-centimeter diameter pipe coming out of the wall. In the room, gas pipes ran along 3 of the walls, a few centimeters above the floor, just like in Graveneck and Brandenburg. 895. A water pipe equipped with 3 shower heads was placed in the ceiling. The gas pipes and shower heads were attached to the ceiling by Heinrich Barbleu. After the war, Barbleu claimed that the pipes had been laid by the Prussians and that Wirth had only ordered him to help them. He maintained that he never suspected what was happening, and when he questioned another worker, he was told that he would find out soon. Later he heard that the pipes around the walls would be used to introduce gas. Barbleu insisted that he had nothing to do with connecting the pipes to the gas canisters in the next room and had never been allowed near them. 896. The Special Civil Registry Office and the rooms reserved for staff were located on the 3rd floor of the north wing of the castle. On the lower floor of the same wing, the chapel was converted into a banquet hall for visitors. The refectory and bar were on the 1st floor. 897. Wirth arrived in Hartheim on April 16, 1940, about 2 weeks after the conversion work began. He was accompanied by his secretary Irmgard Ladwig, from the Action T4 headquarters. Wirth would spend much of his time in Hartheim, and it was there that he exercised the most influence, taking charge of the completion of the castle's work, selecting personnel himself from the local population and, subsequently, participating in the killing of patients. 898. Hartheim was also of great importance in the development of Nazi extermination operations because the 2 Austrian police officers in charge of the Special Civil Registry and Security would command death camps in Poland, Franz Stangl at Sobibor and Treblinka, and Franz Reichleitner, who replaced Stangl at Sobibor. Deeming Kaufmann's efforts insufficient, Wirth decided to ignore him and take charge of the work. Later he played the role of inspector whom Kaufmann consulted during his frequent visits to the castle. 899. Shortly after Wirth's arrival, Kaufmann organized a meeting in the banquet hall in which he explained the purpose of the conversion work and his duties at Hartheim to the staff. "Comrades, I have gathered you here today to explain the situation at the castle, and what is going to happen. The Führer Chancellery has entrusted me with the mission of supervising everything here in the castle. As Hauptmann, I am responsible for everything. We must build a crematorium on site to cremate the mentally ill in Ostmark. 5 doctors were selected to examine the patients to determine who can be saved and who cannot. What cannot be saved will be burned. These mentally ill people are a burden for Germany and we only want healthy people. A few men will be designated to work in the crematorium. Above all, silence, otherwise it is the death penalty. Anyone who does not remain silent will be sent to a concentration camp or executed. 900. Although Lambert strenuously denied any involvement in the installation of the crematoriums in Hartheim, Renault, the medical director, stated that and his team lined the inside of an oven with bricks. In the southeast corner of the colonnaded courtyard, he also built a brick chimney rising to the roof 901, that is to say, 4 stories high. The top of the chimney was connected to the roof gutter through which the smoke exited into the open air 902. There are conflicting reports on the exact number of crematoriums that operated in Hartheim, 2, 3, or even 4. It is quite likely that 3 ovens were installed, but only 2, in the corner of the colonnaded courtyard, were used to dispose of the bodies of the murdered victims. The third was only used for central heating 903. The conversion work at Hartheim Castle lasted about 6 weeks, and when it was completed, Wirth summoned all the residents of Alkoven to a meeting at an inn, the Gasthof Troner, in the center of the village. In the presence of Lonauer and Renault, Wirth informed the villagers that the castle was to be a special euthanasia center where seriously mentally ill people would be put to death. He threatened everyone present with worse consequences if they dared to say a word or spread rumors about what was going to happen at the castle. Their fate would be identical to that of the mentally ill, they would be taken to the castle from which they would never return. The meeting lasted 45 minutes. 904. 17 Alkoven residents were then selected to carry out essential tasks at the castle, cleaning, cooking, gardening, etc. 905, and Dr. Renault declared after the war that he and Lonauer had only friendly relations with the Alkoven villagers. All the staff bought their supplies almost every day from Aunt Emma's shop, behind the castle, and some became friends with the families of the village and visited them. 906. On April 24, 5 drivers employed by the Reich Post Office in Linz were ordered to report to the office of Gauleiter August I. Gruber, where they held discussions with a group of officials from Berlin. 3 were chosen to carry out a special mission in Hartheim, as drivers of 3 Gekrat buses, and took an oath of confidentiality before Wirth. 907. The nursing and administrative staff were mainly recruited or requisitioned from the surrounding area by the office of the Gauleiter I. Gruber. However, the hiring formalities were handled by District Inspector Stefan Schackermeyer. Each candidate, a member of the Nazi Party, was first briefly questioned by representatives of Action T4 Berlin, Brack and or Kaufmann, Brack insisting on personally meeting all future employees of Action T4. Then each candidate was received by Wirth and Lonauer before taking an oath of confidentiality. 908. It was at the psychiatric asylum in the suburb of Pienegg, in Ybbs under Donau, east of Linz, a dreary little medieval town crossed by the Danube which was neither blue nor romantic, that Wirth, accompanied by several Linz police officers, asked for single women to volunteer to work in another asylum. None showed up. Wirth then pointed out several single nurses, explained to them that they were requisitioned under emergency wartime regulations and ordered them to report to Hartheim Castle. They were warned that failure to attend would constitute a serious offense. At Hartheim, the nurses were informed of their role in the euthanasia enterprise and threatened by Wirth with being interned in a concentration camp if they refused to participate. These impressionable young women had no reason not to take his threat seriously. However, they were not employed as nurses, but in the kitchen or in the housekeeping, and, after the war, admitted that, in all their lives, they had never worked as hard as in Hartheim. From time to time, they also had to accompany and undress the patients. 909. 2 psychiatric nurses from the Ybbs asylum, Hermann Merta and Franz Sitter, had volunteered to work at Hartheim, without knowing what they were signing up for. Merta admitted to wanting to avoid serving at the front. Both refused to work under the orders of Lonauer and Wirth, and requested to be released, but only Sitter's request was granted. He returned to Ybbs and was drafted into the army a few weeks later. Merta continued to work at the castle, mainly on the Gekrat buses, because of her experience calming and controlling patients. 910. Although a member of the Nazi Party, one of the first men assigned to the crematorium, Matthias Buchberger, was deeply opposed to the activities of his superiors against defenseless victims. He explained to Dr. Lonauer that he was not suitable for such work because he had a horror of corpses. He was then assigned to cleaning the stables and the castle courtyard. 911. Much like at Graveneck, Hartham's staff ultimately consisted of 80 people, divided into two distinct groups. The first, according to Renault, consisted of a small number of sadists, mainly SS non-commissioned officers employed as disinfectors and incinerators. The suffering of the patients was of no concern to them, and this type of work posed no problem to them. It was a minority, around 10%, of fanatical Nazis who sacralized the will of the Führer. According to Renault, they were obtuse brutes. 912. The others, the nurses and administrative staff, were also Nazis, but ordinary people who had been manipulated or deceived into participating in the euthanasia enterprise without knowing the details, until it was too late. They became completely indifferent to their work, their feelings and emotions quickly drowned out by the daily horror scenes. 913. There was also a distinction between Austrian nurses and administrative staff, on the one hand, and the brutal and arrogant staff from Germany, generally referred to as the Berliners, on the other. Everyone obeyed orders because they did not have the courage to protest or attempt to leave, intimidated by the presence of Christian Wirth and his terrifying threats. 915. In Alkoven, everyone could see the Gekrat buses arriving at the castle gate. At first, the new arrivals were mentally retarded. This was evident from their faces when they drew the curtains to look out of the bus windows. The large suitcases piled up on the bus racks made an impression. It was as if a group of vacationers were arriving. Some patients waved to the villagers. 916. The villagers also realized that not all the victims were mentally ill or insane. There were also completely normal people, such as the old people in the homes, considered useless mouths. Gekrat buses stopped in the garage, at the main entrance, where patients got off. The cries and screams of the SS, "Get out, you idiots!" and the clamors of the patients could be heard clearly in the village of Alkoven. 917. From the garage, patients crossed the porch towards the colonnades to the north. A villager who worked at the castle as a laborer one day saw a convoy of 3 buses bringing children to Hartheim. When they went down to the wooden garage, he heard a nurse say to them, "Come on, children, hurry up. Let's go see the little ponies." 918. The head nurse Felicitas, who was already practicing before the war and who was employed at the castle for a long time, often had the opportunity to witness the arrival of buses full of patients. On my free days or during vacations, I could see the 3 big buses bringing patients to the castle. At the busiest times, it arrived 3 or 4 times a day. At the start of the extermination, there was a lot of shouting and screaming as the victims got off the buses, and we could hear the shock of the blows inflicted. 919. The nurse pointed out that, from the voices and accents, these were the SS and nursing staff from Berlin and northern Germany. Hartham's previous head nurse, Aloisa Ehrengruber, who still worked at the castle, watched from her attic window as another transport of children arrived. All were wearing white outfits, probably hospital scrubs. She could only see the buses enter the castle grounds, then disappear into the wooden garage. 920. After crossing the garage and along the colonnades, the patients underwent the reception procedure. In one of the convoys, 4 women were separated because they had typhus and taken to the castle courtyard. There, Wirth drew his gun and shot each of them in the back of the head, just like in Graveneck. Dr. Renault declared this incident an obscenity of the highest order. 921. He also recalled an incident in which Wirth slaughtered 30 or 40 patients in the castle courtyard. 922, and Vincenz Nohel, the hemiplegic employee responsible for fueling the crematorium, also remembered that Wirth slaughtered several typhus victims in the Red Room. 923. These executions were intended to prevent any spread of the disease among castle staff who had contact with the victims. In the past, Worth had killed lepers in Grave Neck. After the war, Renault pointed out that even Hartham's medical director, Dr. Lonauer, could do nothing about Worth, the demon of Hartheim. A violent and sadistic man, vulgar and disgusting, who took every opportunity to harass and torment people. Everyone feared and hated him. He was persona grata with Brack and other officers, and engaged in the most appalling acts. 924. Completely naked, the patients paraded one by one in front of Doctors Lonauer and Renault, seated at a large table, who only glanced at each person's files to write down a plausible cause of death. Dr. Renault in particular misused the expression pulmonary tuberculosis, for which he was criticized by Worth, who signed the death certificates. He complained to Renault that 40 to 50% was too much. It was inconceivable and had to be rectified immediately. 925. As in Grave Neck, after the medical examination, a nurse stuck a number on the back of each patient and drew an X on the back of those with gold teeth. They were photographed then taken to the door of the gas chamber. Children were attracted there by the promise of finding toys and candy. 926. One day, after the gas chamber door was slammed on a group of screaming children, a nurse remarked, "They won't come out alive." After the gassing, an employee removed the gold teeth from the mouths of the adult corpses using pliers and threw them into a large pickle jar filled with a mixture of disinfectant and water. Once full, it was taken to the administrative department, on the second floor. In Hartheim, despite the order given by Buller and Brandt during the first experimental gassing carried out in Brandenburg, the doctors were not alone in carrying out the gassing. Lonauer and Renault believed that such work did not require special talent. This task was really not complicated and did not require lengthy instructions. 928. He delegated the work to the former cowherd Joseph Vollaster, who opened the valve and let the gas flow for 10 minutes. Among the thousands of victims gassed by Vollaster were around 300 physically disabled people from his own region, Vorarlberg. One day, in Hartheim, so many victims were crowded into the room that it was difficult to remove the intertwined bodies and drag them to the morgue. As other gassings had taken place before, the morgue was so full that, when the SS incinerators/disinfectors reached the bottom of the pile, the bodies had already begun to decompose. 930. Once, Joseph Vollaster opened the gas valve for too short a time and did not look through the peephole to check if all the victims were dead. When he entered the room, several patients were still alive. They too were shot in the back of the head by Worth. 931. After this incident, August Becker was summoned from Berlin. He replaced the pressure gauge with a meter showing exactly how much gas was being pumped through the pipes. Becker also abolished the 10-minute rule for gas flow in the chamber, but Dr. Renault knew full well that it continued to be applied after Becker's departure. 932. He could not ignore it. It was he who replaced Vollaster during his absence of several weeks. When Vollaster resumed his duties as Gasmeister, the doctor undertook a tour of Austria, visiting numerous asylums to select patients. He took the pretext of putting as much distance as possible between himself and the horror of what was happening at the castle. 933. The reason was probably more banal: to escape the routine of extermination, terrible but monotonous. He made this trip, undoubtedly also because he wanted to insinuate himself into the good graces of the headquarters, at Tiergartenstrasse 4 in Berlin, and improve his image as a zealous bureaucrat, which would strengthen his position. At the end of the courtyard, the staff lit the 2 coke crematorium ovens as soon as word came of the imminent arrival of a Gekrat convoy. While the ovens heated, incinerators/disinfectors Nohel and Vollaster, joined by Heinrich Barbleu, could observe the patients being taken into the gas chamber. The most lucid ones received soap and towels before entering, because they thought they were going to a shower room. 934.